The young Jiang Ping was born without any talent for spiritual power. However, he managed to survive by taking advantage of his family's unique business running a crematorium and secretly using the vital blood of deceased demonic beasts. To obtain the precious blood, he didn't hesitate to use Dongfang Lan as an excuse to extort Li Muzi. That very afternoon, Jiang Ping encountered Li Muzi at a small diner. Li Muzi slammed a handbag onto the dining table with force. Inside were 3 bottles of aromatic demonic beast blood, their crimson hue appearing eerily captivating under the light. "Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world," Li Muzi sneered, watching Jiang Ping clutch the bottles greedily. Jiang Ping quickly assured him, "Young Master Li, don't worry. If I ever bother Lan Lan again, I'll write my name upside down." He hesitated for a moment and then added with a frown, "But Lan Lan is my beloved family and friend." Li Muzi's face turned furious. "Jiang Ping, what do you mean by that?" Faced with Li Muzi's lack of understanding, Jiang Ping sighed in exasperation. "You need to pay more. Don't you know that?" This remark completely enraged Li Muzi. 3 bottles aren't enough? What could a crematorium kid like you possibly need so much beast blood for? This is already 3 months' worth of supply for an average student. Jiang Ping took a deep breath and calmly asked, "Are you adding more or not?" Barely containing his anger, Li Muzi reluctantly pulled out 2 more bottles of demonic beast blood. "Here, 2 more. That's the limit." Just as Jiang Ping was about to indulge in the precious blood, a weary female voice interrupted him. It was Aunt Hui, reminding him that Lan Lan was about to return. Alarmed, Jiang Ping grabbed the bottles and fled, only to run straight into Dongfang Lan, who had just arrived. Ultimately, Jiang Ping escaped back to the family crematorium in the southern suburbs. However, what awaited him there was his mother, Yao Yujing, holding a rolling pin in her hands. As she scolded him relentlessly, his father, Jiang Wanli, sighed with sympathy and said, "Son, life must be tough for you with parents like us." To their surprise, Jiang Ping earnestly replied, "Dad, I just want a bite of demonic beast meat." The warm family moment instantly evaporated. Jiang Wanli exploded with anger. "Jiang Ping, how many times do I have to tell you? Demonic corpses are not for eating. Not for eating. If you even think about it again, they'll break your legs." Finally, Jiang Wanli pointed to the large characters on the wall. "Read it out loud with me. What's written on the wall?" Jiang Ping obediently shrank his neck and glanced in the direction his father was pointing. "The wall says, beasts are not to be consumed. Eating them will turn your eyes red and corrupt you." Jiang Wanli's voice suddenly rose with urgency as he shouted at Jiang Ping. His brows furrowed tightly, his face dark and grim, as though he wanted to engrave the warning into Jiang Ping's mind. However, Jiang Ping merely blinked innocently, a faint, mischievous smile playing on his lips. "Father, you say beasts can't be eaten. But what about all that essence blood I drank when I was a kid?" Jiang Wanli's chest tightened, and for a moment, he almost lost his breath in anger. He shot Jiang Ping a fierce glare, but was ultimately helpless. Looking at his son's face, which practically screamed, "I'm messing with you," Jiang Wanli felt a sting in his eyes, as though sand had gotten into them. He knew this brat was deliberately trying to rile him up. With a huff, Jiang Wanli flicked his sleeve and turned toward the kitchen. "I'll go check if dinner's ready. As for these beast corpses, you handle them yourself." His voice trailed off as he walked away, his stooped back and unsteady steps betraying his age and weariness. Jiang Ping watched his father's retreating figure, the smile on his face slowly fading. He let out a quiet sigh, his gaze falling on the beast corpses strewn across the ground, his expression complex. He knew how much his parents had sacrificed for him. Jiang Ping had been diagnosed with a stomach condition, since he was a chilled-up bottomless pit of a stomach that could never be satisfied, no matter how much he ate. From as far back as he could remember, his family had spent all their savings seeking treatments and remedies for him, consulting doctors and herbalists from every corner. Still, by the time he was 3, he remained gaunt and frail, as thin as a dry twig. The turning point came when an uncle suggested trying beast essence blood. That was the first time Jiang Ping tasted the potent substance, and the results were immediate. He stopped crying, and vitality returned to his small frame. His parents were overwhelmed with joy, and from that moment on, they began scouring for beast essence blood to keep him alive. But essence blood was incredibly expensive, far beyond what an ordinary family could afford. Someone advised Jiang Wanli to take up a job at the crematorium. The place had an unwritten rule. When burning beast corpses, any leftover essence blood was considered part of the workers' compensation. And so, the Jiang family entered this unusual line of work. Decades ago, the world underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Countless rifts in space and time appeared, unleashing waves of beasts into the human world, leaving destruction in their wake. Humanity, after paying a devastating price, gradually learned to harness the power of beast essence blood and inner cores to enhance their abilities, even developing cultivation systems to survive. It was this adaptation that averted the extinction of mankind. Yet, the cost was staggering. Half the population was wiped out, and only 13 cities remained. Beast corpses, aside from their essence blood and inner cores, were entirely toxic and unusable, serving as sources of contamination. Crematoriums were established to deal with these hazardous remains. Jiang Ping was no stranger to this reality, having grown up in such an environment. He knew that beast meat was inedible. Consuming it could drive a person insane or even lead to death. Though antidotes were later developed, they were prohibitively expensive for the average person. Despite the cost, Jiang Ping's parents poured everything they had into securing essence blood for him, just so he could survive. As a child, Jiang Ping didn't think much of it. It wasn't until he started school that he realized how different he was from other kids. He was a freak with an insatiable appetite, which only added to his parents' burden. He tried to ease their stress in his own way, but his efforts often backfired. Due to the unique contributions of crematorium workers, Jiang Ping was granted a spot at a cultivation academy. At the age of 4, he stepped into a world unlike any he had known. From kindergarten, he earned the nickname Bottle King, the kid who licked clean the bottoms of everyone else's essence blood bottles. Back then, his appetite was still manageable, and he could get by. But by the time he turned 8, his hunger surged. A single classroom's worth of leftover bottles was no longer enough, forcing him to expand his scavenging efforts to the entire grade. Sitting beside the beast corpses, Jiang Ping absent-mindedly tapped his fingers against his knee, his gaze distant and contemplative. He knew his stomach wasn't just a bottomless pit, it was a gateway to something unknown. Perhaps his future lay hidden within this world of blood and fire. Back in the day, Jiang Ping had hit rock bottom, reduced to scavenging the leftover drops at the bottom of blood bottles from the entire school. Yet, he did something that left an indelible mark on everyone's memory. He plastered a piece of paper over the principal's smiling face on the bulletin board, and on it, he wrote, "Dongfang Lan is under my protection." At that time, Dongfang Lan had just lost her father. She walked into school with her head down, shy and silent, avoiding conversation, and often falling victim to bullying. But from that day on, no one dared to lay a finger on her. Dongfang Lan kept her head even lower, but deep inside, she felt a vague and unfamiliar sense of security. As days went by, Dongfang Lan occasionally left a bit of her blood essence for Jiang Ping in secret. But who was Jiang Ping? Unless he was starving to the brink, he would never take it. He barely scraped through middle school on the meager blood essence his parents managed to save by tightening their belts. However, the situation worsened in high school when the school reduced the free blood essence supply from 1 bottle a week to 1 bottle a month, far too little to sustain his cultivation. Life became increasingly difficult for Jiang Ping, but his mind never stopped scheming. He set his sights on the dregs left in the blood bottles at school. Using the principal's smiling face as leverage, he took on the job of handling the leftover blood from 3 high schools in the Southern District. He even gained some influence over the distribution rights for leftover blood from kindergartens and primary schools along the way. From then on, Jiang Ping became a familiar figure across various campuses. Kindergarten kids called him Bottle Bro, and high school students gradually shifted from calling him Bottle Kid to Bottle Bro. With his silver tongue and knack for networking, he managed to carve out a niche for himself. Meanwhile, Dongfang Lan grew increasingly outstanding, and her admirers multiplied. As Jiang Ping's appetite grew, he began targeting newcomers, the so-called easy marks like Li Muzi. Through careful calculation, he barely managed to keep his stomach from grumbling. His life was more complicated and colorful than that of a man on his deathbed. One day, Jiang Ping stood in front of the corpse of a monstrous beast, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. It was an iron-tailed eagle, with skin that hinted at a third-level cultivation beast. Even with its feathers plucked clean, it exuded an irresistible aroma. He hesitated for a long time before gritting his teeth, deciding to chop the eagle into pieces and toss it into the incinerator. But just as he was about to act, he felt a sudden burning sensation at his waist, as if a flame had ignited. Jiang Ping quickly pulled out the item from his pocket and froze in place. It was an old book, something he had casually picked up to bring to a younger friend at the primary school. But now, the book seemed to come alive, its pages flipping wildly as if caught in a storm, making a loud rustling noise. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot out from the book, so blinding that Jiang Ping had to shield his eyes. When he opened them again, the book had vanished, replaced by a string of glowing golden words suspended before his eyes. Beast Eater's Guide. Under the golden light, lines of small text appeared one by one. Iron-tailed eagle, third-level beast. Tough and stringy meat. More bone than flesh, flavorless and bland. Wasteful to discard. Cook with 50 grams of strong liquor, 200 grams of dried mushrooms, and 10 grams of aged citrus peel. Simmer on low heat. Slightly boosts strength and mildly alleviates hunger. Review. Even a dog wouldn't eat this. Jiang Ping stared at the words, utterly dumbfounded. He muttered to himself, "What on earth is this? Is the heavens themselves pitying my empty stomach?" But then, doubt crept in. Could this thing be trusted? What if one bite cost him his life? Then again, after a moment of reflection, he thought, life and death are up to fate. Riches and honor are in the hands of the heavens. If I don't eat, I'll starve to death anyway. With a determined clench of his jaw, he resolved to give it a try. Just then, the door creaked open. Jiang Ping's parents walked in, small bags slung over their shoulders, their faces filled with urgency. His mother spoke first. "Son, your father and I need to leave for a bit. Your second great-uncle isn't doing well, might not make it." Jiang Ping, still mulling over how to justify cooking and eating the iron-tailed eagle, blurted out without thinking, "Good riddance." The words hung in the air, freezing the atmosphere. The room fell into a dead silence. His parents stared at him in shock, and Jiang Ping quickly realized his mistake. Scratching his head with an awkward laugh, he tried to ease the tension. The old lady's face twisted into a sinister expression as she spoke in a chilling tone. "What did you just say, son?" Even Jiang Wanli's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on the little rascal of the family. Jiang Ping's heart skipped a beat. Sensing the sudden shift in atmosphere, he quickly adjusted his words. "I said he died too early. Mom, how did second uncle pass away so soon? Only 80 years old, hardly a long life. That's practically an untimely death." Yao Yujing let out a cold snort, her expression softening slightly as she pointed at him. "You stay put at home these next few days. If someone brings in a demon corpse, follow the procedures and deal with it. I've already informed your school that you'll be absent. Until we return, you stay here and mind the place." Hearing he wouldn't have to go to school, Jiang Ping's eyes lit up, and he secretly beamed with joy. Honestly, going to that lousy school wasn't fun at all. He was terrible at cultivation, could barely get enough to eat, let alone muster the energy to train. Even moving a little felt like torture. As for the academic classes, for someone destined to take over the Nanjing crematorium, those were a complete waste of time. The cultivation entrance exams? Maybe they were a lifeline for ordinary folks, but in their line of work, once you were in, there was no getting out. From the moment he joined, his fate and that of his descendants was sealed, with no chance of entering a cultivator university. Grinning, he said cheerfully, "Got it, Mom. Safe travels. I want to see you off. This demon corpse is already giving me enough trouble." Jiang Wanli, observing his son's carefree demeanor, felt a mix of emotions. He sighed and instructed, "I left some money in the cabinet. If you're starving and can't hold out, go buy a bottle of beast blood. Don't make Lon Lon angry again." Jiang Ping rubbed his nose awkwardly and replied, "Got it." Half an hour later, a sneaky figure peeked its head out of the incineration room, looking around cautiously. After confirming that his parents had indeed gone far away, he burst into laughter, loud, arrogant, and filled with excitement. Striding confidently over to the corpse of the iron-tailed eagle, he placed his hands on his hips, tilted his head back, and shouted at the sky, "This demon corpse is mine. Not even the gods can stop me." Behind the counter of old John's herbal medicine shop, an elderly man with distinct mixed-race features was deftly fiddling with a small scale, his fingers as nimble as a dragonfly in flight. Jiang Ping strolled into the shop with his hands behind his back and a backpack slung over one shoulder. He swaggered around, occasionally picking up a pinch of herbs from the jars to sniff before fanning the air with a look of disdain. "Uncle John, your herbs are getting faker by the day. I might just report you one of these days." Without even looking up, old John chuckled and barked, "You little rascal, what do you know? Fake herbs sell better." Jiang Ping scoffed, "Nonsense. The big pharmacies sell real stuff, and that's what takes skill. You keep using scraps to cut corners, watch out, or you'll end up getting caught someday." Old John snorted, a hint of smugness in his eyes. "You're too young to understand. Selling fake herbs is the only reason my shop has lasted this long. Selling real ones? I'd be shut down in 3 days." Jiang Ping froze, completely baffled by the old man's logic. Seeing his dumbfounded expression, old John burst out laughing. "Don't get it, do you? Take your time figuring it out. Got business? Spit it out. If not, get lost and busy." Shaking his head, Jiang Ping decided not to waste energy arguing with the old man's twisted reasoning. Grinning, he handed over a piece of paper. "Uncle, I need these herbs." Glancing at the list, old John curled his lip. "Just some cheap stuff. Go grab it yourself. $50 will cover it." Jiang Ping didn't stand on ceremony and headed straight to the back courtyard. When he returned, there was now a patient at the counter, a man whose face was as pale as a sheet, clearly suffering from severe injuries. Quietly placing his bundle of herbs on the counter, Jiang Ping picked up a broom and began sweeping the floor without saying a word. Once old John finished treating the patient and writing out a prescription, Jiang Ping sidled up and whispered, "Uncle, does that guy have a chance? He looks like he's got shattered meridians, doesn't seem like hell make it." Old John cast a glance at him and muttered, hopeless. If he had a chance, would he come to me? At best, it's just for some false comfort. He patted the dust off his clothes, a faint sneer of disdain curling his lips. Your perception has improved quite a bit, though. That's true. Jiang Ping was utterly confused and couldn't help but ask, why did he come to you? Shouldn't he go to a big hospital? I heard there's a new treatment available lately. Old John snorted, his eyes filled with mockery. Look at him. Can he afford it? Now get lost. Jiang Ping froze for a moment, but then remembered he still had to watch the eagle, and literally, he had to. He dared not ask further and quickly excused himself. As he hurried away, Old John's words echoed in his mind. Poverty is an incurable disease. Back then, those very words had been said to him, and he remembered them vividly. It had left him dejected for days. On his way back, Jiang Ping quickened his pace. When he passed by Lan's small restaurant, he subconsciously sped up. But just as he was about to leave the area, the corner of his eye caught a familiar figure. His heart skipped a beat, and without thinking, he bolted. Jiang Ping, get your sorry self over here. A thunderous roar erupted behind him. Jiang Ping groaned inwardly. Why did I have to get spotted? He took a deep breath, composed himself, and turned around, plastering on a goofy smile. Oh my, isn't this my dear principal? What brings you here? The principal of 3rd High School stood with his hands on his hips, looking utterly exasperated. Cut the nonsense. I'm here specifically for you. He jabbed a finger at Jiang Ping, his tone suddenly turning stern. Lan is a genius, and you little rascal, stop freeloading off her. Do you have any idea how you've turned me, once the pride of the cultivation world, into the disgrace of the education field? The principal launched into a tirade, and Jiang Ping shrank his neck, nodding repeatedly to avoid further scolding. Seeing Jiang Ping's pitiful state, the principal sighed and shook his head. He added a warning. Remember this. Don't mess with that Li Muzi. He's not someone to mess around with. You hear me? Watch yourself. After a brief hesitation, the principal pulled a small pouch from his pocket and shoved it into Jiang Ping's hand. I don't know how you manage to eat so much. My grandson barely gets any of this stuff, and yet it all ends up in your stomach. With a grumble and a wave of his hand, the principal walked off. Jiang Ping stood there, feeling the 3 vials of beast blood in his pocket, his emotions a mix of gratitude and unease. But soon, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Li Muzi couldn't handle it and tattled to the principal? Otherwise, how would he know and come looking for me? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Damn it, I'll show him what it means to face the wrath of the people. Meanwhile, Li Muzi was kneeling dejectedly in front of a stunning woman. She held a disciplinary rod in her hand, her face icy cold, her voice carrying an air of authority. Do you realize what you did wrong? Li Muzi looked aggrieved, his voice low as he tried to explain. Sis, that guy is such a con artist. I just found out myself. Don't worry, I'll make things right. I'll bring Uncle Lou with me and… Smack. The rod came down hard, and Li Muzi let out a muffled groan, his face contorted in pain. The beautiful woman heaved with fury, her chest rising and falling as she berated him. I'm talking about those vials of beast blood. Do you think the Li family is short on resources? You idiot. As the heir of the Li family, how can you let a small-town brat trick you like this? Aren't you ashamed? Blaming others for your own stupidity. And Uncle Lou? Why don't you just ask me to avenge you too? Unbelievable. Li Muzi kept his head low, not daring to utter a word. The woman, still fuming, struck him again before leaning in close, her frosty face mere inches from his. I'll ask you one more time. What did you do wrong? What are you going to do about it? The room was as cold as a winter's night. Sweat beaded on Li Muzi's forehead as he clenched his lips shut, clearly too terrified to say anything unnecessary. Jiang Ping had no idea about Li Muzi's predicament. At this moment, he was completely absorbed in his own task, bent over in the incineration room, busy as could be. He had set up a large military-style cooking pot about the size of a wash basin at its bottom, glowing red from the licking flames beneath. As he tossed ingredients into the pot, he muttered to himself, 10 grams of dried orange peel, 200 grams of dried mushrooms, what else was there? He scratched his head, suddenly lighting up as if he'd remembered something. Oh right, Dad's homemade liquor. It's strong enough to add a kick to the flavor. With that, he deftly uncorked the bottle and poured a generous amount into the pot. Next, Jiang Ping grabbed a sharp knife and, with quick, precise motions, chopped the iron-tail eagle meat into small pieces. He tossed handfuls of the meat into the pot until it was brimming. Yet he still seemed reluctant to stop. Staring at the bubbling broth, he grinned. Heh, let's taste this batch first. Once I get the seasoning right, we'll work on the rest. Satisfied, he clapped his hands and sat down, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Time slipped by, and the entire incineration room became enveloped in a thick, savory aroma. The simmering broth released an irresistible fragrance that even made Jiang Ping swallow hard a few times. But he held himself back, muttering, "The book says slow cooking is the key to bringing out the flavor." And so, he waited until the middle of the night. The room was filled with swirling steam and smoke, the rich aroma so overpowering it was almost impossible to think. Jiang Ping's gaze was fixed on the tender, simmering iron-tail eagle in the pot. His Adam's apple bobbed as he struggled to contain his drool. He quickly grabbed a pair of chopsticks, picked up a piece of dried mushroom floating on the surface, blew on it, and eagerly took a bite. The next moment, his expression shifted dramatically, followed by a look of sheer delight. "Holy crap! This is amazing!" He nearly jumped out of his seat in excitement. But what shocked him even more was the peculiar sensation that followed, almost as if he had just consumed the essence of a mythical beast. Though faint, Jiang Ping, who had been starving for so many years, immediately noticed the difference. "It works. It actually works," he murmured to himself, a flicker of madness in his eyes. "Who cares if it's dangerous? Even if it kills me, at least I'll die with a full stomach. My parents could always have another kid and move on." With a resolute gleam in his eyes, he made up his mind and dug in. Like a whirlwind, Jiang Ping devoured the meal. The iron-tail eagle meat was tender and juicy, surpassing even the finest roast chicken. He couldn't stop himself, savoring every bite, even gnawing the bones clean to avoid wasting a single scrap. "Half an iron-tail eagle, and I actually feel half full?" he exclaimed, patting his stomach, his eyes brimming with excitement. "This is unbelievable. I used to need 3 bottles of beast blood just to take the edge off my hunger." Tears welled up in his eyes as he was overcome with emotion. "After all these years, I finally know what it feels like to be satisfied, to be full." He wiped his face and turned his gaze to the remaining half of the iron-tail eagle in the pot, his eyes lighting up. "No way. I'm making another batch. This time, I'm eating until I can't move." Without hesitation, he threw the remaining meat into the pot, added some water, and began cooking again. He stayed busy until 3 in the morning. The broth was once again rich with aroma, and Jiang Ping couldn't wait any longer. He dove in with abandon, not even sparing the eagle's brain, which he cleaned out thoroughly. Finally, he leaned back in his father's old recliner, patting his now round stomach with a look of pure contentment. "Now this is living. What the hell have I been doing all these years?" But just as he was basking in the afterglow of his feast, his stomach suddenly let out a loud gurgle. "Huh." Jiang Ping frowned, confused. Before he could react, he felt an intense surge of energy coursing through his body. It was as if his entire being had been ignited, every cell bursting with vitality, eager to break free. "What's going on?" Jiang Ping was completely bewildered, but there was no time to think. A powerful force erupted from within him, spreading rapidly through his body. He could feel something extraordinary was happening to him. Jiang Ping's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice trembling slightly. Could it be qi? Qi was the very essence of cultivation, a concept deeply ingrained in the minds of every child from a young age. Why go to school? Why cultivate? At its core, it was all for awakening qi. Before middle school, students merely built a foundation. But in high school, awakening qi marked the beginning of becoming a true cultivator. Regardless of how much qi one awakened, simply doing so meant stepping into the world of cultivation. But Jiang Ping? He had never awakened qi. It wasn't entirely his fault. Growing up in poverty, Jiang Ping often went hungry, his ribs nearly visible through his skin. His malnourished body left him with no energy to cultivate. Even when the school distributed precious drops of beast blood, his body seemed completely unresponsive, as if sealed off from any potential. Yet today, after eating nothing more than an iron-tailed hawk, he had somehow awakened qi. Jiang Ping stared blankly at his hands, his eyes filled with disbelief. He muttered to himself, "Could it be I'm some kind of cultivation genius? Was I unable to awaken before simply because my body had never been properly nourished?" Once this thought entered his mind, it spread like wildfire, consuming his every thought. The more he considered it, the more it made sense. It felt entirely plausible. But this was only the beginning. As he pondered, a sudden flash of golden light appeared before his eyes, and a line of text emerged in his mind. Consumed 1 iron-tailed hawk, acquired iron-tailed hawk's innate ability sharp claws. "Holy crap!" Jiang Ping blurted out, utterly shocked. His eyes were wide with disbelief as he murmured, "Isn't it said that only by consuming beast cores can one gain a beast's innate skill? But I just ate the beast's flesh, and it worked? This isn't cultivation, this is unheard of." What surprised him even more was that an intricate qi flow diagram for the sharp claws skill had appeared in his mind, vivid and detailed. Unable to contain his excitement, Jiang Ping immediately followed the qi flow diagram, guiding his qi towards his fingers. He glanced down at a smooth pebble propping up the table leg. Taking a deep breath, He slashed downward with his hand. Crack! The hard pebble was instantly scored with 5 deep claw marks, yet his fingers remained completely unharmed, didn't even feel the slightest pain. This Jiang Ping stood frozen, unable to process what had just happened. He finally understood why those who could afford beast cores advanced so rapidly in their cultivation. These beast abilities were like cheat codes. In the 13 cities, there was a saying, "You are what you eat." Jiang Ping had heard it countless times growing up, but only today did he truly grasp its meaning. The wealthy families, in order to help their descendants awaken beast abilities, spared no expense in acquiring rare beast cores. The more they consumed, the higher the chances of gaining an ability. For ordinary families, even a single common beast core was an unattainable luxury. Take the iron-tailed hawk. For instance, its third-ear core was worth at least 100,000 yuan on the market. By eating just one iron-tailed hawk, Jiang Ping had effectively saved himself 100,000 yuan. Jiang Ping's eyes gleamed brighter and brighter as a wave of exhilaration surged through him. One hawk is worth 100,000? If I keep eating like this, I could bankrupt the entire southern district. Others need beast cores to gain abilities, but I just have to eat. The thought filled him with overwhelming excitement, and he couldn't help but clench his fists in triumph. Wasting no time, Jiang Ping sat cross-legged on the floor and began channeling his qi throughout his body, following the cultivation techniques provided by his school. He had always dreamed of becoming a cultivator. In the past, it had seemed impossible, but now that the opportunity had arrived, he wasn't about to let it slip away. As the qi flowed through him, his body gradually grew warm, as if a thin barrier within him was being broken down. Half an hour passed, and the clock struck 3:30 a.m. At that moment, Jiang Ping suddenly felt a pop within his body, as if a membrane had been pierced. A wave of unprecedented euphoria surged through him, leaving him invigorated. He opened his eyes abruptly, his gaze filled with joy. First level of qi refinement. Jiang Ping couldn't hold back his laughter, his voice echoing through the quiet night, brimming with uncontainable exhilaration and delight. That night, Jiang Ping slept more soundly than he ever had before. He tossed all the leftover bones into the incinerator, watching intently as the flames consumed them completely, ensuring not a trace was left behind. Then, with a quick glance at the remaining demon corpses in the corner, particularly the conspicuous body of the iron-tailed eagle, he grinned and muttered under his breath, "Little darlings, I'll feast on you tomorrow." With that, he strode back to his room with a swagger that showed he cared for no one, collapsed onto his bed, and fell into a deep sleep. For the first time since he was grown, he didn't wake up hungry in the middle of the night and slept straight through until noon. If it weren't for the loud, insistent knocking at the door, he might have stayed lost in his dreams even longer. I'm coming. Who is it?" Jiang Ping shuffled to the door in his slippers, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he moved sluggishly. The moment he opened the door, a sharp flick to the forehead jolted him awake, making him suck in a sharp breath. "You lazy brat. Do you even know what time it is? Still sleeping? Huh? Where's your old man? I've got demon corpses to deliver." Standing at the door was Uncle Nyo, a familiar face at the crematorium, hands on his hips and glaring at him. Jiang Ping snapped to attention, a chill running down his spine. His eyes darted to the demon corpses behind Uncle Nyo, especially the massive body of the howling moon dog. He nearly gasped out loud, "Are you kidding me? I haven't even finished the last batch, and now there's more? This is too good to be true." But with someone else present, he couldn't let his excitement show. Forcing himself to stay composed, he plastered on a sheepish grin. "Uncle Nyo, I was up late studying last night. My second granduncle passed, so my parents went back to pay their respects." Uncle Nyo squinted at him, his tone laced with skepticism. "Studying? Yeah, right. Well, if that's the case, I'll take these demon corpses to another crematorium." Hearing this, Jiang Ping panicked. He didn't even bother changing his slippers as he grabbed Uncle Nyo's arm. No, Uncle Nyo. You don't trust me? I've been working with my dad for years. I know how to handle this. Just leave the demon corpses here. He'll take care of it, no problem." Uncle Nyo narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him. "You sure? That howling moon dog is an 8 heaven-level demon, freshly killed last night. You think you can handle it?" Jiang Ping puffed out his chest, nodding with confidence. "Absolutely. Don't worry, Uncle Nyo. My dad's gone for who knows how long, and we can't afford to slack off. If we get downgraded, that'd be a real problem." Uncle Nyo hesitated for a moment before nodding. He knew the crematorium had its own set of rules. Each month's performance was evaluated based on the number and quality of demon corpses burned, and the corresponding ranking determined their pay. If the Jiang family failed to maintain their responsibilities, the consequences would be significant. "All right, but be careful, kid." Uncle Nyo still seemed doubtful, but he eventually signaled to the young men behind him. They immediately began unloading the demon corpses from the truck one by one. Lighting a cigarette, Uncle Nyo glanced around cautiously. Once he was sure no one else was nearby, he lowered his voice. Pingzi, these demon corpses were taken down by some big shots. They didn't exactly do a thorough job extracting the essence blood. Jiang Ping caught on immediately, nodding repeatedly. Got it, uncle. I know what to do. Don't worry, we'll take care of it. Uncle Nyo gave him a small smile but said nothing more. Everyone in South City knew about Jiang Ping's circumstances. The boy had a tough life, and the fact that Head survived this long was largely thanks to the help of others. Uncle Nyo sighed, feeling a twinge of sympathy. But Jiang Ping didn't see it that way. He knew the help Head received was a great kindness, and he wasn't one to take it for granted. Taking a deep breath, he shifted the conversation. Uncle, why are there 8 heaven-level demons showing up? Aren't you guys only responsible for the inner districts? Each corpse collection team had its own designated area, and Uncle Nyo's team was assigned to Inner District 3. Normally, high-level demons like this one wouldn't appear within the walls, as they posed a significant threat to the average citizen. Uncle Nyo exhaled a puff of smoke, his brows furrowing. I don't know. It's strange. We're not the only ones either. Other teams have been getting a lot of high-level demon corpses lately. I even heard some teams have received spirit realm-level demons. Jiang Ping's heart sank at the news, and he fell silent, lost in thought. The sudden influx of powerful demon corpses couldn't be a coincidence. Forcing a smile, he looked back at Uncle Nyo. Uncle, why don't you come in for a cup of tea? Uncle Nyo waved his hand dismissively, his tone casual yet tinged with a hint of mockery. What's there to drink with a little brat like you? I'm leaving now. Oh, by the way, someone will come to inspect in 3 days. Don't slack off, kid. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving a final sentence lingering in the air. 3 days is the deadline for the contamination. Don't let me down. Jiang Ping's eyes narrowed slightly as he calculated inwardly, but his face broke into a respectful smile. I guarantee it'll be resolved within 3 days. His voice was firm, yet carried an undertone of subtle intent. He watched Uncle Nyo leave, then turned to look at the Yaotian howling moondog in the courtyard. The massive beast, once a fearsome creature, now appeared pitiful, with tears uncontrollably streaming from its eyes. Don't worry, Jiang Ping said, clapping his hands as if to reassure the beaster, perhaps himself. Let me deal with the iron-tailed eagle first, and then I'll treat you properly. His gaze shifted to the iron-tailed eagle's corpse, and a faint, satisfied smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. One for lunch, another for dinner, and I can even have some tomorrow. Life is truly delightful. Just as Jiang Ping approached the howling moondog, the mysterious book in his possession silently opened once more, revealing a new entry. Yaotian howling moondog, a minor demon beast. Meat quality, mediocre enough with excessive bone content. Slightly increases vitality when consumed. Flavor is average. Best prepared with a secret broth and a touch of chili, sliced and eaten hot pot style for enhanced taste. Recommended dipping sauce recipe. Note: marginally boosts vitality, slightly improves kidney function, and enhances satiety. Review: dogs are not meant to be eaten. Jiang Ping raised an eyebrow, his lips twitching as he cursed inwardly. This book's got quite the attitude. Even a beast from the 8th tier isn't worthy of its approval. Hot pot with dog meat? I've heard that back in the Harmony era, eating dog meat could get you mobbed. Good thing I wasn't around back then. Imagine being policed for eating meat. How terrifying. Shaking his head, he hoisted the howling moondog's corpse onto a specially designed steel rack, then patted his stomach and muttered quietly, hungry again. Wasting no time, he set up a pot of water to boil, casually tossing in a handful of dried tangerine peel. As the steam rose, a rich aroma filled the air, whetting his appetite. For lunch and dinner, Jiang Ping focused on the iron-tailed eagle. Its meat was tender and, when stewed, released an intoxicating fragrance. Each bite left him feeling invigorated. By the time he finished the last of the eagles, he wiped his mouth, leaned back in his chair, and felt the subtle changes in his energy. Suddenly, he drew in a sharp breath, his eyes wide with astonishment. The 2nd tier already? And I've only eaten 3 of them. He glanced down at his hands, noticing his claws faintly glinting with a cold light. With a gentle swipe, they effortlessly sliced through a smooth river stone as if it were tofu. In awe, he murmured, my claws have already reached minor mastery? The book said this should require consuming at least 10 demon cores and rigorous training. And I achieved it just by eating? A grin spread across his face as excitement and anticipation sparkled in his eyes. Looks like my future is looking pretty bright. The next 7 days passed in a peaceful yet productive rhythm. The level of the demon corpses on Jiang Ping's table steadily rose, and his cultivation advanced at an astonishing pace. In just a short time, he broke through to the 7th tier. His claws had reached a stage of major mastery, capable of delivering fatal damage to demon beasts below the spirit realm, and yet his cultivation level had not even entered that realm. One night, after finishing his meal and settling into his usual meditation, Jiang Ping's ears twitched. He caught the faintest sound coming from the direction of the front gate. Opening his eyes, his brows furrowed as he muttered under his breath, "Who could be here at this hour?" He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was exactly midnight. Rising to his feet, he walked to the living room and retrieved a gleaming steel blade from a cabineta treasured heirloom left by his father. His grip tightened slightly on the hilt as he cautiously slipped on his shoes and moved toward the door. Just then, his nose caught an unfamiliar scent lingering in the air. He paused, taking a deep breath. His expression shifted abruptly, and he muttered under his breath, "Demon beast." Jiang Ping's expression changed dramatically. A demon beast inside the walls? That was highly unusual. Although this area was on the outskirts, it was still within the city's boundaries. By all logic, there should be no sign of demon beasts here. Yet, the reality was undeniable. Unbidden, Uncle Nyo's recent warning surfaced in Jiang Ping's mind, filling him with a vague sense of unease. Could it be that a spatial rift had really appeared near the crematorium? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. The 13 cities were known for their strict control over spatial rifts, especially the wild ones. Once detected, rifts were immediately sealed off according to their threat levels. But if a rift had truly appeared, why was there no sign of any official action? Jiang Ping frowned deeply, his thoughts churning. Suddenly, his nose twitched as a faint, unfamiliar demonic scent wafted through the air. Closing his eyes, he focused on the smell, discerning that a demon beast was lurking just outside the door, a creature roughly at the 5th tier of cultivation. This was a skill he had gained after consuming the Xiaoya Doga heightened sense of smell that allowed him to detect dangers in his surroundings. Over time, Jiang Ping had honed this innate ability to perfection, enabling him to roughly gauge the strength of targets within a 100-meter radius. His eyes narrowed as he quickly weighed his options. By all rights, he should contact the city defense team and leave this matter to the professionals. But he was no longer the naive boy he once was. Armed with power, his fighting spirit surged. Now at the 7th tier of cultivation and equipped with the Xiaoya dog's deadly claw ability, Jiang Ping was confident he could handle a 5th-tier demon beast. More importantly, he couldn't resist the allure of potential treasures. What if this demon beast carried something valuable? The youthful fire within him burned fiercely, and a spark of excitement flashed in his eyes. He made up his mind was going to take a bold risk. Taking another sniff to confirm the demon beast's location, Jiang Ping grabbed his steel blade, held his breath, and flung the door open. But the sight that greeted him outside made him instantly reconsider his approach. It was a giant rat. Jiang Ping quickly estimated that the rat's size was nearly equal to his own height of 1.8 meters. Its sharp fangs protruded menacingly, its blood-red eyes glinted with crazed bloodlust, and thick saliva dripped from its snarling mouth. It was clearly ravenous. Jiang Ping studied the creature calmly, though inwardly he was on high alert. Taking a deep breath, he allowed a smirk to curl his lips and provocatively beckoned with a finger. "Come on." The rat let out a low, guttural growl before launching itself at him with terrifying speed. Jiang Ping's instinct screamed danger, but he didn't panic. He remembered the teachings from his training. Never show fear when facing a demon beast. If it was aggressive, you had to be even more aggressive to suppress its momentum and carve out a chance for survival. Besides, his cultivation level gave him the upper hand. As the rat lunged, Jiang Ping's eyes gleamed with sharp focus, spotting a weakness in its attack. Channeling his inner strength, he raised his right hand slightly, sidestepping the beast's charge in a flash. Then, with a swift and decisive strike, he unleashed his skill claw strike. With a low shout, his right hand transformed into razor-sharp talons and slammed down onto the rat's back. Thud. Blood sprayed as the rat's massive body convulsed midair before crashing to the ground. Jiang Ping steadied himself, his gaze sweeping over the 5 distinct puncture wounds on the rat's back. A satisfied grin tugged at his lips, and he couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. "You dare challenge Jiang Ping, huh? This is what you get." But before he could revel in his victory for long, his legs suddenly gave way, nearly causing him to collapse. He clutched the doorframe, gasping for breath, and cursed under his breath, "Damn it, I overdid it." After taking a full minute to recover, he dragged himself toward the fallen rat. In his mind, a familiar book began to flip open automatically, and lines of text appeared. Earth-burrowing rat, 5th-tier demon beast, a minor fiend. Jiang Ping chuckled at the assessment, his grin widening as anticipation bubbled within him. As expected, to this book, every demon beast he encountered seemed to be nothing more than a small fry. The meat was terrible, tasteless as chewing wax, barely edible, and required creative cooking methods. Every word in the description suggested that this mole rat's meat was far from appetizing. They didn't even provide a recipe. Jiang Ping mused to himself. It seemed not all demon beasts were deemed edible by the Demon Eater's Codex. Clearly, this mole rat was one that the Codex held in utter disdain. He glanced at the unsightly dead beast in his hand and shook his head. If it's inedible, then it's better off burned. Jiang Ping muttered to himself. Dragging the mole rat's corpse, he made his way to the incineration chamber. Under the dim flicker of the lamp, he skillfully took out his dissection knife and quickly dismembered the beast. As expected, a green demon core, roughly the size of a mung bean, rolled out of the carcass, emanating a foul, pungent odor. Jiang Ping wrinkled his nose. This thing is definitely not fit for consumption. He casually placed the demon core into a bottle he carried for such purposes, setting it aside for future use. Carefully, he then collected the beast's essence blood and stored it in another container. As for the remaining carcass, he unceremoniously tossed it into the incinerator. Flames roared to life, consuming the remains in an instant. To ensure the body was completely burned, Jiang Ping shoveled in a few extra loads of fuel until the crackling sound of the fire assured him it was done. He shut the furnace door and left the chamber. Walking along the path leading to the outskirts, Jiang Ping encountered several more mole rats. These demon beasts charged at him as if they had found prey, but Jiang Ping merely treated them as sparring partners. Wielding his sharp claws with agility and precision, he moved like the wind, each strike measured and powerful. Gradually, he mastered the strength required to deal with mole rats of varying cultivation levels. With each encounter, his combat skills grew sharper, while the mole rats inevitably became stepping stones on his path forward. However, Jiang Ping noticed something intriguing. The strength of these mole rats never exceeded the 6th stage of cultivation. This realization brought him a sense of relief, as it suggested the rift's overall danger level might not be too high. Typically, the strength of the beast within a rift reflected its overall threat, and in this case, the strongest beast in the rift likely wouldn't surpass the 9th stage. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ping's steps became noticeably lighter. After all, while the beast's power might be limited, the treasures within the rift weren't. There had been tales of people discovering high-grade artifacts in low-level rifts, transforming their lives overnight. A flicker of excitement lit up in Jiang Ping's heart as he imagined himself striking it rich in the rift. Finally, less than a kilometer from his home, he came across a rift. It resembled a vertical silver eye, shimmering faintly with light. Without hesitation, Jiang Ping's gaze hardened with determination as he stepped inside. The moment he entered, the rift's glow dimmed abruptly. Meanwhile, in a distant office of the South City Guard, alarms blared. Energy fluctuations detected in the outskirts of South City. Nearby teams, proceed to investigate immediately. Note: energy levels are low. Spirit Realm squads, continue your hunt. Rookie teams, move in for support. A burst of light enveloped Jiang Ping, and when it subsided, he felt solid ground beneath his feet once more. Opening his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly. He was now in a dense forest, its oppressive gloom casting a heavy atmosphere. The faint gleam of his steel blade reflected in the dim light, adding a chilling edge to the eerie silence around him. So, this is the inside of a rift? Jiang Ping murmured as his eyes scanned the scene. Ahead, two paths split off in opposite directions. At first glance, they seemed identical, both overgrown with lush greenery. But as he sniffed the air lightly, his heightened sense of smell picked up subtle differences. The path on the left carried a strong scent of mole rats, many of them, at least a dozen, and all with cultivation levels above the 5th stage. The path on the right, however, had a lighter scent, with only 7 or 8 mole rats of similar strength. A slight smirk tugged at Jiang Ping's lips. The choice is obvious, isn't it? He silently thanked the heightened sense of smell granted by his moonhowl dog abilities. Without it, making a decision in such a situation would have been far more challenging. Without hesitation, he strode down the path on the right. But just as he set foot on the path, 7 or 8 mole rats leaped out from the shadows, their bloodshot eyes fixed on him as they pounced. Jiang Ping, however, remained unfazed, a cold smile playing on his lips. His relentless training along the way had transformed him. He was no longer the inexperienced novice he once was. Bring it on, Jiang Ping growled, his hands morphing into sharp claws as he moved like the wind. His agile dodges and thunderous counterattacks were swift and decisive. Every strike was precise and lethal, cutting through the air with deadly efficiency and sending the attacking mole rats retreating one by one. No mole rat had lasted more than a single round. In less than 10 seconds, the once ferocious mole rats were lying lifeless on the ground, each with 5 bloody puncture marks on their heads. Jiang Ping flicked the blood off his hand, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint, amused smile. "TSK, this feels almost unfair," he remarked with a hint of playfulness. But he didn't dwell on it. After all, he was now at the 7th level of cultivation, his strength far surpassing that of the mole rats. Adding to this was his mastery of a powerful skill, Razor Claw's skill so formidable, it was practically overkill. This skill, a hallmark of Spirit Realm experts, was something he had astonishingly acquired simply by eating. Even more absurdly, he also possessed an advanced sense of smell, which had allowed him to detect the mole rats' ambush long before they acted, leaving them no chance to strike. Jiang Ping glanced down at the mole rats' corpses, skillfully extracting their demon cores before casually wiping the blood off his hands. Without a second thought, he continued on his way. His steps were light and unhurried, as though the encounter had been nothing more than a trivial nuisance. 20 minutes later, he emerged from the winding path. However, as he looked up at the scene before him, he froze momentarily, his brows furrowing. A temple? Jiang Ping murmured under his breath, his gaze flickering in the serene glow of the Buddhist light surrounding the place. He didn't act rashly, but instead cautiously sniffed the air. His heightened sense of smell picked up no signs of danger, yet the mere presence of this temple felt oddly unsettling beneath the peaceful radiance. There was an inexplicable undercurrent of unease. As he stood there pondering, a deep, resonant bell tolled from within the temple, echoing like a distant proclamation. Moments later, the temple gates creaked open, and a young monk clad in ornate robes stepped out. With a kind smile, he pressed his palms together in greeting and bowed slightly. Greetings, benefactor. This humble monk is called Liaochan. The abbot requests your presence for a brief audience. Jiang Ping narrowed his eyes slightly as he studied the young monk before him. This was his first time entering the rift, and he was entirely unfamiliar with its peculiarities. He had expected a battlefield filled with monsters, not a tranquil Buddhist sanctuary like this. Strangely enough, even with his heightened sense of smell, he couldn't detect any threat from this monk, a detail that only deepened his suspicion. I was merely passing through, Jiang Ping said cautiously, mimicking the monk's polite tone. How did the abbot know I'd be here? Liaochan maintained his gentle smile and replied warmly, there is a formation surrounding Mount Thousand Buddhas. From the moment you stepped into its boundary, we were aware of your presence. However, the area beyond the temple is overrun with beasts, and we have been forced to seal the mountain for some time. It is fortunate that you, benefactor, are blessed and have managed to make it here safely. His words were sincere, as though genuinely relieved by Jiang Ping's safe arrival. Jiang Ping's heart tightened slightly. Was Mount Thousand Buddhas truly so extraordinary? But then he frowned again and asked, if this formation is so powerful, why haven't you used it to eliminate the beasts outside? At this, Liaochan sighed, a trace of helplessness flickering in his expression. We would like nothing more, but the formation has long been damaged. Now, it can barely protect the temple grounds. With that, he gestured invitingly. Please, benefactor, come inside. Jiang Ping nodded, his gaze darkening. Since he was already here, there was no turning back. Whatever mysteries this temple concealed, he would uncover them. He followed Liaochan into the temple, but as soon as he crossed the threshold, his expression shifted. Blood. A faint but unmistakable scent of blood lingered in the air. While others might not notice, Jiang Ping's advanced sense of smell caught it immediately, as if it were a glaring sign right under his nose. Slowing his pace, he scanned the courtyard. A group of young monks in robes sat cross-legged on meditation mats, chanting sutras in low, solemn voices. Their serene and compassionate demeanor was almost moving. Yet, to Jiang Ping, the scene felt deeply incongruous. The scent of blood was emanating from these very monks. Liaochan, walking ahead, turned back with the same amiable smile and gestured for Jiang Ping to follow. His teeth gleamed white as he smiled, but Jiang Ping's sharp eyes caught something that made his heart skip a beat. At the corner of Liaochan's mouth was that blood? Dark red streaks were faintly visible, carrying a strong metallic tang. Lowering his head to mask the alertness in his eyes, Jiang Ping followed Liaochan without a word. Soon, they arrived at a meditation room. Liaochan stopped outside the door, his friendly smile unwavering. The abbot has instructed us to treat our guests with utmost respect, especially one as rare as yourself, benefactor, who has made it to Mount Thousand Buddhas during such times. Please rest here for now. The abbot will meet with you shortly. Oh, and I heard that those from the secular world enjoy meat. Coincidentally, a wild chicken wandered into the temple last night and accidentally fell to its death. We've prepared it as soup for you. Jiang Ping's mind raced as alarm bells went off in his head, but outwardly, he maintained his composure. With a calm nod, he silently stepped into the room. Jiang Ping took a deep breath, his instincts telling him that something was off about Qianfu Mountain. A monk with traces of meat at the corner of his mouth, what did that imply? Breaking their vows was one thing, but where had the meat come from? From Liao Chen's words, it was clear that the mountain was surrounded by demonic beasts. A faint suspicion began to take root in Jiang Ping's mind. Seated cross-legged on a meditation mat, Jiang Ping lowered his gaze, though his thoughts churned relentlessly. The tranquil facade of Qianfu Mountain seemed to conceal an unsettling secret. As he pondered, Liao Chen entered with a bowl of steaming meat soup, his face adorned with a warm smile. Honored guest, please eat while it's hot. We monks cannot partake in meat, so this is all prepared just for you. It's rare for Qinhua Mountain to have visitors. Jiang Ping glanced at Liao Chun, but that smile seemed unnervingly eerie in his eyes. Internally, he cursed, "Damn it, these monks are playing me." One look at the soup, and Jiang Ping immediately recognized it as the meat of an iron-tailed eagle. He was all too familiar with this demonic beast consuming. It would turn someone into a corrupted entity within 3 days. His fingers tightened slightly as a bold theory flashed through his mind. These monks, could they have been consuming demonic beast meat all along? If so, just how long had this been going on? If his suspicions were correct, Qianfu Mountain could become a source of chaos and contamination at any moment. Seeing Jiang Ping hesitate to eat, Liao Chun maintained his smile but spoke with a faintly probing tone. "Why doesn't the guest eat? Is it not to your liking?" Jiang Ping's internal alarms blared, though outwardly he donned a carefree grin. "Oh, it's not that I don't like it. It's just that your cooking skills could use some work." His tone was lighthearted, as if completely at ease, but the corner of his eye remained fixed on Liao Chen's reaction. Liao Chen's smile faltered for the briefest moment, clearly caught off guard by Jiang Ping's response. He raised an eyebrow and asked with a hint of curiosity, "What do you mean by that, honored guest? Are you saying you don't want to eat it?" The atmosphere around them grew palpably colder. Jiang Ping could feel the temperature seemingly drop as an invisible, menacing pressure enveloped him, like a blade hovering just above his skin. His heart sank, and he silently berated himself for his recklessness. He could sense with clarity that this seemingly harmless young monk was at least a 9 heavens-level powerhouse. Coupled with the other monks in the courtyard and the enigmatic abbot, it was clear this place was far from ordinary. But Jiang Ping was never one to back down easily. He let out a hearty laugh. "You monks don't know the first thing about cooking meat. Where's your kitchen? Let me show you how it's done. I'll teach you what real flavor is all about." With that, he boldly took the bowl of meat soup and strode out. Liao Chen froze for a moment, then broke into a perplexed smile. "Oh, then I must see the guest's culinary skills for myself." So, it wasn't that he didn't want to eat, it was just poorly made? If that was the case, all the better. The ominous air around Liao Chen dissipated as he followed Jiang Ping, appearing genuinely curious about what was to come. The kitchen was soon in sight. Jiang Ping's gaze swept over the cauldron filled with iron-tailed eagle meat, and he silently cursed Liao Chen 100 times over. "Damn bald monk, trying to poison me." But his expression quickly shifted as his lips curled into a cold smile. "Too bad for you. Picked the wrong person to mess with." Turning to Liao Chun, Jiang Ping spoke in an even tone. "Master Liao Chun, this involves a secret recipe. I'll have to ask you to step outside." Liao Chun hesitated for a moment, then nodded with a smile. "Of course. I'll wait just outside." With that, he turned and left. Once alone in the kitchen, Jiang Ping let out a faint scoff, swiftly pulling out specialized herbs from his storage pouch, ingredients specifically meant for neutralizing the toxins of the iron-tailed eagle. He began re-cooking the meat with practiced efficiency, his movements precise and deliberate. A smug grin crept onto his face. "Bet you didn't see this coming. I've got tricks up my sleeve." In no time, the rich aroma of the meat wafted out of the kitchen, tantalizing and mouth-watering. Outside, Liao Chen couldn't help but swallow hard, clearly tempted by the enticing scent. The door opened, and Jiang Ping emerged with a large bowl of meat. Grinning as he teased, "Master Liao Chun, would you care to try some?" Liao Chen immediately shook his head, his expression solemn. "No, no. We monks cannot eat meat. Please, honored guest, enjoy it yourself." Without hesitation, Jiang Ping sat down and began devouring the meal. He was indeed hungry, and under Liao Chen's watchful gaze, he polished off the entire pot of iron-tailed eagle meat, leaving nothing but bones behind. Liao Chen stared in stunned silence at Jiang Ping's astonishing appetite, inwardly marveling. This man eats like a beast. Once Jiang Ping was finished, Liao Chen escorted him back to his room, his demeanor notably friendlier, as if thoroughly impressed by this voracious guest. The next morning, just as Jiang Ping opened his door, he was greeted by the sight of Liao Chen holding another iron-tailed eagle, his face beaming with enthusiasm. "Honored guest, what a coincidence. Another wild pheasant has fallen to its death at the temple. It seems you'll have another feast today." Jiang Ping's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart sank as alarm bells rang in his mind. This is no coincidence, something's definitely wrong here. The iron-tailed eagle isn't a foolish bird. How could it possibly fall to its death inside the temple? After all, it's a demonic beast. Jiang Ping stared at the pot of meat soup, its aroma wafting through the air, filling him with doubt. Then, upon hearing Liao Chen's explanation, he claimed it was just a wild chicken? Did he think Jiang Ping was blind? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ping suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and calmly said, "Well, that's certainly fortunate, Master Liao Chen. According to the usual customs, shall I prepare it myself?" Liao Chen nodded with a smile, but to Jiang Ping, that smile carried a faint trace of eeriness, as if concealing something unfathomable. From the kitchen came the sound of loud thud, thud, noises like heavy objects striking an iron pot, reverberating in a way that sent shivers down one's spine. Several monks who were chanting sutras paused, turning their heads toward the kitchen. Yet, strangely, a subtle and knowing smile appeared on their faces. The phrase, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" flashed through Jiang Ping's mind, inexplicably adding a chill to his thoughts. The daylight remained sunny, with sunlight casting dappled patterns on the temple's stone floors. Jiang Ping took a bite of the prepared iron-tailed eagle meat. Despite the beast's cultivation being only at the third heavenly level, the texture and flavor of the meat were impeccable. However, after finishing, the unease in his heart grew stronger. There was an unspoken sense of something sinister about this temple. He decided to take his leave, but just as he was about to speak, Liaochen appeared. "Honored guest, the abbot is free now. I heard a handsome young man arrived at the temple, and he wishes to speak with you," Liaochen said with a calm tone, though his demeanor allowed no room for refusal. Jiang Ping swallowed the words of farewell that had been on the tip of his tongue. Meeting Liaochen's deep, abyss-like eyes, he forced a smile. "Of course, I've always admired Buddhist teachings." Taking advantage of a brief moment of freedom, Jiang Ping wandered around the temple. The more he explored, the more uneasy he became. The monks here all possessed cultivation levels of at least the 7th or 8th heavenly rank, and their numbers exceeded dozens. Such power was absolutely insurmountable. What unsettled him even more was their adherence to some kind of secretive rule. As long as the boundaries weren't crossed, they wouldn't act. One of these boundaries, shockingly, was eating the flesh of demonic beasts. Every time he tried to decline eating, Liaocen's aura would shift dramatically, as though ready to strike at any moment. Fragments of knowledge from his school days surfaced in his mind. Rifts came in many forms. Some led to other worlds, some fragmented into isolated spaces, and others created infinite looping scenarios. The temple before him was highly likely to be the latter. These monks could very well be ancient souls from centuries past or projections from another timeline. In such a rift, strength alone wasn't the key to survival, wisdom was. Jiang Ping took a deep breath, suppressing the unease in his heart. He knew that as long as he didn't break any rules, he was temporarily safe. Standing before the meditation hall, Jiang Ping knocked on the door. The faint sound of a wooden fish echoed from within, carrying a timeless sense of zen. The door opened, and an elderly monk with snow-white hair sat cross-legged on a cushion. Though frail and aged, he rhythmically tapped the wooden fish in his hand. Looking up at Jiang Ping, he smiled faintly. "So, you're the young man who arrived last night?" Jiang Ping remained vigilant, though he wore a warm smile on his face, nodding politely. "Yes, I am." The old monk gestured for him to sit. As soon as Jiang Ping settled on the cushion, a sudden, overpowering scent of blood hit him like a wave. His pupils contracted sharply, and he cursed inwardly. What the hell? Even here, there's meat? Is this temple seriously eating flesh? The stench was so intense it nearly made him retch, but he forced himself to endure it, maintaining a facade of composure. The old monk, still smiling, asked, "What does the honored guest think of our Thousand Buddha Mountain?" Feigning a moment of thought, Jiang Ping flashed a bright smile, revealing 8 teeth, and replied in a light-hearted tone, "It's wonderful. The food is great, the scenery is beautiful, and compared to the chaos of the outside world with its rampant demonic beasts, this place is undoubtedly a haven of peace." The old monk's indifferent expression flickered with a trace of surprise. "A paradise on earth?" He lowered his eyes in contemplation, then chuckled softly. "That's quite an unconventional metaphor. If you find this place so appealing, why not stay here at Qianfu Mountain?" Although Qianfu Mountain has fallen into decline, its heritage runs deep, and it holds numerous rare and profound teachings. If you're willing to stay, you may choose one of these skills to learn. Hearing the words rare teachings, Jiang Ping's eyes widened with excitement. He could barely contain his anticipation. "This is getting interesting," he thought to himself. From his studies, he knew that such cracks in the world often hid unexpected rewards. Passing up this opportunity would be foolish. After a brief moment of thought, he smiled and said, "I'm not opposed to staying, but since I've just arrived, I don't know much about Qianfu Mountain. Perhaps, if the abbot allows me to study its history in the sutra library first, it would help me make an informed decision." The old monk's smile froze for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly as a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. In all these years, this was the first time he had encountered such a request. Most people either flatly refused, prompting him to resolve the matter with his staff, or their eyes lit up at the mention of rare teachings, agreeing immediately. But this Jiang Ping? He wanted to investigate them first? The old monk found himself momentarily unable to make sense of the young man's intentions. Noticing the monk's hesitation, Jiang Ping chuckled inwardly, knowing he hadn't crossed any boundaries. With even more ease, he added, "Of course, these days it's all about mutual selection. don't you think, Abbot? The old monk pondered for a moment and had to admit there was some logic to Jiang Ping's words. Mutual selection, that was a concept he'd never heard before. After a long pause, he finally nodded and said slowly, "Very well, but I can only give you 2 days. Is that acceptable?" Jiang Ping breathed a quiet sigh of relief, though his face showed only a grateful smile. "Thank you, Abbot. By the way, is it possible for me to take a look at the rare teachings first? After all, I need to understand Qianfu Mountain's capabilities to make a proper decision." The old monk's brows furrowed slightly, and this time, he was genuinely stunned. According to the rules of Qianfu Mountain, only those who agreed to stay could access the rare teachings. If someone refused, they would be violating the rules, giving the monk a reason to act decisively. But Jiang Ping's request didn't seem to directly break any rules, leaving the old monk momentarily unsure how to respond. Sensing the monk's silence, Jiang Ping quickly added, "Abbot, how can I truly understand Qianfu Mountain's strength if I don't see the rare teachings? Without knowing its capabilities, how can I commit to staying?" The old monk, almost instinctively, nodded and waved his hand. "Let Liaochen take you there." Jiang Ping smirked inwardly, knowing he had once again found a way to test the limits. The old monk, having not been challenged intellectually for many years, was clearly disoriented by Jiang Ping's reasoning. Though Jiang Ping's words were logical and didn't cross any boundaries, the monk couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. He needed time to sort through his thoughts and figure out what this young man was really up to. As Jiang Ping followed Liaochen out of the main hall, he began piecing together the rules of Qianfu Mountain from his earlier experiences. He finally felt he had a solid grasp of the situation. Reflecting on the events so far, he identified 2 key boundaries. The first was consuming the monster corpse. Refusing to do so would likely have denied him the chance to even meet the old monk, as Liaochen would have dealt with him on the spot. While Jiang Ping was confident he could handle Liaochen, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. The second boundary was joining Qianfu Mountain. Jiang Ping had a hunch that the mountain's way of saving people might involve turning them into those chanting monks in the courtyard. While joining would grant certain benefits, leaving afterward would undoubtedly come with an exorbitant price. By cleverly sidestepping this trap and proposing to evaluate its strength, Jiang Ping managed to stay within the rules while retaining his freedom to choose. Liaochen led Jiang Ping to a 3-story building, its ancient architecture exuding an aura of timelessness. "This is where the rare teachings are kept," Liaochen said in a calm tone, his attitude toward Jiang Ping seemingly softened. "However, there is a rule I must inform you of first. First, you can only choose one ultimate technique, located on the 3rd floor, and under no circumstances should you be greedy." Jiang Ping nodded, signaling that he understood. "Second, you must leave within 2 hours." The ancient, rustic doors creaked open as Jiang Ping stepped inside, his eyes widening slightly at the sight before him. Rows of neatly arranged bookshelves stretched out, filled with volumes that exuded a faint sense of age and history. To his surprise, the fissure space within Qianfu Mountain held such an extensive collection of martial techniques. However, Jiang Ping merely glanced around indifferently, unimpressed. To him, these so-called ultimate techniques held no appeal whatsoever. The guiding techniques taught at the 13 Cities Academy were the distilled essence of countless experts' efforts, far superior to these amateurish methods. Moreover, the cultivation path of the 13 cities was vastly different from that of these sections. They prioritized a straightforward and brutal approach, devouring demon cores to directly acquire skills most effective against demonic beasts. What's more, learning these techniques required proper guidance and mentorship. Without someone to consult, any mistakes could lead to disastrous consequences. Jiang Ping had no intention of repeating the mistakes of those so-called geniuses. Back at the academy, he had heard countless cautionary tales. A prodigy who stumbled upon a rare, unparalleled technique, soared to the top 3 in the city's college entrance exams, and basked in glory. Yet, upon entering university, they found the technique too obscure to attract a mentor, forcing them to fumble through cultivation alone, only to be far surpassed by their peers. Stories like this had long become classic cautionary tales in the 13 cities. Jiang Ping fully understood this and, as a result, felt no interest in these so-called ultimate techniques. His purpose in coming to the 3rd floor was merely to kill time. Casually, he pulled out a scroll and flipped through it, discovering that the 1st floor books were mostly collections of strange and fascinating tales, just the kind of material he enjoyed. Immersed in these stories, he soon lost track of time. An hour passed, and Jiang Ping had already finished reading 2 volumes of peculiar anecdotes. As he was about to open a third, a faint, elusive fragrance drifted into his nostrils. The scent was peculiar, carrying an irresistible allure that was hard to describe. Jiang Ping frowned slightly. With his advanced sense of smell, honed to the level of a great howling moonhound, he could faintly trace the source of the fragrance but couldn't decipher its essence. He tried to suppress the unease rising in his chest, only to discover that his body was moving involuntarily. Mechanically, he stood up and began walking toward the source of the scent. Panic surged in his mind as he desperately tried to regain control of his body, but it was futile. Helplessly, he watched himself take step after step toward one of the bookshelves. Finally, his body stopped in front of a candlestick. His arm lifted on its own, pressing down on a hidden mechanism. What the hell is going on? Am I losing it? Jiang Ping roared internally. But before he had time to process, a soft clicking sound echoed, and the bookshelf slowly slid aside, revealing a deep, shadowy staircase leading to what was clearly a secret chamber. Jiang Ping's pupils contracted, and alarm bells blared in his mind. Yet his body, seemingly under the control of some unseen force, moved inexorably toward the staircase, unable to resist. Picking up the nearby candle, Jiang Ping began to descend slowly. His footsteps echoed eerily in the silent basement, each sound piercingly loud. Despite a deep sense of resistance and a faint but growing fear within him, his body seemed to be under the control of some invisible force, rendering him unable to stop. His hand trembled slightly, and the flickering candlelight cast strange, shifting shadows on the walls. He walked for what felt like an eternity, until suddenly, a creaking sound broke the silence behind him, like some kind of mechanism being activated. Startled, Jiang Ping spun around, only to discover that the path he had just taken had inexplicably vanished. At the same moment, he felt an abrupt lightness in his body, as though the controlling force had disappeared. He regained control of his movements, but the unknown ahead filled him with unease. Scanning his surroundings warily, he called out, his voice echoing in the basement, "Who's there? Who's messing around?" The only response was the mournful sound of wind, as though countless tiny blades were slicing through the air. A chill ran down Jiang Ping's spine, and he muttered under his breath, "This is ridiculous. Where's the wind coming from in a basement?" Just then, a hauntingly seductive voice rang out, seemingly from all directions, ethereal yet spine-chilling. Jiang Lang, come save me." The voice startled Jiang Ping, causing him to take a half-step back, nearly dropping the candle in his hand. Forcing himself to suppress his fear, he held the candle higher, scanning for the source of the voice. As its light swept across the space ahead, his pupils contracted sharply, and his heart nearly stopped. Before him stood a crystal coffin, and inside lay a woman, motionless. Jiang Ping swallowed hard, willing himself to stay calm. He knew that fear wouldn't solve anything, so he steeled himself and approached cautiously. Step by step, he moved closer to the crystal coffin, holding the candle to illuminate its contents. Finally, he could see clearly. Inside the coffin was a breathtakingly beautiful woman, dressed in a vibrant red wedding gown. The sash of the gown was tied in a knot around her slender waist, so delicate it seemed it might snap with the slightest force. Her figure was striking, her chest full and impossible to ignore. Her lips were as red as freshly spilled blood, and her cheeks glowed with a blush as radiant as the setting sun. She looked so lifelike, as though she might awaken at any moment. Jiang Ping couldn't help but rub his eyes, his heart racing from what he thought must have been an illusion. Had felt as if her gaze was dreamy, almost flirtatious, as though she were sending him subtle signals. Just as his thoughts began to waver, that haunting voice returned, this time filled with sorrow and longing, like a mournful cry. "Jiang Lang, wipe away that Buddhist seal and free me. I want to be with you. Hurry." The voice was fragmented, but each word carried an irresistible allure. Once again, Jiang Ping's body moved against his will, his hand slowly reaching for the golden Buddhist seal on the crystal coffin. Panic surged within him as he tried desperately to resist. "Stop! Stop! This thing is definitely bad news." Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he scolded himself internally. "This is Qinfu Mountain, a sacred Buddhist site. The seal here isn't something to mess with. If I release her, who knows what kind of disaster it'll unleash." Yet the scraping sound of his fingers against the seal echoed through the silent basement, each noise hammering at Jiang Ping's heart. The moment his fingers touched the Buddhist seal, the air around him seemed to shift. A crack appeared in the space before him, like a deep abyss of darkness. His heartbeat quickened, and before he could react, his vision went black, and he lost consciousness. When Jiang Ping came to, he found himself lying in his room, staring at the familiar ceiling. Relief washed over him as he realized where he was. Beside him stood Liaochan, the monk, looking at him with concern. "Layman, are you all right?" Liaochan asked. Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Ping felt a fleeting sense of gratitude, as though he had narrowly escaped death. Hesitantly, he asked, "What happened to me?" Liaochan smiled gently, his tone full of care. "It seems you were just a bit malnourished. You were in the sutra library for 2 hours, and no matter how much I called, you didn't respond. When I went in, I found you had fainted. But don't worry, some good wild chicken soup will fix you right up." Jiang Ping cursed inwardly at how casually the monk dismissed the situation. If it had been anyone else, they might have died in there. Suppressing his doubts, he probed further. Are you sure that's all? Liao Chan looked at him with confusion, shaking his head. What else would there be, layman? Jiang Ping didn't press the issue. Smelling the aroma of the chicken soup on the table, he confirmed it was the same pot he had cooked earlier and finally allowed himself to relax. He was indeed hungry, so he set aside his concerns and began eating. As he drank the soup, spoonful by spoonful, Liao Chan stood beside him, his smile growing ever wider. Perhaps due to Jiang Ping's fainting episode, the old monk didn't bother him further, and Liao Qing stopped mentioning anything about supreme techniques. This allowed Jiang Ping to settle peacefully in the temple. However, the beast corpses Liao Qing brought him each day grew increasingly alarming. On the second day, it was an iron-tailed eagle from the seventh heaven. Its razor-sharp talons directly elevated Jiang Ping's claw technique to perfection. On the third day, it was an iron-tailed eagle from the ninth heaven. This not only advanced Jiang Ping's cultivation, but also granted him a brand new skill, Eagle Eye. This was the iron-tailed eagle's signature hunting ability, enhancing Jiang Ping's dynamic vision. Consuming 3 iron-tailed eagles daily propelled his cultivation from the 7th heaven to the 9th heaven at a speed that left anyone dumbfounded. Yet, Jiang Ping's mood did not lighten. As the number of iron-tailed eagles he consumed skyrocketed, the temple became enveloped in an indescribably eerie atmosphere. A restless tension seemed to permeate the air, and even Liao Qing's gaze toward him grew increasingly complex and cryptic. At night, Jiang Ping practiced his newfound skills alone in his room. A faint sense of danger lingered in the air, keeping him on high alert. He knew that danger was approaching, and that the only way to face it was to keep strengthening himself. Fortunately, the cultivation limit in this space was merely the spirit realm, which gave him some small comfort. Now, having reached the 9th heaven, he resolved that if something went wrong, he would fight his way out, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, in the old monk's quarters, the room was dimly lit. The flickering candlelight cast an eerie glow over the space. A hoarse, low voice broke the silence. He hasn't shown any signs of demonization yet? Liao Qing knelt on the ground, his face full of fear. Master, I personally saw him consume the beast corpses, but for some reason, he shows no signs of demonization at all. As soon as the words left his mouth, the candle flame flickered violently. The old monk's eyes turned cold and sinister. He grabbed Liao Qing by the neck and lifted him off the ground, his voice filled with fury. Impossible. Without the secret formula of Thousand Buddha Mountain, how can he resist demonization? Are you lying to me? Liao Qing struggled desperately, his face red from lack of air, his voice trembling with despair and fear. Master, I wouldn't dare. I swear I'm telling the truth. I saw it with my own eyes. The old monk stared at Liao Qing intently, his gaze sharp and threatening. After a moment, he snorted coldly and threw Liao Qing to the ground. Tomorrow, prepare an iron-tailed eagle from the 9th heaven. Take your junior brother and watch him closely. Remember, those who haven't demonized cannot be purified. That is the rule of Thousand Buddha Mountain, and it is the rule here. Liao Qing collapsed on the ground, gasping for air, his face still pale with lingering fear. Yes, master. But the iron-tailed eagles seem to be getting smarter. They've started avoiding Thousand Buddha Mountain. At most, we can only supply 2 more days. Filthy beasts. The old monk sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. Leave the iron-tailed eagles to me. They'll handle it. In the days that followed, the iron-tailed eagles around Thousand Buddha Mountain suffered greatly. Within just 10 days, these beasts were nearly hunted to extinction. Meanwhile, the old monk's temper grew increasingly irritable, and the monks in the temple were infected by this agitation. Their gazes toward Jiang Ping were filled with resentment and hostility, as if they wished to tear him apart. Master Liao Qing, here you are again. Chicken for dinner today? Jiang Ping greeted Liao Qing with a smile. After days of nourishment, not only had he fully stepped into the spirit realm, but his spirits had also lifted. The spirit realm was the upper limit of this space, and he was confident that he now stood invincible. Whatever schemes the old monk had, he was ready to handle them. He even felt a bit fortunate. Who would have thought that a misfortune would turn into such a blessing? Being provided with beast corpses every day had skyrocketed his cultivation. It was almost too good to be true. But just as Jiang Ping finished speaking, the old monk suddenly appeared before him. Those cold, piercing eyes locked onto Jiang Ping, and a strange smile curled on his lips. Today, this humble monk has prepared something extra for you. These are pills I've refined myself. Considering how weak you look, I've specially brought them for you. Jiang Ping froze. But as his gaze fell on the pills the old monk offered, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. These weren't pills at all, they were genuine demon cores. Jiang Ping calmly said, "Thank you, master." He took the demon core, lowered his head to examine it, while his mind raced. This item wasn't particularly useful to him. He could gain skills by consuming demon corpses, so rather than wasting it, he might as well sell it for a hefty sum of money. Growing up in poverty had honed his sharp sense of value. However, before he could figure out how to make use of it. The old monk's triangular eyes locked onto him with an unyielding intensity. In a low but commanding voice, the monk said, "Benefactor, this pill was refined by this humble monk. It must be consumed under my guidance. Please take it now for the best effect." Jiang Ping was slightly taken aback, his internal alarm bells ringing. His gaze lingered on the old monk for a moment before he broke into a nonchalant smile. But inwardly he sneered. This old monk is up to no good, as expected. Over the past few days, he had seen through the monk's intentions. The man was simply trying every possible way to corrupt him. Perhaps because of Jiang Ping's unique constitution, he had remained untainted, which had delayed the monk's plans. Now, even demon corpses were proving ineffective, and the monk resorted to using the demon core as bait. Despite the situation, Jiang Ping remained calm, even feeling a hint of anticipation. In the 13 cities, people had little hesitation about consuming demon cores, thanks to the guiding technique. Unlike ordinary cultivation methods, the guiding technique was the cornerstone of the 13 cities cultivation system. Even the blood cultivation fluids distributed in schools were designed to complement it. Jiang Ping's lips curled into a subtle smile as he said, "All right, master, I'll trouble you then." He took the box containing the demon cores, casually picked one that caught his eye, and swallowed it without hesitation. This was his first time consuming a demon core. Although he had occasionally fantasized about trying one someday, he never imagined the day would come, and not just for one, but multiple. Jiang Ping confidently swallowed the core while activating the guiding technique, channeling the energy within his body to his limbs and bones. The old monk's eyes, sharp as blades, followed Jiang Ping's every move. When the demon core entered his mouth, a glimmer of joy flashed in the monk's eyes, and he even sensed a faint trace of demonization. However, in the next instant, that faint trace vanished abruptly, as if it had never existed. Jiang Ping felt the changes in his body brought by the demon core, quietly pondering. Others consume demon cores for skills, but I can't achieve that by eating demon corpses. So, what makes demon cores different for me? At that moment, the book in his mind suddenly began flipping its pages. Tier 8 Irontail Eagle Adult Demon Core. Contains a trace of demon bloodline and a fragment of memory. Recommended consumption method. Pair with bitter chrysanthemum and camellia seeds to fully utilize the demon bloodline, enhancing corresponding physical attributes. Evaluation. Bloodline too weak, better than nothing. Jiang Ping nearly burst out laughing, his heart filled with joy. This is incredible. Turns out consuming demon cores works for me too, and it even strengthens my body. He quickly analyzed the information from the book. The Irontail Eagle's strongest features were its claws, vision, and wings. For a human like him, wings were irrelevant. Claws corresponded to hands, and vision was self-explanatory. In other words, consuming the Irontail Eagle's demon core can enhance the strength of my hands and improve my vision. A wave of excitement surged through Jiang Ping as he imagined his claws and eyesight surpassing those of others. He felt like he had struck gold. However, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. Too bad I didn't follow the book's recipe this time, so the effect is somewhat diminished. The old monk, however, noticed the faint trace of satisfaction on Jiang Ping's face and was instantly alarmed. He barked angrily, "Benefactor, you? No, something's not right." A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes, and a storm of emotions brewed within him, giving rise to the thought of forcibly subduing Jiang Ping. Yes, this boy is a freak. The old monk gnashed his teeth, thinking, he has consumed so many demon corpses, and now a demon core, yet there isn't the slightest sign of demonization. How is this possible? Despite his shock, an undercurrent of excitement began to well up within him. If he could uncover the secret behind this anomaly, could Qianfu Mountain also master such a method in the future? For years, Qianfu Mountain had relied on a formula to delay demonization in order to survive. Now, staring at Jiang Ping, the old monk felt as though he had discovered a priceless treasure. His eyes burned with greed and unrestrained fervor. Just as the old monk was about to act, a sudden premonition surged within him. In an instant, his expression shifted subtly, as if he had caught the scent of danger in the air. However, instead of retreating, the looming threat seemed to invigorate him. A flicker of fervent excitement flashed through his eyes. He knew such warnings only arose in moments of extreme peril, further confirming his suspicions. Later that night, Jiang Ping lay on the bed, his brows furrowed in deep thought. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had stayed in this place long enough and it was time to leave. Yet, ever since he stepped foot into this temple, the path back down the mountain had vanished without a trace. The more he dwelled on it, the more unease crept into his heart. Tossing and turning, he suddenly heard the faint sound of footsteps outside. The steps were slow and deliberate, yet carried an undeniable sense of pressure. Then came a low, gravelly voice. "Honored guest, the abbot requests your presence." Jiang Ping's heart sank at those words. Instantly, The old monk's faintly sinister smile from earlier that day flashed through his mind, setting off alarm bells. He knew this wasn't going to be a casual chat over tea. Sitting up, his right hand instinctively clenched, feeling the familiar sharpness of his clawed weapon. The sensation brought him a sliver of reassurance. His master-level claw technique was his greatest asset. Coming, Jiang Ping muttered under his breath. Rising to his feet, he approached the door. The moment he pushed it open, a heavy wooden staff came hurtling toward him with a deafening whoosh, its speed catching him off guard. An ambush? He cursed inwardly. Without hesitation, his clawed hand lashed out, catching the staff in midair. It stopped dead in its tracks, as though nailed into place. Outside, Liao Chen's expression darkened with shock. He hadn't anticipated Jiang Ping's reflexes to be so swift. He yanked at the staff with all his might, but it wouldn't budge an inch. Jiang Ping's lips curled into a mocking smirk as he fixed his gaze on the monk. His tone was laced with sarcasm. Master Liao Chen, care to explain this warm welcome? Liao Chen's face flushed with anger. Gritting his teeth, he barked, "Brothers, attack!" At his command, a dozen shaven-headed figures emerged from the shadows. These were the same monks who had been chanting scriptures in the main hall earlier, but their serene demeanor was nowhere to be found. Their faces were now twisted with malice, their eyes glinting with madness and a palpable bloodlust. Jiang Ping immediately noticed something off about their pupils. They seemed tainted, eerily similar to those of the frenzied people he had once encountered who had consumed demonic corpses. With reinforcements by his side, Liao Chen sneered and shouted, "Seize him! The abbot has promised generous rewards. Each of you will receive the elixir to prolong your lives." The monks roared in unison and charged toward Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping let out a cold snort and moved swiftly, evading the first wave of attacks with ease. His fingers glowed with an icy, menacing light, his claw technique enhanced by the spiritual realm's energy. His movements were ghostly and unpredictable, weaving through the crowd like a phantom. Each swipe of his claws left a trail of blood in its wake. In less than 30 seconds, the chaotic scene was reduced to an eerie silence. The ground was littered with bodies, motionless and lifeless. Liao Chen could only watch in horror as the carnage unfolded. His maniacal grin faded, replaced by sheer terror. Stumbling backward, his voice trembled as he stammered, This is impossible. How can you be this strong?" Jiang Ping glanced at the blood dripping from his hands and smirked coldly. "Surprised? You have only yourselves to thank for your hospitality." Before Liao Chen could react, Jiang Ping's figure blurred. In a flash, his claws pierced through Liao Chen's skull, and blood sprayed everywhere. Liao Chen's body twitched a few times before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, indistinguishable from the other monks. Flicking the blood off his hands, Jiang Ping raised his gaze toward the distant shadows and sneered, "Abbot, are you just going to keep hiding?" A furious roar erupted from the darkness. "You wretched fiend." Moments later, the old monk from earlier stepped into the dim light. His eyes were bloodshot, and his rage seemed to radiate like a tempest. Jiang Ping, however, remained unfazed. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he chuckled derisively. "Oh, resorting to name-calling? How original. I take it you can't attack me directly, can you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have sent those pawns to their deaths. Judging by their eyes, I see. That must be the price you pay for acting." The old monk's face grew even darker, the veins in his bloodshot eyes almost bursting. His aura became increasingly volatile. Jiang Ping, noticing the reaction, laughed even harder. "Looks like I hit the mark. So hey, race the deal. You're a spiritual cultivator, and so am I. Tell me how to leave this place, and I might consider sparing your life." The old monk suddenly laughed, his laughter carrying a hint of madness and mockery. "Leave? Huh. If I could leave, do you think I'd have been trapped here for so many years? And you still dream of leaving? How naive, how terribly naive." He raised a hand, brushing the sleeve of his robe, his gaze as piercing as a venomous snake as it locked onto Jiang Ping. "You're right about one thing, I can't lay a finger on you. You haven't been corrupted by the demonic energy, so I can't touch you. But don't think that makes you safe. And don't even think about leaving. Stay here with me. I have all the time in the world, and one day, I'll uncover your secret." The old monk's eerie laughter echoed in the vast, empty chamber, creating a haunting resonance. Jiang Ping frowned deeply, his heart filled with frustration. Is it really impossible to leave? Huh. The old monk let out a cold chuckle, his tone laced with smugness. "This is the mountain protecting formation of Qinfu Mountain. Once activated, it allows entry but forbids exit. Not even beasts of demonic origin can escape." Jiang Ping raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Then what about those burrowing rats and the iron-tailed hawks I've been eating these past few days? How did they get here?" The old monk snorted, his eyes filled with disdain. "Of course, they're bred by Qinfu Mountain. Where else do you think they came from? Even these disciples, you think they can leave? If they want to survive, they have to eat the demonic beasts. And to resist being corrupted by the demonic energy, they rely on Qianfu Mountain's secret formula. At this point, the old monk seemed to believe Jiang Ping had no way out. His tone shifted, taking on a more relaxed and boastful quality. Hearing this, Jiang Ping began piecing the puzzle together. It wasn't far off from what he had suspected, though the mention of the secret formula added a new layer. His gaze sharpened as he asked coldly, "And what does that have to do with keeping me here? By your logic, I'm of no use to you." The old monk's eyes flicked toward the disciples standing nearby, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "That's the secret of Qianfu Mountain. Our secret formula requires the flesh of the youngest disciples in the temple. The meat is boiled down to make the concoction, and consuming just a spoonful daily keeps one's mind intact, preventing demonic corruption. Qianfu Mountain, 1,000 Buddhas, did that name not strike you as odd?" Before the monk even finished speaking, Jiang Ping's entire body stiffened, his skin crawling with goosebumps. He exclaimed in horror, "What the hell? Are you saying that Qianfu Mountain once had over 1,000 people, and now there are only a handful left?" The old monk seemed pleased with Jiang Ping's quick understanding, nodding with a twisted grin. "That's right. Not just 1,000, there were 3,814. Jiang Ping's stomach churned at the number, and he nearly vomited on the spot. He glared at the old monk, his voice trembling with rage and disgust. This isn't a temple, it's hell on earth. But the old monk remained unfazed, even reveling in his own depravity. "So, stay here. Huh? You're not getting out." Jiang Ping's fury burned hotter as he stared at the deranged old monk. He let out a cold laugh. "And now? Most of your disciples are dead, aren't they? Does that mean you can't make your formula anymore? I'm not afraid of eating demonic beasts, so let's see who lasts longer. Maybe after you're dead, we'll finally find a way out." The old monk burst into laughter, so intense that tears welled in his eyes. There may have been more people back then, but there were also more mouths to feed. Now it's just me, and these disciples will last me another decade or two. But you? How long can you hold out? Once you die, your secret will be mine. Maybe consuming you will even grant me your special constitution." His gaze turned ravenous as he fixed his eyes on Jiang Ping, as if sizing up a rare and exquisite delicacy. Jiang Ping felt a chill run down his spine under the monk's predatory stare, but a sudden thought sparked in his mind. A sly grin tugged at the corners of his lips. "You think you can eat me? You've got to be dreaming." The old monk's expression darkened, unease flickering in his eyes. "What are you smiling about?" Jiang Ping didn't reply. Instead, he turned and walked toward a corner of the room. Reaching out, he grabbed a curtain and yanked it down. Without hesitation, he tossed the fabric into the flame of a nearby candle. In an instant, flames roared to life, thick smoke billowing into the air. From within the fire, Jiang Ping's voice rang out, calm yet chilling. "Tell me, if I burn the corpses of your disciples, how many days do you think you'll last?" The old monk's expression turned aghast. His bald head seemed to ignite with flames, his eyes widened and bulged with fury, his face twisted into a terrifying snarl as if he was ready to devour someone at any moment. He let out a thunderous roar. "How dare you!" His voice boomed like a great bell, shaking Jiang Ping to his core. Startled, his hand slipped, and a metal lighter tumbled from his fingers. Boom! Flames erupted instantly, engulfing the bed curtains and the lanterns. The fire spread rapidly, painting the entire temple in a fiery red glow. The intense heat licked at the old monk's face, distorting his features further. His bloodshot eyes seemed ready to unleash an inferno of wrath. Jiang Ping froze for a moment, then caught the wild, unrestrained madness in the old monk's gaze. His provisions, his lifeline, reduced to ashes just like that? Through the flickering flames, the faces of several young monks came into view, their expressions shifting between anger and resignation. Jiang Ping even thought he could faintly hear the chanting of sutras rising from the blaze, though the old monk's enraged howl was far more distinct. "You reckless brat! Do you have a death wish? How dare you?" Jiang Ping put on an innocent face, spreading his hands and sighing as if exasperated. "Old monk, you've really put me in a tough spot here. If you hadn't startled me like that, how could this have happened?" His words were like oil on fire. The old monk could no longer contain his fury. In a flash, he moved, swift as the wind, crossing several steps in what seemed like a single stride, lunging straight at Jiang Ping. His wrinkled hand shot out, knuckles pale, and his sharp, claw-like nails gleamed coldly in the firelight. Jiang Ping's pupils contracted, a chill running down his spine. "Is this a perfected eagle claw technique?" He gasped, his mind racing. The speed and strength of a master at the spirit realm were indeed extraordinary. A flurry of thoughts flashed through his mind. What kind of secret arts had this old monk practiced to achieve this? How many demon cores had he consumed for this eagle claw? Or was he just a lunatic? But Jiang Ping was still Jiang Ping. A confident smirk crept onto his lips. "Hey, Old monk, take this. He sidestepped just in time to narrowly evade the deadly strike. Pivoting quickly, he adjusted his position, though inwardly he noted his own shortcomings. His speed was clearly lacking. Looks like I need to work on a speed skill, he muttered to himself, cursing inwardly. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he grabbed at the old monk's arm and struck it with all his might. The sensation under his hands was slick and unnatural, causing him to falter for a moment. His gaze met the old monk's, and in the next instant, his stomach churned violently. The skin and flesh of the old monk's arm had been torn away, revealing not blood and muscle, but grotesque, jagged talons protruding like the weapons of countless iron-tailed hawks. Jiang Ping barely stopped himself from retching. What the? Old monk, are you dabbling in bioengineering or something? The old monk turned his head and sneered, his bloody teeth glinting, his eyes brimming with madness. Bioengineering? I have no idea what you're talking about, but I do know this: if you want to defeat a beast, you must first become the beast. He raised his monstrous arm, his low chuckle dripping with pride. This arm of mine is my masterpiece. It has slain countless iron-tailed hawks. Consider yourself lucky to face it today. Jiang Ping's scalp tingled with unease as he spat out, lucky? Yeah, lucky enough to meet a crazy monk like you. The old monk paid no mind to the insult. Instead, he chanted a Buddhist phrase loudly. Buddha said, "If I do not descend into hell, who will? Ha ha ha. Boy, prepare to die." Before his words had fully landed, his grotesque arm lashed out, its talons slicing through the air like a storm of iron-tailed hawks, leaving no room to escape. Jiang Ping gritted his teeth, barely managing to fend off the relentless attacks with his own eagle claw technique. But it wasn't long before he realized he was under immense pressure. The old monk's strikes were fluid, unyielding, and relentless, leaving Jiang Ping with no chance to counter. Then, in a flash of inspiration, Jiang Ping's eyes lit up. He dropped low, sliding swiftly past the old monk's side to evade the barrage of strikes. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed at the monk's other, unaltered arm and delivered a powerful blow. Crack! The monk's arm broke with a sickening sound, blood spurting everywhere. As the old monk let out a heart-wrenching scream, Jiang Ping stood firm, panting heavily, but with a triumphant grin on his face. Old man, looks like your time is up. As expected, Jiang Ping's hunch was right: the old monk was a half-finished product. Or perhaps this was simply the extent of his abilities. After losing an arm, the old monk's movements became noticeably sluggish, and his balance was clearly compromised. Jiang Ping's gaze was sharp as lightning, quickly identifying his opponent's weaknesses. With a sudden move called Old Dog Squat, he followed up with a ferocious strike directly to the monk's left leg. A loud crack echoed as the leg broke under the force. The old monk staggered and collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, as if he couldn't comprehend the abruptness of his defeat. How could this be? He muttered, his face filled with unwillingness and confusion. The Iron Hawk arm technique he had studied for decades proved utterly useless in this fight. Before he could recover from his shock, Jiang Ping's blade flashed once more, severing the monk's right leg in an instant. Now legless, the old monk crumpled to the ground, his gaze lifeless. Jiang Ping stood over him, hands on his hips, laughing triumphantly. "Huh, I'm a genius. Old monk, weren't you so arrogant? Come on, fight me again if you dare." The old monk's eyes gradually dimmed, and even the searing pain in his body seemed to fade into numbness. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but no words came out before his eyes closed for the last time. Without hesitation, Jiang Ping struck with his claws like a flash of lightning, leaving 5 bloody holes in the monk's head. Only then did Jiang Ping exhale deeply, finally feeling a heavy weight lifted from his chest. Outwardly, he appeared calm and confident, but inwardly, he was on edge. After all, this was his first life-or-death battle, and it had pushed him to his limits. Once he steadied his breathing, he began to replay the events in his mind. Something about the monk's combat style in the spiritual realm seemed unbalanced. Throughout the entire fight, there was no sign of him using qi. Was it because he couldn't? Or was there another reason? Jiang Ping couldn't figure it out, but he decided not to dwell on it. By now, the surrounding monastery was engulfed in raging flames, the fire illuminating the night sky in hues of red. Jiang Ping surveyed the scene and couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. His journey into the rift seemed to yield nothing remarkable, a far cry from the tales of cultivators stumbling across rare treasures. With a sigh, he shook his head in self-reproach. Still too inexperienced. If the old monk could know this in the afterlife, he would probably cough up blood in fury. He had mobilized the entire monastery, slaughtered the iron-tailed hawks nearly to extinction, all to prepare Jiang Ping for the spiritual realm. Yet Jiang Ping remained oblivious to this, lamenting that he had gained nothing. Jiang Ping touched his hair and found some of it singed by the fire. He quickly patted it down, relieved that his looks were unharmed. Satisfied, he glanced back at the burning, collapsing monastery, feeling a faint pang of sadness. Farewell, Thousand Buddha Mountain. Farewell, old monk, he murmured, before turning and retracing his steps. As he walked, he noticed that the surrounding beasts seemed to have vanished overnight. The eerie silence was unsettling, but Jiang Ping didn't bother investigating further. After all, this world was full of strange occurrences. Following the path etched in his memory, he eventually located the rift's entrance. The rift now glowed with a dazzling light. Jiang Ping took a deep breath and, with a flash, dashed through it. Copy that. Rookie squad has reached the designated location. Repeat. Rookie squad has reached the designated location. A burst of rapid communication buzzed outside the rift. Jiang Ping's heart tightened as he instinctively ducked into a nearby bush, peering through the gaps to observe. He spotted a group of people in uniform, methodically setting up equipment. One look, and he recognized them. They were the City Defense Force. 13 cities truly deserve the title of humanity's last hope. They've already discovered the rift, Jiang Ping muttered under his breath, secretly relieved that he lived close enough to reach it quickly. However, a frown soon crept onto his face as a puzzling thought struck him. Something about the timing didn't add up. He had spent several days in the rift, so why hadn't any time passed in the outside world? Could it be a time rift? Jiang Ping whispered, recalling what he'd read in his school textbooks. Time rifts were the most perilous type of spatial anomaly, known for their defining characteristic. No matter how long someone stayed inside, the time outside remained unchanged. These rifts were incredibly rare and often harbored immense danger, frequently sparking fierce competition among factions. But the Thousand Buddha Mountain rift didn't seem like a time rift at all. The more Jiang Ping thought about it, the more things didn't add up. Unable to find any answers, he decided to set the matter aside for now. Forget it. Strange things happen all the time, he muttered, shaking his head. Keeping low, he quietly slipped away from the rift's vicinity. There were even rumors that a single set of coordinates for a time rift had once sold for an astronomical price of 80 million. Such a figure could catapult an ordinary person to instant wealth, transcending social classes and reaching the peak of life. Yet, the rarity of time rifts far outweighed their monetary value. The buyers of these rifts weren't reckless spenders, but rather powerful families or governmental organizations with vast resources at their disposal. They would spare no expense to access the rift, then pour astronomical sums into stabilizing its space and time flow. The rarer the materials used, the more dramatic the stabilized time flow, even determining the amount of space the rift could contain. Though the investment was exorbitant, it remained irresistibly alluring. After all, this was time itself. To the average person, 10 years are simply 10 years. But for the geniuses within these families, 10 years inside a rift could stretch to 20 or even more. The deeper their resources, the more exaggerated the rift's time benefits became. Who wouldn't covet such defiance of natural law? Thus, no matter how high the price of a time rift, demand always outstripped supply. Thinking about this, Jiang Ping felt as if he had just missed out on $1 billion, 10 billion. If he had known the value of the rift before him, he would never have let it slip away. But on second thought, the scale of this was far too massive for him to handle. At this moment, all he could do was helplessly watch as a rookie squad approached the rift, his heart filled with bitterness, like someone watching their chance at fortune being snatched away before their eyes. Jiang Ping's gaze was fixed, his eyes wide as if they might pop out of his head. Step by step, the squad advanced toward the rift with resolute determination, lifting their feet, moving forward. He held his breath, but at the very last moment the rift's glow suddenly flared and then vanished into thin air. Jiang Ping nearly choked, unable to catch his breath, his wide eyes filled with disbelief. The rookie squad was just as stunned, almost tumbling over from the sudden shock. The surrounding area fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of the squad members' bewildered gasps. Captain, what just happened? Did we make it in? A petite female member asked, her face full of confusion. The captain was equally dumbfounded. Looking around, he realized that nothing in their surroundings had changed. He frowned, his tone uncertain. I think maybe we didn't make it in? The group instantly fell silent, exchanging bewildered looks. The rift's abrupt disappearance defied all logic. According to their training and experience, a rift would only vanish after being cleared, and even then, some required deliberate destruction to dissipate. But now, it was as if the rift was playing a game of hide and seek with the mutterly bizarre. Should we report this? Someone finally broke the silence, speaking hesitantly. Yeah, report it, the captain nodded, evidently at a loss for what else to do. Meanwhile, hiding in the bushes, Jiang Ping's face was flushed red from holding back his laughter. He clamped a hand over his mouth to stifle the sound. The scene was simply too hilarious. Watching the rookie squad hit a dead end so spectacularly swept away all his earlier frustration over missing out on the rift's fortune. Now, He felt a smug sense of schadenfreude, like savoring a popsicle on a scorching summer day, refreshingly satisfying. Not long after, the squad received a response and left shortly thereafter. Jiang Ping, ever cautious, waited a while longer in the bushes to ensure no one returned before he carefully emerged. Dusting off the grass clinging to his clothes, he headed home with a mix of emotions. That night, he slept exceptionally well. Though battles seemed to continue in the distance, as long as he stayed inside his home, it felt like another world entirely. And for him, an ordinary man, all he needed to do was sleep peacefully and keep himself out of these conflicts. No matter the time, there are always people on this land silently bearing heavy burdens in the unseen darkness of the night. And then, the dawn breaks. Waking up, Jiang Ping felt refreshed and reinvigorated. Stretching lazily, his whole body felt as if it had just taken a stroll through a celestial paradise. He casually grabbed his phone from the bedside table and glanced at the time. Realizing it was getting late, he hurriedly got up and headed straight to the incineration room. There were still some leftovers from the 8-layered howling moon dog meat from yesterday, and the aroma was still fresh in his memory. Hunched over, Jiang Ping busied himself setting up his portable pot, skillfully heating the oil and cooking. Before long, the rich fragrance of sizzling meat filled the small room. After a hearty meal, he patted his now rounded belly with satisfaction, exhaling deeply as he sighed. This is what happiness feels like. But the sense of contentment didn't last long. He soon began tidying up the pots and pans with swift efficiency, restoring everything to the spotless state it was in before his parents had left. After all, today was the day his parents were coming home. Earlier that morning, Jiang Ping had received a message from his mother, Yao Yujing, informing him of their return. The news left him both excited and slightly anxious. After all, the past week had been a wild, unprecedented stretch of freedom. Perfect timing. Jiang Ping thought to himself, grinning. I can head to school and catch up on some lessons about controlling luck. In the past, he had little interest in cultivation classes and would doze off whenever he could. But things were different now. With newfound power, he felt an urge to cram as much knowledge as possible. Hiring a private tutor was out of the question, of course, but Jiang Ping wasn't one to shy away from thick-skin tactics. From the principal to the janitor, everyone at school knew him, and asking questions shamelessly? Piece of cake. As he mulled over his plans, he washed up, only to pause mid-brushing when he noticed something unusual. Lowering his gaze to his left wrist, he spotted a small red mole, about the size of a beauty mark often seen between a woman's brows, vivid and striking. He touched it. It didn't hurt, nor did it itch. Weird, when did this show up? He muttered, feeling a faint unease. Could it be the book's doing? Or some strange illness? The more he thought about it, the more his imagination ran wild. Muttering to himself, he added, didn't they say in this harmonious society that men with messy private lives can catch diseases? But this spot doesn't make sense. He studied the red mark for a long while, unable to make sense of it, and eventually decided to let it go for the time being. Just as he finished putting away the last of the dishes, the soft click of the door lock turning broke the silence. Jiang Ping immediately broke into a playful grin and dashed out gleefully, shouting, Dad, Mom, my dear parents, I missed you so much. His voice was dripping with exaggerated affection. Outside, his parents stood with matching expressions of exasperation. His mother, Yao Yujing, as commanding as ever, let out a cold snort. You little rascal, feeling itchy these past few days, huh? Zhang Wanli, meanwhile, gave Jiang Ping a once-over and remarked in surprise, son, you're looking pretty good. Your energy is totally different. After all, Jiang Ping had always been scrawny and pale in the past. Now, his face was glowing with health, and it was obvious he'd been eating well. Jiang Ping's heart skipped a beat as guilt crept in. The changes in him over the past few days were too noticeable, and he doubted his parents would be able to accept them easily. Unsure of how to explain himself, he forced a smile and stammered, I don't think I've changed much. Yao Yujing narrowed her eyes suspiciously, her gaze piercing as though trying to see right through him. Feeling increasingly uneasy, Jiang Ping hastily grabbed his backpack and bolted, shouting as he ran, I'm off to school. I've missed too many classes. Once outside, Jiang Ping let out a sigh of relief. Looking back, he saw his parents still standing in the doorway. From afar, Zhang Wanli muttered in disbelief, Honey, is that really our son? Since when was he afraid of skipping class? Yao Yujing snorted again but said nothing. Jiang Ping jogged all the way to school, deliberately avoiding the street where the Lan family lived, fearful of running into anyone who knew him. By the time he arrived at the school, panting, the sight before him stopped him in his tracks. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things, but before he could process what he was looking at, a soft, aggrieved voice called out to him, Brother Ping, you broke your promise. Where's the book you promised? 7 days. It's been 7 whole days. Do you know what I've been through these past 7 days? Jiang Ping clicked his tongue and slapped his forehead, instantly filled with regret. How could he have forgotten something so important? He prided himself on being the paragon of honesty, trusted by both the young and old alike. Yet here he was, standing guilty of breaking a promise and standing someone up. If word got out, wouldn't people laugh their heads off? Worse still, the book that had mysteriously transformed from a comic book into a recipe book was meant for me Lele, the little brother from the third elementary school. Just thinking about it made Jiang Ping break into a cold sweat, his hands and feet unsure of where to go. But Jiang Ping was nothing if not resourceful. His mind worked fast and soon, he came up with a plan. Pretend he hadn't noticed anything. Head apologized to the kid after school. After all, children were easy to appease with a little sweet talk. Decision made. Jiang Ping turned on his heel and bolted toward the school gate, not even sparing a glance behind him. Behind him, little me Lele was hopping mad literally. Tears were threatening to spill from his eyes as he jumped up and down, shouting, "Brother Ping, it's me. Look at me." He naively thought Jiang Ping hadn't seen him and began jumping even harder. Unfortunately, just as he reached the school gate, a security guard stopped him with a firm hand. "Hey kid, what are you doing here? This isn't a place for you," the guard said, frowning with a hint of impatience in his tone. Lele sniffled, clearly on the verge of tears, but his mouth refused to back down. He let out a defiant huff and said, Lele from the third elementary school. So what if this is a school for cultivators? Big deal. One day, I'll get in too." The guard, momentarily stunned by the boy's bold declaration, wasn't sure how to respond. Worried he might actually make the kid cry, the guard quickly forced a smile and said, "All right, little guy, I believe you." To his surprise, Lele rolled his eyes dramatically and shot back, "Who even are you? Do I need your belief?" With that, he began scanning the area again, looking as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. But alas, Jiang Ping was long gone. With no other options, Lele plopped down on the ground, his eyes red with frustration, and shouted, "Brother Ping." His cry left the security guard speechless. It dawned on him then this troublesome kid was one of Jiang Ping's little followers. That explained everything. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping was hiding around the corner, watching Lele's indignant little figure from a safe distance. He exhaled a long sigh of relief. But just as he was beginning to relax, a heavy hand landed on his shoulder. "Jiang Ping, being chased by an elementary schooler all the way to school now, that's a talent," a familiar voice teased. Jiang Ping froze, his newly found sense of relief vanishing in an instant. He lowered his head, fiddling with his fingers, and gave a sheepish grin. Lon, do you think I'm about to lose another tooth? My teeth have been feeling a bit sore lately." Looking up, he was greeted by a striking face. Dongfang Lan stood before him, dressed in a sleek, black martial arts uniform with her hair tied back in a high ponytail. Tall and elegant, her presence was as commanding as it was beautiful. Even Jiang Ping had to admit she was a breathtaking sight wherever she went. But at the moment, her left hand was gripping the hilt of a blade. The sheath, made from the skin of some mythical beast, was as exquisite as it was intimidating. With a sharp metallic sound, the blade slid halfway out, its cold gleam sending a shiver down Jiang Ping's spine. "Jiang Ping, do you believe I won't cut you down right here?" Dongfang Lan's voice was icy, her anger practically radiating off her. Though she had long grown accustomed to Jiang Ping using her name to scam beast blood from unsuspecting creatures, it didn't stop her from wanting to explode every time she caught him in the act. Jiang Ping reacted quickly, grabbing her right hand before she could fully unsheath the blade. His smile was more pitiful than reassuring. Lon, don't blame me for this. That kid is just too naive. If I didn't teach him a little about how harsh the world can be, he'd get scammed the moment he stepped out of school." Dongfang Lan gritted her teeth, trying to pull her hand free, but to her surprise, Jiang Ping's grip was stronger than hers. She froze for a second, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Was she really this weak, or had Jiang Ping somehow gotten stronger? "Aren't you afraid I'll lose control of my blade?" she asked coldly, her tone laced with challenge. Jiang Ping was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. But before he could say anything, an angry voice cut through the tension. "Jiang Ping, let go of Lanlin's hand. Take your filthy paws off her." The voice was thick with indignation and fury. Jiang Ping turned to look and almost burst out laughing. Well, if it wasn't the gullible victim himself, Li Zimu. Turning to face him, Jiang Ping put on his most innocent smile and said, "Li Zimu, didn't your teacher ever teach you to speak politely?" Li Zimu's face turned beet red. Ever since Jiang Ping had swindled him out of his beast blood, had been living in a state of simmering frustration that was as humiliating as it was infuriating. Imagine this. Li Zimu, the rightful heir of the esteemed Li family, being tricked by some slippery little rascal. To make matters worse, it led to him being on the receiving end of a brutal bamboo beating. His sister didn't hold back in the slightest, the bamboo rod cracking sharply as it lashed against his skin, leaving him battered and bruised. Unlike the token scoldings from his parents, his sister's discipline was merciless and unrelenting. Rage had long since bubbled up in Li Zima's chest, and in the heat of the moment, he vowed to get even with Jiang Ping the very next day at school. He was determined to take back his dignity. Jiang Ping? What was he, really? Just some ordinary guy with no cultivation skills to speak of. How could he possibly be a match for Li Zimu? In his mind, Li Zimu had already imagined countless scenarios of Jiang Ping kneeling before him, begging for forgiveness. But to his utter disbelief, when he confidently arrived at school the next day, ready to reclaim his honor, Jiang Ping was nowhere to be found. After scouring the campus for answers, he finally learned that the scoundrel had taken a 7-day leave. The news made him so furious he could practically feel his teeth grinding. He almost stormed straight to Jiang Ping's house to settle the score. But his sister's words echoed in his ears. Settle your problems yourself. Don't drag family into it. Left with no choice, he begrudgingly decided to bide his time, suppressing his anger until Jiang Ping returned. Yet, just as he stepped onto the school grounds again, he caught sight of a painfully familiar figure, Jiang Ping. And, to his utter shock, Jiang Ping was holding the hand of none other than Dongfang Lan. Dongfang Lan, the girl he had been pining over all this time, was standing right there with Jiang Ping. The sight made his chest tighten, as if the scene itself had stabbed him in the heart. He couldn't hold it in any longer and roared, "Jiang Ping, if you've got the guts, drop the sneaky tricks and face me unknown." The shout rang out like a thunderclap, instantly drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Jiang Ping, Dongfang Lan, and Li Zimu, all three were prominent figures in the school. Jiang Ping, nicknamed the laid-back king, Dongfang Lan, the brilliant prodigy, and Li Zimu, the wealthy and powerful heir. It was the perfect setup for a schoolyard drama, and the students flocked to watch. As the crowd grew larger, Li Zimu didn't feel the slightest bit nervous. On the contrary, he was thrilled. The more witnesses there were, the more satisfying it would be to crush Jiang Ping in front of everyone. He was practically basking in his imagined victory when, suddenly, a cold, crystalline voice cut through the air. "Li Zimu, who are you calling a dog?" The voice was as clear and sharp as a songbird's call, but it carried an icy edge that froze the entire crowd in place. The students around them blinked in stunned silence before breaking into a buzz of hushed chatter. "Whoa, it's been a while since we've seen Lan Lan get mad," one whispered excitedly. "That new rich kid must be clueless. Doesn't he know Lan Lan is fiercely protective of her friends?" Another murmured, "Remember last time? Some thugs from outside school messed with Jiang Ping, and Lan Lan beat them so bad they couldn't even stand." Someone else chimed in, "I heard her cultivation level is nearing the spirit realm." The murmurs grew louder, with some students even starting to place bets on how this confrontation would end. Meanwhile, Li Zima's face turned ashen, his fury rising to a dangerous boil. He wanted to retort, but Dongfang Lan's cold, piercing gaze made him hesitate. After all, she was the girl he liked. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed his anger and said, his tone slightly strained, "Lan Lan, step aside. This is between me and Jiang Ping." But Dongfang Lan didn't budge. Her eyes were resolute, and without a word, she pulled Jiang Ping behind her. Jiang Ping let go of her hand, but in the next moment, he drew a blade, its edge gleaming coldly as it pointed directly at Li Zimu. "Jiang Ping's matters are my matters," Dongfang Lan said icily, her voice calm but unyielding. "If you're here to demand back the blood essence, spare yourself the trouble. You were the one who acted recklessly. Don't blame others for your mistakes." Her words struck like a thunderclap, leaving Li Zimu utterly stunned. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. The girl he admired was standing up for Jiang Ping, of all people a nobody, a so-called waste. "Why?" he roared, his chest heaving with rage and disbelief. His finger trembled as he pointed at Jiang Ping, his voice rising. "Jiang Ping, what kind of man are you? Hiding behind a woman? You're nothing but a coward. What gives you the right to stand here and face me?" The tension was palpable, the air thick with the promise of a looming storm. The gathered students held their breath, waiting for the inevitable clash to erupt. Standing behind Lan Dongfang, Jiang Ping couldn't help but chuckle. He found such questions too trivial to even bother explaining. Casually pointing to a classmate busy munching on a wrap, his eyes gleamed mischievously as he grinned and said, "Xiao Huang, why don't you explain it to young Master Li?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Xiao Huang froze for a split second. Then, in a dramatic flurry, he stuffed the rest of the wrap into his mouth in a couple of bites, brushed off the crumbs from his hands, and stepped out from the crowd. To everyone's amusement, he struck a pose straight out of a martial arts drama, clasping his hands together and bowing theatrically to those around him. The crowd immediately responded with a chorus of jeers, clearly accustomed to his over-the-top antics. But Xiao Huang was unfazed. If anything, he seemed even more pleased with himself. Tilting his head slightly upward, he assumed a commanding stance, as if he were addressing an audience at a grand assembly. "Young Master Li, It's obvious you're new here and unfamiliar with the rules, he began, his tone dripping with mock authority. Here at our school, no, in fact, at every school in Nanjing there's an unspoken rule among students. He paused deliberately, letting the suspense build as his gaze swept over the crowd, savoring the attention. Li Zimu, caught off guard by Xiao Huang's theatrics, blurted out, "What rule?" Xiao Huang smirked, drawing out his words as though revealing a profound secret. Brother Ping is everyone's treasure, and we protect him. It doesn't matter who you are, young master or big-shotted. Won't fly here in Nanjing if you mess with Brother Ping. His tone suddenly sharpened as he pointed decisively at Lan Dongfang. And today, it's not just about Lan giving you a beating. If you so much as lay a finger on Brother Ping, I, Xiao Huang, and every single person here will take you down. Believe it or not, that's how it is. The atmosphere shifted instantly. The playful banter faded, replaced by a synchronized seriousness. The students, who had been joking and laughing moments ago, now moved as one, forming a protective wall behind Jiang Ping. Some retrieved weapons from their training sessions, while others grabbed whatever sturdy objects were within reach. Over 100 people now stood united, creating an impenetrable barrier around Jiang Ping. Li Zimu was utterly stunned. His arrogance drained away, replaced by sheer panic as he stumbled backward. His voice trembled, then rose into a desperate yell. No, this can't be. Impossible. Why him? Why? His frustration boiled over as he nearly screamed. I did my research. He's just a useless nobody who can't even cultivate. Why are you all standing by him? And you, Lan Dongfang, what's wrong with me that you won't even look at me? All of you, you're blind. All of you. As Li Zimu's rant devolved into incoherent shouting, Xiao Huang burst out laughing, doubling over and gasping for air. Young Master Li, he managed between fits of laughter. Just who fed you that nonsense? Ha ha ha. Looks like someone played you for a fool. Li Zimu's eyes widened in shock, his anger giving way to disbelief. It suddenly dawned on him that all the intel he gathered came from other students who were clearly all on Jiang Ping's side. He realized, far too late, that he'd been thoroughly deceived. Jiang Ping stood still, quietly observing the unfolding chaos. A mix of emotions stirred within him: pride, gratitude, and a touch of humor. He glanced at his classmates, juniors, and peers, marveling at the lengths they were willing to go for him. But sentimentality was fleeting. He quickly composed himself. After all, the situation called for him, the central figure, to step up and bring this farce to a dramatic close. Just as he was about to take a step forward, a cold, stern voice cut through the tension from behind, making Jiang Ping instinctively shrink back. Why aren't you at morning practice or study sessions? Gathering here and causing a commotion, have you all lost your minds? Jiang Ping, is this your doing? Get out here right now. The announcement hit like a thunderclap. Xiao Huang was the first to react, bolting away at lightning speed, as if his feet had been greased. The others quickly followed suit, scattering like startled birds. Amid the chaos, they shouted back, sorry, Brother Ping, we'll face any enemy for you. But when it comes to the dean, you're on your own. In the pandemonium, someone yelled at the top of their lungs, the black-faced dean is here. Run for your lives. The once composed and combative group of young men, who moments ago seemed ready to pierce the heavens with their tension, scattered like startled birds, fleeing in all directions. Dongfang Lan hadn't even processed what was happening, but Jiang Ping had already sensed the looming danger. He grabbed Dongfang Lan's delicate hand and whispered urgently, what are you standing there for? Time to bolt. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he was already pulling Dongfang Lan into a hurried run. She barely had time to react, let alone resist. In the blink of an eye, their figures disappeared down the corridor, leaving behind a bewildered Li Zimu. Li Zimu remained rooted to the spot, his mind still trying to catch up with the chaos that had just unfolded. The black-faced god stormed over, his gaze sharp as a blade as he glared at Li Zimu. His voice was low, simmering with anger. Speak. Was it you and Jiang Ping who stirred up this mess? Li Zimu's heart tightened. His lips moved as if to shout. Yes, it was Jiang Ping. But the words got stuck in his throat. As the future heir of the Li family, he couldn't stoop to such pettiness, especially not now. Admitting it would not only bring shame but also turn him into a laughingstock. So, he chose silence, lowering his head and saying nothing. The black-faced god fixed his eyes on him, his anger tempered slightly by a glimmer of reluctant admiration. Though this group of troublemakers had caused plenty of headaches, Li Zimu's refusal to betray his companion under pressure was a trait he couldn't help but respect. Narrowing his eyes, the man's tone softened just a little. If you tell me who it was, I won't punish you. But Li Zimu remained silent, standing tall like an immovable statue. The black-faced god gave a slight nod, silently acknowledging the boy's spirit. Despite Li Zimu's temper and domineering ways, he couldn't deny there was some integrity in him. Still, rules were rules. With a cold snort, he delivered his verdict, inciting a brawl 50 laps around the training field, plus 100 sword strikes. With that, he turned and left, leaving Li Zimu standing alone, his expression dark and brooding. Meanwhile, in one of the classrooms, Jiang Ping and Dongfang Lan had just arrived. Dongfang Lan shook her wrist, which was slightly reddened from Jiang Ping's grip, and complained in frustration, "What was the point of running? The black-faced god can tell it was you. Who else could start a brawl that big at school?" Jiang Ping, however, seemed unbothered, a carefree smile playing on his lips. "That's different. Being caught in the act and just being suspected are two entirely separate things." Dongfang Lan scoffed, rubbing her sore wrist as she eyed him suspiciously. "Jiang Ping, tell me the truth. Have you gotten stronger lately?" Jiang Ping's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly played it off with a casual laugh. "Maybe I just ate well. My parents left me some money before they went out of town, and with the blood essence I borrowed from Li Zimu, I had a proper feast." Dongfang Lan frowned slightly, her almond-shaped eyes filled with doubt. "Is that so?" Something about his explanation felt off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Not far from the classroom, in a nearby building, Li Zimu's sister, Li Ziqing, was speaking with the old headmaster. Dressed in a sleek black outfit that accentuated her flawless figure, she exuded both elegance and authority. Her crimson lips parted slightly as she spoke with respect. "Headmaster, I leave Zimu's education in your hands. Please take care of him." The old headmaster looked at Li Ziqing, his eyes filled with a mix of emotions. He sighed heavily. "Ziqing, you know better than anyone that you're the one most suited to inherit the Li family. Why insist on taking this path?" As someone who had watched generations of students grow, the headmaster often felt pride in their achievements. But for students as exceptional as Li Ziqing, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret and concern. Li Ziqing responded with a smile that was as radiant as melting ice. "Headmaster, some responsibilities must be shouldered by someone, and now it's my turn. I can't afford to run away." The headmaster clasped his hands behind his back, falling silent for a long moment before finally gesturing toward the direction of the training grounds. His tone carried a hint of worry. "If you push Zimu so hard, aren't you afraid he'll crack under the pressure? Jiang Ping might have that peculiar illness that prevents him from cultivating, but in every other way, he's exceptional. Aren't you worried that, instead of sharpening Zimu into a blade, this grindstone might end up shattering him?" Li Ziqing's crimson lips curled into a faint, almost cruel smile. "Then we'll just have to wait and see. If Zimu can't even overcome Jiang Ping, then please do me a favor and tell my parents to have another child." The old principal was utterly stunned by Li Ziqing's boldness, as if having children was no different from bulk shopping at a market. He was speechless for a long moment. "All right, let's give it a try," the principal finally sighed. Seeing Li Ziqing's resolute expression that brooked no argument, he had no choice but to nod in agreement. Li Ziqing smiled in satisfaction and turned to leave. Meanwhile, poor Li Zimu was being punished by the stern-faced disciplinarian on the field, running lap after lap, 50 laps in total a distance that could break any ordinary student. Even though these students were raised on the blood of mystical beasts and were far stronger than average humans, completing 50 laps within an hour was still a grueling challenge. Li Zimu was panting heavily, gulping air as if he couldn't get enough, his legs feeling like they were weighed down with lead. If he dared to slow down even a bit, the cold-faced disciplinarian behind him would casually flick a small glass bead, hitting his leg muscles with pinpoint accuracy. The sharp pain pierced deep into his bones, but was calculated not to cause injury. A masterclass in the art of torment. It was said that the disciplinarian's rise to the position of dean was largely due to his infamous punishment technique. At this moment, with arms crossed and an icy gaze, he watched Li Zimu struggle, as if enjoying a unique form of entertainment. On the third floor of the school building, Xiao Huang leaned over to Jiang Ping and Dongfang Lan, a mischievous grin on his face. "Hey, Pingzi, you've got to see this. That Li Daxiao got caught by the black-faced god. Strangely enough, though, he didn't rat us out." Jiang Ping and Dongfang Lan exchanged surprised glances. Based on Li Zimu's behavior earlier that day, they had assumed that if they ran, he'd definitely throw them under the bus. But to their astonishment, he had taken the fall for everything himself. "Interesting," Jiang Ping said, the corner of his mouth curling up as his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of intrigue. The three of them leaned against the windowsill, watching the gasping Li Zimu on the field below. Dongfang Lan murmured softly, "For once, he's acting like a man." Before long, the class bell rang, and the three had to return to their seats. Their instructor for guidance techniques, Mr. Bai, walked in. The students immediately sat upright, feigning attentiveness. Mr. Bai was a burly man with a long scar running from the corner of his eye down his face about the length of a finger. The scar gave him a menacing air. Rumor had it that he had earned the scar during his time on the front lines, though no one could confirm the story. Regardless, the legend had become part of the school's lore. As soon as Mr. Bai began speaking, the classroom fell silent. Jiang Ping, in a rare display, listened intently. Even Dongfang Lan couldn't help but glance at him in surprise. Pingzi, what's gotten into you? I haven't seen you this focused since we graduated elementary school. Without looking up, Jiang Ping waved her off dismissively. Don't bother me. I'm trying to listen. Dongfang Lan was momentarily stunned, then fumed. Oh, this was rich. In the past, Jiang Ping was always the one fidgeting and distracting her during lessons. Now the tables had turned, and he had the audacity to scold her? Furious, she grabbed her pin and jabbed him hard. Jiang Ping let out a yelp, breaking the silence in the room. All eyes immediately turned to Jiang Ping, barely suppressing their laughter. Their gazes were filled with anticipation. If Mr. Bai weren't present, the room would have erupted by now. After all, this kind of scene was a regular occurrence in their class, Jiang Ping being his usual mischievous self, and everyone eagerly waiting for the drama to unfold. Sure enough, Mr. Bai's cold gaze swept over him. Jiang Ping, answer this question. As for Dongfang Lan, Mr. Bai didn't even glance her way. In his eyes, such a well-behaved student couldn't possibly cause trouble. It had to be Jiang Ping stirring things up again, provoking someone into action. Feeling the amused stares of his classmates, Jiang Ping was utterly exasperated. He clenched his teeth, his mind filled with only one thought: assumptions really are the death of me. Looking at the questions on the blackboard about the use of qi, Jiang Ping immediately felt deflated. He mocked himself inwardly. Come on, if I could do this stuff, would I still need to rely on brute strength in a fight? Scratching his head, he couldn't be bothered to explain himself what was the point anyway. A quick glance around the room confirmed his suspicions. His classmates were all wearing expressions like they were watching a good show. Resigned, he said, Mr. Bai, just say it. However you want to deal with me, go ahead and do it. The classroom erupted in laughter. Even the usually stern-faced Mr. Bai couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Shaking his head with a hint of exasperation, he said, this kid is a little too honest. Mr. Bai didn't bother responding further to Jiang Ping. Instead, he gestured toward the seat in the back row. Jiang Ping immediately got the message and scurried over, moving with the ease of someone who had done this countless times before. This time, however, he surprisingly brought along a notebook and pen, as if he really intended to pay attention in class. Seeing this, Mr. Bai didn't comment further and resumed teaching. Handling these small interruptions was second nature to him, and he didn't let it disrupt the flow of the lesson. All right, everyone, listen up, he said, his tone suddenly turning serious. This year is a critical period of growth for you all. Most of you will attempt to break through to the Lingjing realm during this time. Whether or not you succeed will directly determine your chances of entering the top academies. I hope you take this seriously. He paused for a moment, then, perhaps to motivate the students, added, today, they'll be explaining the Lingjing realm and the application of qi. As he spoke, he turned to the blackboard and wrote a few large characters, Lingjing and the use of qi. As soon as the words left his mouth, Mr. Bai's gaze landed on Dongfang Lan, his eyes carrying a hint of encouragement. The classroom fell silent immediately. Everyone understood the underlying reason Mr. Bai was bringing this up because Dongfang Lan was on the verge of breaking through to the Lingjing realm. Some students glanced at her with envy, while others were visibly surprised, though no one found it unusual. After all, this was the kind of recognition a prodigy like her deserved. The use of qi is the most crucial weapon for anyone in the Lingjing realm, Mr. Bai declared, his voice firm as his eyes swept across the room. A Lingjing practitioner who cannot wield qi is like a child holding a blade, intimidating at first glance, but ultimately powerless. Today, they'll start with the structure of techniques and explain how qi is utilized in the process of exerting force. He picked up a piece of chalk and drew a simple diagram on the blackboard, then explained, let's take the signature skill of the Zhongyuan wolf, the chasing wind slash, as an example. His explanation was clear and engaging, blending theory with practical examples. Students like Dongfang Lan, who could keep up, were completely absorbed, filling pages of notes. Incidentally, the inner core she was currently taking happened to be from a Zhongyuan wolf, clearly a deliberate arrangement by Mr. Bai. Even those who didn't fully understand the lesson found it fascinating and eye-opening. Mr. Bai spoke with ease and confidence, skillfully maintaining the perfect classroom atmosphere. But just as the class was nearing its end, Jiang Ping, who had been sitting quietly in the back, suddenly couldn't hold back any longer. He raised his hand high and asked earnestly, Teacher, I have a question. How do you use the iron-tailed eagle's claws? The classroom fell into stunned silence. Everyone turned to look at him in unison. Even Mr. Bai froze for a moment before breaking into a rare, teasing smile. Well, it seems our little Ping has a thirst for knowledge today. But that's a bit advanced for you. You should focus on staying out of trouble first. Mr. Bai's remark triggered another round of laughter, and the students joined in, teasing Jiang Ping one after another. Exactly, Jiang Ping. You should focus on figuring out how to stay full first. Leave cultivation to the rest of us. Hey, come on, don't mess with us like this. You suddenly acting all motivated is throwing us off. Haha, Jiang Ping, you're killing me. Thinking about cultivation now? I thought we agreed to be slackers together. You can't just betray us like this. Normally, Jiang Ping would have thrown a few comebacks in response to the teasing, but today, he didn't feel like it. Waving a hand dismissively, he said with surprising seriousness, "Go on, get lost. I'm having a serious discussion with Mr. Bai here. What are you all butting in for?" Jiang Ping's serious demeanor only made the situation more comical. Xiao Huang clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably, pounding on the desk as he gave a thumbs up and exclaimed loudly, "Pingzi bro, you're the best. I couldn't come up with a joke like that even if I tried." The whole class erupted into laughter, filling the room with a cheerful, lively atmosphere. But Jiang Ping's expression gradually darkened. Being treated like a joke, how could he truly remain unaffected? Though he said nothing, a faint sense of discomfort brewed inside him. After all, who doesn't dream of redeeming themselves and proving everyone wrong? Rather than argue, he thought, why not shut them up with action? Slowly, he stood up, his gaze sweeping toward the blackboard at the back of the classroom. Taking a deep breath, he thrust out his right hand, his fingers clawing fiercely at the board like an eagle's talons. With a muffled boom, 5 deep holes appeared on the blackboard, their edges charred and faintly glowing with a trace of red light. It was the unmistakable aura of a Lingjing cultivator week, but incredibly pure. The classroom fell silent in an instant, as if time had frozen. Dongfang Lan covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Xiao Huang's eyes widened in shock, his laughter forgotten. Even Mr. Bai, standing at the podium, was rendered speechless as he stared at the faint red energy trails left by Jiang Ping's hand. Lingjing, Mr. Bai gasped inwardly, his expression a complex mix of astonishment and awe. The aura Jiang Ping had just displayed, along with the distinct crimson glow characteristic of Lingjing, left no doubt Jiang Ping had broken through. He had entered the Lingjing stage. Jiang Ping glanced around the room, taking in the stunned faces surrounding him. A faint, confident smile crept onto his lips. With his hands clasped behind his back, he spoke in a calm, nonchalant tone. "The blackboard's too fragile. Would any of you care to lend me your heads for practice instead?" In that moment, he exuded an air of both cocky self-assurance and an almost theatrical flair, as though a grandmaster had descended upon the classroom. Dongfang Lan leapt to her feet, her eyes glistening with emotion as her voice trembled. "Pingzi, you can cultivate now?" Her words seemed to ignite a spark, jolting everyone back to their senses. Xiao Huang was the first to react, rushing up to Jiang Ping and lifting him off the ground in a bear hug. "Oh my god, Pingzi bro, you really can cultivate now," he shouted, his face filled with awe. The rest of the class erupted into chaos, swarming Jiang Ping with cheers and excitement. Some even jumped up and down in celebration. "No way, Pingzi bro can cultivate now. Wow, the heavens truly reward those who persevere." Pingzi bro finally broke through. "This feels even better than if I had broken through myself." The classroom buzzed with excitement, the students' voices overlapping in a cacophony of joy, completely disregarding the fact that class was still in session. The atmosphere transformed into a full-blown celebration. Jiang Ping found himself surrounded, lifted high into the air by his classmates, and tossed up repeatedly. He had anticipated skepticism and ridicule, planning to silence the doubters with his strength and bask in their eventual admiration. But this overwhelming outpouring of enthusiasm left him feeling utterly unprepared. "Aren't you supposed to doubt me first, then challenge me to a fight, so I can make a dramatic comeback in front of everyone?" Jiang Ping lamented inwardly. "This level of enthusiasm is seriously making me uncomfortable." The classroom was a noisy mess when, suddenly, someone bolted into the hallway and shouted, "Big news! Pingzi bro can cultivate now. Come and see." The shout reverberated through the entire floor, drawing everyone's attention. In an instant, students from other classes poked their heads out of their classrooms, and even teachers couldn't resist their curiosity, streaming toward Jiang Ping's classroom. "Jiang Ping? Pingzi bro can cultivate now? Is that for real? Oh my god, it's true. Lingjing. That's Lingjing." The crowd at the doorway grew thicker by the second, the hallway packed with layers upon layers of students and teachers. Some were astonished, others envious, while many simply gawked in amazement. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping was still being tossed into the air by his classmates, resembling a spectacle at a zoo. As he glanced at the overly excited faces around him, Jiang Ping couldn't help but cover his face with his hands. He had hoped to make a dramatic statement and redeem himself, but instead, he had become the center of attention for the entire school. Even teachers were now part of the audience. Tossed up and down repeatedly, he felt less like a hero and more like a plaything. "I'm done for," Jiang Ping groaned internally. Finally, After what felt like an eternity of being thrown into the air, Mr. Bai's voice rang out. He stepped up to the podium, his expression stern, and rapped on the desk. What's all this commotion? Get back to your seats. Class isn't over yet. Then, turning toward the hallway, he addressed Mr. Li, who stood among the crowd of onlookers. Mr. Li, is this how you conduct your class? Why are all your students in my classroom? Mr. Bai's authoritative tone restored some semblance of order to the chaos, but Jiang Ping knew deep down that the events of this day were far from over. The students were terrified and immediately stood at attention. Suddenly, there was a loud bang from the roof, followed by a long sigh. Jiang Ping descended from the sky, landing awkwardly on the ground in a face-down sprawl. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes filled with a mix of resentment and frustration as he scanned the room. His lips twitched as he muttered, "You bunch of bastards, I was still up there." At that moment, he was on the verge of tears, with only one thought in his mind. How did my attempt to look cool end up like this? Just then, Lan Dongfang finally pushed through the crowd and rushed to his side. She knelt down carefully to help him up, her eyes glistening with tears. "Pingzi, tell me, when did your illness get better?" Before she could finish her sentence, the surrounding students turned their gaze toward them, their expressions a mix of shock, curiosity, and disbelief. Jiang Ping felt profoundly uncomfortable under their stares. With Lan Dongfang's assistance, he slowly stood up, cleared his throat, and forced a mysterious smile. It was a dark and stormy night. He began dramatically. "I met an old man who said to me, 'Young lad, I see in you the talent of a ancien millennium genius.' Yeah, right?" Before he could finish, the crowd collectively made a dismissive gesture and scoffed in unison. Jiang Ping's expression froze, and he cursed inwardly at their lack of appreciation. At that moment, Mr. Bai let out a long, exasperated sigh. While he was genuinely pleased to see that Jiang Ping could now cultivate, the chaos in the classroom was unacceptable. He knocked on the blackboard with authority and said sternly, "Everyone, quiet! Back to your seats. As for those from other classes, get out and go back to your own lessons." The moment his words fell, the students from other classes scattered like startled birds, vanishing in an instant. Order was finally restored in the classroom, and Jiang Ping quietly let out a breath of relief. Mr. Bai walked over to him and softened his tone slightly. "Pingzi, come with me. The rest of you, self-study? Anyone who dares to make a noise will regret it during tomorrow's practical training." The students immediately straightened up in their seats, as if their lives depended on it. Jiang Ping had anticipated that Mr. Bai would want to speak with him and had mentally prepared for this moment. Having experienced the ups and downs of life, he was no stranger to thinking several steps ahead. He had no intention of hiding the truth about his newfound abilities. After all, he was determined to join the academy, where advanced resources, systematic training, and even opportunities to study higher-level beast carcasses awaited. Staying at the crematorium offered him little hope of reaching higher realms. More importantly, he couldn't spend his life hiding in the background, watching his classmates fight for their lives while he stood by as an uninvolved observer. He had to live up to the trust and camaraderie of those who called him Brother Pingzi. As they walked, Mr. Bai remained silent, and Jiang Ping didn't rush to speak either. Although he had decided to reveal the truth, he hadn't yet figured out exactly how to explain it. However, as they continued down the hallway, Jiang Ping started to feel uneasy. This route didn't seem right. He glanced at Mr. Bai in confusion, only to see the teacher flash a rare smile. "We're going to the principal's office," Mr. Bai said simply. Those few words made Jiang Ping's heart skip a beat. Mr. Bai was well aware that Jiang Ping's sudden ability to cultivate wasn't something ordinary. If it was merely a case of recovering from an illness, that would be ideal. But if it wasn't, only the principal had the experience and knowledge to assess the situation properly. A few minutes later, they arrived at the principal's office. Mr. Bai knocked on the door firmly. "Knock, knock. Come in," a deep voice responded from inside. Pushing open the door, they saw the elderly principal engrossed in reading a newspaper. His head of white hair shone in the sunlight, making him appear particularly frail. The newspaper in his hands detailed the latest battle reports from the front lines, which he was studying intently. Without looking up, he asked, "Mr. Bai, what's the matter?" When he finally raised his head and saw Jiang Ping standing there, his brows immediately furrowed. His tone carried a hint of irritation. "What trouble have you caused this time?" This time, Jiang Ping didn't shrink back. Instead, he straightened his posture and gave a slight nod, signaling for Mr. Bai to explain. Mr. Bai couldn't help but chuckle and mutter, "You little rascal, still as shameless as ever." Turning to the principal, he spoke seriously. "Principal, Jiang Ping can now cultivate. Not only that, but he's already reached the spirit realm. I couldn't make sense of it on my own, so I brought him to you." The moment those words left his mouth, the principal shot up from his chair. The screech of the chair scraping against the floor was almost deafening. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What?" At this point, Mr. Bai pursed his lips and said, "Go ahead." He looked at Jiang Ping with disdain, clearly dissatisfied with his concealment. Jiang Ping, on the other hand, found it hard to accept that someone as old as Mr. Bai could harbor such a strong sense of revenge. But seeing the sharp, expectant gaze of the old principal, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and speak up. "I have no idea, really. All I know is that I saw you last week, drank the essence blood you gave me, slept, and woke up fine the next day. So, if anything, you should be the one to explain where did that essence blood come from? Is there something special about it?" The old principal's jaw dropped so wide it could fit an egg, his face full of disbelief. "That's it." Jiang Ping spread his hands in an innocent gesture. "That's it." But inwardly, he was grumbling to himself. If he were to tell the truth, things would only get more complicated. Eating beast meat was an ironclad taboo that everyone adhered to. If he admitted that consuming beast meat had restored his health, not only would it be impossible to explain, but it could also trigger a cascade of unpredictable consequences. Cultivation was already a peculiar matter, but at least it could still be reasoned out within the bounds of logic. Eating beast meat, however, that was completely beyond comprehension. The old principal furrowed his brows, deep in thought. After a moment, he grabbed the phone on his desk with a serious expression and dialed a number. "Hello? The beast essence blood you brought me last time, where did it come from?" On the other end of the line was his son, a member of an elite special forces team. The son was clearly taken aback by the question, his voice tinged with confusion. "Dad? Why are you asking about that?" The old principal didn't offer much of an explanation, just a brief summary of events. After hanging up, his face suddenly lit up with excitement. Pointing at Jiang Ping, he exclaimed, "You little rascal, you really lucked out. That essence blood was a gift from my son, and now I find out it was the blood of a beast king. If I'd known it was something of that caliber, I wouldn't have given it to you." Jiang Ping was dumbfounded, his mind buzzing. "No way. I made that up." Even more absurd was the fact that, recalling the taste of the essence blood when he drank it, he couldn't detect anything particularly extraordinary about it, at least not with his experience of sampling countless types of essence blood. Mr. Bai, standing nearby, nearly had his eyes pop out of their sockets. "What? Beast King essence blood? And you just gave it to this kid?" The old principal waved dismissively, looking unconcerned. "I already said, I didn't know at the time. How was I supposed to guess it was Beast King essence blood? It's my son's fault for being so vague, just said it was for my health. And now this kid's the one who benefited." Then, turning to Mr. Bai, the principal continued with a hint of satisfaction in his tone. "Mr. Bai, you handled this situation well. Now that we know what's going on, go ahead and get back to class. But this kid still needs to pay for putting 5 holes in the blackboard." Jiang Ping stared at the old principal in exasperation and quickly protested. "Principal, come on. The school's got plenty of resources, why make a fuss over a little thing like this? Besides, I didn't do it on purpose. It's because no one believed me and kept mocking me." The old principal scoffed. "Didn't believe you? I do. But mocking you? Who doesn't know you're the famous Pingsy bro? If it weren't for you, would I have earned the title of the shame of South City's education scene?" Jiang Ping immediately deflated, lowering his head in silence. He really couldn't argue with that one after all. He had, quite literally, taken advantage of the principal's generosity. Mr. Bai, observing the scene, allowed a faint, meaningful smile to curve his lips. As he reached the door, he deliberately lowered his voice and said, "Kid, you didn't actually think I was that petty, did you?" Jiang Ping looked up at him expectantly. "Mr. Bai, you're not really that petty, are you?" Mr. Bai's smile grew even more cryptic. "Well, that depends on how you perform. Let's go to the training room. I want to see what's going on with your spiritual realm. Is Beast King essence blood really that miraculous?" With a resigned sigh, Jiang Ping followed Mr. Bai out, his mind racing with complaints. Beast King essence blood? This is way too over the top. After all, the Beast King was a high-level mythical creature, and its essence blood would never fall into the hands of ordinary cultivators. Such a treasure would typically be snatched up by major powers the moment it appeared. Yet here he was, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat, having somehow consumed Beast King essence blood. His luck was truly out of this world. Not only was he able to start cultivating, but he also cured his strange illness and entered the spiritual realm overnight. Even Mr. Bai couldn't help but lick his lips in astonishment. "Should I gather some old comrades and go hunt down a Beast King?" As he spoke, he subconsciously touched the scar near the corner of his eye, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. After the two left, the smile on the old principal's face quickly disappeared, replaced by a grave expression. He took a deep breath, his eyes darkening, then picked up the red phone on his desk and dialed a special number. This was a dedicated line, accessible to only a select few. "Hello? This is Emo Jiangqi. The old principal said in a low, serious tone. Xiao Wang, I don't care what methods you use, immediately lock down the file of one of our students. Without level A clearance, no one is allowed to access it. A startled voice came from the other end of the line. Principal, are you joking? This could get me into serious trouble. The old principal's temper flared instantly, and his voice rose sharply. Don't you dare talk to me about trouble. Have you forgotten how many messes I cleaned up for you over the years? You wouldn't be where you are now if it weren't for me. So spare me the excuses. There was a brief silence on the other end before Xiao Wang let out a bitter laugh. All right, I give in. Just tell me what to do, and I'll handle it. Worst case, I'll quit this job and head straight to the front lines. Only then did the old principal's tone soften slightly. Now that's more like it. Level A clearance is serious enough. He paused, his eyes glinting, and added. The reason for this is that there's a major issue in Jiang Ping's elementary school records. His physical examination results are marked with 4 words. Absolute zero constitution? Absolute zero constitution? Xiao Wang sounded stunned. What does that mean? The old principal slowed his speech, his tone heavy with meaning. Absolute zero constitution means his body completely rejects any form of energy. For him, the path of cultivation was a dead end from the very beginning. Unlike ordinary people who can't cultivate due to lack of talent, his constitution is an innate, absolute barrier. He could never cultivate in his entire life. There was a long pause on the other end, clearly reflecting Xiao Wang's shock at this revelation. The old principal's gaze grew deeper as he continued. However, I once read in an ancient text that while those with absolute zero constitution cannot cultivate, their brain functions are extraordinarily powerful. In fact, the current system of energy guiding techniques was created by someone with this very constitution. That person is regarded as a god of their era, even without any cultivation power. As he spoke, his tone softened unconsciously. So, I have high hopes for Jiang Ping and am willing to lend him a hand. Xiao Wang stayed silent for a long time before finally sighing. All right, principal. It's done. But seriously, if you ask me to do something like this again, I might just jump off a building. The old principal snorted and hung up abruptly. You quit, and there are plenty of students eager to take your place. However, before he could relax, the ordinary phone on his desk rang. He picked it up, and a young man in a black uniform spoke on the other end, his tone laced with confusion. Dad, what was that Beast King essence blood you mentioned earlier? The old principal's brows furrowed, and his tone turned stern. Come home when you have time, and I'll explain. With that, he decisively hung up, his gaze cold and resolute, clearly unwilling to elaborate further. Meanwhile, in the combat training room, Mr. Bai stood dumbfounded, staring at Jiang Ping mid-test. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Jiang Ping, on the other hand, was beaming with excitement. The blood energy coiled around his 5 fingers had grown thicker, resembling sinewy tendrils attached to his hands. With a slight wave of his arm, the 5 strands of blood energy shot forward, streaking toward a testing stone 10 meters away with lightning speed. Boom! The stone let out a muffled sound, and a number lit up clearly on its surface. Jiang Ping turned to Mr. Bai, his face brimming with excitement and pride. Mr. Bai, is this what you call external energy release? Is this how it's done? Mr. Bai's mouth hung open, his entire body frozen as if struck by lightning. His mind was in utter chaos, overwhelmed by waves of shock. A prodigy. How can someone be this ridiculously talented? Mr. Bai's thoughts were in complete disarray. Just moments ago, he didn't even understand the basics of energy manipulation. Now he's already mastered external energy attacks and this number 2000. He swallowed hard, staring at the reading on the testing instrument in disbelief. Damn, a freak of nature. That's 3 times higher than the standard for entering the spiritual realm. How on earth did this kid manage that? Jiang Ping, with an innocent expression, continued to press him. Mr. Bai, do you think I'm a genius? How long did it take you to figure this out back in the day? The corner of Mr. Bai's mouth twitched violently, his heart a storm of conflicting emotions. He took a deep breath, suppressing the shock and frustration roiling within him, and tried to maintain a calm exterior. But deep down, he really wanted to smack this infuriating prodigy senseless. Jiang Ping cleared his throat and, feigning seriousness, asked, Teacher, for someone my age, my comprehension skills are pretty decent, right? His tone carried a hint of probing, mixed with subtle anticipation for praise. However, Teacher Bai merely lifted his eyelids slightly and responded indifferently, Not bad, but compared to me, you're still far behind. Especially the principal's son mastered everything on his own back in the day. He paused, his mouth twitching slightly, as if he found the comparison beneath him. Jiang Ping was stunned, his eyes widening. Really? He asked, genuinely believing it. After all, his knowledge of cultivation was limited, and he couldn't help but be drawn to tales of prodigies, even if he remained skeptical. All right then, I'll keep working hard, Jiang Ping said, scratching the back of his head. He then asked, Teacher, I read in a book that the color of qi is related to its attribute. For example, yellow corresponds to earth and red to fire. Since my qi is red, does that mean I have a fire attribute? Teacher Bai rubbed his stiffening face, his expression a mix of exasperation and complexity. After a moment of contemplation, he finally replied, Fire? Fire, my foot. That red isn't fire, it's blood red, completely unrelated to fire attributes. He didn't hold back, voicing his doubts directly. Jiang Ping froze for a moment, then fell into deep thought. He looked down at the blood-red glow in his palm and murmured, Not fire? Then what is it? Could it be that drinking so much blood essence growing up turned me into some kind of blood attribute user? But the textbooks never mentioned anything like that. Teacher Bai furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment. Surprisingly, he found Jiang Ping's speculation not entirely implausible. He sighed, his tone tinged with helplessness. You might be onto something. Honestly, I can't figure it out either. Once you're in the academy, maybe someone there will have the answers. The two spent the better part of the day fumbling through the training room. During this time, Jiang Ping not only learned the basics of guiding spiritual energy, but also mastered the iron-tailed hawk's claw technique. He discovered that when he activated the technique, a blood-red, armor-like claw would manifest over his hand, dramatically increasing its power. Through experimentation, he realized the claw could be used both in close combat and as a ranged attack, with devastating effects. Staring at the blood-red claw, Jiang Ping was dumbfounded. Scratching his head, he muttered, This thing just feels off somehow. Still, he didn't dwell on it too much. As for the powers of the Howling Moondog's demon core, he decided to keep them a secret for now. The core's origin was too complex to explain, and he figured he'd focus on fully mastering the iron-tailed hawk's claws before delving into the dog's abilities. Feeling his stomach rumble, Jiang Ping bid farewell to Teacher Bai and returned to class. The moment he stepped into the classroom, he was swarmed by his classmates, bombarding him with endless questions. Overwhelmed, he finally shouted, Stop it already. If you keep this up, I'm jumping out the window. Outside the classroom, Li Zimu stood drenched in sweat, glaring at Jiang Ping with eyes blazing with fury. His clenched jaw and seething anger were evident as he muttered under his breath, So, you've been playing the fool, huh? Jiang Ping, it's just a spiritual realm breakthrough, right? Give me 20 days and I'll catch up to you. Then we'll see who comes out on top. Hearing that Jiang Ping had already reached the spiritual realm, Li Zimu's emotions were a whirlwind of anger and excitement. Clenching his fists tightly, he silently vowed, All right, kid. This time, you have no excuse to avoid me. Once I defeat you fair and square, everything I've lost will be mine again. After school, Jiang Ping snuck out early. He had no intention of enduring another round of interrogation from his classmates. Besides, he had more pressing matters to attend to, namely, delivering those picture books a him, comic books had promised his buddies. He decided to go hunting for some treasures. By the time Jiang Ping returned home, satisfied with his haul, the sky had long since darkened, and it was nearly 8 p.m. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to walk home alone at this hour. But now, having broken through to the spiritual realm, he felt much braver. As he casually slung his backpack off his shoulder, ready to toss it aside, he suddenly smacked his forehead in realization. Ugh, how could I forget? I've got cultivation powers now. If I channeled chi into my legs, wouldn't hopping over this little wall be a piece of cake? Excited by the thought, Jiang Ping strapped his backpack back on, spat into his palms, and rubbed them together vigorously. With chi swirling around his legs, he crouched slightly, then launched himself upward with a triumphant shout of, Ha! Sure enough, he cleared the low wall with ease. His eyes sparkled with delight as a grin spread across his face. It works. Just as I thought. With a sudden burst of force, he shot off the ground like a cannonball. He landed steadily within the courtyard walls. Standing still, Jiang Ping's heart pounded like a drum. He looked down at his hands, unable to suppress the grin tugging at his lips, as if he had just accomplished something monumental. If he weren't afraid of getting into trouble, he might have laughed out loud. He had really done it. This energite was incredible. Tiptoeing back toward his room, he had just rounded a pillar when he heard a familiar cough. Yao Yujing stood leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, her expression a mix of amusement and reproach as she stared at him. Well, my dear son, where exactly are you sneaking off to? Jiang Ping froze. Looking up, he saw his mother, her usual warm demeanor intact, though her eyes were slightly red, hinting that she had been crying. His heart tightened, and he forced a smile. Mom, have you eaten yet? Yao Yujing let out a derisive chuckle, her gaze layered with complex emotions. I knew you were faking it. You've recovered and didn't say a word. If the old principal hadn't told me, were you planning to keep this a secret forever? Jiang Ping scratched his head, trying to sound casual. I just didn't want to get everyone's hopes up too soon. But now, it's true I'm fully recovered. We don't have to struggle so much anymore. Oh, by the way, Mom, I passed by a cosmetic store today. They said this is the latest product. Why don't you give it a try? He pulled a small bottle out of his bag and handed it to her. Yao Yujing was taken aback. She accepted the bottle, her eyes reddening slightly. She gave Jiang Ping a stern look. You little rascal, so thoughtful, yet so mischievous. Give you an inch, and you'll take a mile. Stop wasting money. The two of them chatted back and forth in the courtyard, their conversation light and full of warmth. In the distance, Jiang Wanli leaned silently against the doorway, smoking a cigarette, his gaze complicated as he watched the scene unfold. Unlike the usual heavy atmosphere, today the smoke seemed to carry a lighter, more uplifting tone. His son was healed, and for the first time in a long while, their family could begin to live like an ordinary household. However, Jiang Wanli's gaze gradually shifted toward the crematorium outside the courtyard. His brow furrowed involuntarily. After a moment of contemplation, he extinguished his cigarette and asked, Pingzi, now that you're better, what are your plans for the future? Jiang Ping was momentarily stunned. Then, he looked up at his father. From his father's cautious tone, he could sense a hint of probing, and he immediately understood the underlying concern. As the son of a crematorium director, his identity was destined to be different. Although the country had long abolished discriminatory policies against this profession, unwritten rules and societal stigmas persisted, especially the unspoken expectation of third-generation succession. While the industry was lucrative, it came with significant limitations, affecting both health and future opportunities for descendants. Jiang Ping's heart sank slightly, but he still flashed a wide grin. Dad, what are you trying to say? Jiang Wanli lowered his head, pondering for a moment before speaking, his tone hesitant. How about this? I'll keep working for now while I try to pull some strings and see if we can get you into an academy to study. You wouldn't have to go through the regular college entrance exam. You could still learn something. What do you think? Warmth filled Jiang Ping's heart. Not wanting to make things harder for his father, he beamed brightly, revealing his neatly aligned teeth. I don't mind, whatever works. Yao Yujing, standing nearby, felt a pang of sadness. Her son had finally recovered, yet because of their family's background, even his right to a normal education had to come with compromises. She sighed and suggested, why not ask the old principal? He's seen a lot in his time, maybe he'll have an idea. Jiang Wanli's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. You're right. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed the old principal's number. On the other end of the line, the old principal listened to Jiang Wanli's concerns and immediately launched into a tirade. Jiang Wanli, you little brat, have you grown wings now? Back when you were in school, I should have beaten some sense into you. You've got no ambition, and now you want to drag Pingzi down with you? Don't even think about it. Jiang Wanli was left dumbfounded by the scolding, but the old principal's next words struck a chord in his heart. What's wrong with the crematorium? It's still serving the city. What you're talking about is just an unspoken rule. Who dares to say it out loud? Don't worry about it. I've got it all under control. Worthless fool. Jiang Wanli was scolded so harshly that he couldn't even lift his head. His face turned red, then pale, and he didn't know where to put his hands. Helpless, he handed the phone over to Yao Yujing. Yao Yujing took the phone, feeling uneasy. She had heard every word of the scolding her husband had just endured. Taking a deep breath, she braced herself and said timidly, Hello, teacher. It's Xiao Jing. How have you been lately? Her voice carried a trace of cautious flattery. On the other end of the line, the old principal's voice was as stern as ever. He started with a cold snort. Humph. It's a wonder I haven't been driven to my grave because of you. But then, his tone softened slightly, tinged with impatience, but also a hint of concern. Don't worry about Pingzi's future. I've got it handled. Your senior sister dealt with a similar situation once. Back then, a kid enlisted in the army and was later recommended to the academy by the military. Trust me, I won't let Pingzi's future be delayed. Hearing this, Yao Yujing's heart surged with emotion, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Her hands trembled slightly as she choked out, Thank you, teacher. You've done so much for us. Stop crying. The old principal's voice suddenly rose, sharp and commanding. I'm too old to deal with tears. Swallow them back. Startled, Yao Yujing quickly sniffled and forced her tears back. Even so, her eyes still glistened with unshed emotion. The two talked for a while longer before the old principal finally hung up. After putting down the phone, Yao Yujing let out a long sigh of relief. She turned to Jiang Ping, gently patting his head as she spoke earnestly. Pingzi, always remember to be grateful. Your life was saved by the people of Nanqing. You owe them a debt of gratitude you'll never be able to fully repay. Jiang Ping nodded solemnly. I understand. His response was crisp and resolute. That evening, the family finally experienced a rare moment of relaxation. Although the child's illness wasn't completely cured, there seemed to be some improvement. The three of them sat down together for a long overdue feast. Zhang Wanli even broke tradition and allowed Jiang Ping to have a small sip of alcohol. They chatted after dinner, and it wasn't until 10 p.m. that they each retired to their rooms. For the first time in a long while, the house felt alive again. Lying in bed, Jiang Ping felt a little dizzy, but his mood was unusually light. Reflecting on the day's events, he realized that even though he hadn't eaten any beast meat, he didn't feel the same hunger as before. He speculated that perhaps he'd been eating so much lately that skipping one meal wasn't a big deal, just like in times of abundance, when missing a meal wouldn't leave a person starving. Still, a faint worry lingered in his mind. He thought about finding a secret spot to use as a makeshift hideout where he could discreetly stash some beast carcasses while working for the family. After all, relying solely on the household's food supply wouldn't be enough to sustain him. With these scattered thoughts running through his mind, Jiang Ping drifted off to sleep. In his dreams, he once again found himself at the familiar Qianfu Mountain. The temple on Qianfu Mountain was still a desolate ruin. Every building had collapsed, leaving only the sutra library standing alone, like an unyielding monument. As Jiang Ping gazed at the scene before him, a strange sense of realism washed over him. He shook his head and chuckled to himself. This dream feels so vivid. Can dreams really evolve like this? Maybe it's just a case of daytime thoughts, nighttime dreams. Remembering the strange and wondrous sights he'd seen in this dream before, he felt a surge of excitement. Last time, he'd been interrupted before he could fully explore, and the regret had stayed with him ever since. Now that the dream had brought him back, he was determined to make up for what he'd missed. Familiar with the way, Jiang Ping walked into the sutra library and found the spot where he'd previously stopped reading. Just as he opened the book, he heard a peculiar sound. He froze for a moment before the corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. Well, would you look at that? Even this made it into my dream? Pretty realistic. His mind immediately conjured the memory of the last time he'd stumbled into the cavern in his dream, the stunning woman and the mysterious crystal coffin. Intrigued and excited, he set the book aside and followed the path etched in his memory, making his way easily into the cavern. Before long, he arrived at the same familiar underground chamber. The scene before him was almost identical to last time. The crystal coffin lay quietly in the center, and inside, the woman in red remained as breathtakingly beautiful as ever. But this time, the seal on her forehead was gone. Jiang Ping stared at the woman in the crystal coffin, a mixture of curiosity and unease swirling in his chest. Her face was as flawless as before, but now, the corners of her lips seemed to be subtly curved upward, as if she were wearing a faint, enigmatic smile. The sight sent a shiver down Jiang Ping's spine, and a cold sweat broke out across his back. It took him a moment to react. Damn it, you scare me in my dreams? In real life, I might fear you, but in my dreams? No way. Jiang Ping rubbed his head, shaking off the inexplicable tension. With a bold stride, he moved closer, crouching down to carefully observe the woman in the crimson dress lying in the crystal coffin. What met his eyes was a breathtakingly beautiful face, so lifelike that even the fine hairs on her skin were visible. She looked as though she could spring to life at any moment. So real. Too real. Jiang Ping muttered under his breath, clicking his tongue in amazement. His gaze drifted uncontrollably over the woman's delicate features, and he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The creator really outdid himself this time. How could such a perfect woman exist? Every detail is flawless. Just as he was about to scrutinize her more closely, the world suddenly went black. When Jiang Ping woke up again, it was hunger that roused him. He stared blankly at the ceiling, his mind still foggy. Wasn't I dreaming? Why did I wake up so suddenly? Turning his head, he glanced at the clock and was startled to see it was already 7 in the morning. Seriously? What kind of dream ends like that? Jiang Ping muttered, rubbing his stomach. Hearing the sound of the stove crackling in the kitchen, he immediately realized that Jiang Wanli was already up and working. Quickly getting dressed, he ran into the incineration room, calling out, "Dad! Dad! Take a break, you'll handle this." Jiang Wanli looked at his son taking the initiative and felt a wave of gratification. All right, you know the process. We'll go grab some breakfast. Handing over a specialized bone-cleaving knife, he casually asked, "By the way, son, you're still drinking the essence blood, right?" Jiang Ping shook his head. "Nah, not anymore. Don't worry, Dad. I'll extract it. Once we collect a full bottle, we can sell it for some cash." Hearing this, Jiang Wanli burst out laughing. Fair enough. With that, he turned and left. Now alone in the incineration room, Jiang Ping looked at the carcass of an iron-tailed eagle in front of him, feeling a bit disappointed. Another iron-tailed eagle. These things are ridiculously overproduced. Still, his stomach was growling, and hunger left no room for complaints. He skillfully extracted the essence blood from the carcass, and then cautiously checked outside to make sure no one was around. Only after confirming he was alone did he carefully begin skinning, chopping, and selecting the choicest piece of meat. Jiang Ping's movements were swift and practiced had mastered this process long ago. Wrapping a 2-pound slab of tender meat in oiled cloth, he smacked his lips, a sense of satisfaction welling up inside him. This piece of meat will make for an incredible stew. However, just as he was about to stash the meat away, an image of the rift in space from his dream last night suddenly flashed through his mind. He shook his head, clicking his tongue in frustration. If only I had a spatial rift of my own. Hiding meat, cooking meat, none of this sneaking around would be necessary. With a place as vast as Qianfu Mountain, I could pick any spot better than this. As Jiang Ping let his imagination run wild, the world went black again. What's going on? Jiang Ping froze, panicked. He fumbled for the slab of meat he had just wrapped up, only to find the oiled cloth empty. The meat was gone. Frantic, Jiang Ping broke into a sweat as he searched the table, the floor, even the corners of the room, but it was nowhere to be found. As he crouched down, his peripheral vision caught something strange. The teardrop-shaped mole on his wrist seemed to move ever so slightly. His heart skipped a beat, and an absurd thought popped into his mind. Jiang Ping stared at the mole, and his memory drifted back to the crimson-dressed woman in the crystal coffin. If he recalled correctly, she had a similar teardrop-shaped mark beneath her eye. If not for last night's dream, he might never have made the connection. Wait a second. That red-dressed woman, last night? Didn't her teardrop mole disappear? Jiang Ping murmured, a chill creeping up his spine. The Tales of Cultivators was once his favorite book to read. It was published monthly, much like the magazines from the harmonious era of the past. The collection featured extraordinary stories from across the land, ranging from the earth-shattering feats of powerful figures to the legendary accounts of lucky individuals who stumbled into fissures and experienced skyrocketing cultivation levels. It also included gossip from noble families, offering a rich and captivating array of content. Back then, he would always read it with great enthusiasm. Just now, a particular story suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Though only a rumor, it had left a deep impression on him. It was said that 10 years ago, a young man accidentally entered a secret realm. After surviving a series of grueling battles, he not only made it out alive, but also unexpectedly obtained a token from the realm. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the token was linked to a time fissure. Using the time acceleration within the fissure, the young man's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, eventually establishing him as a legendary figure. However, a few years ago, this remarkable figure passed away, and only then did his mysterious exploits come to light, unearthed by his devoted followers. Whether true or not, the story was filled with drama and boundless imagination. Jiang Ping's thoughts began to wander wildly. Could I be one of the lucky ones too? He recalled the strange occurrence moments ago, when the beast meat had vanished into thin air, and a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. He cut another piece of beast meat, fixed his gaze on it, and silently willed, disappear. The next moment, something utterly baffling happened. The beast meat vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. Jiang Ping nearly cried out in shock. He quickly slapped his hand over his mouth, his eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and exhilaration. He realized this was no mere coincidence, but some unimaginable stroke of fortune. Perhaps, he truly was destined for greatness. Just moments ago, he had wished for a time fissure of his own, and now, it seemed the heavens had answered his call with a miraculous gift. Forcing himself to stay calm, he closed his eyes and reached out to touch the crimson teardrop-shaped birthmark that had been with him since childhood. The moment his fingers brushed against it, it was as if some dormant power had been awakened. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished, and the familiar scenery of Thousand Buddha Mountain appeared around him. Ruined walls and desolation surrounded him, unchanged from before. Only the grand scripture pavilion still stood tall, exuding an aura of solemnity and mystery. Jiang Ping gazed at the scene before him, his emotions a whirlwind of regret and bitterness. Overcome with frustration, he slapped himself hard across the face and angrily chastised himself. Serves you right. You really deserve this. If I had known this place would one day belong to me, why on earth did I burn it down? Back then, he had set fire to Thousand Buddha Mountain merely to provoke the old monk. He had thought of it as an insignificant place, never imagining that fate would play such a cruel joke on him. Now, this wasteland had become his property. The thought filled him with a sense of helpless despair. Dear heavens, all these buildings are mine now? Ugh. He was consumed with regret, as if the crumbling ruins themselves were mocking his foolishness. Though frustrated, Jiang Ping quickly composed himself. With a sigh, he consoled himself. Well, it's a blessing to have it, and if I lose it, it's just fate. Worst case, they'll rebuild it. It's not like those legendary figures developed their time fissures overnight. He reached up to touch the birthmark again, his fingertips warm against its surface. To his surprise, the teardrop mark trembled faintly under his touch. His heart skipped a beat, and his gaze instinctively drifted toward the scripture pavilion. A vague sense of dread crept over him. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly recalled last night's dream and the voice of that woman. She had called him Jiang Lang, her tone intimate yet eerie, carrying an inexplicable sense of destiny. The more he thought about it, the more unsettling it seemed. Perhaps last night's dream wasn't a dream at all, but something that had truly happened. Pressing his lips together, he made up his mind. Better not mess with the scripture pavilion for now. It's best to know your limits and not get greedy. He glanced around, mentally calculating his next steps. For now, all he really needed was a place to light a fire and cook a meal. Jiang Ping tried to console himself. Then, he turned and headed toward the ruins of Chinfu Mountain. Although the massive fire had consumed most of the structures, there were still a few places that had miraculously survived. After spending half a day searching, he finally found a relatively intact room. It wasn't large, barely 50 square meters, but it was enough to provide shelter from the wind and rain. Following his memories, he made his way to the kitchen and rummaged through the debris, managing to find some pots, bowls, and utensils. He then began building a simple stove out of the materials in the room. However, as he busied himself, Jiang Ping couldn't shake the feeling of a heavy, ominous gaze on his back. He spun around abruptly, only to see a Buddha statue standing amidst the ruins, its lifeless eyes seemingly fixed on him. With a cold snort and a smirk, he muttered, "Hey, Chinfu Mountain is gone. So why are you still staring at me?" Before his words fully settled, he swung his claw, sending out 5 sharp, chilling streaks of energy that slashed through the air, heading directly for the statue. The next moment, the statue collapsed with a thunderous crash, scattering fragments of stone and raising a cloud of dust. With the unsettling statue taken care of, Jiang Ping felt much more at ease. He returned to focusing on building the stove. Before long, it was complete. He reached into his storage pouch, pulled out some chunks of iron-tail eagle meat, and tossed them into the pot, following a recipe to start cooking. The flames eagerly licked the bottom of the pot, and soon, the rich aroma of meat began to fill the air. Yet, as he watched the flickering flames, Jiang Ping's brows furrowed slightly. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Chinfu Mountain had always been a place teeming with fierce beasts, so why hadn't he encountered a single one on his way here? Even the low-level beasts were nowhere to be seen. This unusual absence made him feel a twinge of unease. But after a moment of consideration, he dismissed the thought. The area was vast, perhaps the beasts were hiding elsewhere. His stomach, growling loudly, reminded him to focus on the meal at hand. He decided to set his concerns aside for now and concentrate on cooking. After a hearty meal, Jiang Ping felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. It was as refreshing as gulping down an ice-cold drink on a scorching summer day. He glanced down at his hand and faintly sensed that the power of his claw had grown stronger. Experimenting with a slight flick of his wrist, he confirmed that his control over the claw had indeed become more precise and its strength more concentrated. A grin spread across his face. "Well, looks like I stumbled upon a treasure trove here. Since I'm here, I might as well make the most of it. As for those beast corpses, how should I handle them without drawing attention?" As his thoughts raced, he muttered, "Exit," under his breath, and in an instant, his figure appeared in the incineration chamber. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It read 7:50. He distinctly remembered entering Chinfu Mountain at 7:30, yet he had spent nearly an hour inside. By this calculation, the flow of time was 3 times faster inside the mountain compared to the outside world. A glint of excitement flashed in Jiang Ping's eyes as he processed this discovery. His gaze fell on the lone remaining iron-tail eagle in the chamber. Without hesitation, he tossed the corpse into the furnace. Over the next few days, Jiang Ping continued to ponder ways to acquire more beast corpses while also focusing on his training. Although he was growing somewhat tired of eating iron-tail eagle meat, the steady increase in his spiritual energy was undeniable. From the initial entry-level state, he had now progressed steadily to the 3rd segment. 9 was the ultimate number, and reaching the 9th segment marked the pinnacle of the spirit realm, at which point he could begin preparing to break through to the next stage. However, Jiang Ping was well aware that advancing in the spirit realm was not just about increasing spiritual energy. The most critical aspect was choosing a life-bound skill. Once selected, this skill would be etched into his very bones, becoming the core of his cultivation for the rest of his life. All his combat techniques and growth paths would revolve around it. For ordinary people, the options for a life-bound skill were usually quite limited. But for the heirs of influential families, the situation was entirely different. With vast resources at their disposal, they could purchase high-grade beast cores and extract skills from them using specialized techniques. While these extracted skills were often simplified versions with reduced power, they were easy to develop and highly adaptable, making them an ideal foundation for a life-bound skill. Thinking about this disparity, Jiang Ping's expression hardened. He knew that compared to the elite heirs of powerful families, his starting point was far behind. But precisely because of this, He was determined to seize every opportunity and maximize his advantages. The skills extracted from the demon core essentially serve as a foundational framework, a sort of operating memory. The larger the memory capacity, the sturdier the framework, and the greater the potential of this innate skill. Consequently, the higher the potential, the greater the achievements one might reach in the future. The process of extracting skills from a demon core is practically a custom-designed gamble on potential for cultivators. Those from prominent families, leveraging their vast resources, can easily obtain high-grade demon cores, effectively setting a high ceiling for their future cultivation. As for ordinary people, they can only scrimp and save to refine a barely usable skill from specialized institutions, leaving them at an ever-widening disadvantage as time goes on. The officials of the 13 cities clearly recognize this inequality in resource distribution, which is why they established the academy system. All students are restricted to remain below the fusion realm during their high school years, prohibiting any breakthroughs. This policy gives ordinary individuals a chance to access high-quality demon cores through academy resources, providing a better starting point for their future. However, even so, the academy is no charity. To acquire superior demon cores, one still has to pay a price. For children of prestigious families, acquiring demon cores is as simple as leveraging their family's contributions. Ordinary people, on the other hand, must rely on themselves either by demonstrating extraordinary talent or by painstakingly accumulating contribution points. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and Jiang Ping knew this all too well. Over the past few days, he had crammed as much knowledge as he could on the subject and finally understood why the old principal went to such great lengths to secure his spot in the academy. Outside the academy, no matter how gifted someone may be, without resources, it all amounts to nothing but wishful thinking. The academy's resources are the only top-tier resources accessible to ordinary people. As for the military, that path is far too challenging. Jiang Ping shook his head, brushing aside these distractions, and focused on the present. He began contemplating his time rift. Honestly, the name Time Rift felt a bit awkward to him, so he decided to rename it with something more imposing, Devouring Heaven Mystic Realm. Next, he started experimenting with the time ratio. A time flow of 1:3 already offered significant potential for practical use. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. After all, he wasn't an ordinary person who needed to spend time painstakingly honing his skills. For him, as long as he had enough beast carcasses, he could simply consume them to rapidly increase both his energy reserves and skill mastery. Time, in his case, seemed almost irrelevant. Just as he was getting annoyed, a sudden inspiration struck him. A bold idea popped into his mind. His eyes lit up, and a sly grin spread across his face. If this idea works, it's going to be absolutely insane. Meanwhile, on the other side, the old principal was far from relaxed. He slammed his desk in frustration, shouting into the phone, "Juanxiu, you can't even handle something this simple? That's not just my grandisciples, your junior sister's child. Why is it that other kids can just breeze through the academy entrance process, but our family's kid has to do it the hard way?" On the other end of the line, Juanxiu, dressed in a sharp black military uniform, sighed helplessly. "Teacher, this isn't up to me. This year, it's a strict mandate from the 13 cities everyone has to comply." Juanxiu was the old principal's eldest disciple and was fully aware of Jiang Ping's situation. Yet, even with her high-ranking position, she had no choice but to adhere to the rules. The 13 cities have never belonged to just one person, they belong to all the people of the 13 cities. With her hair slightly pinned up, a sigh escaped her lips as she sat poised behind her desk. If not for the black military uniform she wore, anyone walking in would have mistaken her for a dignified noblewoman. Yet here she was, massaging her temples, trying to soothe the elderly principal across from her, as though she were calming a child. "Nonsense. You're all just taking advantage of my age. Juanxiu, you know me, I've never asked anything of you all these years. But now, for this one small matter, you act like this? It breaks my heart." The principal sighed heavily, his face full of indignation. Juanxiu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. She gently set the document in her hand aside and looked up at him. "Teacher, here we go again. I'm at my wit's end too," she said, her tone filled with helplessness. On one side was the unyielding order from her superiors. On the other, her teacher's earnest request. Trapped between the two, her brows furrowed in frustration. Even though she knew her teacher was exaggerating, his weathered eyes and weary sighs still struck a chord deep within her. Memories of the past surfaced, how he had once humbled himself for her sake, spending an entire semester polishing the shoes of an old rival, just so she could obtain a high-quality demon core. She hadn't learned the truth until much later, and he had never once mentioned it. That was the kind of person he was, never asking for anything for himself, but willing to lower himself for his students' sake. The thought sent a shiver through her heart. She bit her lip, her eyes flickering with hesitation. Her mind wandered back to her early days in the military, recalling how her senior brothers and sisters had shielded her from countless storms. It was their selfless protection that had paved the way for her to rise to her current position. Taking a deep breath, she finally made up her mind. "Teacher, there is one way I can handle this," she said, her voice low but resolute. Hmm. The principal's eyes lit up instantly at her words. He leaned forward eagerly. Tell me, my dear student." Juanxio's fingers traced the edge of the file on her desk, her grip tightening slightly as though suppressing the turmoil within. After a brief pause, she looked up, determination flashing in her gaze. "Have you heard of the Spark Tournament?" "The Spark Tournament?" The principal shot up from his chair, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. "Juanxio, have I spoiled you too much? What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think Jiang Ping can compete in that? He might as well go straight to fighting demon beasts." Juanxio let out a wry chuckle, as if she'd expected this reaction. She raised a hand to calm him down, her tone steady but tinged with resignation. "Teacher, of course I know what the Spark Tournament entails. The Spark Tournament wasn't an event created by the 13 cities alone. It was a top-tier competition organized by various regions. Ever since the invasion of demon beasts and the emergence of dimensional rifts, the once thriving descendants of the dragon had been reduced to just the 13 cities struggling to survive. Other areas had survivors too, but their numbers varied, leading to the formation of different factions. To compete for resources such as the dimensional rifts, outright wars were no longer an option, as the greatest enemy remained the demon beasts. Thus, the Spark Tournament was born. The term Spark was a nickname for the participants, as only those who survived the grueling competition could truly be considered sparks of hope. This tournament gathered the top talents from all factions, and its brutality was unmatched. "Teacher, you've misunderstood." Juanxio shook her head, her tone softening slightly. "What I mean is to get Jiang Ping into the top 16 of the 13 cities, earning him the status of a provisional spark. With that qualification, he can take the Academy's entrance exam. At that point, I can ensure he gets eliminated early, avoiding the later, harsher stages of the competition. He secures the spot for the exam, and the others continue to compete." The principal's expression softened as he listened, a hint of hesitation flickering in his eyes. He lowered his head, pondering the proposal, weighing the pros and cons compared to sending Jiang Ping directly to the battlefield to fight demon beasts. This plan did seem much safer. With careful planning, reaching the top 16 and obtaining provisional spark status wasn't impossible. The principal finally looked up, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. This plan might just work. Feeling troubled? Juanxio was already laughing through tears. If it were anyone else, she would have snapped back by now. But this was her mentor. With a face full of helplessness, she could only nod and reply, "Not troubled." The old principal finally showed a trace of satisfaction, patting Juanxio on the shoulder. "Good. This is the right path. I think it'll work." Taking a deep breath, Juanxio steadied her emotions and smiled faintly. "All right, teacher. Since it's decided, let Jiang Ping take the lead. The selection competition will be held in the third domain, and time is running tight. I'll prepare the official document, and you can bring him over." However, the old principal furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before speaking in a low voice. "The third domain? Why there? Hasn't it been reported recently that at least 10 new rifts have appeared there? It must be a tense time over there." Juanxio nodded, a glint of seriousness flashing in her eyes. "Yes. The higher-up said that a flame must act like a flame, ready to burn everything if needed. The front lines are the most fitting place." The old principal fell silent for a moment before nodding slowly, his tone carrying a hint of sentimentality. "Juanxio, I don't have much else to offer. I can only rely on you, my students." These words clearly carried a heavy weight. Juanxio nodded solemnly, her voice firm. "Don't worry, teacher. I'll handle everything. Jiang Ping won't let us down." Meanwhile, Jiang Ping was in the classroom, diligently taking notes, like a parched sponge greedily soaking up all the cultivation knowledge he had missed. He was determined to catch up, bit by bit. Just then, Teacher Bai walked in, his gaze landing on Jiang Ping. His voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. "Jiang Ping, step outside for a moment." The classroom instantly buzzed with whispers, and all eyes turned to Jiang Ping. Someone teased, "Bottle bro, what trouble did you stir up again?" Jiang Ping glared at the speaker, retorting with a hint of irritation, "Get lost." With that, he stood up and followed Teacher Bai out. The group of students laughed, watching his retreating figure. They seemed accustomed to Jiang Ping's knack for stirring things up. However, the next day, Jiang Ping didn't show up for class. This time, the laughter faded, replaced by concern. Xiao Huang frowned, his tone tinged with worry. "What's up with Bottle Bro? Don't tell me he got into so much trouble he can't even walk anymore. Class is about to start, and he's still not here." The others exchanged puzzled glances, murmuring among themselves. "Yeah, where is he? Isn't he supposed to be cultivating? At that moment, Dongfang Lan, seated in the back row, stood up. Her gaze swept across the room, her voice calm yet commanding. Stop worrying about him. He has his own path to follow. He won't be returning for a while. And he asked me to let you know focus on your cultivation. The academy is calling for assembly. The classroom erupted in chatter. What? Bottle Brothers not coming back? Lanjia, what's going on? What happened to Bottle Bro? Amidst the chaos, a bespectacled male student stood up, adjusting his glasses. His tone was steady but firm. Quiet down and listen to Lanjia. The room gradually fell silent, all eyes fixed on Dongfang Lan. She remained composed, pausing for a moment before speaking. Jiang Ping's family runs a crematorium, as you all know. He wants to go to the academy, so he has to find another way. Her words brought a brief silence to the room. After a moment, someone tentatively asked, So, Lanjia, does that mean we won't be able to hang out with Bottle Bro anymore? Dongfang Lan shot the speaker a sharp glance, her tone laced with impatience. Didn't I just say the academy's calling for assembly? You all need to step up. Jiang Ping is out there striving for something, and we can't afford to fall behind. She paused, her gaze sweeping across the group, her voice now carrying a hint of encouragement. Jiang Ping said, Hell, make it to the academy. He's waiting for you all, so don't let him down. Her words lit a spark in the room, igniting the fighting spirit of the young students. Xiao Huang scoffed, a determined smirk tugging at his lips. That slacker dares to look down on us now? Exactly. Bottle Brothers getting cocky just because he's making progress. Wherever he's going, we'll make sure to get in too. The group of teenagers brimmed with youthful energy and ambition, as if the academy was already within their grasp. On the podium, the teacher observed the students with a faint smile of satisfaction. Jiang Ping, the boy who could connect with anyone, had a natural charisma that inspired those around him even in his absence. Though he often got into trouble, he always managed to strike a balance. Wherever Jiang Ping went, the teachers found their jobs a little easier. Whether it was resolving disputes or breaking up fights, he had a way of handling things that left everyone content. Perhaps it was this unique charm that made the teachers so indulgent toward him. Jiang Ping, carrying a travel backpack, followed closely behind the old principal, waving goodbye to his parents. Even someone as carefree as Yao Yujing couldn't help but feel emotional. Her eyes reddened slightly, but she held back her tears. In a low voice, she asked, Teacher, are you sure there's no danger? Her tone carried a trace of unease and worry. The old principal suddenly kicked Jiang Wanli in the leg, causing him to stumble and almost fall. Jiang Wanli turned around, dazed and confused, staring at the old principal with a bewildered expression. The old principal, however, showed no mercy and scolded, Danger? All you ever think about is danger. Is there any place in this world that's absolutely safe? Pingzi has his own path to walk. Don't hold him back. Yao Yujing was left speechless by the reprimand, lowering her head and not daring to say another word. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanli scratched his head in confusion and asked, Teacher, why do you kick me when she's the one who asked? She's your wife. If I don't kick you, who should I kick? The old principal showed no restraint and delivered another swift kick. Jiang Ping stood to the side, struggling to hold back his laughter, his shoulders trembling as he tried to stifle it. Jiang Wanli sighed helplessly, then turned to glare at Jiang Ping, speaking in a serious tone. Kid, stay out of trouble while you're out there. The world outside isn't like Nancheng. In Nancheng, you might be the little tyrant, but out there are always bigger fish. Keep a low profile. Yao Yujing, no longer uttering discouraging words, grabbed Jiang Ping's hand and repeatedly reminded him, her eyes filled with a motherly reluctance to part. The old principal, however, scoffed and said, Low profile? Back when he didn't even know how to cultivate, he managed to make a name for himself in Nancheng. Now that he's joining the main forces, if he can really keep a low profile, I'd be surprised. Forget it. Let him sort himself out. Anyway, he's not the only student we have, one less won't make a difference. As they spoke, a sharp cry echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up to see a massive bird, at least 10 meters long, descending from above. Its beak was as sharp as a sword, and with each flap of its wings, a small whirlwind stirred up, sending dust flying everywhere. The bird landed steadily, and a man in a black uniform leapt off its back with practiced ease. He gave a crisp salute and said in a firm tone, Hello, I was sent by Team Leader Chen to pick up the participants for the fire seed competition. Who is Jiang Ping? His eyes scanned the group before finally settling on Jiang Ping. The old principal, upon seeing the man, allowed a flicker of satisfaction to cross his face. He smiled and said, You little rascal, all grown up now. So you're working under Juanxiu? The man in the black uniform, hearing this, suddenly broke into a shy smile. Scratching his head, he replied somewhat sheepishly, Principal, it's me. After graduating a few years ago, I didn't have many resources. It's all thanks to Team Leader Chen for giving me a chance and letting me handle this Blackwing Eagle. The old principal patted him on the shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of approval. Keep up the good work. I remember your major was in this field, so it seems you found your place. The man nodded enthusiastically, his eyes glistening with emotion. Principal, I won't let you down. I can't believe you still remember might such an honor. Jiang Ping stood off to the side, stunned as he watched the scene unfold. At that moment, he truly realized the old principal's greatness. To have students spread all over the world, this saying suddenly made perfect sense. The man before him, capable of commanding a blackwing eagle, turned out to be one of the old principal's students as well. Jiang Wanli nudged Jiang Ping lightly with his elbow and whispered, "Pay attention and learn something. The teacher's got some real influence. You'd better stop giving him grief." Jiang Ping nodded repeatedly, replying earnestly, "He'll try." But under Jiang Wanli's threatening glare, he quickly corrected himself. "I promise." The old principal and the man in black chatted for a while before finally turning to Jiang Ping and calling out, "Stop dawdling and get going with your senior already." Jiang Ping mentally gave the old principal a thumbs up. That one word senior was spoken so naturally, instantly giving him a strong ally. Internally, he marveled. "My principal grandpa is amazing." Jiang Ping quickly said goodbye to his parents and jogged over, politely greeting, "Hello, senior. My name is Jiang Ping, but everyone calls me Pingzi." The man in black smiled faintly, his expression softening. "We're all family, hurry, no need for formalities." Jiang Ping then turned to look at the old principal, a trace of reluctance in his voice. "Well, I'm off then." The old principal nodded silently. But just as Jiang Ping was about to climb onto the blackwing eagle's back, the old principal suddenly called out, "Wait." Jiang Ping halted, turning back with a puzzled expression. The old principal strode over quickly, pulling a thick leather-bound notebook from inside his robe. Flipping through the pages carefully, he eventually wet his finger with a bit of saliva and tore out a single page, handing it to Jiang Ping. The sound of the leather paper tearing was crisp. The old principal's expression turned uncharacteristically serious as he said, "Keep this with you. If you run into trouble you can't handle, call these people for help." Jiang Wanli's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he hurriedly exclaimed, "Teacher." The old principal turned his head, his gaze as sharp as a blade, coldly cutting him off. "Shut up. Do you think it's your turn to speak?" Jiang Wanli stood up in disbelief, his voice tinged with anger. "My son can't speak for himself?" Beside him, Yao Yujing quickly grabbed his arm, whispering softly, "Don't be impulsive." Yet her eyes lingered on the piece of paper, her expression complicated. She understood perfectly well that the names and numbers written there were far from ordinary. Even though she felt a twinge of selfishness deep down, she knew this was something she shouldn't covet. But it was about her son. How could she possibly remain indifferent? Jiang Ping took the paper, glanced at it briefly, and raised an eyebrow. He quickly committed the contents to memory. At the same time, the black-winged eagle flapped its wings, stirring a gentle breeze as it soared into the sky. One would expect a roaring gust, but the scene was eerily silent. Jiang Ping turned to the man beside him and couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, your aura is something else. You can block the wind? How do you do that? Can you teach me? Oh, by the way, how should I address you?" The man smirked at the question, responding calmly, "My name is Zhang Nan, a backup driver for Chin's squad. This technique is called an aura shield. Once you're in the academy, it's one of the basic skills you'll learn. But you'll need to reach the fusion realm at the very least. So, don't get your hopes up just yet." Jiang Ping clicked his tongue in amazement, his eyes brimming with curiosity and admiration. "Wow, going out into the world really opens your eyes. Senior brother, you're this skilled and still only a backup driver?" Jiang Nan burst out laughing, as if recalling his own rookie days. He looked at Jiang Ping, a teasing tone in his voice. "Of course I'm just a backup. Do you know what the official drivers for Chin's squad get to ride?" "What?" Jiang Ping's eyes widened as he eagerly leaned in for the answer. Jiang Nan sighed with a mix of awe and nostalgia. "A twin-winged python. They say it's a descendant of a royal-class beast." Jiang Ping's jaw dropped so wide it could fit an egg. "Royal class? As a ride? You've got to be kidding me." Even though he wasn't well-versed in cultivation, he understood the significance. Taming a beast was a grueling process, often requiring raising it from infancy and employing secret techniques. For someone to command such a powerful creature, they had to be among the very best. Jiang Ping's mind raced through everything he knew about beasts. The black-winged eagle before him, according to the books, could exhibit at least fusion-level combat power in adulthood. And yet, it was merely a backup driver's mount. As for the so-called twin-winged python, a royal-class descendant, its power upon maturity must be... He took a deep breath, realizing for the first time just how narrow his perspective had been. Fixing his gaze on Jiang Nan, he declared earnestly, "Senior brother, one day, I'll get one too. Just imagine how impressive that would be." Jiang Nan chuckled, a hint of encouragement in his tone. "Well, you'd better work hard then. but judging by how much the old principal values you, kid, you've got a bright future ahead. That notebook of his is practically legendary among South City High graduates. Legendary? Jiang Ping was puzzled, his curiosity piqued. What do you mean? Jiang Nan's eyes softened with nostalgia as he explained. They say no one knows who the old principal has listed in that notebook. I wasn't even allowed to lay eyes on it back when I was a student. I remember the year I got into the Airborne Academy. The old principal casually made a phone call and asked someone to look out for me. At the time, I thought he was brushing me off. But when I got to the academy, I found out that call was to the person in charge of selecting mounts. Jiang Nan paused, his voice tinged with emotion. It was only then that I managed to stand out from the crowd and earn this black-winged eagle as my mount. Sure, I put in my own effort, but without that phone call from the old principal, I wouldn't have even made it through the door. Jiang Ping listened, utterly stunned. He glanced down at the little slip of paper in his pocket, suddenly feeling a newfound respect and gratitude. He clutched the paper tightly, its warmth seeping into his heart. Jiang Nan noticed and gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Now you understand just how valuable that little piece of paper is, don't you? Jiang Ping nodded, gently touching his chest, overwhelmed with a sense of gratitude and determination. A warmth spread through him, comforting and steady. The academy. What is its true purpose? I can't let down the old principal's expectations. The flight was incredibly fast, the wind howling past his ears. The black-winged eagle's wings cut through the clouds, leaving streaks of shadows in its wake. Yet, even at such speed, it took an entire day and night to reach their destination. When the eagle pierced through a transparent membrane, Jiang Ping's eyes widened instantly. The boundary realm? Senior brother, is this the boundary realm? He exclaimed in awe, his voice unable to conceal his curiosity and amazement. Jiang Nan nodded calmly. Yes, it is. Another hour of flight, and we'll reach the command center of the third boundary realm. That's also where you'll take part in the selection process. The black-winged eagle descended slowly. Jiang Ping obediently followed Jiang Nan, watching as his senior skillfully tended to the eagle, feeding it large chunks of meat before they continued through the streets and alleys. Eventually, they arrived at a five-story building. Jiang Nan took out a card, which underwent a meticulous scan and inspection before granting them access. An elevator? Jiang Ping stared at the metallic box before him, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. You know what an elevator is? This is technology left over from the Harmonious Society era. Not many people are familiar with it these days. I read about it in books. Jiang Ping replied with a sheepish grin, his eyes darting around like an inquisitive child. As the elevator started, he watched intently. To his surprise, the elevator moved downward instead of upward, descending deep underground until it stopped on the 23rd level. When the elevator doors opened, the sight before Jiang Ping left him utterly speechless. The vast underground space was bustling with activity. Men and women in black uniforms moved with precision, efficiently handling their tasks. Enormous screens hung on the walls, displaying streams of complex data that Jiang Ping couldn't begin to comprehend. Phones rang incessantly, and the entire area buzzed with an atmosphere of urgency and purpose. Report. A clear voice broke Jiang Ping's daze. Enter. A mature woman's voice responded from the front, her tone sharp and commanding. Jiang Nan straightened up and spoke solemnly. Chief Chen, Jiang Ping has arrived. Following the voice, Jiang Ping looked ahead and saw a distinguished woman in a black uniform. Her sharp gaze swept over him as if assessing his very essence. Her features were both elegant and strikingly cold, yet there was something familiar about her that tugged at Jiang Ping's memory. So, you're the little bottle boy? Chen Juanxiu's lips curved into a faint smile, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. Jiang Ping froze, frowning as he tried to recall, but his mind remained blank. He was certain he had seen her before, yet the memory eluded him. Noticing his discomfort, Chen Juanxiu waved her hand, signaling Jiang Nan to step back. She then stood up, her smile deepening. Can't remember me? You used to have such a sweet tongue when you were little. Boom. Jiang Ping's mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning. A flood of hazy memories surged forth. His eyes widened as he pointed at Chen Juanxiu, his voice filled with shock. You? You're Xiangxiang auntie? Xiangxiang auntie? Chen Juanxiu burst into laughter, her expression softening with amusement. The memories finally clicked into place for Jiang Ping. He remembered how, as a starving child, it was this Xiangxiang auntie who had brought him 3 bottles of essence blood. The taste of it was unforgettable. Those 3 bottles not only saved his life, but also kept him moderately nourished for a month. To him, it was a precious and cherished memory. I didn't think you'd still remember. Chen Juanxiu sat back down, crossing her arms as a trace of warmth flickered in her sharp gaze. Little bottle boy, you're not an outsider, so I'll get straight to the point. In 3 days, geniuses from all over will gather here to compete for a spot in the top 16. The competition may be dangerous. If you're afraid, Auntie can arrange for someone to pave the way for you, ensuring you secure a spot without trouble. Jiang Ping's eyes flashed with surprise. Before he could respond, Chen Juanxiu's tone shifted, her gaze turning piercing. But if you choose that path, then in my eyes, you'll remain nothing more than a child. Do you understand? The air seemed to grow heavier for a moment. Jiang Ping lowered his head in thought, clearly grasping the deeper meaning behind her words. After a brief silence, he raised his head, his eyes resolute, his voice firm with determination. Auntie, just tell me what you need me to do. Chen Juanxiu's lips curved into a faint smile, her eyes glinting with approval. It's not about what I want you to do. It's about what you choose to do. Whether you want to remain a child sheltered under someone's wings or carve out your own path, it's entirely up to you. Jiang Ping clenched his fists, his gaze burning with resolve. He had already made his choice. At first, Chen Juanxiu intended to follow the teacher's plan. But the moment she laid eyes on Jiang Ping, she changed her mind. This child couldn't be raised that way. Standing at the edge of the martial arts arena, Chen Juanxiu's gaze fell on Jiang Ping, who was seated below. The young boy exuded a quiet resilience, a determination that was etched in his expression. His eyes were clear and unwavering, like a young beast ready to strike. Chen Juanxiu narrowed her eyes slightly, her heart skipping a beat. That kind of spirit, she hadn't seen it in the younger generation for a long time. This child cannot be wasted, she sighed inwardly. While the teacher's plan was well-meaning and aimed at keeping Jiang Ping out of harm's way, could a sheltered environment truly produce a strong individual? She probed his cultivation state briefly and was immediately taken aback. His foundation was solid, his energy steady, and his physical condition far exceeded her expectations. She had heard he had only practiced basic skills, with his claw technique being his strongest. Yet, with just that, he had reached the 7th stage of the Ling realm. That level of progress spoke to an unimaginable amount of effort and discipline. A child like this, if allowed to progress too comfortably, might lose his edge. Chen Juanxiu's gaze sharpened. She decided to abandon the teacher's plan. Jiang Ping needed to be tested. Even if he failed, she would be there to catch him. The 7th stage of the Ling realm. That was worlds apart from the beginner level the teacher had mentioned. What did this mean? It meant Jiang Ping's abilities rivaled, even surpassed those of the heirs from prominent families. Such talent and determination were rare, stirring a deep admiration in her heart. Chen Juanxiu quickly calculated the possibilities. With a little more effort, Jiang Ping might even break into the Rong realm. If he could perform well in the upcoming assessment, especially with the Rong realm foundation, he could secure a highly coveted demon core. Instead of competing for resources at the academy, it would be better to stand out in this assessment. As long as he made it into the top 8, she could justifiably secure a suitable lifebound demon core for him. That would set him on an entirely different trajectory. But all of this hinged on whether Jiang Ping was willing to take on the challenge. Smiling faintly, she spoke, Jiang Ping, since you've chosen this path, then go for it with all you've got. Your aunt believes in you. A spark of determination ignited in Jiang Ping's eyes. He nodded firmly, his voice low and resolute. Just watch me. Satisfied, Chen Juanxiu patted him on the shoulder before turning to leave. Jiang Ping stood rooted in place, his fists clenched, a fierce competitiveness burning in his gaze. He had accepted the arrangement, but that didn't mean he was content to be labeled as someone who relied on connections. His peers? He was determined to prove who was truly stronger, him or those pampered elites. Back at his residence, Jiang Ping quietly prepared for the first round of eliminations, scheduled 3 days later. During these 3 days, he didn't idle. Whenever he got hungry, he entered the Swallowing Heaven's secret realm to hunt iron-tailed eagles, using their cooked meat as his daily sustenance. This not only kept him fed, but also honed his claw technique to near perfection. However, his cultivation progress had noticeably slowed. Frowning, Jiang Ping stared at the iron-tailed eagle meat in his hands. Something's off, he muttered. He realized that eating the eagles no longer provided significant boosts to his energy. Previously, 2 eagles were enough to advance a stage. Now, even 10 barely made a difference. It's time to switch things up, he said, sitting cross-legged on the ground, feeling a bit troubled. After making such bold declarations, he couldn't afford to falter now. He had Jiang Nam procure a batch of demon beast encyclopedias from the 3rd realm and was poring over them, trying to identify a suitable target. White feathered chicken, Ling realm beast, skill, golden rooster stance. Jiang Ping's eyes twitched as he read the entry in the book. His lips curled into a smirk as he tossed the book aside. You must be kidding me. Why would I waste time practicing that nonsense? Mau Mau duck, a mystical beast from the spirit realm, with the skill, snowstorm? Isn't that just plucking feathers? A duck? Really? Do I even have that much body hair? Looking at the bizarre descriptions of these mystical beast skills, Jiang Ping couldn't help but rub his forehead and sigh. his face a mix of amusement and exasperation. After scanning through the options, he finally made his choice: a beast called the Windchaser Wolf, a mystical beast from the spirit realm with a signature skill, Blood Surge, which could instantly boost speed by 30 during battle. Jiang Ping mulled over his decision carefully. The reason he chose the Windchaser Wolf was because Blood Surge was a buff skill, practical and consistently usable. While it couldn't serve as a core skill, it was perfect as a supporting one. A 30 speed boost was, honestly, quite impressive. However, a strange thought popped into his head, and he muttered under his breath, "Wolf meat doesn't taste good, does it?" The idea made him grin, and he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. If others found out that he could learn skills just by eating meat, the mystical beasts would probably cry. Having set his sights on his target, Jiang Ping immediately began preparing. His first stop was Chen Juanxiu's office to gather some intel on the Windchaser Wolf. As always, Chen Juanxiu carried herself with elegance, casually tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and flashing a mature smile. "Little Ping," she teased, "you really do need to expand your arsenal. Relying on claws alone won't cut it. The Windchaser Wolf is a good choice. However, I don't have the authority to just hand you its core. Luckily for you, the first round of the Fire Seed Elimination Tournament happens to take place in a rift controlled by the military, and that rift happens to have Windchaser wolves." Jiang Ping's eyes lit up at her words, and he couldn't help but chuckle slyly. "Auntie, so how does this elimination tournament work? Can you give me a hint?" Chen Juanxiu didn't answer directly. Instead, she waved him off with a dismissive gesture. "All right, if there's nothing else, you should leave. Also, stop staying in that single room of yours. The other contestants are arriving one after another, and you should mingle with them." Jiang Ping froze for a moment before scratching his head in frustration. He hadn't expected to be kicked out of his single room. Grumbling to himself, he thought, a single room is so nice, especially with its own private bathroom. But he didn't dare argue, so he reluctantly gathered his bedding and prepared to move to a new dormitory. As she watched Jiang Ping leave, a faint, almost imperceptible smile played on Chen Juanxiu's lips. But her expression quickly returned to seriousness as she turned her attention back to the documents on her desk. These papers detailed the location options for the tournament's first round. To prevent leaks, the military had implemented strict confidentiality measures regarding the site selection, and the final decision was still pending. However, Jiang Ping's mention of the Windchaser Wolf sparked an idea in her mind. One particular secret realm seemed like a fitting choice. After carefully weighing the options, she concluded that, with Jiang Ping's strength and resourcefulness, he should be able to handle that secret realm as long as he didn't wander too far. After all, acquiring the Windchaser Wolf's skill wasn't easy. Sometimes, it required consuming over a dozen cores before one could learn it by chance, making luck a significant factor. With that thought, she picked up a red pen and circled one of the locations on the list. Chen Juanxiu pressed the buzzer on her desk, and moments later, a young woman in a black uniform entered the room, her demeanor respectful. "Yes, Captain Chen? Package this up and send it to the evaluation team. Have them make the arrangements," Chen Juanxiu instructed as she handed over the file. Her tone was calm but carried an undeniable authority. The young woman immediately understood, a flash of insight crossing her eyes. She nodded and replied, "Understood," before swiftly leaving to carry out the task. Meanwhile, the evaluation team began working tirelessly to set up the examination site at the Wild Wolf Rift location. On the other side, Jiang Ping, carrying his bedding, trudged back to the surface-level dormitory area, dilapidated old-school building. From the outside, it looked completely unremarkable, but it served as the central lodging for the tournament participants. As soon as he stepped inside, Jiang Ping was greeted by the sound of noisy chatter echoing through the halls. It was clear that quite a few contestants had already arrived. Looking up at the worn-out building, he sighed internally. "Sigh. Looks like the days ahead won't be peaceful. Lu Xiao, I heard that all the elites from the 13 cities are here this time. Even the geniuses below the Rong realm have shown up. The competition is going to be tough," someone remarked with a sigh. Another person quickly chimed in, his tone tinged with admiration. "Exactly. I heard there are as many as 300 participants. This won't be easy. But Lu Xiao is the #1 genius of our Chongming cities, bound to dominate." Standing not far away, Jiang Ping listened with great interest, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This familiar atmosphere was almost addictive. The last time in South City, his attempt to shine and humiliate his rivals hadn't gone as planned. But this time, perhaps things would go differently. As he mulled over the possibilities, he carried his bedding, a wash basin, and toiletries, preparing to knock on the door. Just as he raised his hand, an angry voice stopped him in his tracks. "Jiang Ping." The voice was filled with undisguised disdain and fury, laced with a sinister chuckle. Jiang Ping turned around and immediately broke into a grin. Well, if it wasn't Li Zimu. What a small world. Though he was a bit surprised to see Li Zimu here, on second thought, it made sense. Li Zimu appeared unusually agitated. his eyes brimming with venom and smugness. He had long been ostracized at school, and the strange looks from his peers had only grown worse. If not for his sister's intervention, he might have been completely ruined. When he heard about this assessment opportunity, he had begged his parents relentlessly until they pulled some strings to secure his spot. Of course, his own strength was decent enough to qualify, otherwise he wouldn't have made it in. Jiang Ping. Li Zimu growled through gritted teeth, already envisioning a triumphant future. He had it all planned out. Once he became a star among the fire seed talents, dazzling on television and dominating competitions, the looks on Jiang Ping's face and his lackeys would be priceless. Just imagining it filled him with glee. But this satisfaction paled in comparison to the thrill of the present moment. There stood Jiang Ping, alive and in the flesh, right before him. Unable to contain himself, Li Zimu burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you had a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. Now you've barged into hell. Jiang Ping, this isn't South City. There's no Dongfang lawn here, and your little gang isn't around to back you up. You're as good as dead. As he spoke, he made a dramatic gesture of slitting his throat, his eyes filled with provocation. Jiang Ping couldn't help but laugh at his words. Crossing his arms over his chest, he looked at Li Zimu with an air of amusement. Dead? Li Da Xiao. Forget about death, though. You even have the guts to touch a single hair on my head? Don't talk too big, or you might end up embarrassing yourself. Li Zimu's face darkened, but he quickly let out a cold snort, his tone dripping with arrogance. Don't worry, I won't use my family's influence to crush you. I'll defeat you fair and square with my own strength. The assessment is about to start. If you get eliminated early, you won't even be worth stepping on. Their heated exchange soon attracted a crowd, with several people poking their heads out of the dormitory to watch the commotion, whispering among themselves. Isn't that the eldest young master of the Li family from Chongming City? Why does he seem so angry? Who's the guy he's arguing with? He looks pretty confident. Yeah, what kind of grudge do these two have? As the murmurs grew, another figure leaned out from one of the dormitory rooms. Upon spotting Li Zimu, the person let out a scornful laugh. Just a useless nobody. Li Zimu whipped around, his eyes sharp. Lu Baichuan, you're here too. Lu Baichuan stepped out with an air of disdain, his tone dripping with mockery. And what if I am? Li Zimu, a loser like you has no right to act tough around here. Turning to Jiang Ping, he offered a small smile. Hey, you must be one of our dorm mates, right? Don't worry with me around. He won't dare lay a finger on you. Jiang Ping looked at the two men squaring off in front of him, feeling both amused and exasperated. These two, why did they seem like they were competing for the title of most dramatic? He chuckled lightly and said, thanks, but that won't be necessary. A mere Li Zimu isn't even worth my concern. At that moment, Lu Baichuan's face darkened slightly. He hadn't expected Jiang Ping to disregard him so blatantly. Originally, he had planned to use Jiang Ping to put down his old rival, Li Zimu, and showcase his own authority. However, Jiang Ping's casual response completely undermined his intentions. A wave of frustration rose in Lu Baichuan's heart, and he felt that Jiang Ping was being pretentious. As a young man, Lu Baichuan couldn't hide his emotions. His displeasure was written all over his face as he glared at Jiang Ping with dissatisfaction in his eyes. Hey, you should feel honored that young Master Lu has taken an interest in you. One of Lu Baichuan's lackeys quickly chimed in, trying to smooth things over. Young Master Lu is a genius. He entered the spirit realm early on and is now a master at the 5th stage of the spirit realm. Aren't you being a little too arrogant? As soon as the words left his mouth, murmurs rippled through the surrounding crowd. The 5th stage of the spirit realm was indeed impressive, especially at this stage where progress relied heavily on innate talent, with resources playing only a minimal role. Lu Baichuan's achievement at such a young age was a testament to his exceptional aptitude. Some in the crowd looked on with admiration, though others remained unimpressed. Huh. So what if it's the 5th stage of the spirit realm? A short-haired girl with a bold demeanor scoffed before turning on her heel and walking away. Meanwhile, a male student dressed in a faded shirt smirked slightly and left as well. Lu Baichuan's expression softened slightly at his lackey's flattery. He raised a hand and waved dismissively, saying in a calm tone, Hook, don't be so aggressive. I just think this classmate has potential and wanted to invite him to join us. Not just anyone can easily be part of our group. The lackey quickly nodded and grinned obsequiously. Of course, young Master Lu, you're always so wise. Watching this unfold, Jiang Ping felt nothing but a headache. These people were even more pretentious than he was. His lips twitched into a faint sneer as he replied with a touch of disdain, Thanks for the offer, but I'm here to compete, not to form cliques. Let's just stay out of each other's way. With that, he turned to push the door open, clearly uninterested in continuing the conversation. Seeing him walk away, Lu Baichuan felt a surge of anger. He reached out, intending to stop Jiang Ping, only to find that Jiang Ping stood as immovable as a mountain. A flicker of seriousness flashed in Lu Baichuan's eyes, though his face maintained a calm smile. Fine, have it your way. The minor confrontation ended there, but the entire scene was captured by a surveillance camera on the ceiling. In the monitoring room, Chen Juanxiu watched the screen with a glint of appreciation in his eyes. He chuckled and muttered, "This kid is interesting. Having strength is one thing, but keeping your composure is another. Not bad." An elderly man standing nearby caught the comment and his eyes flickered slightly. "Juanxiu, have you taken a liking to one of the kids?" Chen Juanxiu laughed heartily. "Oh, come on. It's too early to tell anything. We'll have to wait and see how they perform." The old man merely smiled and said no more. That evening, Lu Baichuan's lackeys were still relentless, trying to dig up more information about Jiang Ping. However, Jiang Ping was preoccupied with figuring out how to capture the wind wolf during the competition without being caught by the exam proctors. He had no patience for their probing and brushed them off with a few vague responses. When Lu Baichuan heard about this, he felt that Jiang Ping was deliberately antagonizing him. Sneering, he sought out Jiang Ping directly and said coldly, "Jiang Ping, sometimes talent alone isn't enough. A good talent needs the right resources to thrive." Jiang Ping's lips curled into a faint smile. "Thanks for the advice." Seeing that Jiang Ping was impervious to his remarks, Lu Baichuan grew increasingly frustrated. He snorted and said in a low voice, "That attitude of yours is going to get you in trouble sooner or later. The world isn't as simple as you think." Deep down, Lu Baichuan was fuming. In truth, from the very first encounter, he had sensed that Jiang Ping's cultivation level was not low, which was why he had wanted to recruit him. As a member of a prominent family, Lu Baichuan understood the importance of gathering talent. Yet Jiang Ping had completely disregarded his goodwill. Jiang Ping, however, remained indifferent. The resources he needed were far beyond anything these people could offer. Lu Baichuan's promises held no appeal for him. Time passed quickly, and the day of the assessment finally arrived. Though the past few days hadn't been entirely uneventful, no major conflicts had erupted. After all, everyone understood the true goal of their presence here. Be the spark, become the spark. That is the ultimate goal. The first elimination round had begun, but it was nothing like the grand and solemn affair they had imagined. Instead, it was a group of people following a staff member clad in a black uniform into a rift-like space. The man's expression was indifferent, and he casually gave instructions, "You have 1 day to hunt beasts alone. Bring back the right ear as proof, and points will be awarded based on the beast level. Note, there are no beasts below the Lingjing level here, so if you want to quit, now's your chance. Oh, and don't even think about cheating if caught. You'll be blacklisted for life. Each of you gets a motorcycle. Take one." Before his voice had fully faded, he turned and left, leaving a group of shocked and bewildered young talents behind. This scene was nothing like what they had envisioned. They had expected a ceremonious welcome, perhaps even to be treated like stars, only to be met with such a hasty and makeshift arrangement. It felt almost like a last-minute rehearsal. Some murmured complaints under their breath, but others began to notice something unusual. As their eyes scanned the surroundings, they spotted faintly visible cameras. Jiang Ping, however, was sharper than most. His keen sense quickly pinpointed several camera locations, and his heart sank slightly. He realized that every small movement he made would be recorded, which could complicate some of his special maneuvers. Still, he quickly shrugged it off. Whatever happens, happens, he thought. Without hesitation, he mounted a motorcycle, started the engine, and sped off into the wilderness. The area, known as Wolf Rift, was desolate, with sparse trees and shrubs scattered across the landscape. The faint sound of flowing streams could be heard in the distance. If it weren't for the lurking danger of beasts, the scenery might have been quite soothing. As for the size of this rift, Jiang Ping couldn't estimate it, for now everywhere he looked, it was endless flatlands. He was the first to race into the vast expanse, his figure vanishing into the horizon. "Go! Don't let him get ahead!" someone suddenly shouted, breaking the brief silence. In an instant, the 300 participants scattered like startled birds, each mounting their motorcycles and charging into the unknown wilderness. Jiang Ping sped forward, his mind clear and focused. He had already chosen his first target, a shrubland in the distance that carried an air of peculiarity. Though it seemed no taller than a person, his heightened sense of smell thanks to his moon howler dog ability picked up the chaotic and dangerous scent hidden within. He brought his motorcycle to a cautious stop just outside the shrubs and slowly drew the long blade strapped to his back. The blade gleamed coldly under the sunlight. Crouching low, he held his breath, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glint of light. He paused for a moment before a faint smile curved on his lips. Another camera. So that's how it is, he thought. These people weren't leaving them entirely to their own devices. Instead, they had discreetly set up surveillance to monitor their every move. Meanwhile, in the command center outside the rift space, Chen Juanxiu and a team of staff members were glued to the screens, observing every participant's performance. Assistants busily recorded and analyzed streams of data as the participants' profiles continuously updated on the monitors. Not bad, one staff member remarked while watching Jiang Ping's footage. Strong sixth sensei's able to detect danger. Though it's also possible he has some kind of enhanced olfactory ability. Chun Juanxiu nodded thoughtfully, his fingers swiping across the screen as he updated Jiang Ping's profile. His expression was intense, his sharp gaze seemingly dissecting every frame of footage for more information. An elderly man in the command room glanced at Qin Juanxiu and smiled approvingly, giving a slight nod. Well done, Juanxiu. The fireseed competition isn't just about testing the participants' abilities, it's a battle of information. Every micro-expression, every subtle movement, is analyzed and studied. Your methods are indeed intriguing. Qin Juanxiu offered a modest smile. It's all thanks to your excellent guidance. Time continued to tick by. After discovering the dense network of cameras hidden in the bushes, Jiang Ping refrained from acting rashly. Instead, he crouched nearby, carefully observing the area. His sharp, eagle-like eyes scanned every detail of the thicket until he arrived at an astonishing conclusion. There were a total of 86 cameras set up in the bushes. However, the scent lingering in the area only indicated the presence of fewer than 10 wind-chasing wolves. Jiang Ping's mouth twitched slightly as he felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. Isn't this a bit over the top? He thought to himself, scratching his head as he stared at the bushes with a growing headache. Taking down the wolves wasn't an issue for him. With his mastery at the 7th level of the Lingjing realm and his perfected claw technique, he was confident he could retreat unscathed, as long as all the wolves didn't attack at once. The problem, however, was that killing the wolves would only allow him to take one ear as proof of the kill. What a waste. Frowning, Jiang Ping's mind raced as he considered various strategies. In the command room behind the scenes, the observers stared intently at the monitors, whispering among themselves. Is he scared, or just coming up with a plan? One of them questioned. Chun Juanxiu, however, simply smiled faintly and continued watching the screen, waiting for Jiang Ping's next move. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ping finally acted. Drawing his blade, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he made a move no one could have anticipated. He picked up a fist-sized rock, tapped it lightly with the tip of his blade to ensure it was solid enough, and then hurled it with precision into a specific spot in the bushes. With a muffled thud, a pained howl broke out from within the thicket. That strike clearly demonstrated Jiang Ping's use of qi energy and his impeccable aim, showcasing his unique remote claw technique. The injured wind-chasing wolf staggered out of the bushes, and Jiang Ping's eyes lit up as a sly grin spread across his face. Seeing the massive wolf, which stood a full 3 meters tall, Jiang Ping didn't engage in combat. Instead, he spun around and bolted. The observers in the command room were stunned. Is he trying to lure one out for an unknown fight? Someone speculated. But what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. Jiang Ping didn't stop running. He sprinted directly to a motorcycle lying on the ground, swiftly mounted it, twisted the throttle, and the engine roared to life. To everyone's shock, he rode the motorcycle straight toward the bushes. Even the wind-chasing wolf seemed momentarily stunned by this unexpected move, and the observers in the command room were left dumbfounded. Is this guy out of his mind? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. The wolf quickly snapped out of its confusion and let out a furious roar as it gave chase. Just as Jiang Ping neared the edge of the bushes, he abruptly hit the brakes, stopping right at the boundary. He turned back and taunted the wolf with a provocative gesture, hooking his finger at it. Enraged, the wolf leaped toward him. In the split second before the wolf could reach him, Jiang Ping expertly twisted the throttle again. The motorcycle shot forward like an arrow, and the wolf, missing its target, crashed directly into the bushes. A second agonized howl immediately erupted from the thicket. Another wind-chasing wolf, having been struck by the first, emerged from the bushes in a fury. The two wolves instantly turned on each other, creating a chaotic scene. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping chuckled to himself, clearly pleased with his plan. His strategy worked like a charm. In just a few minutes, he managed to lure out more than 10 wind-chasing wolves. Riding his motorcycle, Jiang Ping laughed wildly as he used his Moonhowl Dog's enhanced sense of smell to locate more targets, repeating the process again and again. An hour later, Jiang Ping had an entire pack of over 50 wind-chasing wolves trailing behind him, snarling and growling as they pursued him relentlessly. Jiang Ping, however, seemed to be enjoying himself, alternating between speeding up and slowing down just enough to further agitate the wolves. The command room was deathly silent as everyone stared at the screen, their mouths agape. Finally, someone couldn't hold back any longer. What is this guy doing? Is he trying to get himself killed? If his motorcycle runs out of fuel, he's done for. The record keepers were growing increasingly anxious. Commander Chun, I strongly recommend we terminate his trial immediately. This is far too dangerous. If something happens in an area not covered by the cameras, Chun Juanxiu, however, merely narrowed his eyes, a faintly amused smile playing on his lips. He understood the record keeper's concerns. There were indeed blind spots in the camera coverage, particularly in areas outside the designated testing zone. But Jiang Ping's performance so far didn't seem like the actions of someone acting recklessly. Jiang Ping's actions not only destroyed quite a few surveillance cameras, but he was also heading in the wrong direction. Once he left the exam area, there were far fewer cameras, and if something dangerous happened, there would be no way to handle it. Chun Juanxiu frowned in deep thought, his fingers tapping lightly on the table as if weighing the pros and cons. After a long pause, he finally looked up, speaking with a tone that was both hesitant and resolute. "Leave him be. Let's see what he's up to." Then, he turned his gaze to Jiang Nan. "Jiang Nan, take the black-winged eagle and go check on him." Jiang Nan nodded in agreement, quickly turning to leave. He summoned the black-winged eagle, leaped onto its back, and soared into the rift space. His heart was filled with a mix of urgency and concern. He couldn't help but think, that kid better not get himself killed doing something stupid. At that moment, Jiang Ping was speeding across the desolate wilderness on a motorcycle, with a pack of gale wolves in hot pursuit behind him. He glanced back, and to his surprise, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. A faint grin tugged at the corners of his mouth, and he almost started drooling. 70, 80 of them? He muttered to himself, a manic gleam flickering in his eyes. The surrounding landscape grew increasingly barren, with hardly any signs of surveillance cameras. Jiang Ping let out a reckless laugh, emboldened by the lack of monitoring. He began to slow down deliberately, allowing the distance between him and the wolves to shrink. The fastest gale wolf was nearly close enough to pounce on him when Jiang Ping suddenly turned his head and flashed it a mischievous grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "Come on, sweetheart," he teased. He reached up to touch the red mark on his wrist, and in an instant, the gale wolf vanished into thin air. Jiang Ping stared at the scene in front of him, muttering under his breath, "Amazing. Truly amazing." The remaining wolves closest to him froze, their eyes filled with confusion and fear, as if silently asking, "Where did our companion go?" The location Jiang Ping had chosen was no accident. It had been meticulously planned. There were no cameras in sight, and the nearest one was 800 meters away, pointed in the opposite direction. This secluded environment gave him the freedom to act without restraint. Taking advantage of the wolves' momentary hesitation, he struck again. With two swift movements, another pair of gale wolves disappeared without a trace. In just a few moments, the leading wave of gale wolves had been magically wiped out. Breathing heavily, Jiang Ping wiped the sweat off his forehead, though his sharp gaze remained locked on the dust cloud trailing behind him. He licked his lips, his expression a mix of exhilaration and caution. Despite his outward confidence, he knew full well how risky his strategy was. To capture the wolves in his secret realm, he had to make physical contact with them, a gamble that could easily cost him his life. What's more, the devouring secret realm wasn't omnipotent. If he ever accidentally pulled in something far beyond his ability to handle, the realm could very well become his death sentence. But Jiang Ping had his own calculations. As long as something entered the realm, it was as good as his to consume eventually, even if it took time. After capturing 6 gale wolves, Jiang Ping paused to catch his breath before picking up his motorcycle and continuing his mad dash. He understood the importance of not staying in one place for too long, as it would make him too easy to track. His plan was simple: provoke a large pack of gale wolves and harvest them in batches. Capturing them one by one would be inefficient and far riskier under the watchful eyes of surveillance. By targeting a large group, no one would notice if a few wolves mysteriously disappeared. After all, with so many of them, who could keep count? For the next half-day, Jiang Ping repeated this process over and over. His motorcycle's fuel tank had a range of 300 kilometers, with about a third of the fuel remaining, which showed just how relentlessly he had been pushing it. At this point, about 50 or 60 gale wolves were still trailing behind him. Each time he left the monitored areas, he would seize the opportunity to capture 7 or 8 more wolves, maintaining an efficient pace. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was approaching rapidly on the black-winged eagle. From a distance, he spotted Jiang Ping's figure and felt a surge of anger mixed with urgency. He wanted nothing more than to grab the kid and demand an explanation. Jiang Ping, of course, noticed the familiar figure in the sky as well. Recognizing it as Jiang Nan, he toned down his actions, ceasing his wolf capturing spree and preparing to engage in actual combat. One of the gale wolves lunged at him, and Jiang Ping's expression turned cold. With a swift and precise swing of his blade, he dispatched the wolf in just a few moves. He quickly severed its right ear and extracted its inner core. Though he felt a pang of regret for leaving the wolf meat behind, he decisively abandoned it and hopped back on his motorcycle, speeding away once more. From the sky, Jiang Nan watched Jiang Ping's entire sequence of actions, his brows furrowing deeper with every passing moment. His eyes reflected a mix of confusion and exasperation, clearly at a loss for how to deal with this reckless young man. Muttering to himself, who knew you could play it like this? Just moments ago, he had clearly seen Jiang Ping swiftly take down a Gale Wolf. While Jiang Ping's exceptional skills played a part, the more critical factor was that the Gale Wolf was already exhausted, its speed reduced by at least 40 compared to its peak condition. Yikes, he thought. This strategy looked extremely dangerous, but the payoff was equally astonishing. By leveraging the mobility of the motorcycle, Jiang Ping didn't expend his own energy. Instead, he wore down the Gale Wolf's stamina through prolonged pursuit and struck decisively when it was on the verge of collapse. Kill as many as possible, then retreat swiftly when the time was up. Repeating this cycle was practically unbeatable. Jiang Nan was stunned. This kind of bold maneuver was beyond anything he had ever heard of. But soon, another thought crossed his mind. Motorcycles consume fuel. What happens if he runs out? Has Jiang Ping even considered that? As Jiang Nan puzzled over this, it seemed Jiang Ping had already anticipated his concerns. The fuel warning light on the motorcycle lit up, but Jiang Ping didn't panic. Instead, he accelerated in a specific direction. Jiang Nan watched curiously, eager to see what trick Jiang Ping had up his sleeve this time. The motorcycle stopped near a patch of bushes. Jiang Ping got off and called out toward the shrubs. Hey, classmate, come out. How about we swap bikes? A trembling student emerged from the bushes, pale-faced and on the verge of tears. Boss, please don't mess with me. Just get rid of those wolves. It turned out that Jiang Ping's antics in this area had long attracted the attention of countless Gale Wolves. The scene of swirling wolf smoke was so conspicuous that even a blind person could sense something was wrong. Most other participants had fled the area, but this unlucky student had stumbled right into the chaos. With a face full of despair, the student silently wailed in his heart. I just wanted to take part in this assessment. Why is it so hard? Jiang Ping, however, grinned and patted his motorcycle. This bike can still go 20 kilometers. You take my bike and head that way, and I'll take yours and go the other way. I promise I won't cause you any trouble. Deal? The student was near tears. Boss, please stop messing with me. Without a bike, how am I supposed to compete in this wilderness? Unlike the Lingjing stage, I can't just run as fast as I can fly here. Jiang Ping's smile grew even more mysterious. If you don't swap, I'm not leaving. When the wolf pack surrounds us, what will you do then? Gritting his teeth, the student's face turned red with anger. Boss, don't push me too far. If you force me, they'll fight you. After the fight, they'll just grab the bike and run. If you can run, so can I. It had to be said anyone who made it to this competition wasn't a fool. The student quickly realized that as long as he had a bike, things wouldn't be too bad. But Jiang Ping simply gave him an enigmatic smile. Oh, really? Before the student could react, Jiang Ping flicked his claws, sending 5 streaks of blood-red energy flying. A Gale Wolf that had been sneaking up from the bushes was instantly obliterated before it could even fully emerge. Whoa! The student was dumbfounded, his mind racing like a herd of alpacas. He stammered, half laughing and half crying, Boss, with your skills, why don't you just take the bike outright? Why even bother negotiating? You're oddly considerate. Jiang Ping waved his hand with a serious expression. That wouldn't be right. We're all classmates here. Who knows? We might have to fight side by side in the future. Taking your bike by force just wouldn't sit well with me. The student was utterly speechless, but as he glanced back, he saw the billowing wolf smoke and the wolf pack closing in. He knew Jiang Ping could escape, but he himself might not make it out alive. Left with no choice, he reluctantly tossed the motorcycle keys to Jiang Ping, his face full of resentment. Boss, you better keep your word. I'll head left, and you go right. Let's stay out of each other's way. Jiang Ping smiled in satisfaction. No problem. Oh, and hey, race a wolf here for you. Consider it compensation. With that, he hopped onto the fully fueled motorcycle and sped off, leaving only a cloud of dust behind. The fuel tank was brimming, and Jiang Ping felt a deep sense of security. He knew that unlike him, others wouldn't be pulling off stunts like this, so they wouldn't burn through as much fuel. The student, meanwhile, looked down at the wolf ear in his hand and felt a strange sense of gratitude. Despite being forced to swap bikes, at least Jiang Ping had left him with a little something in return. On the Blackwing Eagle, Jiang Nan glanced at Jiang Ping's actions and picked up the specially made walkie-talkie in his hand with a faint sigh. Team leader Chen, do we still need to keep following him? Do we? His tone carried a mix of helplessness and playful sarcasm. In the command room, the atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. Neither Chen Juanxiu, the elderly man, nor the staff members taking notes had anything to say. This kid was just too much. Everyone had seen what happened earlier, Jiang Ping crushing the Gale Wolf like it was nothing. The surveillance footage showed it clearly. That Gale Wolf was at least at the 5th level of the spirit realm, yet Jiang Ping casually crushed it in one move. If he had that kind of strength, why not just deal with it straightforwardly? Why resort to such flashy antics? For what? A thrill? A rush? After a moment of silence, Chen Juanxiu rubbed her temples, her tone tinged with fatigue. Pull back. Let him do whatever reckless things he wants. For the first time, she felt like she couldn't figure this kid out at all. Frustrated yet amused, she muttered under her breath, "Little brat." The elderly man beside her, however, wore a meaningful smile. "Juanxiu, this kid is the one old Imo asked us to look after, isn't he?" Chun Juanxiu nodded helplessly. "Did my teacher ask you to keep an eye on him too?" The old man chuckled even more heartily. "Of course. He even said this kid was well behaved. But judging by his current behavior, TSK. His tone was drenched in teasing amusement. A rare blush crept onto Chan Juanxiu's graceful face, as she could easily pick up on the underlying humor in his words. But what could she do? This kid was one of their own. As his elder, all she could do was clean up his messes. She cleared her throat and swiftly changed the subject. "Ahem, let's check on the other contestants." The record keepers quietly resumed, jotting down their assessments of Jiang Ping. "Exceptional strength, but mischievous." One even directly wrote, "Something's wrong with his head. What's the point of all this?" Meanwhile, Jiang Ping continued leading the Gale Wolf around in circles, his actions drawing far less attention now that Jiangnan had left. With no one watching over him, he fully let loose. Elsewhere, Li Zimu was also on the move. His speed was impressive, clearly a sign of his confidence in his abilities. Coming from a prestigious family, he saw himself as second to none. He quickly identified his target and headed straight for a patch of scrubland on the wasteland. His initial strategy mirrored Jiang Ping's lure, out a Gale Wolf first. However, his approach was much more measured. His eyes flashed with determination as he drew a knife and said coldly, "You little mutt, I'm going to use you to rack up some points." Before he finished speaking, he launched his attack. Every move exuded the solid foundation and discipline of someone raised in a noble family. His actions were precise and efficient, earning even the onlookers' admiration. "What a promising talent, solid basics," someone remarked. With the help of his skills, Li Zimu swiftly and cleanly dispatched the Gale Wolf. He cut off its right ear, a small smile of satisfaction playing on his lips. Glancing at his watch, he muttered, 10 minutes. Not bad at all. His voice brimmed with confidence and pride. In truth, young men like Li Zimu, born into prestigious families, had long been exposed to dealing with beasts. Of course, such encounters were under strict protection. If he fought a beast, there would be 10 bodyguards standing by, ready to intervene at the slightest sign of danger. Because of this, he lacked the instinctive fear that an ordinary person might feel when facing a monster. Instead, he saw these beasts as familiar adversaries. For ordinary students encountering a monster for the first time, the sight of a 3-meter-long beast, taller than a horse, with glistening black claws and razor-sharp fangs, would be terrifying. But Li Zimu remained calm and composed, methodically executing his plan. He believed that at this pace, aside from breaks, his performance would be outstanding, perhaps even surpassing Jiang Ping's. Thinking about outshining Jiang Ping, he let out a derisive chuckle, as if he could already see his victory. However, whether due to overconfidence or a misstep, his next attempt to lure a Gale Wolf accidentally attracted 3 of them at once. The sudden turn of events threw him off balance momentarily. But as a young man from a prominent family, Li Zimu quickly regained his composure. Gritting his teeth, his eyes flashed with determination. With a fierce resolve, he managed to turn the tide, ultimately defeating all 3 Gale Wolves. This scene did not escape the watchful eyes of those in the command room. Observing the screens, the group nodded in agreement as the recorders swiftly jotted down various data points and performance details. "Not bad. Seems like a promising candidate, steady," an elderly man commented in a low voice. However, his brows furrowed slightly as he continued, "But they're a bit too by the book. If they want to achieve something truly remarkable, they'll need to loosen up a bit." Exchanging glances, the group returned their focus to the screens, continuing their observation. The scene shifted to Lu Baichuan, whose performance stood out prominently. Despite his usual demeanor as a spoiled heir, his true strength was undeniable. Confronted by a pack of swift-winged wolves hidden in the underbrush, he chose to provoke them directly, his eyes gleaming with a mix of arrogance and playful defiance. "Come on, bring it on," he taunted with a smirk. The first wolf lunged, and he dealt with it effortlessly. The second and third followed in quick succession, yet he remained composed and in control. It wasn't until the 5th wolf joined the fray that Lu Baichuan finally shed some of his cocky attitude, focusing intently as he used these beasts to refine his combat skills. In the command room, someone remarked, "Lu Baichuan has solid skills and guts, but he's too reckless. 5 wolves are manageable, but what about 6? As if on cue, the screen revealed a 6th wolf, seemingly drawn in by the intensity of the battle, leaping into the chaos. Lu Baichuan's pressure mounted instantly. His brows knitted together, yet the exhilaration of the fight only made his eyes shine brighter. Meanwhile, Su Tianjiao, the girl who had chosen to leave on her own earlier, showcased a strikingly unique style. Carrying a massive broadsword at least 2 meters long, she gripped the hilt with one hand while steadying the blade with the other, her steps purposeful and unyielding. She moved like a fortress on the march. When surrounded by a pack of wolves, she remained unfazed. With a sweeping arc of her blade, she sent gusts of wind slicing through the air, forcing the wolves to retreat continuously. In the command room, someone murmured, "This girl's approach relies on raw power. Her skills are clearly geared toward enhancing physical strength, quite the well-thought-out build. She must have had guidance from someone experienced." Another observer nodded in agreement. "Her name's Su Tianjiao? Taking on a pack of wolves single-handedly, it seems she truly lives up to the name Tianjiao." On the other hand, another male participant displayed a particularly distinctive performance. Wearing black-framed glasses, an unusual sight in this era of near-perfect vision, stood out immediately. His combat style was remarkably cautious, with every move executed with surgical precision, maximizing efficiency with minimal effort. Compared to Jiang Ping, another competitor at the Spirit Domain's 7th mark, he appeared extraordinarily reserved. While Jiang Ping was flamboyant and aggressive, this young man was the epitome of restraint. Even his movements seemed meticulously calculated, as though he had mapped out every step in advance. The recorders glanced at his name and couldn't help but chuckle. Zhuge Jingyi? No wonder. At the mention of the Zhuge family, the group was reminded of their formidable reputation across the 13 cities. What made this family truly fearsome wasn't their combat prowess, but their unparalleled strategic and analytical abilities. Someone muttered, "His approach is classic Zhuge, calculated to perfection." The diversity of styles created a lively atmosphere in the command room. The recorders watched intently, thoroughly entertained, while the elderly man and Chan Juanxiu nodded in approval. "Overall, the talent pool is strong. Plenty of potential here," they remarked. However, when the screen switched to Jiang Ping, their expressions grew noticeably more complicated. Jiang Ping was currently tearing across the wilderness on a motorcycle, recklessly zigzagging through the terrain. A pack of swift-winged wolves was chasing after him, and behind them trailed a few bears, and even a 3-legged golden rooster had somehow joined the chaotic pursuit. The scene was absolute bedlam. Jiang Ping wore an exhilarated grin, but a hint of frustration flickered in his eyes. The growing mob of beasts was starting to spiral out of his control. Gritting his teeth, he twisted the throttle to its limit, sending the motorcycle roaring forward. What he hadn't anticipated, however, was that the beasts were gaining speed, almost matching the motorcycle's pace. As time ticked by, the sky gradually darkened. Out on the desolate plains, the headlight of Jiang Ping's motorcycle cut a sharp, glaring beam through the encroaching night. Glancing down at his navigation device, his brows furrowed deeply. "Where the hell have I ended up?" he muttered under his breath. As night fell, Jiang Ping found his tasks becoming increasingly manageable. Every now and then, he would hunt down a few gale wolves, or even capture some alive. His movements were swift and stealthy, like a phantom in the darkness, weaving effortlessly through the wolf pack. However, he kept a safe distance from the rampaging bear, not daring to approach it. Just sensing the oppressive aura emanating from the massive beast was enough for him to realize it was far beyond his current ability to confront. The extraordinary endurance his spiritual body granted him made staying up all night a trivial matter. Yet, Jiang Ping wasn't the only one hard at work. The other participants in the assessment were equally relentless, knowing full well that even a moment of slackness could lead to elimination. Nighttime had become the most intense period of competition. Everyone was desperately hunting gale wolves, but none dared venture into other areas. Only Jiang Ping roamed freely, like a casual yet efficient predator on the prowl. As dawn began to break, Jiang Ping timed his retreat perfectly, slipping silently into the devouring heaven secret realm. The moment his figure vanished into the entrance, chaos erupted among the beasts outside. Wolf howls, tiger roars, and bear growls echoed throughout the forest. The creatures seemed utterly enraged, frantically searching for any trace of Jiang Ping. All through the previous night, they had been toying with the illusion of catching him, only for him to vanish every single time. Infuriated, the beasts rampaged, crashing through the forest and even initiating large-scale sweeps. Meanwhile, inside the devouring heaven secret realm, Jiang Ping was busy cooking. He pulled out several pieces of gale wolf meat from his backpack, gave them a quick cleaning, and tossed them into a pot. Adding some strong liquor, dried chili peppers, and fragrant leaves, he let it simmer over a low flame. The gale wolf meat was naturally tough, but its bones could produce a rich broth with a faint trace of wind elemental essence. While the system's evaluation still labeled it as barely edible, it was a significant improvement from the previous not fit for a dog. Jiang Ping chuckled in satisfaction, heating oil in the pan before tossing in the wolf meat and seasonings all at once. The sizzling sound of hot oil filled the air, accompanied by the gradually spreading aroma. Outside the secret realm, however, the furious roars of the beasts grew even more deafening. Their rage engulfed the forest, even drawing out beasts from the fusion realm. The overwhelming pressure rendered the assessment participants nearly incapable of breathing. They cowered in bushes, paralyzed with fear, let alone daring to hunt any beasts. This as it were finished, many lamented silently. Those who were already struggling to perform now found themselves completely deprived of any opportunity to score. In the monitoring room, the staff overseeing the assessment were equally tense and disheartened. Chief Chin, where did that kid disappear to? These beasts are going berserk, and several of our cameras have already been destroyed, someone muttered in frustration. Chin Junxius' expression darkened as he retorted coldly, "What's the matter? Are you seriously worried about the cost of a few cameras? This is an assessment, a selection process for the fire seed competition. If this situation arose, it's because your contingency plans were inadequate. Don't blame the participants." His sharp words left the room in awkward silence, with several staff members blushing in embarrassment. Nearby, Jiang Nin lowered his head in thought, silently reflecting, Chief Chin really hasn't changed, always protective of his own. Still, I should be grateful I belong to this faction. Otherwise, my future would be far more uncertain. The agonizing night finally came to an end, and as daylight returned, the enraged beasts gradually calmed down. Unable to locate Jiang Ping, they had no choice but to disperse. No matter how furious they were, they couldn't track him down. By this time, Jiang Ping had already eaten his fill and even managed to sneak in a short nap in the Secret Realms library. Feeling refreshed, he opened his small backpack, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began sorting through his spoils. A total of 35 right wolf ears. This score should be enough, right? At the very least, it should keep me from being eliminated. Then again, who knows? Jiang Ping scratched his head, weighing his options. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and decided to push himself further. After all, his aunt had high hopes for him, and he didn't want to let her down. Suppressing the aching pain throughout his body, he grabbed his blade and ventured back into the Swallowing Heaven secret realm. This time, he set his sights on 5 Gale Wolves. After a harrowing battle, he finally managed to bring the total count to 40. Looking at his spoils, Jiang Ping panted heavily, a confident smile spreading across his face. That should seal the deal, right? He muttered to himself. Realizing that wolf meat wouldn't stay fresh for long, he decided to handle it quickly. He washed his clothes in a mountain stream near the original site of Mount Xianhua, rinsing off the heavy stench of blood. Stretching lazily and letting out a satisfied belch, he cautiously made his way out of the secret realm. As expected, there were no pursuers outside. Jiang Ping let out a sigh of relief, a smug grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. Picking a direction, he sprang into motion, his figure shooting forward like an arrow. By 10 a.m., the contestants had started to gather back at the meeting point. However, everyone's expressions were grim. Even Lu Baichuan, who was usually brimming with confidence, looked frustrated. He kicked a stone at his feet and muttered a curse under his breath. What a damn unlucky night. Worked my ass off for almost nothing, couldn't even sleep. All because of those crazy demonic beasts. Tell me about it. Last night was a nightmare. Other contestants chimed in, their faces weary and tinged with resentment. I'm probably going to end up at the bottom this time. My dad will kill me when I get home, someone said with a bitter laugh. Same here. Even if I made some progress during the day, it all went down the drain thanks to those beasts howling all night. Complaints and grumbles filled the air, dragging the mood down even further. Yet oddly enough, this seemed to lift the spirits of Lu Baichuan and the late arriving Li Zimu ever so slightly. Looks like everyone's in the same boat. At least the gap between us won't be too big, the two thought, exchanging glances before turning their attention to Zhuge Jingyi and Su Tianjiao, silently speculating on how their rivals had fared. As time ticked on, the exam officials finally appeared. With 3 minutes left on the clock, the examiner announced coldly, anyone who fails to return on time will be disqualified immediately. The contestants grew tense, scanning the crowd and counting heads. Li Zimu's eyes searched for Jiang Ping's figure, a smirk curling on his lips. Looks like that guy's not coming back. Meanwhile, Lu Baichuan frowned slightly, puzzled. That's odd. Jiang Ping's no slouch, how could he not make it back? Did he really have such bad luck? With just 1 minute remaining, the examiner was about to declare the results when the distant roar of a motorcycle engine shattered the silence. Heads turned toward the sound, and moments later, a young man sped toward the assembly point like a streak of lightning. Just before reaching the group, he executed a perfect drift, coming to a smooth stop. Leaping off the bike with practiced ease, he landed gracefully. Jiang Ping. Li Zimu's pupils contracted, a complicated mix of emotions flashing in his eyes. Jiang Ping caught his reaction and smirked playfully, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. What's the matter? Surprised to see me? Li Zimu let out a cold snort, turning away without another word. Jiang Ping, unfazed, blended into the crowd. Among the group, however, Several familiar faces wore bitter expressions, the very people whose motorcycles he had commandeered. Inwardly, they wailed, "Why is this scourge still alive?" They knew all too well the real reason behind last night's demonic beast rampage, but they didn't dare speak up. Instead, they meekly approached Jiang Ping, testing the waters. "Boss, how about we stick with you from now on?" Jiang Ping's lips twitched slightly, but he couldn't be bothered to respond. Just then, the examiner's voice rang out again. "Time's up. We'll now begin tallying the results. The entrance is sealed, and anyone still outside is disqualified." Jiang Ping finally realized that he had made it back just in time, feeling a bit relieved. If he had overslept, it could have been a problem. However, he overheard the three boys behind him talking and couldn't help but listen in. Considering their earlier camaraderie when they had gifted him a vehicle, Jiang Ping felt it would be rude to ignore them. So he turned around and asked, "What were you guys just talking about?" The boys exchanged glances, as if confirming something among themselves. Then they collectively let out a sigh of relief, their tension easing slightly. One of them, a boy around 5 feet 9 inches with a few pimples on his face, spoke up in a low voice, "Boss, we want to follow you." Jiang Ping was momentarily stunned, then broke into laughter. "Follow me? This is a selection competition, isn't it? Aren't we all competitors here?" To his surprise, the boys shook their heads, their tone firm. "We mean after this. Wherever you go, boss, we'll follow you to that academy. I heard you can form your own team once you're in." Jiang Ping was taken aback by this unexpected proposition. He raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a playful smirk. "Let's get through this first. If you're too weak, I won't take you," he teased. "Quiet." Just as Jiang Ping was feeling smug and joking around, one of the examiners suddenly shouted, his voice booming like thunder. Jiang Ping jolted in shock and immediately shut his mouth. The examiner glared at him with fiery eyes, barely concealing his irritation. Clearly, Jiang Ping had already caused them a significant amount of extra work, and now he had the audacity to chatter openly? It was downright brazen. The lead examiner issued a cold warning. "One more word, and you're disqualified." The atmosphere instantly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Jiang Ping pressed his lips together, feeling a bit helpless. He could clearly sense the examiner's seething anger, but what had he done wrong? Just a day ago, these same people had been all smiles, and one of them had even helped him get lunch with their meal card. How did their friendly demeanor change so drastically overnight? The process of tallying the results was long and tedious, taking a full half-hour. Everyone waited with bated breath, the air thick with tension. But when the final results were announced, they were completely unexpected. The top scorer wasn't Jiang Ping, nor was it Su Tianjiao, or even Zhu Gejingyi. Lu Baichuan and Li Zimu weren't at the top either. Instead, it was a name no one had paid attention to before: Shao Qi. 53 kills, first place. When the ranking was announced, the crowd erupted into chaos. "Shao Qi? Who's that? Never heard of them. Which family are they from? Shao? Are there any prominent families with that surname in the 13 cities?" Discussion broke out like wildfire, with everyone unable to hide their surprise. However, the examiners ignored the murmurs and simply addressed a tall, dark-skinned boy with a determined expression in the crowd. "Congratulations, Shao Qi, for ranking first in the first elimination round with a score of 53. The crowd buzzed with astonishment, many harboring feelings of discontent, especially Lu Baichuan and the others. They had been brimming with confidence, certain they would claim the top spot, only to be thoroughly outdone by this unexpected dark horse. Despite their frustration, no one dared to question the results. Cheating in this competition was simply not an option. As Shao Qi stepped forward, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, I know who he is, the mute kid." The mute? The mention of this nickname immediately piqued everyone's curiosity, and all eyes turned to Shao Qi. Even the examiners couldn't suppress faint smiles. Compared to Jiang Ping, who had been a constant headache, Shao Qi was certainly a much more disciplined participant. From the moment he entered the rift, Shao Qi had been relentless, hunting beasts with unmatched efficiency. Even at night, when most participants chose to rest, he continued his efforts, showing both courage and caution. Every move he made was carefully calculated. In contrast, the other contestants mostly adopted conservative strategies, avoiding risks to prevent large-scale beast attacks. For these privileged talents, ranking wasn't as important as staying safe. After all, even if they didn't succeed here, they had other opportunities waiting for them. But Shao Qi was different. This selection was one of the few chances he had in life. He had no safety net, no second chances. He had to give it his all. "He's from our city, a tough, self-made genius." "I respect that," someone murmured, their tone tinged with admiration. "This person could definitely be crowned the king of overachievement among us." Shao Qi's performance was nothing short of astonishing, leaving everyone in awe. The crowd buzzed with discussions, most marveling at his dedication and relentless drive. Some even nodded to themselves, thinking, with such effort, It's no surprise he achieved this result. However, when the second place was announced, the chatter flared up. Again, it was none other than Su Tianjiao, who followed closely behind with a score of 48 beasts. Shortly after, the third place was revealed to be Zhuge Zhengyi, who had taken down 45 beasts. The rankings sent a ripple of tension through the air. Lu Baichuan's face darkened further. His score of 38 beasts had knocked him out of the top 3, and even Jiang Ping couldn't help but glance at him. Jiang Ping, on the other hand, remained unfazed upon hearing the scores of the second and third places. He had already estimated that his tally of 40 beasts would secure him a spot near the top. After all, his goal had always been to keep a low profile, showcasing enough skill without drawing too much attention. Yet, he had clearly underestimated his performance. When the fourth place name was announced, it turned out to be his. Jiang Ping was momentarily stunned, but quickly broke into a faint smile. Not bad, he remarked casually. However, his words were like pouring salt on Lu Baichuan's wounds, whose face was now as dark as a storm cloud. Lu's friend, Li Zimu, looked even more dejected. He had taken down one fewer beast than Lu, placing him even further behind Jiang Ping. What surprised Jiang Ping even more was the fact that the 3 guys who usually followed him around had also made it into the top 16. He instinctively turned to look at them, a trace of curiosity in his eyes. The trio shrugged helplessly, one of them saying, "Boss, we might not be as good as you, but we're not completely hopeless either." Before the words had fully sunk in, Jiang Ping's smile grew wider. Waving his hand, he replied, "Don't call me boss. I'm just an ordinary guy, just call me Jiang Ping." The 3, however, were having none of it. In unison, they loudly exclaimed, "Brother Ping!" Their synchronized shout drew the attention of everyone around, leaving Lu Baichuan and Li Zimu seething with frustration. The 2 ground their teeth in silent fury. What's with this Jiang Ping? We went to great lengths to recruit followers and failed, but he gets people to call him brother without even trying. Unbelievable. As the rankings were finalized, the top 16 were allowed to stay, while the rest left in disappointment. Jiang Ping watched the others depart, a trace of doubt lingering in his mind. Isn't the intensity of this competition a bit too low? How can they identify real talent like this? However, his doubts were soon put to rest the following day. Early the next morning, the top 16 were summoned together. The head of the assessment team, wearing a stern expression, made an announcement. According to the strategic department's calculations, the third domain will face a wave of beasts tomorrow. You will be split up and assigned to actual military units of the 13 cities to take part in real combat. This will be a life-or-death battlefield. If you're afraid, you may choose to withdraw now. The announcement sent a shockwave through the group. They were merely at the spirit realm level of cultivation and were now expected to face a full-blown beast tide? The idea was beyond anything they had anticipated. Lu Baichuan was the first to speak out in protest. "We're just at the spirit realm. Isn't this arrangement too extreme?" The head of the assessment team responded with a cold smirk. "These are the rules. If you want to stay, stay. If you're scared, leave now." His tone was icy and left no room for argument. The word rules left everyone speechless. The leader's sharp gaze swept across the group. "Now, make your choice. Those who wish to stay, step forward." For a brief moment, silence hung heavy in the air. Everyone was weighing their options, and the tension was so thick it felt like it might explode at any second. Then, Shao Qi stepped forward, his expression resolute. One by one, Su Tianjiao, Zhuge Zhengyi, and others followed his lead. Their actions seemed to bolster the courage of the remaining participants. Jiang Ping observed the scene, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. He had no intention of backing out after all. His purpose here was to hone himself. Besides, he was confident the assessment team wouldn't send them to their deaths without reason. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. His 3 followers immediately followed suit, declaring, "If Brother Ping steps forward, there's no way we're backing down." In the end, none of the 16 chose to leave. Seeing this, the head of the assessment team finally allowed a slight smile to break through his otherwise stern demeanor. "Good. This was the first test courage. If you can't face beasts and a beast-tide heathen, what right do you have to represent the 13 cities? You've passed." His words made it clear to everyone this competition was far more grueling than they had imagined. Psychological pressure, combat prowess, and even life-or-death decisions were all part of the challenges ahead. And this was only the beginning. "Very well," the leader said with a nod of approval, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. "Since you've all decided to stay, let's move on." The evaluation team was well aware that all of you were prodigies, and that your cultivation levels had nearly reached the peak of the spirit realm. To ensure no mishaps, they had prepared beast core pills of the fusion realm for you. With a metallic clink, the box was opened, and the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Everyone was stunned. Fusion realm beast core? Those 4 words were like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through the crowd. The remaining participants didn't show excitement, but rather confusion, their gazes collectively shifting toward the evaluation team. Only Jiang Ping furrowed his brows slightly, his expression tinged with perplexity as he instinctively turned to look at his companion. In a low voice, his companion explained, "Brother Ping, isn't the whole reason we're here to aim for the fusion realm? But look at this core doesn't even have its grade marked. Who knows if it's worth anything? What we want is the final reward, not something thrown out so casually." He paused, then lowered his voice further. "A common beast core has limited potential for breakthroughs. Even if you manage to succeed by chance, the development afterward would require immense effort. The first high-grade core is absolutely critical. It determines our future path. And now they're giving us an ungraded one? Isn't this a joke?" Hearing this, Jiang Ping's eyes flickered with realization. Though he was self-taught and lacked formal training, he could still infer that most of the other participants had come well prepared and likely understood the stakes better than he did. However, his gaze returned to the evaluation team, and a sense of doubt crept into his mind. What exactly were they up to? The evaluation team, as if anticipating the crowd's reaction, had one member step forward. His tone was calm but carried an air of authority. "I understand you all have doubts, but the arrangement is for your safety. You should know the importance of weighing your future against your survival. While this beast core is not of a high grade, it's only at the profound level it can still help bridge certain gaps in critical moments." The first part of his explanation made some sense, and the crowd nodded silently. After all, the gap between the spirit realm and the fusion realm was like a chasm. The spirit realm was merely the starting point of transcendence, while the fusion realm marked a true transformation, a qualitative leap in power. In life or death situations, being able to force a breakthrough with a beast core could indeed be a lifeline. However, the latter part of his statement left many dissatisfied. A profound-level beast core? Was that really worth their time? Their goal was singular: to obtain a king-level beast core. Only a king-level core could propel them far ahead of their peers. A profound-level core, on the other hand, was something that could be acquired with a bit of effort from their family or organization. It was hardly worth mentioning. Discontent began to quietly spread through the air, though no one dared to voice it openly. After all, the evaluation team's true intentions were still unclear, and no one wanted to risk revealing their thoughts prematurely. This growing dissatisfaction, however, did not include Jiang Ping and Xiaoqi. Jiang Ping had never cared much about such things. His breakthrough didn't depend on external aids. A profound-level beast core was, to him, like an extra meal, something he could easily make up for later. Xiaoqi, on the other hand, was simply too poor. To him, even a profound-level beast core was a treasure beyond his reach. While he yearned for a king-level core, he carefully accepted the profound-level one, treating it like a prized possession. In stark contrast, Lu Baichuan and the others were visibly unimpressed. Even Su Tianjiao and Zhuge Jingyi showed traces of dissatisfaction, though they managed to conceal it better, refraining from being too obvious. All of this was observed by two figures in the command room. Staring at the screen, Chun Juanxiu and an elderly man carefully watched every participant's reaction, their gazes sharp and discerning. The old man pointed to Jiang Ping on the screen and spoke slowly. "That kid's mindset isn't bad. He seems completely unfazed by the situation." Chun Juanxiu chuckled lightly, a hint of amusement in his tone. "You give him too much credit. He's not calm, just clueless. He's never encountered any of this before coming here." The old man slightly shook his head. "No," the kid behind him explained it to him. "Did you notice his expression change? His composure is quite remarkable. Whether it's genuine or just an act, I'm starting to look forward to his performance." With that, his gaze shifted to Chen Juanxiu, his tone carrying a hint of deliberation. "Is the beast tide stable?" Hearing this, Chun Junxius' expression turned serious at once. "Not entirely stable, but we can still carve out an examination area for these kids. When the time comes, they'll coordinate with the front lines and personally oversee the process to ensure they release some appropriate beasts that meet the requirements." The old man nodded in satisfaction, a trace of approval flashing in his eyes. "I trust you to handle this. If there are no issues, then let's get started." Chun Juanxiu accepted the command with a solemn nod and turned to leave, while the assessment team swiftly began their preparations. Before long, each candidate was carried on the back of a black-winged eagle. Under the arrangement of the assessment team, they were dropped off one by one. The moment his feet touched the ground, Jiang Ping surveyed his surroundings and immediately noticed how different this place was from the barren wilderness. This was home, the third domain. The battles in the rift took place in foreign lands, but this was the defensive frontline, his own homeland. All around him was a dense forest. Towering trees reached into the sky, their canopies so thick that sunlight barely filtered through. Jiang Ping ran his hand across the bark of a unique giant tree, feeling a wave of emotion. He had heard that such trees originally didn't exist on this land, nor were there conditions for them to grow to such heights. These majestic trees had only reached their towering stature because countless human and beast corpses were buried here. The immense nutrients from these remains had been absorbed by the trees, creating this extraordinary landscape. A strange piece of trivia surfaced in Jiang Ping's mind. In the third domain, after soldiers killed beasts, they would only extract the essence blood and inner cores. As for the beasts' corpses, no one bothered with them. Pollution? The soldiers on the front lines were all battle-hardened, their bodies accustomed to such contamination. Only within the cities would beast corpses be burned, and that was to protect ordinary civilians and those with insufficient cultivation. But here on the front lines, burning the corpses was pointless. As a result, the land was littered with beast bones and rotting carcasses, interspersed with crumbling ruins. The only notable difference was the absence of human remains, unless there was no other choice. Humans would always bring their fallen comrades' bodies back to their hometowns for a proper burial. Jiang Ping shook his head, casting aside these stray thoughts. He pulled out a map from his pocket, unfolded it, and began to study it. The map was extremely simple, showing only a starting point and an endpoint. The task for the first phase was straightforward. Travel from his current location to the marked point on the map and rendezvous with the battle squad organized by the assessment team. That would complete the first phase. From there, the battle squad would assign the second phase of the mission. However, this particular assessment had an unusual twist. A voice suddenly crackled through his earpiece. "Hello? Candidate Jiang Ping, can you hear me? Please respond. Your recorder is tilted, adjust it properly." Jiang Ping froze for a moment, then chuckled helplessly. This was the twist. Each participant had been issued a recorder that they were required to carry throughout the entire assessment. Losing it would result in immediate disqualification. This meant his ability to do anything off the record had been significantly curtailed. Got it, got it. Adjusting now, Jiang Ping replied as he fiddled with the recorder. Only when a voice in his earpiece confirmed, "That's better," did he stop. However, internally, he was already feeling a headache coming on. Damn it, how am I supposed to pull anything off like this? But soon, his eyes lit up with a sly glint, and a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. As long as the mind stays sharp, there's always a way, he muttered to himself. Folding up the map, he began following the marked route. After walking only a few hundred steps, Jiang Ping abruptly halted. He frowned, scanning his surroundings, and muttered under his breath, "Damn, there are way too many beasts around here." Just moments ago, his nose was practically overwhelmed, as the air was thick with a pungent, fishy stench. The odor was so overpowering that it was impossible to discern how many beasts had gathered. A beast tide, this was truly worthy of its name. Jiang Ping's lips curled into a faint smirk, though a flicker of excitement stirred within him. The opportunity had arrived. Carefully, he removed the long blade strapped to his back, gripping the hilt firmly in his right hand. Lowering his stance slightly, he assumed a battle-ready posture. His steps were light yet steady, one step, then another as he cautiously advanced. But in the very next moment, as if triggering some hidden mechanism, a cacophony of eerie, wailing cries erupted ahead. From the darkness, more than 10 howling moon hounds suddenly lunged out. Jiang Ping's eyes lit up, and an uncontrollable thrill surged through him. He licked his lips, his gaze burning as it locked onto the pack of hounds. Unable to suppress himself, he even swallowed hard. Howling moonhounds. These creatures were the very evolution materials he'd been dreaming of. Technically speaking, he currently possessed only 3 skills. The first was the perfected razor claw, a signature technique he'd acquired from an iron-tailed eagle. It boasted immense power, and when combined with his blood-red aura, its strength was amplified exponentially. The skill could even extend beyond his body, manifesting as a phantom hand capable of long-range attacks. The second skill was the heightened sense of smell inherited from a howling moon hound, which allowed him to navigate the wastelands with uncanny precision. His olfactory sensitivity was nothing short of extraordinary. However, the skill's proficiency had been stuck at the advanced level for some time, simply due to a lack of materials. He had only managed to hunt one howling moon hound in the past, and while he'd luckily acquired the skill, further progress remained out of reach. The third skill, recently obtained from a swift windwolf, was a reinforcement type ability that could boost his physical speed by 30. Now, with over 10 howling moon hounds appearing before him, it was the perfect opportunity. These creatures would undoubtedly provide the means for his sense of smell to break through its bottleneck, perhaps even reaching the intermediate stage. Meanwhile, in the control room, Jiang Nan stared intently at the surveillance feed, his brows furrowed with worry. His tone was heavy with concern. "Chief Chen, are you being too hard on the kid? Releasing over 10 spirit realm howling moon hounds at one scan, he really handle it?" Chun Juanchio's lips curved into a faint, confident smile, his eyes gleaming with certainty. "You're underestimating him. The commotion he caused during the first elimination round, do you think he's just some average kid? He's got plenty up his sleeve. Once he deals with this batch, I'll unlock the second wave right away. Let it rip." Jiang Nan was taken aback. "Are you serious? The third wave has 50 hounds, and even a pack leader that's half a step into the fusion realm." Chun Juanchio nodded, his tone resolute and firm. Relax. If he can't win, he'll run. That cocky attitude of his needs some tempering otherwise. He'll think he owns the skies. Jiang had no choice but to remain silent, quietly breaking into a cold sweat for Jiang Ping. The kid might be a troublemaker, but hopefully, he'd make it through this. Back on the screen, Jiang Ping faced the pack of howling moon hounds with a playful smirk tugging at his lips. He chuckled softly and murmured, "Here you are, my little darlings." In the next instant, he leapt into the air, his figure shooting upward like a cannonball. He landed on a towering tree, perched a good 4 or 5 meters above the ground. Casually, he tossed his long blade into the air, a seemingly careless move that left one wondering what he was up to. But in the blink of an eye, a blood-red, phantom hand materialized out of nowhere, catching the blade with precision. This was none other than the perfected razor claw. Guided by the phantom hand, the blade slashed through the air in a wide arc. The first 3 howling moon hounds, caught completely off guard, were decapitated in an instant, their blood spraying in all directions. In the control room, Jiang Nan's eyes widened as he watched the scene unfold on the monitor. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, "Damn! Perfect mastery?" Jiang Nan's sudden exclamation caught the attention of everyone around him. His colleagues gathered quickly, their eyes fixed on the screen showing Jiang Ping remotely controlling a clawed weapon and wielding a long blade. Shock was written across their faces. Was this kid really the same troublemaker from the first round? Seriously? How old was he? Just a senior in high school? And yet, he'd managed to perfect a skill to its peak. Was he a genius, or just insanely hardworking? No wonder. No wonder he dared to cause such chaos in the first round. Turns out he's got some serious skills, someone muttered under their breath, their tone laced with undeniable amazement. For the group in the command room, mastering a skill wasn't exactly groundbreaking. After all, everyone here was either a prodigy or an elite. Without a few perfected skills under their belt, they wouldn't even have the confidence to mention their alma mater, let alone compete here. But as they considered Jiang Ping's age, a mix of emotions stirred in their hearts. How old were they? And how old was Jiang Ping? The gap at the same age is just brutal, someone sighed, their tone tinged with self-deprecation. Perfecting a skill in high school was almost like securing a direct ticket to the academy. Many specialized students were recruited based on their mastery of a single skill. But this raised more questions. If that were the case, why was Jiang Ping participating in the Flamekind competition? Was he aiming for the core of that king-tier beast? When they finally pulled up Jiang Ping's profile, the entire command room fell into a dead silence. Expressions turned complex, tinged with a hint of shame. Wait, this kid. He's from a crematorium family? Someone whispered in disbelief, their voice trembling with shock. The word crematorium carried a heavy stigma, a place no one wanted to talk about. Growing up in such an environment, making it to an academy felt like a near-impossible dream. What were his parents thinking? Practically ruining his future, someone muttered. Shaking their head, Jiang Nan, however, didn't join in the murmuring. He had already known these details. His expression remained calm, though his gaze turned toward Chen Juanxiu, who sat composed and unruffled. With a hint of curiosity, Jiang Nan asked, "Chief Chen, did you already know about Jiang Ping's abilities?" Chen Juanxiu smiled faintly at the question, his expression inscrutable. "Well, he is one of our own. After all." His tone was light, but the implications behind his words left everyone deep in thought. As the initial shock subsided, the screen showed Jiang Ping decapitating 3 moonhowl dogs in quick succession. Blood soaked the ground, and his actions completely enraged the remaining 7 moonhowl dogs. They growled ferociously, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent, before suddenly charging forward, their mouths emitting glowing discs of light. Jiang Ping's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He knew this was the moonhowl dog's true trump card. The glowing discs, resembling full moons from a distance, were not only the origin of their name, but also an exceptionally rare form of long-range attack. Great, just my luck, Jiang Ping muttered under his breath, his feet moving without hesitation. With a quick sidestep and a leap, he narrowly avoided the focused attack of the 7 dogs. Behind him, a massive tree came crashing down, splintering into pieces as debris flew everywhere. The sheer destructive power was terrifying. Not so tough, Jiang Ping chuckled softly, gripping his blade tighter as his eyes gleamed with determination. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, meeting the moonhowl dog's heat. His blade danced like snow, radiating a chilling aura. 10 minutes later, the battle was over. Jiang Ping stood amidst the carnage, the battlefield in utter disarray. A sly, almost arrogant smile played on his lips as he slowly sheathed his blood-stained blade. In a casual tone, he uttered 2 words, "That's it?" The scene was undoubtedly dramatic, even a bit over the top. But no one could deny that being able to single-handedly take down 10 moonhowl dogs of the same rank at his age was an extraordinary feat. Just as Jiang Ping was about to cover the camera and collect the Moonhowl dog's corpses, his expression changed drastically. His eyes widened in shock. Are you kidding me? Did I just stir up a whole nest? In the distance, countless pairs of eerie green eyes lit up within the forest. Moments later, a tide of 50 Moonhowl dogs surged forward, charging straight at him. Holy crap! Jiang Ping couldn't help but curse aloud. Forget the corpse, she turned and bolted without hesitation. 50 dogs? There was no way he could fend them off. They'd tear him apart in seconds. But escaping wasn't going to be easy. Earlier, he had relied on his motorcycle to kite and outmaneuver his enemies. Now, with only his legs to depend on, he pushed his speed to the absolute limit, barely managing to keep some distance between himself and the pack. In the dense forest, the scene was almost comical. Jiang Ping sprinting for his life, with a horde of dogs hot on his heels. His disheveled appearance was a far cry from his earlier confidence, and his desperation was on full display. The entire command room burst into laughter. Haha, this is killing me. That guy was acting like he was invincible just a moment ago, and now he's like a drowned rat. Haha, someone said, barely able to contain their amusement. What's he gonna do now? But he's not really in danger, is he? Another person couldn't help but ask, their gaze shifting to Chen Juanxiu. Clearly, everyone was curious about Jiang Ping's situation. Chen Juanxiu, however, didn't respond. Her eyes were fixed intently on the screen, as if deep in thought. After a few seconds, she spoke in a calm tone. All right, everyone, back to your stations? Or are you not interested in the other contestants? With that, she turned and left the command room, heading back to her private quarters. Picking up the phone, she dialed a number. Hello? Senior brother, I need to discuss something with you. Her voice was low, carrying a hint of seriousness. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping was indeed in a dire situation. Gasping for breath, he could feel the claws of the howling moon hounds nearly grazing his back, the closest only 5 meters away. He cursed under his breath. This is bad, really bad. If it weren't for the camera strapped to him, he would have already escaped into the heaven-devouring realm. But now, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and keep running. The relentless pursuit of the howling moon hounds sent chills down his spine, their attacks sweeping past him with scorching heat. Clenching his jaw, Jiang Ping's eyes flashed with determination. Screw it, let's do this. As one of the hounds lunged at him, he quickly reached out and absorbed it into the heaven-devouring realm. He had hoped this would buy him a moment of respite, but instead, it enraged the remaining hounds. Seeing their companion vanish, they became even more ferocious, their deafening howls shaking the night, and their pursuit growing more intense. He ran, and they chased. Whenever he found an opportunity, Jiang Ping would capture another hound into the realm, but he also made calculated counterattacks to slow their pursuit. Gradually, the number of hounds dwindled, but Jiang Ping was nearing his physical limit. His feet were numb, and by his rough estimation, he had run dozens of miles. If not for the energy within his body strengthening him, he would have collapsed by now. When only 6 or 7 hounds remained, a sharp howl pierced the night sky. Jiang Ping's heart leapt as his gaze locked onto a hound with one crimson eye. Its presence was unmistakable. It was the leader of the pack. The oppressive aura it exuded made him curse under his breath. This thing must be at the fusion realm. There's no way I can fight it. Without hesitation, he turned and ran even faster, not daring to look back. He didn't know how long he had been running when he suddenly noticed the sounds of pursuit fading behind him. Glancing back, he saw the half-fusion realm hound standing still, its crimson eye fixed on him, but it didn't take another step forward. Panting heavily, Jiang Ping felt a slight sense of relief but remained cautious. He kept running for another 5 or 6 minutes until he was sure he was safe. Finally, he climbed a tall tree, leaned against the trunk, and exhaled deeply. That damned beast, relentless and sharp-nosed. Impossible to shake off, Jiang Ping muttered to himself, his exhaustion evident. He knew the howling moon hounds had an exceptional sense of smell. Without specialized powders to throw them off, escaping them completely was nearly impossible. But he was here for the assessment. How could he have prepared for something like this? Looking down at the map in his hand, Jiang Ping frowned. Where the hell am I now? The landmarks around him no longer matched the map, indicating he had run far beyond the assessment's designated area. Just as frustration was bubbling up inside him, a thunderous roar erupted in the distance. The sound was deafening, like a clap of thunder, leaving Jiang Ping's head buzzing. Instinctively, he curled up against the tree trunk, his eyes warily fixed on the direction of the noise. The next moment, his pupils contracted sharply, and his mouth fell slightly open in shock. Not far ahead, 5 individuals in black uniforms were engaged in a fierce battle with a towering beast, at least 10 meters tall. The beast's body was covered in dark gray scales, its eyes blood-red, and its presence utterly terrifying. The 5 combatants were clearly elite soldiers, their sleeves bearing the insignia of a tiger, symbolizing their affiliation. They had surrounded the beast, each holding their position while unleashing dazzling skills. Holy crap! Isn't that the Gale Beast's wind spiral? Jiang Ping whispered in disbelief. And that's Flame Burst? That's the signature move of a magma beast. The scene before him left him utterly awestruck, his mind reeling from the sheer intensity of what he was witnessing. Each of the 5 individuals had their own unique skills, and these abilities seemed as if they had stepped straight out of tales of cultivators filled with a mystical, fantastical aura. When the 5 joined forces, their figures blurred and intertwined, unleashing a barrage of techniques as relentless as a storm. Flames, ice blades, lightning, and hurricanes erupted in succession, as if tearing the heavens and earth apart. What shocked Jiang Ping even more was how effortlessly they moved, like seasoned warriors who had fought countless battles. The terrifying part was that the massive beast they were facing was actually dodging. Its colossal body twisted and turned to evade, causing many spells to miss their mark and crash into the ground, igniting roaring flames or summoning fierce winds. The wind fed the fire, and the blaze grew stronger, nearly turning the surrounding forest into a sea of fire. Jiang Ping was so stunned by the scene that he couldn't move a muscle. He gripped his wrist tightly, ready to retreat into the swallowing heaven's secret realm at the slightest sign of danger. Even though he was at least 2 miles away from the battle, he could still feel the searing heat waves rushing toward him. The shock waves from the sound alone made his eardrums ache faintly. So this is the world of cultivators? Jiang Ping's eyes gleamed with excitement, his heart racing with exhilaration. Is this the power of the Rong realm? However, the next moment, he realized he was wrong. The giant beast suddenly erupted with fury, letting out an earth-shattering roar. The terrifying aura it exuded was almost tangible, pressing down on Jiang Ping like a mountain. His legs went weak, and he could barely stand. Alarmed, he quickly dismissed his earlier assumption. This can't be the Rong realm. There's no way the Rong realm is this powerful. He muttered to himself. Could it be the Xian realm? Yet before he could think further, the 5 combatants on the battlefield stopped holding back and unleashed their most powerful techniques. One of them, clearly the leader, had a cold and commanding expression. With a single raised hand, an invisible pressure descended abruptly. Suppress, he uttered, his voice calm yet resonating like thunder in Jiang Ping's ears. Boom. Jiang Ping's vision blurred, and he felt as though he had been pulled into a strange domain. The sensation was indescribable, like an invisible force compelling him to submit. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, and his teeth clenched so tightly that they creaked. With great effort, he managed to squeeze out a few words. The domain of kings. Jiang Ping's mind was in turmoil, on the verge of breaking. A king-level cultivator, he murmured, his voice trembling. The king level was a legendary existence, a pinnacle of power that ordinary people could only dream of encountering. And now, one of these mythical figures was standing right before him, wielding an awe-inspiring domain. If not for the crushing pressure that kept him bent over, Jiang Ping might have leapt up in excitement. However, the king-level cultivator seemed to notice him, and his gaze swept over like a blade. Jiang Ping felt his chest tighten, the pressure increasing to the point where it was hard to breathe. Thankfully, the king-level expert quickly withdrew his attention and refocused on the giant beast. The relief was instant, and Jiang Ping felt the oppressive weight on him lift. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, silently grateful, yet his excitement only grew. This is real combat. A king-level battle may not quite destroy the heavens and the earth, but it's enough to shake mountains and break the ground. Clenching his teeth, Jiang Ping forced himself to stay put. He resolved inwardly, I've come this far, leaving now would be a waste. How many people get to witness a king-level battle even once in their lifetime? His eyes were glued to the battlefield, where the 5 cultivators worked together seamlessly while the giant beast grew increasingly frenzied. Each clash between them sent shockwaves echoing across the land. Jiang Ping speculated that the beast must also be at the king level. Otherwise, how could it withstand the combined assault of 1 king level and 4 Shin level powerhouses? The battle raged on for half an hour. While Jiang Ping was enthralled by the spectacle, far away in the command center, chaos ensued. The signal from Jiang Ping's camera had suddenly cut out, indicating that he might be in grave danger. Everyone was frantically trying to locate him. Back on Jiang Ping's side, the fight finally reached its conclusion. Amidst a field of ice, a massive icicle streaked through the air like a meteor and pierced the beast's throat, ending the earth-shattering battle. The king-level cultivator exhaled deeply and gave a calm order. Clean up the battlefield. Extract the essence blood and the core. Then, with a flash, his figure crossed the 2 mile distance in mere steps, appearing right before Jiang Ping. His speed left Jiang Ping utterly dumbfounded, his mind repeating a single thought. This must be what it feels like to bridge the gap between worlds. Before Jiang Ping could fully process what had happened, a towering figure blocked his view. The king-level cultivator looked down at him, his voice deep and commanding. Kid, where are you from? What are you doing here? Hearing this, Jiang Ping felt a wave of relief. Quickly wiping the lens of his camera and the sweat from his brow, he hastily explained, Sir, I'm a participant in the assessment. He then recounted his harrowing experience of being chased through the mountains in vivid detail. The man of kingly rank chuckled, a hand resting on his hip, his tone carrying a hint of disdain and mockery. You fool, do you even know where you are? This place is way out of your league. Your test zone is in the outer circle. This here? This is the inner circle. He glanced around, letting out a derisive snort. You're lucky. The presence of a king-level beast has kept the other monsters at bay. Otherwise, the moment you stepped in, even a rat could have taken your life. The weakest beasts here are at the fusion level. Jiang Ping froze, a chill running down his spine. He hadn't realized just how dangerous his situation was. Overconfident because of the swallowing heaven mystic realm in his possession, he had miscalculated. He had thought that, at worst, he could escape if he couldn't fight. But he had overlooked one possibility. What if the enemy didn't let him leave? Worse still, what if they attacked in the split second he couldn't react? Death would be the only outcome. The thought made his back slick with cold sweat. The king-level man noticed the change in Jiang Ping's expression, and his smirk deepened as though he could read Jiang Ping's thoughts. Finally scared. Huh? He looked Jiang Ping up and down, his amusement growing after hearing Jiang Ping stammer out his name. All right, for now, there won't be any beasts returning to this area. We've got to head deeper into the inner domain to assist others. Here, take this map and figure out how to get out on your own. Jiang Ping accepted the map and looked down at it. His eyes lit up instantly. Compared to the crude map he had, this one was leagues better clear, detailed, and even marking critical locations. It was nothing short of a strategic masterpiece. He couldn't help but ask, Sir, this map seems so important. If I take it, what will you use? The man burst into laughter, waving dismissively. Do you think I still need something like that? Quit wasting time and get going. Although Jiang Ping was well aware of the dangers here, he hesitated to leave. He kept glancing back, his expression conflicted. The man, noticing his reluctance, couldn't help but chuckle. What's the matter? Never seen a king-level beast before? Want to take a look? Caught red-handed, Jiang Ping scratched his head awkwardly, a sheepish grin on his face. Well, yeah, I've never seen one. I'm curious. His round eyes sparkled with excitement, making him look like an eager child. The man shook his head, but instead of scolding him, he grabbed Jiang Ping and, in a swift motion, led him towards the direction of the king-level beast. The closer they got, the more labored Jiang Ping's breathing became. His heart pounded like a drum, as if it might leap out of his chest at any moment. Seen enough? Had your fill? Then get out of here. The man's tone was indifferent, but then he turned to one of the black-clad figures nearby and barked an order. Shunzi, get this kid a claw and drill a hole through it. The man called Shunzi hesitated for a moment, visibly surprised. He wanted to ask what this kid's background was to deserve such treatment, but years of following orders without question held him back. Without delay, he grabbed a half-meter-long claw from the beast's remains, drilled a hole through it, and handed it over. The king-level man took the claw and casually tossed it to Jiang Ping. If you want to stay alive, hang this around your neck. It'll at least keep you safe until you get out. Jiang Ping caught the claw, staring at it in confusion. The massive claw gleamed with a cold, menacing light, radiating a terrifying aura. For a moment, he was at a loss. Hang it around my neck? This thing is longer than my torso. Won't it stab me instead? The man nearly burst out laughing at Jiang Ping's bewildered expression, but managed to maintain a straight face. He nodded solemnly, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. After some internal debate, Jiang Ping decided the man meant no harm and reluctantly complied. He carefully hung the claw around his neck, only to feel an overwhelming pressure engulf him. He had to hold onto it with both hands to avoid accidentally getting skewered. One wrong move, and this thing could very well cause him serious harm. All right, you've seen enough. Now get moving. The man waved impatiently, his tone tinged with annoyance. Make sure you're back in the outer circle within 2 hours. With that, he turned to his subordinates, who had already stripped the beast of its blood, core, teeth, and hide, leaving no part unused. Let's move. Keep clearing the area. In a flash, the group vanished into the dense forest, their movements precise and efficient, as if they had never been there at all. Jiang Ping stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the enormous beast's corpse in front of him. His mouth watered at the thought of all the valuable materials left behind, but he ultimately resisted the temptation. Tilting his head back, he shouted towards the disappearing figures, Sir, what's your name? A distant, eerie voice echoed. Imo? Imo? Jiang Ping's heart skipped a beat upon hearing it. He quickly rummaged through his memory. Imo? The old principal's surname is Imo. He frowned slightly, trying hard to recall all the scattered rumors about the old principal. It was said that the old principal's son was highly accomplished. But if his son was so remarkable, how could the father not be? This logic puzzled Jiang Ping, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Shaking his head, he dismissed the chaotic thoughts and focused on the task at hand. Holding the camera, he pretended to examine the corpse of the king-level beast nearby. Occasionally, he furrowed his brows or nodded, putting on a facade of serious observation. Minutes ticked by, and after more than 10 minutes, a sly smile crept across his lips. Seizing the moment when his body slightly obscured the camera's view, his wrist flicked, and with a swift motion, he stored the massive king-level beast's corpse into his devouring realm. Jiang Ping's heart almost leaped out of his chest. A king-level beast. This was a king-level beast. His eyes burned with excitement as he recalled the scene of the beast's earlier battle. Its speed was terrifyingly fast, and even the 5 top-tier experts encircling it had nearly failed to stop it. Its sonic attacks had left him reeling, making his internal organs feel as though they'd been shaken out of place. Remembering this, he couldn't help but swallow hard. If I eat this thing, just imagine how powerful I'd become. A thrilling thought flashed through Jiang Ping's mind, and he was so exhilarated he felt like he could soar. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. No risk, no reward. This is my breakthrough moment. What were the other contestants fighting tooth and nail for? A single king-level core, to awaken high-quality skills and enhance their strength. But now, he'd stumbled upon an entire king-level beast. This was a jackpot beyond imagination. Jiang Ping was well aware, however, that only he could pull off such a move. The abilities of his devouring realm were his best-kept secret, but that didn't dampen his inner elation. The beast's corpse held immense value. Its sharp claws, teeth, core, and essence blood were all treasures. The remaining flesh, however, would gradually decay and blend into the soil without the core, sometimes even causing contamination. But here, in the third domain, pollution was the least of anyone's worries. This was why Oldemo, after slaying a beast, only took the valuable parts and discarded the rest as standard practice for handling beast corpses. Moreover, the unspoken rule that beast meat was inedible was deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. Who would have thought Jiang Ping would set his sights on an entire king-level beast? He resisted the urge to retreat into the devouring realm and turn the beast into some king-level delicacy, knowing full well how dangerous this place was. Oldemo had warned them to leave within 2 hours, and half an hour had already passed. He had to hurry and get out. Carefully, Jiang Ping carried a half-meter-long beast claw, avoiding its sharp tip, his posture awkward as he moved. Following the map, he gradually pieced together a realization. No wonder the howling moon dog hadn't chased him further. This place turned out to be the boundary. He couldn't help but sigh. Dogs really are smart. Meanwhile, in the command center, Jiang Ping's signal reappeared on the screen. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up as he exclaimed excitedly, "Jiang Ping is back on the radar." Chun Juanxiu quickly walked over, her earlier anxiety over Jiang Ping's disappearance still lingering, worried he might have encountered real danger. The footage was shaky and somewhat blurry, but as the device reconnected to the network, the previously recorded scenes began uploading. Everyone fell silent. The atmosphere in the command center grew tense and heavy. Jiang Nan stared wide-eyed at the screen, utterly shocked by what he saw. Muttering to himself, he said, "Chun, this kid is way too bold. If he keeps this up, I'm afraid he'll end up getting himself killed. That's the inner zone. He dared to go there? That's the real front line, and he's just at the spirit realm. How did he even dare?" Chun Juanxiu fell silent as well. On the screen, Jiang Ping's figure was vividly displayed. His struggle to fend off the encroaching danger laid bare. Despite the footage being somewhat fragmented, the onslaught of 50 howling moon wolves clearly put immense pressure on him. Yet, even under the oppressive aura of a king-level beast, Jiang Ping managed to remain composed, observing and analyzing the situation with remarkable calmness. His resilience and intelligence were nothing short of extraordinary, and it only deepened a certain secret notion in Chun Juanxiu's heart. Does Captain Imo know Jiang Ping? Jiang Nan's voice broke her train of thought. He asked curiously, "Wasn't it said that Captain Imo hasn't returned in years?" Chun Juanxiu smiled faintly, her lips curling into a meaningful arc. "Haven't you ever heard of seeing someone in a photo?" Jiang Nan slapped his forehead in sudden realization. "Oh right." Then, glancing at Jiang Ping on the screen, his tone turned envious. "Still, that guy's really lucky turning misfortune into fortune. Not only did he witness an epic battle, but he also picked up a king-level beast's finger. That's a treasure worth its weight in gold. With that, he won't have to worry about crafting weapons below the shin grade." As he spoke, he couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. And that finger even has an intact layer of hide. With some processing, it could be turned into a top-tier glove with incredible defensive capabilities. TSK. Luck like that is enough to make anyone jealous. His exclamation resonated with those around him. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with envy. After all, even seasoned veterans like them hadn't encountered such fortune. However, The lively discussion in the command room didn't distract Jiang Ping from his mission. He glanced up at the sky. The sun was already sinking. He knew he had delayed too long. He needed to find his team quickly, or he might lose his qualification. He couldn't afford to let this trip be in vain. Although securing the Academy's admission ticket was practically guaranteed, Jiang Ping had his own principles. He wanted to perform better, perhaps even obtain the inner core of a king-level beast. While it might not be of much use to him personally, it could serve as a gesture to honor the old principle. That elderly man, though he rarely spoke of it, had gone to great lengths to secure this opportunity for Jiang Ping. If Jiang Ping failed, it wouldn't just be his own reputation at stake, it would also trample on the principal's dignity. Even if I'm seen as a beneficiary of connections, they'll be the strongest one there is, he vowed silently. Switching back to the map, he quickly pinpointed the direction of his team and set off toward his target. Meanwhile, in an area outside the main zone, a three-person team lounged idly under a tree, fanning themselves to keep cool. Boss, why does this crappy job always fall on us? Are you losing your edge, or what? One skinny team member grumbled. Exactly, another chimed in. These pampered brats are impossible to deal with. They don't know a thing, and if anything goes wrong, we're the ones who'll take the blame. The burly man leading the group shot them a cold glare. His tone was sharp as he said, "Who's in charge here? You or me?" That single remark silenced the two immediately, and the atmosphere grew tense. After a moment, the skinny man on the left sighed in resignation. Fine, fine. Guess we're just unlucky. Let's hope the one we're escorting this time isn't too much trouble and listens to orders. The burly man, however, let out a derisive snort, his eyes flashing with disbelief. Easy to handle? Oomph, don't count on it. Just as he finished speaking, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. The burly man instantly became alert, his sharp gaze fixed on the source of the noise. Someone's coming. Get ready. The other two jumped to their feet at his command, drawing their weapons, surprisingly, 2 firearms. Despite their limited effectiveness against beasts and their general obsolescence, it seemed these 3 still carried them. Soon, a figure emerged from the bushes. The burly man squinted, scrutinizing the newcomer. Around the person's neck hung an unusual object, and in their hand was a map. Narrowing his eyes, the burly man focused on the object, his expression suddenly shifting. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Skinny monkey, does that thing look like a beast's finger to you? Skinny monkey peered carefully through the scope, his jaw nearly dropping in shock. He swallowed hard and muttered under his breath, "Boss, it really looks like it's true. Where on earth did he get a finger that big? How could he possibly deal with a beast of this caliber?" Even though he knew that the size of a beast didn't always determine its strength, the enormous finger before him didn't seem like something a mere spirit realm cultivator could acquire. As members of the third line of the security squad, their judgment wasn't bad, but this scene was beyond belief. Old Hayes stood nearby, his face flickering with uncertainty. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it. Stick to the plan. Let's probe him first. If that finger really is his doing, the 3 of us together wouldn't stand a chance." As he spoke, the thought of them being beaten to a pulp flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but sigh. Then, raising his gun, he coldly aimed at Jiang Ping. At that moment, Jiang Ping was cautiously holding the massive finger of the king-level beast, carefully studying a map as he moved forward step by step. He paused occasionally, sniffing the air to ensure there were no signs of nearby beasts. To his surprise, the finger had turned into a natural shield, keeping him safe from any encounters with beasts along the way. However, just moments ago, his keen sense of smell caught the scent of a few people. Delighted, he thought he had finally found his target. But in the next instant, a chilling gust of wind rushed toward him, making his whole body tense up. He instinctively dodged to the side, exclaiming, "What the hell?" Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted, bullets raining down like a storm. Jiang Ping's scalp tingled as he cursed inwardly, "Damn it. An ambush." He barely had time to think before he was forced to dodge the relentless hail of bullets. Guns. His heart sank. These weapons weren't particularly effective against beasts, but for someone like him in the spirit realm, they were a lethal threat. A spirit realm cultivator hadn't yet reached the transcendence realm and couldn't fully withstand the impact of bullets. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, allowing him to take cover behind a massive tree, he might already have met his end. Panting heavily behind the tree, Jiang Ping listened to the relentless thud-thud-thud of bullets embedding themselves into the wood. His heart pounded like a drum, adrenaline surging through his veins. Forcing himself to stay calm, his mind raced. It quickly dawned on him the test was to find his own team. He had assumed they would be allies, but now it was clear they had become his enemies. This was obviously another layer of the challenge. Not far away, a voice shouted, "Hey, Jiang Ping, right? Hand over your contestant card, and we'll stop shooting." Just as he suspected, Jiang Ping sneered, cursing silently, "Hand over my card? Dream on. If I give it up, they'll lose my qualification. No way in hell. Meanwhile, in the control room, several examiners were closely watching Jiang Ping's reaction. The atmosphere grew tense. One of them remarked softly, "These teams aren't holding back. They're going all out. If he doesn't surrender the card, they'll just keep hitting him with live ammo. They've even got mortars ready." Another examiner chuckled. "That kid Jiang Ping is as slippery as they come. I doubt hell'll be scared. I'm actually curious to see if hell'll surprise us." Just as the words left his mouth, a mortar shell whistled through the air, landing right where Jiang Ping was hiding. His pupils contracted sharply as he cursed inwardly. "Are you kidding me? They're using mortars now?" Without a second thought, he darted out from behind the tree, narrowly avoiding the explosion, and quickly searched for new cover. Amid the deafening explosions, Jiang Ping glanced toward the small hill where the three attackers were positioned. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he clenched his teeth, seething with rage. "You bastards, just wait. If I get the chance, you'll regret this." But for now, he was completely pinned down, unable to fight back under the relentless barrage. He was out of options, at least for the moment. The situation had reached a stalemate. Sure, he could run, but the second round of clues was still on these people. Running away would be the same as surrendering the cards. At this moment, Jiang Ping's mind was racing, but no matter how he calculated, the outcome didn't look promising. Not handing them over? Damn it, he couldn't win a fight either. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter, frustration boiling inside him. But then, his gaze sharpened. Looking in the direction of the three men, the corners of Jiang Ping's mouth lifted into a defiant smile. "You want me to quit? Not a chance." He adjusted the camera, took a deep breath, and removed the king-level ring from his neck, tossing it onto the ground. Though the ring was precious, it was cumbersome and hindered his performance. Why not store it in the swallowing heaven realm? If he casually stashed something so openly visible, wouldn't his secret be exposed? So, it had to be left behind. Jiang Ping raised his head, his eyes quickly scanning the terrain of the high ground. The hill stood over 10 meters tall, with sparsely scattered trees around it. Each tree was spaced about 8 meters apart, clearly the result of deliberate clearing. Such spacing made it nearly impossible to advance under the cover of the trees. But this kind of challenge was hardly enough to deter Jiang Ping. Fixing his gaze on the trees, he let out a cold chuckle. Courage? Huh? The courage to face fear hidden? This tactic is way too obvious. Taking another deep breath, Jiang Ping's eyes narrowed, and with a sudden burst of energy, he launched himself like an arrow toward a giant tree at an angle. His speed was astonishing, the wind howling past his ears, the sharp sound of bullets cutting through the air clearly audible. A few bullets grazed his scalp, leaving a stinging sensation in their wake. His heart pounded, adrenaline surged, yet he remained calm and composed. Thud. Jiang Ping landed steadily behind a tree, using the trunk as cover to catch his breath. In the control room, Jiang Nan's palms were slick with sweat. Staring at the monitor, he saw Jiang Ping successfully make his way across and couldn't help but flush with excitement. That's the spirit. Just like that, fear nothing and fight back. The spark of hope should carry this kind of boldness. Beside him, Chun Juanqiu didn't say a word, but a faint smile appeared on his lips. His sharp eyes were locked on Jiang Ping's every move, as if analyzing the hidden potential within him. Jiang Ping didn't stop. After regulating his breathing, he dashed out once more. Each leap felt like dancing on the edge of a blade. A single misstep could mean getting hit by a bullet, resulting in immediate disqualification or worse, a permanent injury. Yet, the closer he pushed to his limits, the more exhilarated he felt. The initial anxiety and unease gradually gave way to an indescribable thrill. He licked his dry lips, a strange anticipation for the next challenge rising in his heart. One tree, then another. Jiang Ping's movements became increasingly smooth, his steps more decisive. Finally, after clearing the last tree, he reached the base of the high ground. By now, the gunfire from above no longer fazed him. Tilting his head back, he let out a hearty laugh, his voice filled with unrestrained joy. "You bastards, just wait until I get up there. Let's see how you like it." On the high ground, Lao He and his two companions wore expressions of helplessness. Wiping the sweat from his brow and massaging his sore wrists, Lao He sighed deeply, his tone resigned. "It's over. We can't stop him." Jiang Ping took a few deep breaths, but didn't allow himself much rest. Drawing a claw from his belt, he aimed it at the edge of the high ground and hurled it with force. The claw latched onto the ledge with precision. With a powerful tug, Jiang Ping propelled himself upward like a leopard, landing on the high ground in one fluid motion. The move left many onlookers stunned. As soon as he landed, Jiang Ping's eyes still burned with anger, ready to confront the three men. However, what greeted him was the sight of all three sitting neatly on ammo boxes, cigarettes dangling from their lips, their faces weary and full of resignation. Lao He exhaled a smoke ring slowly, his tone filled with helplessness. "All right, brother. Do what you have to do. With that, the three of them quickly dropped their cigarettes, clasped their hands behind their heads, and squatted down in unison. Their movements so synchronized it seemed like they'd rehearsed it countless times. Jiang Ping froze, then immediately jumped to his feet in frustration, pointing at them and shouting, "Get up! Stand up and fight me!" But the three men shook their heads vigorously, their refusal firm. "We can't. At best, we're at the spirit realm. How can we possibly compete with a genius like you?" Jiang Ping was so angry that he couldn't help but laugh. "How can you say something like that with such confidence?" He took a deep breath, suppressing the fire in his chest, and let out a low, exasperated sigh. He wanted to give these guys a good beating, but they stood there looking so innocent, not even showing the slightest intention of fighting back. It felt like punching a pillow, soft, yielding, and utterly unsatisfying. He stomped his foot in frustration, but the command room had already erupted into laughter. Someone was laughing so hard they were slapping the table and couldn't straighten up. "Haha, this is killing me. These soldiers really know what they're doing. They've got the art of messing with youngsters down to a science." Another person, barely holding back laughter, added in a low voice, "Of course, they're all seasoned veterans. Their cultivation might be lacking, but when it comes to this stuff, they're top-notch." These comments sparked another round of uproarious laughter. Jiang Ping, resigned to his fate, decided not to let it slide. With a cold snort and a glare at Lao He and his two companions, he barked, "Stand up straight." Then, without warning, he delivered two crisp slaps to each of them. The sharp sound echoed through the forest. Afterward, he shook his hand, as if to vent the last of his frustration. Lao He, holding his face, had a sly smile in his eyes, as if he had anticipated Jiang Ping's reaction all along. He obediently handed over the next set of information, his tone tinged with flattery. All right, don't be mad. Here's the map." When the map was unfolded, it still showed the starting point and the end point, but now there was an additional marked spot in the middle. Seeing Jiang Ping's slightly puzzled expression, Lao He leaned in and whispered, "This is a crossroads. You'll encounter other contestants here, but only one person can move forward." Jiang Ping raised an eyebrow, his vigilance instantly heightened. Still, he didn't forget to glare at Lao He, trying to earn some favor. "Huh? Fine, got it." With that, he waved them off impatiently. It's only because I'm so even-tempered. Otherwise, the three of them exchanged glances and couldn't help but burst into laughter again, watching Jiang Ping shoulder his gear and walk away. After organizing his belongings, Jiang Ping casually patted the king-tier beast finger hanging at his waist and prepared to set out. Lao He, suddenly curious, called after him, "Hey, classmate, what kind of beast is that finger from?" Jiang Ping paused mid-step, letting out a proud snort. "A king-tier beast. Never seen one. Have you?" Without waiting for a reply, he strode off, not bothering to explain further. Time was tight. As night fell, starlight blanketed the land, and faint moonlight filtered through the dense forest, casting a soft glow on Jiang Ping's shoulders. He moved swiftly, but the further he went, the more he sensed something was off. The once quiet forest now felt disturbed. Beastly auras grew increasingly frequent, and he could even faintly detect the oppressive presence of fusion realm beasts. He furrowed his brows and muttered under his breath, "No wonder Lao told me to leave within 2 hours. Looks like this king-tier finger's intimidation factor has its limits." Shaking his head, he tucked the finger away, silently reflecting. If he could truly rely on this thing to dominate, then what was the point of cultivating? Since it wasn't reliable, he decided not to use it. Adjusting his breathing, he pressed onward. The beasts in the area were noticeably stronger, and he narrowly avoided several dangerous encounters. Fortunately, his speed was sufficient, allowing him to escape unscathed. At last, around midnight, he arrived at the crossroads marked on the map. It was a small hut with a clear symbol at the entrance. He initially thought it was a resting spot, but distant sounds of battle quickly proved otherwise. Holding his breath, he crept closer. Under the faint moonlight, he spotted a battered figure in the distance. Huh. Jiang Ping squinted, focusing his gaze. It was Lu Baichuan. Wasn't this the same guy who had been bragging about making him his underling earlier? Now, Lu Baichuan was surrounded by 3 peaked spirit realm beasts, his movements sluggish and his condition clearly dire. Jiang Ping couldn't help but chuckle. Quietly, he climbed a tall tree, settling into the canopy to watch the scene unfold from above. To avoid drawing the beast's attention, he even adjusted his position to ensure he had a clear view of the fight without exposing himself. Taking out a piece of dried meat from his pocket, he began munching leisurely, fully immersing himself in the spectacle. This sight infuriated Lu Baichuan to no end. Initially, he had accepted that encountering beasts in the third domain was normal. But now, with Jiang Ping sitting there so smugly, it was impossible not to feel bitter. Comparing oneself to others was truly maddening. When Lu Baichuan realized he would eventually cross paths with other contestants here, he deliberately lingered for a while, then proceeded cautiously. Along the way, he took great care not to make any noise, fearing he might alert the lurking beasts in the vicinity. Yet, despite all his precautions, he didn't anticipate that the moment he stepped into the clearing, he would be surrounded by 3 ferocious beasts. The 3 beasts formed a triangular formation, trapping him completely. Their menacing fangs and cold, predatory eyes sent shivers down his spine. Lu Baichuan attempted to break through their encirclement, but whether it was speed or strength, he couldn't shake them off in such a short time. In the end, he was struck repeatedly. Though the injuries weren't fatal, his disheveled state was nothing short of pitiful. As he gritted his teeth and held on, he caught sight of Jiang Ping in the treetops from the corner of his eye. That guy was leaning casually against the trunk, chewing on dried meat, looking as if he was enjoying a show. Rage surged through Lu Baichuan's chest, and his anger boiled over. He couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted, "Damn it, don't just target me. There's another one up in the tree." Hearing this, Jiang Ping's lips curled into a faint, amused smile. Swallowing the last bite of his dried meat, he clapped his hands lazily and replied, "Lu Baichuan, sure, we've got some minor differences, but did you have to throw me under the bus?" He then chuckled, clearly entertained by his own remark. "Jiang Ping, don't get cocky." Lu Baichuan's face turned livid as he dodged the beast's attacks, gritting his teeth and yelling, "When this is over, we're settling this unknown." Jiang Ping shrugged nonchalantly, waving dismissively as he pulled out another piece of dried meat. Taking a slow bite, he said while chewing, "Lu Baichuan, you've got some nerve. I'm curious to see how much strength you'll have left after this. Oh, by the way, I heard only one person can make it out on this path." Those words hit Lu Baichuan like a sledgehammer, sending a chill through his heart. His movements faltered slightly as the realization dawned on him. Yes, only one person could pass this trial. That was precisely why he had delayed his actions, to avoid getting ambushed. Yet here he was, caught in a dire situation. With most of his energy already drained by the 3 beasts, and Jiang Ping still at full strength, he knew he stood no chance in a final confrontation. As he was lost in thought, one of the beasts rammed into his shoulder, making him grunt in pain. His expression darkened further. Up in the tree, Jiang Ping raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Lu Baichuan's struggle. He even offered a rare piece of advice, "Watch your right." But Lu Baichuan, being as stubborn as ever, refused to follow the suggestion. Instead, he deliberately tried to pull off a flashy maneuver. The beast on the right seized the opportunity and pounced, landing a solid hit on him. Lu Baichuan gasped in pain, while Jiang Ping shook his head in exasperation, even covering his eyes as he muttered, "This guy just doesn't listen." Meanwhile, in the control room, Jiang Nan watched the screen and couldn't help but ask, "Chief Chen, isn't this a bit unfair? Even as someone rooting for Jiang Ping, this feels like bullying." Chun Juanxiu didn't respond, but an observer beside him chuckled and said, "Unfair? The real challenge hasn't even begun yet. This is just the appetizer." Jiang Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. This is just the appetizer? He leaned closer to the screen, determined not to miss a moment of what was to come. Just as Lu Baichuan finally found an opening and prepared to take down one of the beasts, a piercing, high-pitched screech echoed through the forest. The sound was so sharp it felt like it could penetrate one's very soul. Moments later, a massive black-winged eagle descended from the sky. Its body was over 3 meters long, and its wingspan, stretching nearly 8 meters, seemed to blot out the sun. Jiang Nan shot to his feet, exclaiming, "No way! A fusion realm beast?" The observer let out another cryptic laugh. "The real show is just starting." Chen Junxia's lips curled into a faint smirk, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Indeed, the real show is just beginning. The appearance of the black-winged eagle instantly disrupted the battlefield. With a single flap of its wings, it stirred up a fierce gust of wind, causing the trees to sway violently. Lu Baichuan's rhythm was completely thrown off, and even Jiang Ping in the treetops showed a rare expression of shock. "Fusion realm?" Jiang Ping muttered under his breath, his gaze tinged with unease. This is way beyond the scope of the trial. Lu Baichuan was in an even worse state. The gusts of wind left him staggering, and several small cuts appeared on his body, blood seeping out. Unable to hold back, he shouted up at Jiang Ping, "Jiang Ping, stop just watching. Someone's going to die here." Jiang Ping frowned slightly, clearly sensing that something was amiss. The trial organizers were known for their challenging but fair tests, never exceeding the participants' capabilities. Yet the sudden appearance of a fusion realm beast was undoubtedly an anomaly, likely a malfunction in the trial system. Still, Jiang Ping remained composed. He muttered to himself, "Talk is cheap, but when it counts, Brother Ping doesn't disappoint." With that, he stuffed the remaining dried meat into his mouth, stood up slowly, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Although the two had their share of arguments, they both knew there was a good chance they'd end up as teammates in the future, so they never let things escalate into a full-blown conflict. Now that Lu Baichuan was in danger, Jiang Ping had no choice but to step in. Jiang Ping leapt into the air, his figure cutting through the sky like an arrow. When he landed, a cloud of dust rose, and the ground beneath him cracked into a deep crater. In his hand, he gripped the severed finger of a king-level beast, glowing faintly with an eerie light and radiating an extraordinary aura. He urgently called out to Lu Baichuan, "Baichuan, get over here now." His voice carried a note of anxiety, clearly intending to use the beast's finger to counter the wind blade attacks of the Blackwing Eagle. Lu Baichuan froze, his face filled with disbelief. "What did you just call me? Baichuan? Are you kidding me? No one's ever dared call me that in my entire life." His tone was tinged with irritation, but it was mostly shock. Seeing him still standing there in a daze, Jiang Ping lost his patience and roared, "Move it! You're bleeding out, you idiot!" His words hit Lu Baichuan like a thunderclap, snapping him back to reality. He looked down at himself and realized his body was covered in countless small wounds, blood flowing freely and painting him a gruesome sight. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he hurriedly ran to Jiang Ping's side, together lifting the severed finger of the king-level beast. The moment Lu Baichuan touched the finger, his expression shifted to one of deep seriousness. "This is profound grade, isn't it?" He could distinctly sense the immense power contained within the finger. Jiang Ping had no time for a debate, his voice sharp with urgency. "Stop wasting time. This thing is barely half a meter long. It won't protect both of us. Think fast. What other tricks does this Blackwing Eagle have? How do we deal with it?" Hearing this, Lu Baichuan's face grew darker. "A plan? What plan could I possibly have? That thing's a fusion-level beast. Once it hits fusion level, the gap is insurmountable." Before he could finish, the Blackwing Eagle swooped down from the sky, its massive beak gleaming with deadly intent as it lunged at them. The finger in their hands emitted a burst of light, barely deflecting the attack. But the impact sent both of them stumbling backward, nearly losing their footing. Staring up at the Blackwing Eagle, Lu Baichuan's eyes were filled with terror. "Damn it! Assessment team! Assessment team! This is way out of our league. Somebody get here now!" He screamed at the top of his lungs, but the earpiece in his ear remained silent. Meanwhile, in the assessment team's control room, several observers watched the screen with mixed expressions. One of them furrowed their brow. "Director Chen, do you think they'll figure it out?" Chun Juanxiu remained composed, his gaze steady and calm. "When it comes down to choosing between their future and their lives, it's up to them to decide. As fire seeds, they must be capable of making the right choice in critical moments. If they can't even manage that, how can they be worthy of the title?" His tone carried a hint of resolute coldness. He continued, "Every participant has been given a fusion-level beast core. That's their final lifeline. But who takes it, and who doesn't, that's the real test. This third round isn't just about strength. It's about the human heart." On the screen, the Blackwing Eagle seemed to toy with its prey rather than go in for the kill, applying relentless pressure. Jiang Ping and Lu Baichuan were battered and bloodied, struggling to hold their ground. Despite their injuries, they clung on, using every bit of their skill to barely fend off the attacks. But with their stamina draining and their wounds worsening, they were nearing their limit. Suddenly, Lu Baichuan stepped forward with a wild determination in his eyes. His expression was resolute, and there was a glint of madness in his gaze. "Jiang Ping, keep this damn bird occupied. I'm taking the beast core. Damn it. Once I break into the fusion level, I swear I'll kill it. Who cares about a king-level core? I don't need it anymore." Jiang Ping's eyes narrowed as he grasped the meaning behind Lu Baichuan's words. He had been considering attempting to access the devouring secret realm, but Lu Baichuan's outburst made him realize the situation had escalated beyond what they could delay any longer. Well, no one ever said breaking through was against the rules, right? In fact, the assessment team prepared the fusion realm demonic core precisely for emergencies like this. The only problem is that using it might cap your potential. After all, no one knows the true origin of these demonic cores handed out by the team. What if it doesn't align with your attributes or cultivation system? The potential risks could be catastrophic. Sure, the baseline is a mystic grade core, which can expand your capacity, but come one of everyone here is aiming for king grade. Who wouldn't be? But for Jiang Ping, none of this mattered. He didn't rely on such things to begin with. At the same time, he found himself somewhat admiring Lu Baichuan. To step up in a moment like this at the very least, it showed he had some backbone. A wry smile tugged at the corner of Jiang Ping's lips. His tone was laced with mockery, yet there was an undertone of amusement. "Save it. You distract it while I break through." Before the words even fully escaped his mouth, Jiang Ping did something shocking, tossed the fusion realm demonic core straight into his mouth without hesitation. The sight left Lu Baichuan utterly dumbfounded. He froze for a moment before snapping out of it, roaring in disbelief, "Are you insane? Don't you care about your future?" Lu Baichuan himself dared to consume a demonic core because he had the backing of his family. Even if it wasn't a perfect match, He could always track down a king-grade correlator, at most losing a year or two in the process. But Jiang Ping? He had no such powerful support. What was he thinking? And yet, despite his frustration, Lu Baichuan couldn't help but feel a strange warmth rise in his chest. He glanced at Jiang Ping, his gaze a mix of perplexity and something else he couldn't quite place. Still, he knew now wasn't the time for words. Clenching his teeth, he turned to face the Blackwing Eagle and unleashed his ultimate move, provoking it with reckless abandon. "Come at me, you bastard," he shouted, grabbing a rock from the ground and hurling it at the eagle. While the rock didn't do much damage, it was deeply insulting. Sure enough, the Blackwing Eagle let out a piercing screech, its rage igniting as it dove straight for Lu Baichuan. Ducking and weaving, Lu Baichuan fled in disarray, blood streaming from his wounds. His vision blurred, and dizziness began to set in a clear sign of excessive blood loss. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, "Jiang Ping, how much longer? I can't hold on." At that exact moment, Jiang Ping, seated cross-legged on the ground, finally moved. His eyes slowly opened, and a dazzling light seemed to burst forth from within them. In the next instant, he raised his hand, and a perfected claw strike shot through the air like a blade, slicing through the Blackwing Eagle's body with a graceful arc of crimson. The eagle let out a harrowing screech, its cries echoing through the dense forest. That single strike had inflicted serious damage, forcing its attention to shift entirely onto Jiang Ping. Rising to his feet, Jiang Ping felt the surging power within him, his expression betraying a mix of awe and excitement. He murmured under his breath, "The fusion realm, it's incredible." That claw strike had only used 70% of his strength, yet the Blackwing Eagle looked as though it had been gravely wounded. The sensation of connection was so vivid, as if the claw had become an extension of his own body. More astonishing, however, was the transformation in his aura. Having just stepped into the fusion realm, Jiang Ping could feel his energy skyrocketing 10 times stronger than before. This overwhelming power, it was no wonder it was called transcendence. "So this is what it means to be extraordinary," he whispered, a fiery determination gleaming in his eyes. But before he could revel in his newfound strength, the Blackwing Eagle let out a furious roar. A violent tornado began to form, hurtling toward Jiang Ping with destructive force. In the past, such an attack would have sent him scrambling for cover. But now, he stood his ground, his posture unwavering. A confident smile curved his lips. "Wind, huh?" Gripping his long sword tightly, Jiang Ping channeled his energy into the blade. The sword quivered slightly, its edge radiating a blood-red aura that spread like wildfire. With a single swing, the blade collided with the tornado, unleashing a deafening explosion. Blood-red energy intertwined with the storm, tearing it apart in an instant. The tornado dissipated, leaving only silence in its wake. Jiang Ping stood tall, his presence commanding, his power undeniable. At that moment, the raging tornado took on a tangible form. A crimson aura, sharp as a blade, cleaved the previously formless storm in half. The two chaotic winds, now out of control, scattered wildly to either side. Wherever they passed, trees splintered, branches and leaves flew in disarray, as though the entire world had been torn apart. Behind them, Lu Baichuan stood frozen in shock, clutching the wound on his shoulder that was bleeding profusely. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he murmured, "Jiang Ping's Rongjing. How could it be this powerful? No, this can't be. He just entered Rongjing, and he's only using a Xian-grade inner core. How could he possibly have such strength?" Lu Baichuan wasn't the only one stunned. In the command room, the onlookers observing the battle were equally dumbfounded. Someone blurted out, "Barrier break?" Their voice trembled with incredulity. Barrier break, this was an extraordinarily rare ability in the Rongjing stage. Not every cultivator who reached Rongjing could comprehend it. In fact, there was no systematic method to learn it. Mastering barrier break relied entirely on chance. Some called it insight, others talent, but ultimately, it was unpredictable. The essence of barrier break lies in using one's own energy to pierce through an opponent's energy field, shattering their defensive barriers. Even cultivators of the Xian or Wang grade might not necessarily grasp this ability. Yet here and now, Jiang Ping, a mere novice who had just stepped into Rongjing, had unleashed barrier break on his second move. This was nothing short of a revelation that defied everyone's understanding. In the command room, someone muttered bitterly under their breath, "All our years of cultivation, were they for nothing?" However, Chan Juanxiu's face showed a mix of astonishment and delight. Her gaze was fixed intently on Jiang Ping on the battlefield, her eyes betraying a hint of uncontainable joy. She murmured softly to herself, "Barrier break." Jiang Ping actually comprehended barrier break? He's just broken through, and has already surpassed 90 of people. His future, it's limitless. But her eyes soon fell on the crimson aura surrounding Jiang Ping, and a flicker of complexity crossed her expression. Jiang Ping's energy was unlike any other. Its crimson hue was not only intense but also astonishingly vast, far beyond what someone using a Xian-grade beast core should exhibit. In fact, the sheer strength of that aura was faintly approaching the Wang grade. Chen Juanxiu couldn't help but speculate in her heart. If Jiang Ping had used a Wang grade beast core, what kind of power would he possess? Just then, someone in the command room let out a sigh. What a pity. This kid is still bound to take a detour. The words carried a trace of regret, clearly lamenting that the limitations of Jiang Ping's beast core might affect his future cultivation. Yet Chen Juanxiu maintained her faint smile. Jiang Nan, standing beside her, couldn't help but ask, Chen, why are you smiling? He's our star candidate. Even if he switches cultivation paths later, it'll still cost him a lot of time, won't it? Chen Juanxiu chuckled lightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. She casually picked up a file folder from the desk and tossed it to Jiang Nan. Startled, Jiang Nan caught it and, along with the others, eagerly opened the folder. What greeted their eyes were the bold words, Snow Fusion Pill. This? Someone gasped audibly, their voice filled with shock and disbelief. Chen Juanxiu finally spoke, explaining, this is a newly developed item called the Snow Fusion Pill. It allows a cultivator to safely dissolve their current beast core and replace it with a new one. More importantly, the Snow Fusion Pill ensures that the potential of the old core isn't wasted. It gets transferred and combined with the new core. Her words sent a ripple of astonishment through the command room. The crowd stared wide-eyed, as if hearing something out of a fantastical legend. An older individual couldn't help but exclaim, so, this thing not only lets you swap cores but also stacks the potential of the old one onto the new one? Exactly. Chen Juanxiu nodded, her smile carrying a hint of pride. This means Jiang Ping won't lose anything. In fact, his future potential will be even greater than we could have imagined. At this, several people in the room began to groan in regret, pounding their chests in frustration. Someone couldn't resist asking, Chun, do we still have a chance to use this Snow Fusion Pill ourselves? Chen Juanxiu laughed and scolded. You wish? This pill is only effective for those who have just entered Rongjing. You oldtimers are way past the window. The room erupted in collective sighs of disappointment, with many lamenting that they were born too early. Yet, amidst the regret, there was also a sense of acceptance. After all, each generation has its own opportunities and challenges. It is precisely these ever-evolving technologies and resources that make humanity's cultivation system grow stronger. And this was just the beginning. Such a pity, one of the researchers murmured regretfully, unable to hold back his disappointment. If only he had consumed 2 king-level beast cores, wouldn't that have made him even more powerful? Chen Juanxiu, hearing this, shook his head slightly, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. That's not possible. Any subsequent cores consumed must be stronger than the previous ones. If the first one is king level, the next must surpass it. His voice was calm, yet his words felt like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of everyone present. The researchers fell silent in an instant. A king-level core was already the pinnacle within the 13 cities. Even for the most talented heirs of prominent families, obtaining one meant risking life and death countless times. A core stronger than that? It was unthinkable. Their gazes instinctively shifted to Jiang Ping, standing in the center of the field. A mix of envy and awe welled up in their hearts. This young man had truly caught the rarest of opportunities. At that moment, in the field, Jiang Ping had just cleaved through a whirlwind, leaving the scene in utter silence. Even Lu Baichuan was momentarily at a loss for words. His expression was complex shock, reverence, and even a trace of unwillingness. Breaking through limits. Jiang Ping's performance was nothing short of extraordinary, but he himself seemed oblivious, treating it as if he had just gotten hold of a fascinating new toy. Excitedly, he taunted the black-winged eagle. Come on, give me another one. His casual tone left the onlookers dumbfounded, but Jiang Ping was immersed in the mystical sensation he was experiencing. It was an indescribable thrill, like the absolute dominance of a top student effortlessly outshining the struggling ones. The black-winged eagle, however, could not tolerate such provocation. As a beast of the fusion realm, it possessed considerable intelligence. Enraged, it unleashed its ultimate move. Yet, Jiang Ping remained composed, even playful, as he maneuvered around it, as if he were merely practicing his moves. Watching Jiang Ping's overwhelming prowess, Lu Baichuan felt a storm brewing in his heart. He had considered pushing himself beyond his limits, but the uncertainty of the outcome had always held him back. Still, he couldn't deny the gratitude he now felt toward Jiang Ping. However, his youthful pride made it difficult to voice an apology. Nevertheless, the cold distance between them had quietly melted away. In the command room, Chen Juanxiu's sharp gaze flickered with thought. After a brief moment of silence, she decisively ordered, release 3 more fusion realm beasts. The room erupted into chaos. Someone couldn't help but protest, Chun, don't push the kid too far. "We've finally found a promising talent." Everyone understood Jiang Ping was someone they had watched grow and develop. Though mischievous at times, he had shown unwavering resolve in critical moments, even willing to sacrifice himself to protect his teammates. Such character was rare, and only someone like him could shoulder the responsibility of being the spark for their mission. Chun Juanqiu's expression remained firm, her tone leaving no room for argument. "Proceed. I don't want to repeat myself." Soon, 3 more fusion realm beasts were released into the field. Jiang Ping, who had been focused on practicing his techniques, suddenly sensed the shift in the atmosphere around him. The corners of his mouth curled into a sly grin as he thought to himself, "Well, looks like I won't be short on sparring partners." Without hesitation, he launched into action, engaging in a fierce battle with the 4 beasts. His movements were sharp and precise, his speed so blindingly fast that it was almost dizzying to watch. At times, he even appeared to hover briefly in midair. It was then that the spectators finally understood the nature of the beast core. Jiang Ping had consumed speed. Not only that, he had mastered the skill wind stride, moving like the wind itself, impossible to track. As they watched Jiang Ping effortlessly hold his own against 4 fusion realm beasts, the crowd was utterly stunned. Was this really the performance of someone who had only just entered the fusion realm? Chun Juanqiu exhaled deeply, a look of relief and satisfaction spreading across her face. She knew she had found a rare gem. No one could have guessed that just moments earlier, she had braced herself for the worst outcome. If Jiang Ping had faltered, she had been prepared to intervene, even at the cost of criticism. But not only had Jiang Ping held his ground, he had done so with astonishing ease. The examination now seemed almost meaningless. Jiang Ping's strength had already far surpassed the level of any other participant. With the 4 beasts defeated, the test officially came to an end. Jiang Ping had triumphed, while Lu Baichuan had been forced to withdraw early. Clutching his injured arm, Lu Baichuan slowly approached Jiang Ping, his gaze conflicted. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "Jiang Ping, thank you." Jiang Ping smiled faintly, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "Am I supposed to say, you're welcome?" In an instant, everyone burst into laughter. However, Lu Baichuan's smile was somewhat strained, his face reflecting a mix of complex emotions, discontent and a hint of resignation. Gritting his teeth, he spoke heavily. "Jiang Ping, you're impressive, but I want to know just how big the gap between us really is." These words, coming from Lu Baichuan, carried a weight of significance. For someone hailed as a prodigy since childhood, lowering his pride like this was undoubtedly difficult. Jiang Ping chuckled faintly in response, a trace of coldness glinting in his eyes. He had encountered many people like this, arrogant and unwilling to concede, yet they all eventually fell before him. Calmly, he replied, "Oh, there's no comparison right now. I've already reached the fusion realm, a true transcendent. You wouldn't be able to withstand even a single move." His words were not an exaggeration. The gap between the spirit realm and the fusion realm was like a chasm, and with Jiang Ping's ability to hover in midair, Lu Baichuan wouldn't even have the chance to touch him. But just as Jiang Ping dismissed this confrontation as a mere joke, Lu Baichuan suddenly made a shocking move that left everyone stunned. He swiftly reached into his robe, pulled out a demon beast core issued by the assessment team, and swallowed it without hesitation. The sight froze Jiang Ping in place, and the control room erupted into chaos. Some even questioned if Lu Baichuan had lost his sanity. Sitting cross-legged, Lu Baichuan closed his eyes as the power of the demon core spread rapidly through his body. Before shutting his eyes, he threw one last statement at Jiang Ping. "Jiang Ping, don't worry, I won't fight for the spot. But I want to challenge you, or I might never have another chance." Determination. Courage. At that moment, Lu Baichuan's gaze held no hesitation, only an unyielding resolve. Jiang Ping was so infuriated by this reckless act that he couldn't help but curse. "Are you out of your mind? Everything was fine, and you go and eat a demon core?" His tone was filled with frustration and disbelief. The control room fell into an uproar, with people exchanging uneasy glances and whispering speculations about whether Lu Baichuan had been pushed to the brink. Only Chun Juanqiu stared thoughtfully at the screen, murmuring, "Seems like Lu Baichuan's evaluation needs to be adjusted. This kind of courage is commendable, but his actions are far too impulsive." Yet, no one else understood what Lu Baichuan did. He was afraid not of losing, but of never again having the chance to stand on the same stage as Jiang Ping. As a prodigy of the 13 cities, Lu Baichuan had his pride. But Jiang Ping's effortless display of power had nearly shattered his very core. He was unwilling to give in, unwilling to let fear consume him. He had to fight, no matter the cost. The power of the demon core surged through Lu Baichuan's body, his aura climbing rapidly as he forcibly broke through the limits of the spirit realm. Moments later, he slowly opened his eyes, a fiery intensity burning within them. Rising to his feet, he gripped his long blade tightly, radiating an unstoppable force as he declared in a deep voice, "Jiang Ping, show me your true strength." Come at me with everything you've got and hold back. Jiang Ping's playful expression gradually faded as he stood up straight, sensing Lu Baichuan's aura. A trace of complexity flickered in his eyes. Yet, he quickly shook his head and said quietly, "Are you sure you want me to go all out?" Lu Baichuan's gaze was unyielding, filled with steely determination. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded. "Yes, treat me as a real opponent." In the control room, everyone held their breath. Two young Mina prodigy and a monster were about to stake their futures on this fateful duel. Yet, as Lu Baichuan launched his attack, sighs began to echo in the room. The gap was insurmountable. Lu Baichuan unleashed his full power, his metallic aura transforming into an unstoppable force of destruction. His figure shot forward like a storm, his blade gleaming with deadly precision. Yet, just as he was about to reach Jiang Ping finally moved. He didn't draw his blade. He simply lifted a single finger and waved it lightly. A crimson aura surged forth, instantly engulfing Lu Baichuan's blade energy and dissipating it into nothingness. In that moment, Lu Baichuan froze. He stood rooted in place, his long blade trembling slightly in his hand, his eyes filled with disbelief, staring blankly into space. Just like that, it was over? The command room fell silent. Someone couldn't help but sigh. The gap is just too big. That barrier-breaking ability is like a cheat code. No one at the same level can even get close to Jiang Ping, let alone hurt him. Lu Baichuan gave it his all, but it was useless, was just there to take hits. I hope the kid doesn't get too discouraged. It was true. After gaining the barrier-breaking ability, Jiang Ping had become practically unbeatable. He could obliterate others' chi with a wave of his hand, while his own chi crushed opponents without mercy. How could anyone fight him? It was simply impossible. Lu Baichuan stood frozen in the middle of the arena, sweat still dripping down his face. He stared intently at the knife in his hand, his expression complex. Chun Juanxiu sighed softly and gestured with her hand. "All right, the third round is over. Bring him back and have the psychological counseling team ready to provide support." Jiang Nan scratched the back of his head, blinking innocently as he asked, "Does Jiang Ping even need counseling?" Chun Juanxiu turned to look at him, her gaze filled with an unmistakable "Are you an idiot?" expression. Soon, Jiang Ping and Lu Baichuan emerged, following the assessment team. Even after sitting on Jiang Nan's black-winged eagle, Lu Baichuan remained silent, his head bowed and his grip on his knife unrelenting. Jiang Ping glanced at him, opened his mouth as if to say something, but swallowed his words. This wasn't the right time. Some things Lu Baichuan would have to come to terms with on his own. Their assessment was over, but the others continued. By the time all the assessments were completed, it was already the next day. The fire seed list was finally unveiled. 8 names in total. Li Zimu, Xiao Qi, and Su Tianjiao all made the list, and even the 3 younger guys who had vowed to follow Jiang Ping were surprisingly included. However, the name of the 8th person remained undisclosed, leaving everyone puzzled. Regardless, the assessment had concluded. What lay ahead for them was a trip abroad in December, where they would compete against other alliances. Until then, they had no immediate tasks. Yet, among the 8 who made it, only Jiang Ping showed any sign of joy. At the training grounds, 7 people lay sprawled lazily on the ground. 6 of them were staring intently at the Shin-level inner core in their hands, their expressions complicated. Jiang Ping, on the other hand, had a blade of wild grass dangling from his lips, chewing it leisurely. He glanced at his teammates and grinned. "Come on, it's just a Shin-level core. No need to look so defeated. When the time comes, there's always a way forward. Worst case, we just spend a bit more time." Xiao Qi shrugged nonchalantly, nodding in agreement. Yeah, Jiang Ping's right. Shin level is already pretty good. However, Li Zimu kept his head down, letting out a cold snort full of resentment. What do you know? Shin level is miles apart from king level. He clutched the king level inner core in his hand, his gaze filled with despair. What's the most soul-crushing thing in the world? Probably this. To have fought tooth and nail for a king level core, only to realize you couldn't even use it. He wanted to scream to the heavens. What's the point of having this core? Jiang Ping looked at him and chuckled, his tone teasing. Li Zimu, feeling a little bitter. Are we? Li Zimu glanced up at him, opened his mouth as if to respond, but then fell silent. The reason was clear to everyone after the assessment. They had sparred a bit. Li Zimu was the first to be completely subdued by Jiang Ping. The others didn't dare to argue with Jiang Ping now, likely for the same reason. The gap in strength was undeniable. Arguing wouldn't change a thing. As the mood turned somber, Chun Juanxiu walked onto the training grounds with the assessment team. She scanned the group of 7, cleared her throat, and called out loudly, "Fire Seed Squad, gather up." Jiang Ping was the first to leap to his feet, jogging over with a bright grin. "Auntie." The affectionate term made everyone else roll their eyes. The vibe of this Fire Seed Squad was completely different from what they had imagined. Most people would go out of their way to avoid revealing any connection to the assessment team, fearing fearing accusations of favoritism. But Jiang Ping? He didn't even try to hide it. If anything, he seemed like he wanted to pin a photo of Chen Juanxiu to his belt and flaunt it to everyone he met. Assessment team leader? That's my aunt. I'm awesome, aren't I? Chen Juanxiu felt both gratified and troubled. She was pleased because Jiang Ping's growth had exceeded expectations. Not only was he getting closer and closer to the goal she had envisioned, but he had also firmly established himself as the leader of this generation's seed squad. On the other hand, she was troubled by Jiang Ping's unpredictable personality. He could strike up a conversation with anyone, acting as if he were already familiar with everyone he met. With a resigned wave of her hand, she signaled Jiang Ping to step aside for a moment. Jiang Ping, catching the hint, rubbed his nose and obediently moved to the side. The others standing behind him immediately straightened up and fell into formation as soon as the assessment team arrived, shedding their previously casual demeanor. Though some of them harbored complaints about their current situation, they had to admit that, for now, they were indeed part of the seed squad. However, compared to the illustrious squads of the past, this generation was undoubtedly the weakest. Members of previous seed squads were all prodigies, using royal-level inner cores to expand their capabilities. But this group? They were barely scraping by with lesser-grade inner cores. The disparity was etched onto each of their faces. Chen Juanxiu glanced over them, a sigh escaping her heart though her expression remained calm. She knew they were filled with frustration and a sense of loss. But wasn't this, too, a kind of test? Letting these once high-flying geniuses experience the pain of falling from grace might just be the catalyst for their growth. She cleared her throat softly to draw their attention and spoke in an even tone. I know you're all feeling pretty uncomfortable right now, but just wait. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Ping raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. Tilting his head, he said with a teasing tone, Auntie, isn't that a bit too direct? What do you mean by just wait? His half-joking remark lightened the mood, though it also deepened the frowns on the others' faces. Sure enough, their expressions darkened instantly, and even their breathing grew slightly heavier. Chen Juanxiu, however, paid no mind to their reactions. With a faint smile, she clapped her hands sharply. Clap, clap. The crisp sound reverberated as a man in a black uniform strode forward, carrying a silver metal case. He placed the case in front of the group, deftly unlocked it, and slowly opened it. Inside the case were 8 small bottles, neatly arranged. Their design was simple yet exuded an ancient charm, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Chen Juanxiu gestured toward the bottles, a hint of pride in her voice. These are snowmelt pills, our latest research breakthrough. She briefly explained the pill's effects. By the time she finished, the 7 of them were stunned. Their expressions shifted from confusion to shock, and finally to utter disbelief. Was this even possible? This kind of pill completely upended their understanding of what was achievable. For a moment, all eyes were glued to the bottles, filled with desire, as if they were staring at the ultimate treasure they had always dreamed of. But Jiang Ping's focus, as always, stood out from the rest. He glanced at the bottles and then asked loudly, Auntie, there are 8 bottles here. Does that mean the 8th person has been chosen? Chen Juanxiu looked at him with approval, nodding in satisfaction. She appreciated how Jiang Ping could remain calm and rational even when faced with an opportunity to change his fate. Yes, after the final evaluations, Lu Baichuan narrowly secured the 8th spot. Lu Baichuan, step forward. As her words fell, everyone turned to look at the unassuming Lu Baichuan in unison. His face flushed as he hesitantly stepped forward, his expression betraying a mix of embarrassment and discomfort. It was clear that he felt the sting of inadequacy. Not only did he fall short compared to Jiang Ping, but even Li Zimu, who usually overshadowed him, had outperformed him this time. The thought made Lu Baichuan's face darken even further. Standing nearby, Li Zimu sneered, his tone laced with mockery. Chun, did Liu's family pay their way in, or something? The tension in the air instantly thickened. Before Chen Juanxiu could respond, Lu Baichuan's anger flared. He spun around to glare at Li Zimu, his voice brimming with hostility. Li Zimu, are you out of your mind? You want to fight? Do you think I'm afraid of you? The two seemed ready to come to blows, with Lu Baichuan firing back a barrage of cutting remarks that escalated the confrontation. Chen Junxia's face darkened as she barked coldly, Li Zimu, watch your attitude. Are you questioning the fairness of the assessment team? Li Zimu snorted dismissively, refraining from saying more, though the provocation in his gaze remained unabated. He knew full well that the assessment team's decision wouldn't have been influenced by any payoff, but he couldn't resist taking a jab at Lu Baichuan. After all, his current predicament, being sent to Nanqing and crossing paths with Jiang Ping, was all because of Lu Baichuan. If he could get under Lu Baichuan's skin, he was more than happy to do so. Sensing the rising tension, Jiang Ping suddenly cleared his throat, breaking the standoff. Ahem, how about we focus on these snowmelt pills instead? How exactly do we use them? Chen Juanxiu shot him a look, her tone carrying a hint of exasperation. You just can't stay out of things. can you? Alright, enough talk. The snow-melting pill is both your reward and your destiny. You are the first batch of fire seeds to receive it. I hope you will dedicate yourselves to cultivation when you leave here. The powerful and impassioned words ignited the crowd's spirits, filling their eyes with burning determination. They were eager for time to speed up, so they could charge into the December arena and bring honor to the 13 cities. Alright, head to your respective cultivation chambers. Someone will guard you during your training. The voice of the assessment team rang out once more. Each person received a snow-melting pill and a king-level beast core, their hearts surging with excitement. The icy touch of the pills in their hands seemed to ignite a fire within them. Everyone envisioned their future, wondering if they might become the strongest generation of fire seeds in history. Even Jiang Ping was no exception. Though he didn't rely entirely on these resources, who would say no to more? The doors of the cultivation chambers opened and closed. When they emerged, their faces were filled with excitement and confidence. But before the thrill completely faded, the assessment team delivered a notification like a bucket of cold water. Assessment over. The third realm is about to be cleared, and they must leave. Lu Baichuan, whose strength had skyrocketed, didn't even get the chance to challenge Li Zimu as he had hoped. With a face full of regret, he followed the arrangements to depart. You will be gathered again before December. In the meantime, follow the normal academic progression and feel free to accept invitations from your preferred academies. This statement caused a stir in many hearts, but Jiang Ping couldn't hide his excitement. Wasn't this one of the main reasons he had come here? He clenched his fists slightly and silently vowed in his heart, "Old principal, Dad, Mom, I didn't let you down." From that moment, his identity as a member of the cremation sequence was finally resolved. However, just as they were about to leave, Chun Juanxiu called him over privately. "Jiang Ping, do you want to live an ordinary life? Or do you want to live a life full of grandeur and impact?" Chun Junxia's gaze was deep as she looked at Jiang Ping's somewhat youthful face, her tone carrying a hint of probing and expectation. Jiang Ping scratched his head, looking a bit puzzled. He felt like he'd heard a similar question before, though something seemed off. Still, he answered from the heart, "I have a wish, and that's for there to be no more beasts." Chun Juanxiu clapped her hands in approval. "Good. Jiang Ping, do you know how hard it is to achieve that wish? Beasts are one part of the problem, but humans are another." She paused, her eyes burning as she stared at him. "In a year, the 13-city selection will begin. Do you want to represent South City?" Boom. Jiang Ping was stunned, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. He pointed at himself in disbelief, his mouth agape as if he could swallow an egg. "Aunt, are you kidding me? I'm only at the fusion realm. Isn't the selection for council members? Some of them even get to attend the highest meetings. I'm just a rookie who's barely started cultivating. How could I participate in the selection?" The selection, a unique feature of the 13 cities, was unlike the external conflicts of the fire seeds. It focused on internal harmony and order, choosing individuals who could represent cities and factions in meetings. At first, participants might only observe, but over time, they could rise to power, perhaps even becoming the leader of the 13 cities. However, Jiang Ping knew this was the stage for the elites, the big players. How could someone like him, who had only just solved his basic survival needs, compete? He looked at Chun Juanxiu with a complicated expression, feeling like she was daydreaming. But Chun Juanxiu had already anticipated his reaction. Smiling, she said, "Don't doubt it, it's you. I didn't have this idea before, but after seeing your performance, I know you have a chance." Her tone shifted, becoming firm and resolute. "Jiang Ping, South City has been suppressed for far too long. We desperately need a genius to rise up and remind the entire 13 cities that South City still exists. Will you be that genius? Will you make South City's voice heard, not just in the 13 cities, but across all of humanity? Do you dare?" Chun Junxia's words were like war drums, pounding in Jiang Ping's chest. He looked up at her expectant gaze, his heart racing, but for a moment, he couldn't find the words to respond. These words undoubtedly struck a chord with the young man, but Jiang Ping still found it unbelievable. He struggled to speak, his voice tinged with unease and disbelief. "Aunt, how could you tell I had this potential?" Deep down, Jiang Ping knew the truth. Nan City had been suppressed for years, and there was no denying it. He also understood that this wasn't entirely due to deliberate oppression from other cities. It was, in part, because Nan City lacked a true leader capable of steering the course. Years of silence and lackluster performance had gradually pushed Nan City to the margins. Though it still barely held a place among the 13 cities, its influence had long since waned. Chun Juanxiu didn't directly answer Jiang Ping's question. Instead, she shifted the conversation with an unexpected inquiry. "Do you know what Nan City was originally called?" Jiang Ping was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. "Of course I know. Nan City is just what we've come to call it. Its real name is Lihua City." A trace of satisfaction flickered in Chan Junxia's eyes as she spoke slowly. "That's right, Lihua City. That name holds a far greater meaning than the mundane Nan city. It represents an unyielding flame, the phoenix rising from the ashes, an eternal existence. That is the true Nan city. Her tone carried a hint of regret. But now, the name Lihua City has gradually faded from people's memory. If this continues, there may come a day when Nan City disappears entirely from the map of the 13 cities. Her gaze burned into Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping, think carefully. You don't need to answer me now. Once you achieve results in the fire seed competition, then tell me your decision. Before he could respond, Chan Juanxiu turned and walked away, leaving Jiang Ping standing there, lost in thought. Everything that had happened today was nothing short of a shock for Jiang Ping. A bizarre analogy popped into his mind. It was like someone suddenly walking up to you during a time of peace and asking, "Do you want to be a congressman? Maybe even try becoming the president someday?" It was so absurd that he didn't know how to react. Then again, there was that actor who became president. Jiang Ping chuckled wryly at himself and shook his head. Am I just overthinking this? He let out a sigh and forced himself to calm down. Forget it. These things are too far off. I should focus on what's in front of me. Daydreaming right after a meal isn't exactly practical. On the way home, Jiang Nan accompanied him as usual. After they parted ways, Jiang Ping quietly returned to his house, only to find that his parents weren't home. He had no idea where they'd gone. Entering his room and closing the door behind him, he could no longer suppress the excitement bubbling within him and opened the Tun Tian's secret realm. There was something pressing on his mind ever since obtaining the flesh of the king-level demon beast. He hadn't dared to act recklessly in the secret realm, fearing that the command center might still have some form of surveillance in place. Yet, he had been holding back for so long, and his curiosity was reaching its limit. Upon entering the Tun Tian's secret realm, he headed straight for the pile of king-level demon beast flesh, which still resembled a small mountain. To his relief, it remained fresh. Jiang Ping couldn't help but marvel. The preservation of king-level demon beasts is truly astonishing. He leaned in to take a cautious sniff, confirming there was no rancid smell. Satisfied, he nodded and carefully took out the Shuriao manual, opening it with great care. The moment he did, a dazzling light erupted from the manual, catching him off guard. This had never happened before. He glanced down and saw lines of detailed text appearing on the pages. King-level Rift Earth Tiger, a great demon. Its meat is tender, with ample flesh and minimal bone, and every part of its body can be utilized. The tiger's heart and liver are suitable for braising, requiring specific ingredients. The tiger's whip can be used to make medicinal wine, requiring specific ingredients, and is said to enhance vitality. Its meat and bones are versatile, suitable for frying, roasting, stewing, or slow cooking, all of which significantly boost strength and physical constitution. Evaluation. Worthy of attention. Jiang Ping's eyes widened as he read the text, his heart racing. Wow, this is incredibly detailed. This isn't just a recipe, it's a comprehensive guide to fully utilizing a demon beast. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, this Rift Earth Tiger is a treasure trove. The beasts before this one had always spoken with disdain, as if every word was a precious commodity. Their tone was condescending, using phrases like small fry that were clearly meant to belittle. But this king-tier earth-splitting tiger? It actually seemed serious. Not only that, it had provided an elaborate list of cooking methods and ingredients and an entirely different level of treatment. However, as Jiang Ping scanned the ingredients listed in the Beast Cuisine Manual, a headache began to brew. Heaven-grade Tianyu grass to remove the gamey taste, a pinch of ground-level drought scallions. The names alone were enough to make his head spin. The real problem? Every single one of them was outrageously expensive, far beyond his means. Jiang Ping let out a resigned sigh. Forget it. I'll just make a basic stew and see if I can extract the earth-splitting tiger's skill. With that, he got to work. He lit the stove, set some water to boil, and deftly sliced off a large chunk of tiger meat. Yet, as he stared at the mountain of raw meat before him, another problem hit him. Though the meat was fresh now, who knew how long it would last? He couldn't afford to waste such a valuable resource. As Jiang Ping was racking his brain for a solution, the Beast Cuisine Manual suddenly lit up, and a notification appeared. If you share half of the earth-splitting tiger's meat, the manual can provide a cold storage space with a capacity of 10 cubic meters. Jiang Ping's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, it can do that? He could hardly believe his ears. Losing half the meat stung a little, but it was far better than letting all of it spoil. The choice was obvious. Without hesitation, he picked up the manual and aimed it at the towering pile of tiger meat. In the blink of an eye, half of the meat vanished, as if consumed by some invisible force. This is incredible, Jiang Ping exclaimed, marveling at the manual's capabilities. He quickly stored the remaining meat in its newly unlocked cold storage space. With that taken care of, he turned his attention back to the pot, where the tiger meat was already simmering, releasing a tantalizing aroma. Time passed, and the meat gradually became tender and succulent. Although he had improvised the recipe using the one for Irontail Eagle, The rich fragrance was enough to make his mouth water. Smells amazing. I wonder how effective Ali. Jiang Ping picked up a pair of chopsticks, grabbed a piece of meat, and popped it into his mouth. The moment he bit down, his eyes lit up. The texture was incredibly tender, and the flavor was simply out of this world. But just as he was savoring the taste, a strange sensation surged through his mind. A golden halo appeared in his consciousness, flashing and shifting, breaking apart and reassembling, over and over. Jiang Ping was completely mesmerized, his eyes glued to the spectacle. When the halo finally dissipated, he snapped back to reality, a knowing smile spreading across his face. He understood now this was one of the earth-splitting tiger's skills. Yet, as he recalled their earlier battle, he couldn't remember seeing the beast use this ability even once. No matter. Let's give it a try. Following the instructions that had appeared in his mind, Jiang Ping guided his inner energy, arranging it in a precise formation. Moments later, a glowing halo manifested around him. As it did, he immediately felt a change in his body. His skin seemed tougher, and his energy flow became significantly faster. What kind of effect is this? Jiang Ping muttered, furrowing his brow in thought. He quickly began testing the new ability and soon discovered its astonishing properties. The halo tripled his defensive power and doubled the speed at which he could manipulate his energy. This is insane. Jiang Ping couldn't contain his excitement. Triple defense and faster energy flow? It's like upgrading to a high-performance smartphone with double the RAM and an optimized system. Combined with my barrier-breaking ability, they'll be unstoppable in my tier. Thrilled by the discovery, Jiang Ping decided to stop overthinking and dove back into the pot of tiger meat, devouring it with gusto. If one piece of meat could grant him such a powerful skill, wouldn't eating more make him even stronger? However, in his excitement, he failed to notice a peculiar detail. The halo surrounding him wasn't the earth-splitting tiger's usual gold color. Instead, it shimmered with an eerie blood-red hue. And at the very moment the halo appeared, far away in the depths of the library's underground vault, a pristine crystal coffin developed a faint crack. Inside the coffin, a woman dressed in red stirred ever so slightly, her lips moving as if whispering something. After eating and drinking his fill, Jiang Ping felt completely satisfied. Though he didn't acquire any new skills this time, he wasn't the least bit disappointed. Gaining just one skill today was already enough to keep him going. Wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth, he looked at the leftover half of the tiger meat and the heap of hearts and livers before him. A satisfied smile spread across his face. These were all potential sources of future skills. He gently patted his stomach, feeling the surge of power coursing through him. He even thought his mental capacity had improved, and his cultivation, which had just reached the fusion realm, felt more solid than ever, like an impenetrable fortress. This filled Jiang Ping with anticipation for the future, intensifying his desire for those auxiliary materials. Back in bed, he fell asleep shortly after lying down. When he woke again, it was to the gentle voice of his mother, Yao Yujing, calling him. As soon as Jiang Ping opened his eyes, Yao Yujing and Jiang Wanli rushed over, their faces full of concern. Yao Yujing hugged him tightly, her tone tinged with both expectation and cautious probing. Son, did you manage to solve it? Her gaze held a trace of nervousness, as if afraid her words might hurt his pride. Seeing his mother like this, Jiang Ping couldn't help but smile. With a casual air, he replied, "You should know whose son Ayami handled it with ease. In a couple of days, the Academy's acceptance letters should arrive. Now my only worry is deciding which one to choose." As he spoke, he deliberately put on a troubled expression. Yao Yujing's eyes lit up instantly, and she hugged Jiang Ping excitedly. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanli frowned slightly and asked skeptically, "Acceptance letter? I thought you just earned a qualification. Where's the letter coming from?" Hearing this, Jiang Ping cleared his throat and responded with mock seriousness. "Standing before you is none other than Jiang Ping, captain of the 13 Cities Ember Squad. If even I don't qualify for a direct acceptance letter, then who among this year's students does?" His tone brimmed with confidence and pride. However, both Yao Yujing and Jiang Wanli exchanged bewildered looks, their faces filled with disbelief and doubt. Yao Yujing asked hesitantly, her voice trembling, "Son, what did you just say?" Jiang Wanli, on the other hand, reached out to feel Jiang Ping's forehead, muttering to himself, "No fever so wise he talking nonsense?" Jiang Ping was exasperated. He smacked his forehead in frustration and said, "I've been working on this big reveal for ages, and you two don't believe a word of it? You're going to drive me crazy." He had been looking forward to this moment to show off his achievement, only for his parents to completely dismiss it. Feeling defeated, he spread his hands and said, "Fine. If you don't believe me, go ask Aunt Xiangxiang." At the mention of Aunt Xiangxiang, Yao Yujing's expression changed dramatically, her face filled with shock. "You mean Juanxiu?" Her thoughts drifted back to the past, recalling her son's childhood obsession with Chan Juanxiu. But considering Chan Junxia's current high status, she hesitated. After all, so many years had passed, and their connection had long grown distant. Jiang Wanli was also momentarily taken aback, clearly recognizing the name as well. Jiang Ping raised his chin and confidently affirmed, "That's right." Yao Yujing let out a wry smile. "And where would I find her now? We haven't been in touch for years, I don't even have her number anymore." Then, after a brief pause, she turned to Jiang Ping with a probing tone. "Son, did Juanxiu help you? I remember she was quite fond of you when you were little." As she spoke, she cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Wanli. Jiang Wanli pretended not to notice his wife's gaze, focusing instead on Jiang Ping. Though they were skeptical about the whole Ember Squad captain claim, they were inclined to believe that Jiang Ping had at least earned a qualification. After all, while their son loved to joke around, he never lied about serious matters. Seeing their reactions, Jiang Ping sighed dramatically. "Looks like I can't even show off properly," he grumbled under his breath, thinking to himself. "If even my own parents don't believe me, how will my classmates at school? This won't do I need to prove it." With that thought, he pulled out a specialized phone from his pocket and held it up. "This was issued exclusively to the 8 of us. I've got a number here, and I'll call right now. You can hear it for yourselves. How is it that telling the truth gets me doubted like this?" Right in front of Yao Yujing and Jiang Wanli, Jiang Ping made a phone call. After 2 beeps, a deep, mature voice came through from the other end. It was Chun Juanxiu. "Hello? Xia Pingzi? What's up?" Jiang Ping responded with a faint but there was a hint of pride in his tone. "Auntie, I told my parents I became the captain of the Huazhong squad, but they don't believe me. Can you vouch for me?" Chun Juanxiu had just slipped out of a meeting when she got the call. At first, she thought it might be something urgent, but after hearing Jiang Ping's words, she was left speechless. A wave of exasperation hit her, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Rubbing her forehead, she muttered to herself with a mix of amusement and resignation, "Well, I made my own bed, so I'll lie in it." This kind of thing only Jiang Ping would pull it off. Thinking about how long it had been since she last contacted Jingjing and the others, she sighed helplessly, her tone softening with a hint of indulgence. All right, they'll vouch for you." Only then did Jiang Ping hand the phone over, his tone carrying a mix of smugness and slight dissatisfaction. "Here, since you don't believe me, let someone you trust tell you." He felt a little stifled inside, thinking it shouldn't be this hard to show off just a little. Yao Yujing reached out to take the phone, but just as she was about to speak, she suddenly glanced at Jiang Wanli. "Why don't you take it?" Jiang Wanli immediately grew alert, his internal alarms blaring, though he kept a casual expression and waved it off. "Nah, this is you ladies' business. What's it got to do with me?" Yao Yujing let out an "oh" and took the phone. Her face instantly brightened with a warm smile, and her tone softened, carrying a touch of careful politeness. "Hello? Juanxiu, is that you?" Her voice was lowered slightly, even tinged with a hint of nervous laughter. This scene didn't go unnoticed by Jiang Ping, whose expression froze for a moment. He had seen that look on his parents' faces far too many times before. It was a deliberate lowering of oneself, a habitual bowing of the head. Even though the person on the other end of the line was family, it still didn't sit well with him. In that moment, Chun Junxia's earlier words, "You made your choice," echoed in his mind. If he truly became someone significant, would his parents finally be able to stand tall? Would they no longer have to smile apologetically in front of others? Would there come a day when neighbors would genuinely say with admiration, "Wow, so you're Jiang Ping's mom? You've raised an amazing son." Jiang Ping's thoughts drifted further and further until Yao Yujing hung up the phone and looked at him with a complex expression. "Pingzi, is it true? You really became the captain of the Huazhong squad?" Even Jiang Wanli couldn't hold back anymore. His eyes were filled with shock and anticipation as he stared intently at Jiang Ping, waiting for an answer. Jiang Ping snapped out of his thoughts and nodded lightly, his tone casual. "Yeah, I'm the captain. But they don't really respect me yet. Give it some time, I'll make them respect me." As he spoke, his tone grew more relaxed, as if the earlier weightiness had been left behind. Yao Yujing reached out and gently patted Jiang Ping on the head, her eyes brimming with love and pride. A mother knows her son best, and she could tell that Jiang Ping's words were meant to cheer her up. She didn't press him on how he managed to become the captain. Instead, she silently stroked his hair. She didn't need to ask. Becoming the captain of the Huazhong squad was no easy feat. It was a position that represented honor and aspiration for countless people. Her son must have worked incredibly hard to achieve it. Just then, she noticed something about Jiang Ping's cultivation level and couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. Was already at the Rongjing stage. From having no cultivation at all to reaching Rongjing, and then to becoming the captain of the Huazhong squad, how much effort had he poured into this? Meanwhile, Jiang Wanli could no longer keep his composure. He turned away, his body trembling slightly. Struggling to contain his emotions, he quietly stepped back from the warm and tender scene between mother and son. Jiang Ping curiously watched his father's back as he walked away, then turned to look at his mother, Yao Yujing. Unable to hold back his question, He asked, Mom, what's going on? Yao Yujing smiled faintly, gently stroking Jiang Ping's hair as she spoke with a hint of teasing in her tone. Your dad, you know, joined the selection process back in the day too, but he got knocked out in the first round. Now, seeing his son doing so well, he's all emotional. Jiang Ping froze for a moment, his face full of disbelief. Wait, what? Dad joined this too? He muttered to himself, finding the idea quite novel. But after a moment, he shrugged it off, deciding it wasn't worth digging into. Whatever, grown-ups' business isn't mine to worry about, he said to himself. Then, his eyes sparkled with curiosity, and his tone turned mischievous as he asked, Mom, dear mother, do you and Aunt Juanchio have some kind of special connection? As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere grew tense. Jiang Ping's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately regretted speaking. Despite now being a powerful cultivator in the Rong realm, the years of being disciplined by his mother with a feather duster still sent shivers down his spine. To his surprise, Yao Yujing didn't get angry. She simply replied in an even tone, that's ancient history. If you're curious, go ask your dad someday. Then, changing the subject, she asked, by the way, son, what do you feel like eating? You've been away for so long. You must not have been eating or resting well. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ping immediately played along, even though he wasn't particularly hungry. Putting on an exaggerated expression of hunger, he shouted, Mom, I want meat. Lots of meat. The family gathered around the dinner table and enjoyed a warm, hearty meal together. During the meal, Jiang Ping couldn't help but feel puzzled. His parents didn't seem to ask much about his future plans. However, he quickly brushed off the thought, muttering to himself, whatever, we'll think about it later. After dinner, Jiang Ping stood in the courtyard and shouted, Mom, I'm heading out to wait for Lanlan after school. Don't bother leaving the door open for me tonight. They'll have dinner at Aunt Hugh's place. From inside the house, Yao Yujing's voice responded, got it. Now, a Rong realm cultivator, Jiang Ping had also mastered the windstride technique, making his speed astonishing. What used to take him half an hour now only took him less than 3 minutes. As he ran, he thought gleefully to himself, man, if I learn how to use the Rong realm's signature energy shield and hover in midair, they'll be turning heads left and right on the streets. But then, remembering that he had already broken through to this level yet hadn't mastered those skills, he felt a bit frustrated. Lost in his thoughts, he was suddenly stopped in his tracks. A man in a half-black, half-blue uniform stood before him, flanked by 2 teammates. The man's face was stern as he barked, little bottle, haven't seen you for a few days, and now that you're back, you're causing trouble already? Trouble? Jiang Ping immediately recognized the familiar voice and turned around with a wide grin. Oh, Uncle Me, you're on patrol today? I swear, I've been nothing but well-behaved. No fights, no trouble at all. Uncle Me, a square-faced middle-aged man with a righteous air, pointed at Jiang Ping and scolded him with a laugh. You? Well-behaved? You little rascal. You even tricked a kid. Lele said you fooled him, and he's been crying for days. If you don't make it up to him, just wait and see how I deal with you. Jiang Ping smacked his forehead, suddenly remembering that he had found the book me Lele wanted long ago but hadn't delivered it yet, even though had already taken the money. He quickly put on a sheepish smile and said, Uncle Me, I promise, by tomorrow, he'll have Lele grinning from ear to ear. Then, glancing at the time, he exaggeratedly exclaimed, oh no, I'm going to be late. Uncle Me, let's catch up another day. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he bolted away, disappearing in a flash. Uncle Me watched Jiang Ping's retreating figure and shook his head with a helpless laugh. That little rascal, he muttered. However, the 2 team members behind him looked confused. One of them asked, Boss, weren't we supposed to investigate someone displaying high-level cultivation and causing trouble? WHYD, we just let him go? Uncle Me glanced at him and asked in return, how old do you think that kid is? The man thought for a moment and hesitantly replied, 17 or 18, maybe 20? Uncle Me flicked him on the forehead and said, you already know, so why ask? Someone that young, already at the Rong Riamdo, you know what kind of future he has? Let me tell you something else. That kid used to be an ordinary person, completely unable to cultivate, and on top of that, we're all familiar with his family. Figure out the rest yourself. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the younger team members standing there in a daze. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping strolled leisurely to the school gate. After exchanging a casual greeting with the guard, he walked right in. If it were anyone else, the guard might stop them for questioning, but everyone at the school knew who Jiang Ping was. Checking the time, he saw there was still a while before school let out. Jiang Ping headed straight for the principal's office. He figured he'd check in with the old principal and maybe share a bit about his recent achievements. Compared to Zhang Wanli and the other, the old principal clearly accepted the situation much faster. He simply asked, anything else? Jiang Ping immediately caught on to the subtext, time to see yourself out. The old principal's calm demeanor surprised Jiang Ping slightly, but after a brief thought, He understood Shinju and Shio must have given him a heads up in advance. Otherwise, how could he remain so composed? Without dragging things out, Jiang Ping quickly made his exit. Before leaving, he handed over the king-level finger to the old principal, asking him to take care of it. After all, this was something Jiang Ping had no idea how to handle himself. Instead of returning to his class, Jiang Ping headed straight to the security office at the school gate, where he struck up a casual conversation with the security guard while waiting for the dismissal bell. Finally, as the bell rang, Jiang Ping spotted Dongfang Lan walking out of the school gate, carrying her weapon. Lan Lan, Jiang Ping called out, his face lighting up with an uncontrollable smile of joy. Hearing the familiar voice, Dongfang Lan looked up, and sure enough, it was Jiang Ping. Instantly, her mood lifted. She had been worrying about Jiang Ping's future all this time. What would she say to comfort him if he failed to qualify? But judging by his confident demeanor now, it seemed he had succeeded. Just as she was about to walk over, a crowd of people jostled her aside. Xiao Huang and his group spotted Jiang Ping, their eyes lighting up as they shouted louder than anyone else, "Holy crap, Pingzi bro, you're back? Lanjie said you went off to secure your own future. So, how'd it go, Pingzi bro? Did you make it? Life's been unbearable without you." Teacher Bai's been focusing all his attention on Yuzit's suffocating. "Yeah, seriously. Thank goodness you're back. Now someone else can share the heat." This outpouring of complaints, which initially touched Jiang Ping, quickly darkened his expression. Without hesitation, he waved them off. Scram, all of you. Expecting me to take the pressure off you? Keep dreaming. Let me tell you, standing before you is Jiang Ping, a Suntobe Academy student. From now on, I'm done with classes. What? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then an uproar broke out. Xiao Huang's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he leaned in and asked seriously, "Pingzi bro, you made it?" Jiang Ping maintained his composure and gave a subtle nod, exuding an air of confidence. The next second, Xiao Huang and the others erupted into deafening cheers. "Amazing! Incredible! Pingzi bro, which academy? Spill the details." A group of teenagers surrounded Jiang Ping, chattering excitedly as they escorted him out of the school like he was a hero returning in triumph. Dongfang Lan followed behind at a leisurely pace, a faint smile playing on her lips. As the crowd gradually dispersed, each heading their own way, Dongfang Lan caught up to Jiang Ping and asked with a teasing smile, "So, you really made it?" Jiang Ping grinned. "Of course. I had your back before, and I'll have your back at the academy too." Dongfang Lan rolled her eyes at him, recalling their childhood, and said with mock exasperation, "Yeah, right? Spare me." Jiang Ping quickly waved his hands in protest. "I'm serious this time. Just you wait and see, I'll prove it." Having grown up together, the two shared a close bond, so their banter was casual and relaxed. Dongfang Lan chuckled and reminded him, "The academy will be full of geniuses and elites from all over. Try not to cause trouble and focus on your training. You've worked hard to get this opportunity, don't waste it." Jiang Ping felt she was underestimating him, but he didn't argue. Instead, he silently vowed to himself, "Once I get to the academy, I'll make sure every genius there welcomes their captain's return in awe. If I don't leave you speechless, I'll count it as my loss." The two chatted idly, the atmosphere light and cheerful. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Dongfang Lan asked, "Oh, by the way, Li Zimu left after you did. You didn't run into him, did you?" Hearing this, Jiang Ping made a gesture with his thumb and forefinger pinched together, as if to say, "Handled." His face was full of smug satisfaction. Dongfang Lan shot him a glare and gave his shoulder a light slap, scolding, "You rascal. I worried about you for nothing." After walking Dongfang Lan home, Jiang Ping didn't stay for dinner, still had other matters to attend to. "The reason I told my parents I'd eat here was to keep them from worrying. Those who understand will get it. But instead, I turned and headed to old John's traditional medicine shop. As soon as I stepped inside, I noticed someone consulting with the doctor. Old John, with his mixed heritage features, was solemnly taking the patient's pulse. His white coat looked a bit worn, but the cuffs were meticulously clean and tidy. Paired with his deep blue eyes, he truly exuded the air of an experienced traditional doctor. Standing by the door, Jiang Ping observed the scene, nodding slightly to himself and thinking, "He really looks the part." He didn't interrupt old John, instead wandering casually around the shop. Rows of medicine cabinets were neatly arranged, with handwritten labels on the doors. The handwriting was messy but full of character. The faint aroma of herbs lingered in the air, refreshing and pleasant. His gaze fell on a corner of the counter, where a thick pharmacology book lay. Its pages were yellowed at the edges, clearly worn from frequent reading. Jiang Ping flipped through it, only to find the content dense and difficult to understand. He wasn't sure how much time had passed before old John finally finished his consultation. Handing the patient a small packet of medicine, he offered a few parting instructions before seeing them out. He then returned to his chair, took a sip of tea, and finally looked over at Jiang Ping with a teasing smile. Haven't seen you in a while, kid. Don't tell me you've been locked up for causing trouble? Jiang Ping rolled his eyes at the remark, stuffing his hands in his pockets and leaning lazily against the counter. Uncle John, come on now. Do I look like that kind of person? I'm here on serious business today. Raising an eyebrow, old John set down his cup and looked at him with interest. Oh, serious business, you say? Let's hear it. I heard you were once a top student in pharmacology at the academy? Jiang Ping asked, testing the waters. At this, a complex expression briefly flickered across old John's face before he shook his head. Top student? Hardly. I didn't even graduate, dropped out, actually. Otherwise, do you think I'd be stuck here running this little shop? Jiang Ping wasn't interested in his academic credentials and waved dismissively, cutting straight to the point. Then you must know about Yunwu grass, right? Yunwu grass? Old John's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. A material for fusion-level concoctions? Where'd you hear about that? Jiang Ping chuckled smugly, his tone carrying a hint of pride. Never mind where I heard it. Since you know about it, just tell me, where can I find it? How do you harvest it? And what should I watch out for? Old John narrowed his eyes, a probing look in his gaze. What are you up to, kid? Yunwu grass isn't something you can just mess around with. Scratching his head, Jiang Ping sighed inwardly, thinking, this old fox is harder to fool than I thought. He decided to come clean. I'm gathering ingredients for a tiger meat stew. Yunwu grass is one of them. I can't get my hands on those higher grade materials for now, so I'm starting with this fusion level one. Hearing this, old John's expression turned peculiar. He set down his tea, stood up, and began circling Jiang Ping, scrutinizing him from head to toe, his sharp gaze as if trying to see straight into his bones. You've started cultivating? Old John's voice carried a note of astonishment. Jiang Ping rolled his eyes again, exasperated. I've been a well-known figure for a while now, and you're just figuring that out? However, Jiang Ping was well aware that his fame was quite limited, restricted to households with school-aged children. He didn't mind at all, though. Nodding calmly, he said with a composed expression, able to cultivate now? Huh? You've got a sharp eye. His tone was light and confident, catching old John off guard. It seemed the old man hadn't expected such straightforwardness from him. Old John instinctively took off his reading glasses, then put them back on, squinting as he scrutinized Jiang Ping. His cloudy eyes revealed a hint of doubt. After a moment, he unexpectedly pulled out a stronger magnifying glass from his pocket, leaned in closer, and examined Jiang Ping as if he were a rare treasure. No, something's off, old John muttered to himself, his wrinkled face creasing even more. How could this be? He suddenly whispered in shock, his voice low yet filled with disbelief. Seeing this, Jiang Ping's lips curved into a faint smile. He thought to himself, if I let this old man keep staring, he might just lose his composure entirely. Clearing his throat to interrupt old John's thoughts, he said nonchalantly, I've reached the fusion realm, Uncle John. Fusion realm. That one simple statement hit old John like a hammer to the chest. His hand trembled, nearly dropping the magnifying glass. Stammering, he exclaimed, You're how old? And you've reached the fusion realm? What nonsense! In his agitation, he momentarily forgot his usual calm demeanor. Jiang Ping remained unfazed, his expression relaxed, with a hint of amusement in his gaze. He didn't bother to hide his pride in front of old John. Realizing his outburst, old John quickly composed himself, putting away the magnifying glass and trying to appear calm. He muttered under his breath, not everyone can discern someone else's cultivation level unless the gap is too vast. Jiang Ping chuckled inwardly but didn't comment. Instead, he said casually, Uncle, there's no need to dwell on the genius thing. Let's talk about cloud mist grass instead. This time, old John surprisingly didn't retort. Instead, he gave Jiang Ping a long, complicated look, part frustration, part reluctant admiration. After a moment, he nodded, turned to rummage through the clutter on the table, and pulled out a dusty book. Tossing it to Jiang Ping, he said, Here. Cough, cough. The cloud of dust from the book made Jiang Ping cough a few times. He quickly activated his energy shield to block the dust and brushed himself off. Seeing Jiang Ping's reaction, old John rolled his eyes and grumbled, We get it. You've reached the fusion realm. No need to show off. Unbothered, Jiang Ping casually flipped through the book, only to realize it was the Cultivator Academy Standard Textbook, 3rd edition. He paused, raising an eyebrow. Uncle John, you still have this? Isn't it up to the 9th edition now? Old John shot him a glare and snapped. Use those eyes of yours, it's the 3rd edition. Sure, it's a bit old, but plenty of the content hasn't changed, especially the techniques for harvesting cloud mistgrass and its growth locations. Throw it away, and we'll see what happens. Jiang Ping examined the book's cover more closely and finally understood its value. Nodding seriously, he said, Got it. Thanks, Uncle John. Waving his hand dismissively, old John said, Just return it when you're done. Don't lose it. Jiang Ping didn't argue further. With the book in hand, he left, knowing full well that while the book was old, its information was reliable. It was far easier than trying to get details from the headmaster. Back home, Jiang Ping climbed over the wall to slip inside, locking the front gate behind him. He drew the curtains, letting in a sliver of light before quickly closing them again to ensure no one could peek in. Once in his room, he eagerly opened the book, flipping to the section on cloud mist grass as indicated by the table of contents. Cloud mist grass clears heat and toxins, neutralizes residual pill poison, and effectively alleviates irritability caused by excessive blood energy in cultivators, Jiang Ping murmured as he read, carefully noting the regions where it was abundant. Among the many stable rift spaces, the top recommendation is Rift Space 883 in Chongming City. The remaining cracks are as follows. Note: to ensure the maximum potency of the herbs, they do not have a stable growing area and must be found manually. The herbs' growth locations may also be accompanied by guardian beasts. Jiang Ping read through the information recorded in the book, his eyes showing a hint of admiration. He nodded repeatedly, even feeling a bit emotional. This textbook truly lived up to its reputation as a universal edition. It was not only easy to understand, but also well-structured, clearly a professional product. Satisfied with the information he had obtained, Jiang Ping closed the book, let out a long sigh of relief, and drifted off into a deep sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains. Feeling refreshed, Jiang Ping got up, quickly washed up, and went to greet his parents. He had already made up his mind to take a trip during this period, but he struggled to come up with a convincing excuse. After thinking it over, he decided to be straightforward. Mom, there's not much point in me going to school right now. I want to take this time to go out, explore a bit, and gain some experience. Could you give me a little travel money? Hearing this, Yao Yujing looked up and sized Jiang Ping up and down. Seeing that he appeared calm and sincere, she didn't press him further but instead asked casually, "Where do you want to go?" Jiang Ping had already prepared an answer and quickly replied, "I want to go to Chongming City. I happen to know a buddy there. You just need to give me some travel money. I'll handle the rest myself." His gaze was earnest, and his tone carried a touch of pleading. Yao Yujing set down the bowl and chopsticks in her hands, her brows furrowing slightly. Her tone carried a hint of disapproval as she said, "You're going to someone else's place to eat their food and drink their water, and you don't feel the least bit embarrassed?" Jiang Ping scratched his head and didn't argue, but he secretly muttered to himself, "I saved his life, what's wrong with eating and drinking a bit?" However, he was well aware of the family's financial struggles, which were largely due to his past illness. This trip wasn't just about looking for the cloud mist herb. He also planned to earn some money. Although his future tuition and expenses would be fully covered by the academy, he couldn't possibly ask the academy for funds to buy something as basic as underwear. It would be far too humiliating. Yao Yujing sighed, then pulled out a stack of cash from the cabinet and handed it to Jiang Ping. 10,000 yuan. I originally set this aside to buy vital blood for you. Since you don't need it now, consider this a reward." Jiang Ping accepted the money, his emotions complicated. Sincerely, he said, "Thank you, Mom." Seeing his earnest attitude, Yao Yujing smiled faintly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear as she gently asked, "Do you want me to help you pack?" "No, no, no." Jiang Ping waved his hands in refusal, laughing as he explained, "You'll just take a few essentials. If you pack for me, you'll probably try to move half the house, and I won't be able to carry it all." In truth, his devouring heaven realm was already stocked with all the necessities. Anything he packed now was merely for appearances. Afterward, Jiang Ping made a quick phone call to Dongfang Lan, gave her a brief explanation, and then set off with his backpack. The distance from South City to Chongming City was about 800 kilometers. Without any obstacles, he could walk there in a few days with his cultivation level. However, the journey was far from smooth. The presence of spatial rifts made travel perilous. These rifts appeared randomly while cities had dedicated personnel to clear them. Outside the cities, one could only rely on luck. Jiang Ping knew that to reach his destination safely, he had two options. The first was to own a flying pet like Jiang Nan. While spatial rifts were dangerous, they couldn't appear midair, so one only needed to watch out for the occasional flying beast. However, such a luxurious method was obviously out of Jiang Ping's reach. If he had a flying pet, he wouldn't even be worrying about travel expenses. The second option was to take the intercity rail system built by the 13 cities' authorities. This rail system, constructed at great cost, was designed to provide ordinary people with a safe means of transportation. Alongside the rails were regular roads for those with vehicles, but the high cost of driving made this option unaffordable for Jiang Ping. After weighing his options, Jiang Ping decided to head to the train station to buy a ticket and take the rail system to Chongming City. The train station was bustling with activity. Cars and people filled every corner, creating a lively and chaotic scene. There were families visiting relatives, travelers heading out, and business people on work trips. In short, it was crowded. Jiang Ping squeezed through the throng and managed to purchase a half-price ticket using his student ID. Truth be told, He could have gotten a free ticket had a fire seat identity card given to him by Chen Juanxiu. That card symbolized his prestigious fire seat status, granting him access to VIP lanes and personalized service. Yet, Jiang Ping had left that card gathering dust in the swallowing heaven's secret realm. The reason? The aftereffects of using it were simply too troublesome. As someone who hadn't achieved much yet, he felt undeserving of such treatment. The half-price ticket cost less than 400 yuan, enough to get him from South City to Chongming City a reasonable price. After finding his seat, Jiang Ping casually placed his small bag on his lap and leaned back, closing his eyes to rest. Across from him sat a woman with a child, and next to her was her husband. Judging by their attire, they seemed to be well off. The man noticed Jiang Ping settling in and offered a polite smile before striking up a conversation. Heading back to school, young man? Jiang Ping glanced up at him and chuckled inwardly. Who goes to school at this time of day? He couldn't be bothered to explain, so he simply nodded. Yeah, something like that. The intercity train sped along at an impressive pace, arriving in Chongming City in under 7 hours. The journey was smooth and uneventful. Once off the train, Jiang Ping breathed a sigh of relief and headed straight for rift space number 883. There was a spark of excitement in his heart, and his steps quickened without him realizing it. However, when he reached the registration desk outside the rift, he froze. Sorry, all entry slots for the next few days are fully booked, the staff member said with a polite smile. Jiang Ping frowned, his expression tinged with surprise. What? You need a reservation to enter the rift? The staff member maintained their professional demeanor and patiently explained. Yes, this particular rift has been developed for quite some time and is considered virtually risk-free. It's extremely popular, so it's quite normal for slots to fill up quickly. Jiang Ping felt a wave of frustration and gave a resigned nod. He hesitated before asking, is there really no way to make an exception? I'm in a bit of a hurry. He could feel his temper bubbling up. The feeling of being stopped right at the doorstep was beyond irritating. The staff member's smile remained unchanged, their tone polite but firm. I'm sorry, but the earliest available slot is 7 days from now. 7 days? Jiang Ping's scalp tingled at the thought. He hadn't anticipated running into such an issue. Slumping into a chair in the lobby, he stared blankly at the rift entrance, debating whether to take out his fire seed card. He was reluctant to use it, but given the current situation, as he wrestled with his thoughts, a voice called out behind him, tinged with surprise. Jiang Ping? He turned around and found himself face-to-face with Su Tianjiao. Her short, neat hairstyle exuded confidence, and her sharp features gave her an air of authority. Behind her stood 2 black-suited bodyguards, adding to her imposing presence. Jiang Ping couldn't help but marvel at her aura. Tianjiao, what a coincidence. Jiang Ping greeted her awkwardly, standing up with a nod. Su Tianjiao's eyes scanned him from head to toe, a trace of curiosity flickering in her gaze. She had a deep respect for Jiang Ping, the number one, a title he had thoroughly earned in her eyes. After all, she'd experienced his abilities firsthand. How could she not be impressed? She blinked and asked with a hint of intrigue, didn't you go home? What brings you to Chongming City? Jiang Ping shrugged helplessly and smiled. I did. I heard rift space number 883 was relatively safe, so I came to check it out and broaden my horizons. He casually repeated the explanation he'd gotten from the staff earlier. Oh. Su Tianjiao nodded, seemingly convinced. So why are you sitting here? Why not go in? Jiang Ping let out a bitter laugh and shrugged again. I came too late. The earliest slot is a week from now. Looks like I made the trip for nothing. Hearing this, Su Tianjiao frowned slightly and glanced at the registration desk staff with a puzzled expression. What's going on here? The man lowered his head and explained respectfully, Miss, the permission to bypass the registration for regular rifts is only granted to descendants of prestigious families like ours, who have rendered great service to the 13 cities. It's a way to honor the contributions of our ancestors. Ordinary people have to first register, pay a fee, and go through the entire process before they can be allowed entry. After saying this, the man raised his head and glanced curiously at Jiang Ping, his mind filled with doubt. Who is this person that the young lady greeted so proactively? Jiang, are there any prominent figures with the surname Jiang in the 13 cities? He racked his brain, but nothing came to mind. Smiling wryly, he shook his head in self-mockery. Definitely not. He's probably just a lucky guy. Otherwise, how could he not even qualify to enter a rift? Just an ordinary person. Su Tianjiao, upon hearing this, suddenly understood. She genuinely hadn't been aware of such rules. After all, she had never had to concern herself with such trivial matters since she was young. After thinking for a moment, she turned to the man and said, Today, you can wait outside. Next time, you can accompany me. This time, Jiang Ping will take the spot and go in with me. The man was stunned. Just moments ago, he had looked down on Jiang Ping, but now he was left speechless. He stared at Su Tianjiao in confusion, pointing at himself and asking in disbelief, Miss? Me? Su Tianjiao nodded calmly. Yes, you. The man panicked completely. He took a step forward, his tone tinged with urgency. Miss, going into the rift with you is a rare opportunity. I need to protect you. How can I not go in? Su Tianjiao glanced at him, her tone laced with impatience. With him around, it's safer than with you. That's it. I don't want to repeat myself. Though her voice was calm, it carried an undeniable authority. If he weren't an elder within the family, she might have already lost her temper. Standing to the side, Jiang Ping witnessed how effortlessly Su Tianjiao resolved the matter, and he couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. The power of authority, what seemed like an insurmountable obstacle to most people, was nothing more than a trivial matter for those with influence. This stark contrast left him feeling conflicted, unsure whether it was envy or something else. However, he quickly chuckled at himself. Memories of the old principal making calls on his behalf and the special treatment he received from Chen Juanxiu during the assessment process surfaced in his mind. Wasn't that also a form of privilege? Back then, he had quite enjoyed being treated as an honored guest. Turns out, I'm not really against privilege. I just feel frustrated when it's not mine. At that moment, he seemed to gain a deeper understanding of the rules of this world. Noticing the subtle change in Jiang Ping's expression, Su Tianjiao was slightly taken aback. She asked softly, "What's on your mind?" Jiang Ping waved it off with a smile. "Nothing. Thanks for today. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to get in." Su Tianjiao smiled lightly, her tone casual. "It's just a small favor. Besides, getting closer to my future team leader doesn't seem like a bad deal." The two walked side by side toward the entrance, while Jiang Ping stepped into the rift area under the resentful gaze of the staff member. That look seemed to say, "If you had such connections, why didn't you say so earlier? Why waste my time?" The rift entrance was a closed-off passageway. Su Tianjiao curiously glanced around and asked casually, "With your abilities, do you really need to train in a beginner-level fusion rift? You should be going to more advanced ones." "This seems like overkill." Jiang Ping didn't hide anything and explained casually, "I'm just here to collect some cloud mist grass and maybe find a stray beast to extract some essence blood to sell." Su Tianjiao's eyes flickered slightly, and her gaze grew more complex as she looked at Jiang Ping. Though she couldn't fully grasp his intentions, she had a hunch. "To make money?" she asked quietly. She thought to herself, "So Jiang Ping's family background isn't as privileged as I assumed. I thought that someone the assessment director referred to as his nephew would come from an extraordinary family. But it seems he still needs to earn his own income. Reaching this level in such circumstances is no small feat." Jiang Ping noticed Su Tianjiao's gaze was somewhat unusual, but without evidence, he pretended not to see it. Fortunately, the rift entrance was just ahead. Internally, he sighed in relief. "Once we're inside, we can go our separate ways, and this strange atmosphere will finally end." Stepping into a rift was nothing extraordinary. It was just like entering any ordinary rift, except for an additional procedure. The officials of 13 cities had established a site to charge fees and manage the entrance, enclosing the entire rift. As Jiang Ping stepped inside, the air around him seemed noticeably fresher, and his breathing became smoother. He adjusted his state slightly, his eyes gleaming with a hint of eager anticipation. Standing nearby, Su Tianjiao glanced at Jiang Ping indifferently, showing little sign of reluctance. She smiled faintly and said, "See you around then." This was merely a casual act of goodwill, not something that required much sentiment. Jiang Ping nodded, the corners of his lips lifting in a carefree smile. "Thanks. If you ever need anything I can help with, just let me know." Though it sounded offhand, the sincerity in his tone was unmistakable. "Southern City's timely reign, huh?" Su Tianjiao teased with a chuckle, responding lightly, "All right, maybe I really will need your help someday." The two exchanged a few words, each fully aware of the other's intentions. After bidding farewell to Su Tianjiao, Jiang Ping followed the map and quickly headed toward his destination. It was a valley about 10 miles from the rift's entrance. For Jiang Ping, this distance was trivial. Channeling his energy to his legs, he activated his wind stride technique. In the next moment, his figure lifted lightly off the ground, gliding through the air. Hovering 10 meters above the ground, Jiang Ping moved as though walking on flat land, his speed remarkable. However, his display of skill caught the attention of several other cultivators also exploring the rift. They looked up at him, sneering. "Youngsters just love to show off. Who here can't float in the air? Wait until he runs out of energy, then he'll learn his lesson. Sustaining flight at the fusion realm isn't that easy." One of them scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Jiang Ping heard the remarks but merely smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "What do you know?" He was well aware of his own capabilities. With the king level and profound level inner cores in his body alone, his energy reserves far surpassed the norm. Added to that, the high-grade ingredients he had been consuming recently had significantly bolstered his foundation. Covering 100 miles? That was nothing. It would barely cost him a fraction of his strength. Ignoring the mockery, Jiang Ping released a burst of energy, forming a protective barrier around himself. Then, with a surge of speed, He shot forward like a streak of light, swift as the wind, heading straight for his destination. Along the way, his eyes scanned the surroundings. He occasionally caught sight of cultivators locked in fierce battles with beasts, or groups of ferocious creatures roaring as they darted through the mountains. The vibrant intensity of life in this rift-filled world left him marveling at its excitement and danger. After about 20 minutes, Jiang Ping reached his destination. Before him stretched a lush, verdant valley, its greenery so abundant it resembled a paradise. Yet his keen senses quickly detected a hidden threat within 500 meters. At least 7 or 8 fusion realm beasts lay in wait. A faint smile of exhilaration played on Jiang Ping's lips. He drew a long blade from his waist, gripping it firmly as its cold gleam reflected in the sunlight. Surveying his surroundings, he muttered to himself, even the blood of a standard spirit realm beast can sell for tens of thousands. The blood of a fusion realm beast must be worth much more. I need money, and I can't let this opportunity slip by. With that, he casually tossed a stone, the sharp sound of its impact echoing through the silent valley. A spotted leopard leaped out of a nearby thicket, its eyes glinting with hostility as it locked onto Jiang Ping, clearly provoked into a rage. Jiang Ping's eyes lit up, a playful grin curling his lips. Come on, little leopard. You're mine now. He tightened his grip on the blade, his energy rippling slightly as he prepared for battle. The spotted leopard let out a low growl, and to Jiang Ping's surprise, the spots on its fur suddenly shot out like sharp blades of light, hurtling toward him. His heart skipped a beat. This beast had such a strange ability, but he didn't panic. With a small step, he deftly sidestepped the attack, swinging his blade in a swift arc and shouting, "Barrier break." The blade's light flashed, and the leopard's attack dissolved like a burst bubble. Jiang Ping chuckled, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. All right, my turn. With unwavering determination, Jiang Ping charged straight at the spotted leopard, his blade aimed directly at its head. His movements were as swift as lightning, and the air-splitting whistle of his long knife had barely faded before the blade was already dangerously close to the leopard's face. A flicker of astonishment flashed through the beast's eyes. It didn't even have time to dodge. Instinctively, it raised its right front paw to block the attack. That paw, the hardest part of its body, was as tough as steel and had always been its greatest pride. But in the very next moment, that pride was mercilessly shattered. With a resounding crack, the spotted leopard's right front paw was severed cleanly. Its gaze turned blank, and it couldn't even muster a howl of pain before the gleaming blade struck its skull like a bolt of thunder. Blood sprayed in all directions, and the once mighty beast lost its defiant life in an instant. Standing over the lifeless body, Jiang Ping's chest heaved with exertion, his eyes shining with barely contained excitement. He almost wanted to throw his head back and shout to the heavens about his triumph. This was a beast on the same level as him. What had once been his greatest weakness, his lack of speed, had now become his greatest strength, thanks to the foofing step technique. Just 2 moves, only 2, and the battle was over. Still riding the high of his victory, Jiang Ping noticed the surrounding beasts retreating cautiously, their eyes filled with fear. They had clearly sensed the threat he posed. But Jiang Ping wasn't about to let this rare opportunity slip through his fingers. The blood essence of these beasts was worth a fortune. Each vial could fetch at least 100,000 yuan. He knew the value better than anyone else. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Ping's eyes as he moved with the speed of the wind, his long blade slicing through the air with deadly precision. His movements were sharp and efficient, wasting not a single motion. In mere moments, more than a dozen beasts fell one after another, their blood soaking the ground as the metallic scent of carnage filled the air. Sliding his blade back into its sheath, Jiang Ping stood with his hands on his hips, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. From his Tuntian secret realm, he retrieved 10 small bottles. His family had so many of these that they could build a mountain with them. Muttering to himself about how Brother Bottle never runs out of bottles, he skillfully hoisted the beasts one by one onto the trees, slicing open their chests to collect the precious blood essence. Beast blood essence wasn't like ordinary blood. Only the heart area contained the vital essence. Jiang Ping worked with practiced ease, his actions smooth and precise. From the steady flow to the final drops, he carefully filled each bottle to the brim. The 10 beasts hung from the trees resembled enormous skewers, but Jiang Ping seemed to enjoy himself, bustling around and murmuring to himself, "These claws can sell for a good price. Oh, and these whiskers, those are valuable too. As for the meat, I'll just eat that myself." When the last drop of blood essence was sealed in a bottle, Jiang Ping capped it with satisfaction and stored all his spoils. Glancing at the battlefield littered with corpses, he chuckled to himself. Can't let this go to waste. They'll come back to clean up later. He even joked that if a scavenger saw this, they'd have to admit, "Jiang Ping, you're ruthless, you don't even waste a drop." Just as he was about to continue his hunt for more prey, something caught his eye. Amidst a patch of weeds stood a plant about half a meter tall, its jade green leaves glowing faintly. Yunwu grass. Jiang Ping's heart leapt with excitement. This was a rare spiritual herb. He couldn't believe his luck in stumbling upon it. Without hesitation, he pulled out his tools and prepared to harvest it carefully. But before he could act, a mocking voice rang out from behind him. Kid, you've got guts, huh? Daring to snatch something from us? Jiang Ping spun around to see a group of burly men approaching. Their muscular frames and unfriendly gazes radiated menace, and the air suddenly grew tense. The man approaching was a lean-faced fellow with a long, horse-like face. He wore black leather armor that gleamed coldly under the sunlight, layered over a casual white t-shirt. A leather holster hung from his belt, holding a sharp dagger, ready for use. His companions were similarly dressed leather armor, long weapons, and short daggers, all meticulously chosen for survival and combat in the wild. Their attire exuded a professional air, clearly designed to fend off the dangers of the wilderness. At first glance, they appeared to be beast hunters, making a living by killing ferocious creatures, a perilous trade that required a mix of ruthless cunning and a willingness to gamble with their lives. Jiang Ping stood off to the side, his gaze casually sweeping across the group, though his mind had already pieced together their nature. He was no stranger to this kind of aura domineering, unscrupulous, and shamelessly arrogant. It was the unmistakable scent of those who thrived on the fringes of society. A faint smirk tugged at the corners of his lips as he silently watched the horse-faced man approach. The man bared his yellowed teeth in a sneer, his tone dripping with disdain. Kid, this cloud mist herb is ours. Step aside and don't make this harder than it needs to be. Otherwise, he paused, his gaze darkening with a subtle threat. You might regret it after a beating. Instead of anger, a cold amusement flickered in Jiang Ping's eyes. He chuckled lightly. Well, isn't that something? You're stealing from me and expecting gratitude? His gaze locked onto the man's, sharp and unwavering. But what if I don't leave? Does that mean the beating is inevitable? The horse-faced man snorted, his companions joining in with low, mocking laughter. That's right. You look like a greenhorn, a student who hasn't seen the world. Kid, it's our duty to teach you the rules of society. Let it go, or you'll only be asking for trouble. Jiang Ping's smile deepened, a hint of something dangerous lurking beneath his calm demeanor. Teach me the rules? How kind of you, he replied with a mocking tone. As the words left his mouth, his aura shifted abruptly. In an instant, he moved his steps swift and precise, the air around him surging as his blade flashed. A crimson arc of light slashed toward the group, gleaming with deadly intent. Caught off guard, the men froze for a moment, their reactions half a beat too slow. The horse-faced man's expression darkened as he let out a roar. Stand back. I'll handle him. Gripping his long spear, he charged forward, ready to meet the attack head-on. Just a little punk. What can he possibly do? But Jiang Ping's speed was astonishing. Before the man could finish his sentence, the blade was already upon him. With a thunderous crash, the horse-faced man was sent flying backward, slamming into a large tree with such force that the trunk splintered, leaving a deep, human-shaped dent. He slumped against the tree, coughing up blood. The remaining men stared, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, struggling to process what had just happened. Boss? Boss? Where the hell is the boss? Their frantic gazes finally landed on the tree, where their leader was awkwardly wedged, blood trickling from his mouth. Cough. Don't move, the horse-faced man croaked weakly, raising a trembling hand to signal he was still alive. They rushed to his side, helping him to his feet, though their expressions were filled with shock and fear. As they glanced at the dented tree trunk, cold sweat dripped from their brows. It was clear now the unassuming young man before them was far more dangerous than they could have imagined. Boss, are you okay? One of them asked cautiously, gritting his teeth against the pain. The horse-faced man's eyes were filled with regret. He cursed himself silently. What he'd thought was an easy mark had turned out to be a deadly opponent. He coughed again, then forced himself to his knees, his tone shifting to one of pleading. Sir, I was wrong. I admit I was completely in the wrong. Jiang Ping raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. He had been in plenty of fights, but rarely had someone surrendered so quickly and decisively. Amused, he tilted his head, his voice laced with sarcasm. Giving up already? The horse-faced man shook his head furiously, as if his life depended on it. No point in resisting. Sir, I can see you're no ordinary person. My life isn't worth risking over this. Admitting my mistake is the least I can do. Jiang Ping couldn't help but laugh softly at the man's groveling. Clearly, this wasn't the first time he'd had to bow and scrape to save his own skin. Satisfied, Jiang Ping sheathed his blade, his cold gaze sweeping over the group. The horse-faced man immediately bowed his head, his tone ingratiating. Sir, you're magnanimous. Well, leave right away. Without another word, Jiang Ping turned and walked away, leaving the group frozen in place. too terrified to move. They watched him disappear into the distance, their hearts pounding as they silently vowed never to cross paths with someone like him again. Jiang Ping felt both amused and exasperated. It seemed the complexities of human nature and society were indeed baffling. He hadn't intended to go too far after all. Horseface didn't harbor any actual desire to kill him. But that didn't mean Jiang Ping would let them off easily. While they could avoid a death sentence, they wouldn't escape punishment. Casting a cold glance at Horseface's fawning yet fearful expression, Jiang Ping said icily, "Letting you go isn't impossible. Hand over everything valuable on you, and go harvest that mist herb for me. You know how to do it, don't you?" Horseface, as though granted a reprieve, nodded repeatedly, bowing obsequiously. "Of course, young master. We understand. We understand." As he spoke, he hastily tossed everything of value on his person onto the ground, including his leather armor, and directed his men to obediently gather the mist herb. Jiang Ping crouched down, sorting through the items, and found that these guys actually had some decent stuff on them. Without hesitation, he collected everything. Just the mist herb alone amounted to 3 or 5 stalks, an unexpected bonus. Taking the mist herb handed over by Horseface's men, Jiang Ping waved them off. "Now scram." Horseface and his lackeys didn't need to be told twice. They ran off in a flash, disappearing from sight. Jiang Ping let out a whistle, stowed the mist herb and the rest of his loot into his storage space, and continued his search for more mist herb in the mountains. He wandered for half a day, reaping considerable rewards. A large batch of mist herb was added to the devouring heaven realm, and Jiang Ping couldn't help but feel delighted. This rift was practically a treasure trove, perfectly suited to his needs. If he got hungry, he could even enter the realm to cook some meat. At this point, the meat stored in the realm wasn't just plentiful, it was abundant. He had even captured and started raising live creatures on the hillside behind the ruins of an old temple, ensuring a sustainable supply for the future. As he looked at the mist herb in his hands, an idea suddenly struck him. With 5 bundles of mist herb in his possession, could he perhaps transplant some into the devouring heaven realm? While the native soil couldn't sustain planting, the realm itself was essentially part of the rift, so it might just work. The thought filled him with excitement. If it succeeded, he'd never worry about lacking mist herb for his stews again. With that in mind, he took out some paper and a pen and began carefully drafting a plan within the Realman initiative to enrich his menu, which he dubbed the all-in-one plan. First, he needed to clear a plot of land suitable for farming. The temple ruins already had an old vegetable patch, long abandoned but still salvageable with some effort. Next, he'd need to learn more about cultivating mist herb. But considering how freely it grew in the wild, he figured this step might not be strictly necessary. Finally, it was time to put the plan into action. Rolling up his sleeves, Jiang Ping got to work clearing the vegetable patch. While burning it down earlier had been satisfying, cleaning it up now was proving to be quite a chore. Fortunately, with the realm's time dilation working in his favor, time flowed 3 times faster in the realm. Wasn't worried about wasting time. He meticulously cleared just enough space to plant the current batch of mist herb, then began planting each stalk with care. Mist herb resembled oversized green onions, standing about half a person's height, vibrant and lush. After 3 hours of labor, the planting was complete, though only an hour had passed in the outside world. Looking at the verdant patch of mist herb before him, Jiang Ping felt a deep sense of accomplishment. If these plants thrived, had achieved true mist herb independence in the future. Satisfied, he left the realm and resumed exploring the rift, searching for more mist herb and capturing demonic beasts. He reveled in the joy of this treasure hunt, completely absorbed, until the sky began to darken and a sudden, piercing scream broke the quiet. The shriek jolted Jiang Ping, making him snap his head up, his brows furrowing. Without hesitation, he activated his levitation technique, rising swiftly into the air. His sharp gaze swept across the landscape like a hunting eagle. What he saw in the distance made his expression darken instantly, anger simmering just beneath the surface. Dear readers, if you've made it this far, congratulations, we've hit 100,000 words. For those familiar with the process, you know this milestone marks the debut stage. At this point, every bit of support counts, whether it's urging updates, leaving comments, or sending gifts and positive reviews. These are the most critical moments for a book, and your engagement can make all the difference. If you've been enjoying Jiang Ping's story so far, I humbly ask for your continued support. I want to give this story the best chance to succeed and share even more exciting adventures with you. The only way I can repay you is by delivering even higher quality storytelling. Thank you in advance for your kindness and encouragement. October 31st, 2024, forever grateful. Su Tianjiao? The scene before him was startling. Su Tianjiao and her bodyguards were surrounded by at least a dozen attackers. Blades flashed and swords clashed as she wielded her long blade with precision, creating an impenetrable defense. However, it was clear she was gradually losing strength. The sight caused Jiang Ping to frown slightly, a trace of confusion flickering in his eyes. Su Tianjiao, The eldest daughter of the prestigious Su family who would dare to target her? The leader of the group stood with his arms crossed, a cold smirk playing on his lips. He remained leisurely on the sidelines, his gaze mocking, like a cat toying with a mouse. Fixing his eyes on Su Tianjiao, he spoke with a tone full of disdain. Miss Su, why resist? Surrender obediently, and I might let you die a little less painfully. Su Tianjiao snorted coldly at his words, her long blade slicing through the air in a sharp arc, forcing back a few enemies who attempted to close in. Her piercing gaze locked onto the man, her tone icy and unyielding. If you know him from the Su family, you should also understand that provoking us will bring consequences far beyond what you can bear. Her words carried a chilling authority, devoid of any pretense. The Su family's wrath would be swift and merciless if their eldest daughter were truly harmed. Countless lives would undoubtedly pay the price. Yet, the man seemed utterly unconcerned. Instead, he burst into laughter, his tone laced with arrogance and malice. Kill you? I wouldn't dare take it that far. But I've heard the Su family's eldest daughter is a rare talent. I can't help but wonder what kind of legacy would a child of yours and mine leave behind. Su Tianjio's expression turned deathly pale at his vile insinuation, her eyes blazing with fury and shock. These people were utterly deranged. She would rather die than let such a disgraceful act befall her. Her pride, her identity as a Su, would never allow it. Such humiliation would not only bring shame upon her family, but also render her unfit to face the world. Seeing her reaction, the man's smirk grew wider, his tone even more unrestrained. Miss Su, stop struggling. Obey, and I'll treat you well. Otherwise, my brothers here won't be so kind. Think it through if everyone here gets a turn. It'd be such a pity if you couldn't even tell who the father is. The group of attackers erupted into raucous laughter at his words, their vulgarity on full display. One of them chimed in, Boss, I call second. Another retorted, You? Get lost. I'm second. Their crude banter filled the air, their madness unchecked. Su Tianjiao gripped her blade tightly, her knuckles white with tension as fury boiled within her. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to suppress the storm of emotions raging in her chest, her expression growing colder by the moment. She understood all too well these men were determined to ruin her, to taint the name of the Su family. The bitter irony of her situation struck her hard. What was supposed to be a routine training mission had spiraled into a deadly trap. Despite official regulations on these fusion-level rifts, malicious individuals always found ways to infiltrate. Today was proof of that. If that's the case, then you can all die. Su Tianjio's eyes glinted with murderous resolve as she swung her blade in a sudden, devastating strike. The sharp edge tore through the air with a fierce whistle. In an instant, one of the men who had taunted her earlier was decapitated before he could even react. Blood sprayed from his neck, staining the ground crimson. Secret technique. Vajra wheel. Su Tianjiao shouted, her voice commanding and powerful. The energy from her king-level core and her mystical core surged wildly within her, unleashing an overwhelming force. Her long blade left her grasp, spinning rapidly through the air. The weapon radiated an intense, unique aura as it shot toward the group of attackers. Wherever the blade passed, flesh was torn apart, and anguished screams echoed. In mere moments, 4 of the attackers lay dead, their bodies mangled, while the rest stumbled back, terror etched across their faces. But the attack had drained Su Tianjiao completely. She panted heavily, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Her long blade clattered to the ground, its metallic ring echoing faintly. The leader's face darkened, his expression livid with rage. His eyes burned with fury as he let out a cold laugh, his tone dripping with disbelief and anger. Su Tianjiao, you dare kill my brothers? Fine. Very well. His glare was sharp and venomous, his voice low and menacing. A mere girl who's just entered the fusion stage, and yet you managed to kill 5 of my half-step profound stage brothers. Truly impressive. Though his words seemed composed, the wary glint in his eyes betrayed his true thoughts. He had underestimated her. This seemingly delicate woman was far more formidable than she appeared. If not for the contingency plans he had in place, he might not have been able to stop her today. His gaze fixed on Su Tianjiao, his killing intent growing darker and more palpable. Nearby, the bodyguard witnessed Su Tianjiao kill someone and shouted, Impressive as always, miss. Step back now. I'll gather the energy from my inner core and self-detonate to hold them off. His tone was resolute, clearly prepared to sacrifice himself. Upon hearing his words, Su Tianjiao's expression remained unchanged. Abandoning her comrades, could someone truly worthy of the title Tianjiao do such a thing? She couldn't. She said nothing, forcing herself to stay upright despite her faltering body. Inside, she was filled with regret and unwillingness. She hated herself, hated that she hadn't waited longer to emerge, to strengthen her abilities further before facing the situation at hand. A violent cough interrupted her thoughts, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. It was clear she hadn't escaped unscathed from the earlier attack, and her injuries were severe. Meanwhile, the man leading the opposing group stepped forward slowly, his aura suddenly intensifying. A golden glow enveloped his entire body, exuding an oppressive force like a mountain. The long blade in his hand quivered slightly as he raised it above his head, his body lowering into a strange yet powerful stance. Watching his movements, Su Tianjiao suddenly burst into laughter, her voice tinged with a touch of madness. So it's you. Just a brat from the Sakura Alliance. Come on then. I was already running low on strength, but seeing you has reignited my anger. I can still fight. Her tone had grown rough, perhaps due to her fury or the fighting spirit sparked by being cornered. The leader of the opposing group smirked darkly at her words. Oh, then why don't you experience the might of my Heaven's Blade style? As his voice dropped, he stomped the ground, causing it to quake, and charged forward like a ferocious tiger. Su Tianjiao clenched her teeth, forcing herself to adopt a defensive stance. Her own blade had long been lost, leaving her to rely solely on her bare hands and internal energy to face him. On the other side, the bodyguard struggled desperately, trying to reach her and offer protection. At this critical moment, a lazy voice echoed from the distance. Well, who's the idiot daring to bully my little brother? Though the voice was soft, it carried a distinct arrogance, clear for all to hear. Then came a deafening sonic boom as a figure descended from the sky at an incredible speed, landing firmly in front of Su Tianjiao and blocking the leader's attack. Dusting himself off with a casual air, the newcomer tilted his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the enemy with a smirk of disdain, a picture-perfect image of a cocky youth. Jiang Ping. Su Tianjiao's eyes lit up with surprise at the sight of him, but her expression quickly turned to one of urgency. Get out of here. You can't take them on. These people are all half-step Xian realm warriors. Even I had to rely on my family's secret arts to kill a few of them. Go back and tell my father it's the Sakura Alliance that killed me. Jiang Ping listened to her words, frowning slightly before closing his eyes with a sigh of exasperation. Big sister, can you let me finish my dramatic entrance before you interrupt? It's really frustrating to stop halfway. Opening his eyes, his tone turned more serious. Don't you want to tell your father yourself? Su Tianjiao froze. Alive? Was that even possible? The odds were so overwhelmingly against them. While Jiang Ping was strong, facing these ruthless enemies seemed like an impossible feat. Seeing her silence, Jiang Ping's playful smirk faded, and his tone grew sharp. Su Tianjiao, who are you? Startled, she instinctively replied. I am the eldest daughter of the Su family. But then, she remembered. She thought back to those days of intense training, to the oath sworn by the Fireseed squad. She corrected herself, her voice firm. Fireseed. In that moment, her gaze hardened with determination. Memories flooded back of the squad's founding vow. The Fireseed will never be extinguished. Yes, never extinguished. How ridiculous that she had nearly succumbed to despair just moments ago. Her fighting spirit reignited. Su Tianjiao bent down and picked up a discarded blade from the ground. She forced herself upright, her eyes blazing as she looked ahead. Her voice rang out loud and clear. Captain, Fireseed Su Tianjiao is ready to fight. In that instant, she fully acknowledged Jiang Ping, accepting him as her leader. A flicker of approval crossed Jiang Ping's face. He was about to speak when a cold, sinister voice cut through the air. Did you really think I'd stand idly by? The opposing leader's expression darkened, his long blade trembling as it radiated an overwhelming killing intent. Jiang Ping didn't respond to him, merely casting a single glance in his direction. That glance was calm and devoid of emotion, yet it carried a bone-chilling coldness, as if he were looking at a barking dog. Sakamoto Jiro froze for a moment before rage surged through him. Interrupting his lecture was already an unforgivable offense. Yet this brat even dared to look at him with such disdain? Unthinkable. He took a sudden step forward, a crimson aura erupting around him like a tidal wave, surging with overwhelming force as he charged directly at Jiang Ping. He intended to teach this insolent boy a brutal lesson that true strength is proven through power, not beliefs or empty bravado. Jiang Ping's gaze lowered slightly, his expression eerily serene. Watching Sakamoto Jiro rush toward him, engulfed in a blood-red glow, Jiang Ping's lips curled into a faint smirk. With a flick of his right hand, a blood-red claw materialized in the air, slashing straight towards Sakamoto Jiro's blade. In a flash of crimson light, the claw latched onto the blade with unerring precision. The next moment, Jiang Ping spoke coldly, his voice like ice. Who gave you permission to interrupt me? As his words fell, the blade shattered into countless fragments, scattering in every direction. The claw, however, remained intact, gleaming with a menacing crimson light. Sakamoto Jiro's expression shifted dramatically, but before he could react, Jiang Ping's second sentence came, just as cold and cutting. Who gave you the audacity to bully my men? The claw moved again, this time seizing Sakamoto Jiro's arm. With a deafening crack, flesh and blood exploded, and his arm was torn apart into shreds. Blood sprayed violently, and Sakamoto Jiro staggered backward, overwhelmed by the excruciating pain before he could even scream. And who gave you the courage to act so arrogantly on the territory of the 13 cities? Jiang Ping's voice was like the whisper of death itself. As his third sentence landed, Sakamoto Jiro finally let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah, the pain. It hurts. His entire body trembled uncontrollably as both arms went numb, leaving him to collapse to the ground in utter despair and terror. He couldn't comprehend how this seemingly young man possessed such terrifying power that seemed to transcend the limits of the Xian realm. Muttering in disbelief, he kept repeating, "Impossible, impossible, this was supposed to be a simple task. How did it turn out like this?" Meanwhile, Su Tianjiao stood frozen in shock. She had just witnessed Jiang Ping effortlessly crush Sakamoto Jiro, a formidable warrior, using nothing more than a low-level skill of blood-red claw. Her mind was in turmoil. Trembling, she backed away, her blade resting against Sakamoto Jiro's neck, though her eyes never left Jiang Ping. Was this man, whom she had regarded as an ordinary squad leader, truly just a commoner? How powerful was he really? Jiang Ping's gaze swept over the surrounding bodyguards, his tone icy and commanding. "Do you want to be crushed by me, or will you surrender peacefully?" Hovering in the air, his blood-red aura radiated like that of a celestial being descending from the heavens. The crimson threads connected to his claw exuded an oppressive force that made it hard to breathe. The bodyguards exchanged anxious glances, their fear evident as they instinctively stepped back. Yet, they quickly regrouped, forcing themselves to stand their ground and face Jiang Ping heeden. "Fools courting death," Jiang Ping sneered, his right hand twitching ever so slightly. The claw quivered, emanating an aura of bloodlust and killing intent. Su Tianjiao, sensing the shift, quickly retreated further, her eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. A wave of relief washed over her. She was grateful she had chosen to stand with Jiang Ping early on. Only now did she fully understand that this man's strength was far beyond anything she had imagined. The bodyguards, however, gathered tightly together, their faces a mix of tension and defiance, though despair lingered in their eyes. Jiang Ping suddenly reached behind him and drew a long blade. He wiped the blade's edge against his sleeve with deliberate calm, as if the outcome of this confrontation had already been decided. His voice was cold and unyielding. "Let's see what gives you the courage to cling to this futile resistance." Before the final word left his lips, Jiang Ping's figure vanished. Fast, unbelievably fast. The bodyguards couldn't even register his movements before they felt an overwhelming killing intent envelop them, suffocating and inescapable. When they finally realized what had happened, their hands instinctively clutched at their throats. Bright red blood seeped through their fingers, staining the ground beneath them. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They could never have imagined being slain so effortlessly, without even the chance to fight back. Could such speed truly be achieved by someone at the Rongjing level? Even assassins specializing in speed at the Xinjing level would struggle to match this, wouldn't they? Yet, no one could answer their questions. Their lives had already drained away with the blood flowing from their necks. Standing beside the lifeless bodies, Jiang Ping remained calm, as if he had done something utterly trivial. He casually wiped the blood off his long blade with the hem of his robe, then slowly sheathed it. A faint smile appeared on his face as he turned his gaze to Su Tianjiao, who stood frozen nearby. His tone was light as he said, "What are you staring at? Ask your questions." Su Tianjiao snapped out of her daze, her face flushing red. Why was she acting like a clueless rookie in front of Jiang Ping? She took a deep breath, suppressing her embarrassment, and her expression quickly turned icy. Gripping her blade tightly, she plunged it toward the barely breathing Sakamoto Jiro on the ground. Her voice was cold and sharp. "Speak. Who sent you, and how did you know my whereabouts?" Jiang Ping, however, paid no attention. He didn't even glance in their direction. Instead, he crouched down and began rummaging through the corpses. But aside from a few essential weapons and pieces of armor, there was nothing of real value. Clicking his tongue in disdain, he muttered, "Broke fools." As for Su Tianjiao's interrogation, Jiang Ping couldn't have cared less. It was obviously a personal grudge, and he saw no need to get involved. Leisurely, he continued sorting his gear, waiting quietly for Su Tianjiao to finish her business. It was a long while before Su Tianjiao finally approached him, her body weary and her face streaked with blood. Yet her expression had grown more resolute than ever. Looking at Jiang Ping, she spoke sincerely, "Captain, thank you. If it weren't for you today..." Jiang Ping raised a hand to cut her off, his tone light-hearted. "All right, no need to bring up what's already done." He gestured toward her face, a playful smirk curling his lips. "Wipe that blood off. You look pretty scary like that. And stop calling me Captain." If you really want to humor me, just call me Bottle Brother. Bottle Brother? Su Tianjiao blinked, clearly puzzled by the nickname. Jiang Ping didn't bother explaining. He simply chuckled. You'll understand someday. By the way, let's get moving. I'm guessing you've got other matters to take care of? At his words, Su Tianjiao's expression turned cold in an instant, her eyes brimming with a fierce, killing intent. I do. Bottle Brother. Why don't you come back to my family with me? We owe you a proper thank you. Jiang Ping shook his head, smiling nonchalantly. I didn't save you for a thank you. Besides, I've got my own things to handle. Oh, but if you really want to repay me, help me find some medicinal herbs. What kind of herbs? Su Tianjiao asked eagerly. Xianjing herbs wind thunder root. If you have it in stock, great. If not, see if you can track down where I might find some, Jiang Ping replied. Though his tone was casual, his gaze carried a hint of seriousness. This particular herb was crucial for his cooking, and he had no leads on where to find it. Considering the extensive resources of the Su family, they might just have a way. Sure enough, Su Tianjiao's eyes lit up at his request, and she nodded repeatedly. All right, they'll have my family start looking as soon as I get back. She wiped the blood off her hands and pulled a gleaming golden card from her pocket, handing it to Jiang Ping. Bottle Brother, take this card. With it, you can use any of my family's businesses for free. No arguments. Jiang Ping accepted the card, examining it briefly before the corners of his mouth lifted in a faint smile. He nodded lightly. All right. With that, he began walking toward the crack in the terrain. As they made their way, they encountered a few passers-by. But seeing Jiang Ping and his companions drenched in blood, those people quickly backed away, avoiding them entirely. Without any trouble, the group passed through the rift and emerged on the other side. Once outside, the three parted ways. Jiang Ping headed alone to one of the Su family's hotels. Presenting the golden card, he was immediately greeted with exceptional hospitality. The staff treated him with the utmost respect, as though serving a noble. This rare taste of luxury allowed Jiang Ping to briefly experience what life as a scion of a prominent family might be like. But while Jiang Ping enjoyed his leisurely evening, the Su family estate was in turmoil. When Su Tianjiao returned home, her body covered in blood, the entire household erupted in anger and alarm. Her father, Su Lei, was especially furious. Slamming his palm onto a solid wooden table, he shattered it into pieces and roared, outrageous. How dare they? The rest of the Su family wasn't doing any better. Uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters all wore grim expressions, their faces dark with anger. One of them slammed the table, his voice booming like thunder. Unbelievable. Now any random nobody dares to mess with the Su family. Investigate this thoroughly. Find out who leaked Tianjiao's whereabouts. Another let out a cold snort, his tone laced with icy disdain. The Sakura alliance hasn't been beaten enough, apparently. They still dare to provoke the Su family? If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll think we're nothing but clay figures. The room was brimming with rage, as though the fury within might blow the roof off. The Su family members all agreed they had to respond with a firm stance. On their own turf, someone had almost killed a Su family child. This was nothing short of blatant provocation. However, Su Tianjiao appeared much calmer. Sitting across from her father, Su Lei, she spoke in a steady but commanding tone. Father, the matter of the wind and thunder root is the top priority. You need to help me find it as soon as possible. Su Lei hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Don't worry, girl. The Su family never owes favors. A wind and thunder root, is it? I'll arrange for someone to handle it right away and check through the family hospital's resources. His tone carried confidence. After all, the Su family not only owned their own hospital, but also had access to numerous resources unknown to outsiders. Hearing this, Su Tianjiao's expression relaxed slightly. She stood up and took her leave, saying, then I'll go rest for now. Her figure disappeared at the staircase, but the anger among the Su family members remained, as though ready to erupt and set off a new storm. Just then, a knock came from outside the room. A middle-aged man entered, holding a folder in his hand, his expression grave. Su Lei took the folder, glanced through it, and frowned slightly. This is all the information? The man nodded and replied, yes, big brother. This is all we have on Jiang Ping. It doesn't seem as simple as Tianjiao made it out to be. Su Lei's eyes narrowed slightly, a sharp glint flashing in them. He murmured, for someone to become the captain of the Fireseed team, how could they truly come from an ordinary background? He looked up and asked, what's the latest lead? The man lowered his voice and mentioned a name, Chen Juanxiu. Chen Juanxiu? Su Lei stood up abruptly, a peculiar emotion flickering in his eyes. Aunt? From the southern city? His expression turned complex, and a vague suspicion crept into his mind, though he couldn't be certain. After a moment of contemplation, he closed the folder and spoke calmly, leave it alone. Let Tianjiao handle it herself from now on. We'll act as if we know nothing. His words carried a deeper meaning. As a mature and strategic family, The Su clan would never allow an enemy to grow unchecked. But if this person was a potential ally, perhaps there was room for a different approach. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Jiang Ping, after a long day of running around, finally relaxed. He took a hot shower and headed to the hotel restaurant for dinner. Looking at the luxurious decor, he couldn't help but sigh. This really is a high-end hotel. A single night here costs 10,000 yuan, a price I couldn't have imagined before. The food was exquisite and delicious. Though he knew it wouldn't significantly benefit his body, the taste was too good to resist, and he couldn't help piling up several plates. This scene drew whispers from those around him. Some even mocked him under their breath. That guy looks like a country bumpkin. Probably never had such good food before. A parent took the opportunity to lecture their child. See, this is not how you should act. Be a proper young lady with manners and sit properly. Jiang Ping ignored the comments entirely. He chuckled inwardly. Different perspectives, different worlds. Talking to them would just be a waste of time. As long as no one crossed his boundaries, he couldn't be bothered. But, as always, some people couldn't resist being self-righteous. A young man approached him, pointing at the mountain of food on Jiang Ping's plate. With a loud, mocking laugh, he said, "Hey, buddy, never seen a buffet before? This place is Escalating. You don't have to pile it on like that." The man's tone was laced with sarcasm, and though he tried to appear jovial, the condescension in his words was unmistakable. Jiang Ping's eyelids lifted slightly as his gaze fell upon the middle-aged man standing before him. The man was speaking in a tone laced with disdain, saying, "Sir, does it concern you how I eat?" The middle-aged man froze momentarily, evidently unprepared for Jiang Ping's sharp retort. Quickly recovering, he shifted his tone and adopted an air of feigned goodwill. "No, not at all. I was just giving you a friendly reminder so you wouldn't embarrass yourself. But it seems you don't appreciate good intentions." Hearing this, Jiang Ping's lips curled into a faint smile that was neither warm nor entirely cold. He shot the man a glance, picked up his plate, and said nothing more. Instead, he snapped his fingers. Almost instantly, a man in a neatly pressed uniform, who appeared to be the restaurant manager, came rushing over with a sycophantic grin plastered on his face. "Young Master Jiang, how may I assist you?" "Young Master Jiang?" Jiang Ping raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by the title, but he let it slide without comment. His tone was calm as he asked, "Does this restaurant have a rule against the way I'm taking food?" The manager shook his head vigorously, as if his life depended on it. "No, young Master Jiang. Absolutely not. Even if there were such a rule, it wouldn't apply to you. If you prefer, I can have the chef prepare something fresh for you. In fact, if you're dissatisfied, you could even smash the place to your heart's content." The manager's tone was reverent to the point of groveling. Jiang Ping gave a faint "oh" in response and turned to look at the middle-aged man, his voice carrying a biting chill. "So, there's no such rule. Then, what were you barking about just now? And whose rules were you quoting?" As his words landed, the entire restaurant seemed to freeze, and all eyes turned toward them. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Both the middle-aged man and the other diners were visibly stunned by the scene. Judging by the manager's submissive attitude, it became clear that Jiang Ping's background was anything but ordinary. Otherwise, there was no way the manager would act so obsequiously. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Realizing he might have provoked someone he shouldn't have, he quickly forced a sheepish smile and spoke in a hurried tone. "I didn't mean that. Young man, let's not blow this out of proportion. I was out of line just now. I'm here with young Master Lu. Surely you can let this slide for his sake?" Jiang Ping had not been genuinely angry to begin with, but upon hearing this, his eyes narrowed, and the smile vanished from his face. The middle-aged man's words were clearly an attempt to use young Master Liu's name to pressure him. Such behavior, failing to admit fault, and instead flaunting connections, only made Jiang Ping's irritation deepen. "Oh, so, are you threatening me now?" Jiang Ping's voice remained calm, but it carried an unmistakable chill. "If I don't give you this so-called face, does that mean I won't be able to walk out of here?" The middle-aged man's face alternated between shades of pale and flushed. He clearly hadn't expected this young man to be so unyielding, escalating a minor confrontation to such a level. He cast Jiang Ping a resentful glance, his frustration and anger flashing briefly in his eyes. Jiang Ping caught the look and sneered. He turned to the manager and asked, "Can I really smash this place?" The manager's face was all smiles as he respectfully gestured with a please motion. "Young Master Jiang, feel free to do as you wish." Without hesitation, Jiang Ping flung the food in his hand directly at the middle-aged man's face. Sauce splattered everywhere, leaving the man in a disgraceful state. Jiang Ping's voice was icy as he said, "People like you are the worst. Acting all high and mighty just because you have some connections. But without that backing, what are you? Does mocking others give you a sense of superiority? Just who do you think you are?" The middle-aged man, now thoroughly humiliated, wiped the mess from his face, his voice trembling with a mix of rage and fear. You dare. I'm with young Master Lu. I've already apologized, what more do you want? Jiang Ping exhaled softly and scanned the room. Seeing the fearful expressions of the other diners directed at him, a faint, relaxed smile played on his lips. He spoke slowly, his tone cold yet oddly casual. An apology? Just because you apologize, I'm obligated to accept it? Sorry, but I don't. I don't know who this young Master Lu is, and frankly, I don't care. The only thing I know is that if I don't vent my frustration today, I won't feel at ease. With that, he turned and walked away, though a faint unease lingered in his heart. His outburst today felt unusually intense, uncharacteristic of his typical demeanor. Normally, he wouldn't even bother with such trivial matters, but today, he found himself unable to hold back. Frowning slightly, he couldn't shake the strange feeling that something was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. The middle-aged man's face was filled with grievance, making Jiang Ping seem like the ultimate villain at that moment. The surrounding crowd looked at him with accusing and disapproving eyes. Someone muttered under their breath, just because he has some connections, he acts this way. Spoiled brat. The murmurs grew louder, with voices chiming in one after another. The scene was chaotic, yet it came to an abrupt halt with the arrival of a young man. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he saw the newcomer, as though a drowning man had grabbed hold of his final lifeline. His face, smeared with food residue, looked utterly pitiful as he called out desperately, Young Master Lu, young Master Lu, it's me. This guy doesn't respect you at all. I told him before he could finish his sentence. A crisp slap echoed through the air, cutting him off. The room fell into a deathly silence, with only the ringing sound of the slap lingering in the atmosphere. Lu Baichuan nonchalantly shook his hand, his expression calm as he looked at the middle-aged man and asked softly, Are you okay? The middle-aged man clutched his face, his eyes wide in disbelief. Are you okay? He thought. You just slapped me and then asked if I'm okay? What does that even mean? The crowd, too, finally recognized the young man standing before them, Lu Baichuan, the prodigy of the Lu family, whose reputation in Chongming City was unmatched. Jiang Ping, however, chuckled at this moment and said in a relaxed tone, Lu Baichuan, is this how you treat your guests? Hearing this, Lu Baichuan's expression froze for a moment before he raised his hand and gave the middle-aged man another resounding slap. His voice turned icy as he scolded, Using my name to cause trouble? You deserve it. This time, the slap was delivered with full force, causing the middle-aged man to stumble backward, nearly falling to the ground. The crowd was utterly stunned, their gazes darting between Lu Baichuan and Jiang Ping, their minds reeling. For Lu Baichuan to humble himself like this, who exactly was Jiang Ping? The people who had mocked Jiang Ping earlier now wore expressions of sheer terror, wishing they could vanish into thin air. Jiang Ping watched the scene unfold and shook his head lightly, his tone carrying a hint of indifference. You should teach him a lesson. He's lucky he ran into me. Lu Baichuan, meanwhile, was internally seething, cursing in his mind. Damn it, when Jiang Ping called me earlier, I was actually excited. Although I'd grown distant over some superficial issues, he's still my lifesaver. I was genuinely happy he came to Chongming City to visit me. But who would have thought this mess would happen? And it's someone causing trouble under my name. This is sabotaging me. No amount of slapping will vent my anger. The middle-aged man was now completely deflated, his face as pale as a sheet. He finally realized that he had picked a fight with someone he couldn't afford to offend. He regretted his loose tongue deeply, but even the courage to beg for mercy had been knocked out of him. At that moment, a cold yet commanding female voice shattered the silence. Lu Baichuan, if you can't control your dog, he'll do it for you. Before the voice had fully faded, a tall, imposing woman entered the room, flanked by 2 bodyguards. Her powerful presence made everyone instinctively hold their breath. The manager immediately scurried over, bowing respectfully as he addressed her. Miss Su. Su Tianjiao gave a slight nod, her tone brooking no argument. Find out who this man is. From this moment on, no business under the Su family's name is to cooperate with him, and he's not to set foot in any of our establishments. Her words landed like a thunderclap, leaving the room in stunned silence. The eldest daughter of the Su family and the young master of the Lu family, 2 of Chongming City's most influential figures, were both standing up for Jiang Ping. The crowd's minds were in turmoil. Who exactly was this young man? Could he be some kind of rising star? The middle-aged man was utterly crushed, his face devoid of color. He knew he was finished. Lu Baichuan's slaps might have left some room for redemption, but Su Tianjiao's declaration had sealed his fate. The Su family's wrath was something he could never endure. Begging for forgiveness? Impossible. At this point, even a belated apology would be meaningless, something not even a dog would care for. Su Tianjiao turned to Jiang Ping, her expression softening with concern. Her tone was gentler as she asked, Brother Ping, are you okay? I heard from my people that you ran into some trouble, so I came over right away. After speaking, she cast a cold glance at Lu Baichuan, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Lu Baichuan, if you can't even keep your dog in line, maybe you should just quit while you're ahead. Lu Baichuan's face turned alternately pale and flushed. He had never been ridiculed like this before. Su Tianjiao lowered her voice and said to Jiang Ping, "Wait for me. I'll give you an explanation." Jiang Ping waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm. "Doesn't matter. I've vented my anger. How you handle him is none of my concern." He stood up, stretched casually, and said in a relaxed tone, "All right, let's eat first. I haven't eaten yet. Let's sit down and chat over the meal." Su Tianjiao didn't say much and sat down naturally. After all, she came here to thank Jiang Ping, so she wasn't going to act pretentious. When the food was served, Jiang Ping, as usual, made a grand gesture, filling the table with an array of exquisite dishes. Some of the dishes even seemed familiar as if they were replicas of the earlier ones. But this time, no one dared to comment. Instead, the table was filled with sycophantic smiles. Lu Baichuan had been gone for only 5 minutes, and no one knew exactly what he did during that time. But when he returned, his expression was heavy, and his words were brief. "He's been expelled from the Lu family. He won't appear in front of you again." Jiang Ping responded with a simple him, his expression unchanged. On the other hand, Su Tianjiao, while poking at a piece of rare steak with her fork, chuckled coldly and said, "And you call yourself from a prestigious family? Ever heard the saying, a snake that isn't killed might bite back? Be careful, it comes back to haunt you one day. If you can't bear to do it, I'll handle it for you." Lu Baichuan's face darkened instantly, alternating between red and green as he retorted coldly, "Su Tianjiao, I don't need you to teach me." The tension between them escalated quickly, and the others at the table held their breaths, not daring to make a sound, though their eyes couldn't help but dart toward the scene. Just when the atmosphere was about to boil over, Jiang Ping spoke in his usual calm tone. "All right, you two, stop bickering. Eat." With just a single sentence, both of them fell silent immediately. The suffocating tension dissipated along with Jiang Ping's nonchalant demeanor, leaving the surrounding onlookers quietly in awe. To think that only Jiang Ping could make these two prodigies obediently hold their tongues. The meal gradually resumed its calm, and everyone ate in silence. As they were finishing up, Su Tianjiao suddenly said, "Oh, by the way, I found the fenglei root you were looking for. My family's hospital has some in stock, not much, only about 7 or 8 pounds, and it's dried. I'll have someone deliver it to your place later." A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Ping's eyes before he nodded. "All right." 7 or 8 pounds of dried fenglei root was no ordinary herb, it was a rare and valuable mystical-grade medicinal plant. The Su family's ability to casually produce such a quantity truly underscored their profound resources, earning silent respect. "Curious," Lu Baichuan asked, "what exactly did you call me here for?" Jiang Ping lowered his head and thought for a moment before speaking slowly. "Since we're not attending school for now, what do you two plan to do?" The question caught both of them off guard for a moment. Indeed, they had already qualified for the Fireseed program, and their invitations to the academy were on their way. High school classes had become irrelevant to them. Lu Baichuan raised an eyebrow. "What are you thinking?" Jiang Ping shook his head casually. "Not much, just wanted to ask. Of course, if you're free, you can come with me to visit some of the rifts." "Rifts?" The two exchanged glances. Lu Baichuan quickly nodded in agreement, but Su Tianjiao shook her head with a hint of helplessness in her voice. "I can't. You know what just happened earlier. I probably won't be able to leave for a while." Jiang Ping immediately understood and nodded. "Got it." The meal ended peacefully, and the three parted ways. However, Jiang Ping already had a plan in mind. Bringing Lu Baichuan along was a carefully considered decision. Exploring the rifts required connections and status, and Lu Baichuan's background was the perfect pass. With him on board, many obstacles could be avoided, and they'd even have access to VIP channels. As for whether this was a case of using someone, Jiang Ping didn't care, and neither did Lu Baichuan. The eager gleam in Lu Baichuan's eyes said it all. Lu Baichuan was fully aware of Jiang Ping's potential. Whether it was his cultivation or his future status, Jiang Ping was destined to stand above others. This was an opportunity Lu Baichuan couldn't afford to miss, especially since Jiang Ping had saved his life. That debt of gratitude was something he was more than willing to repay. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Jiang Ping followed Lu Baichuan around Chongming City, exploring its unique attractions before moving on to wander through the rifts in various major cities. During these travels, Jiang Ping sold a significant amount of demonic beast blood essence, causing his wallet to grow fatter by the day. He also managed to gather most of the low-grade herbs needed for his stew recipe, now just one herb short of completing the first dish. Lu Baichuan had initially hoped to pick up some combat techniques from Jiang Ping, but he quickly realized that Jiang Ping's fighting style offered little to learn. Jiang Ping's approach was straightforward. Buff up first, then crush enemies with his claws. Against evenly matched opponents, head break through barriers and directly engage. And when facing stronger foes, head run faster than anyone. It was simple, brute force combat without any flashy techniques, but it was undeniably effective. Days passed quickly, and before long, the college entrance exams were less than a week away. Jiang Ping received a call from his parents, informing him that the old principal wanted to have a word with him. Jiang Ping understood that this was likely about choosing a university. So, he temporarily parted ways with Liu Baichuan, each returning to their respective homes and families. On his way back, Jiang Ping once again opted for the inner-city rail. The train sped along, but this time, the two individuals seated across from him gave him a bit of a headache. One was a somewhat handsome but timid-looking boy, and the other was a girl wearing a floral dress, her hair dyed green. The girl was passionately lecturing the boy, her tone full of self-righteousness. "Shan Yan, I'm doing this for your own good," the girl said in a crisp voice that somehow carried an inexplicable awkwardness. "You know your grades aren't great, and there's no way you'll get into a good school this time. Why not spend a year reviewing and try again next year? I've heard that the average exam scores in South City are much lower, which is why I had my parents buy a house there when I was a freshman. That way, I can take the exam as a South City resident while studying here in Chongming City. By then, it'll have an overwhelming advantage. Don't be discouraged, it'll wait for you at the academy. As for the money for the house, I'll make sure my parents pay your parents back as soon as possible. Besides, once our families are joined in marriage, none of this will even matter." Jiang Ping listened to her speech, momentarily stunned and utterly taken aback. At first, her words seemed reasonable, but the more she spoke, the more outrageous it became. After thinking it over, he pieced together what was happening. It was true that South City had lower average scores, and exam migration wasn't uncommon, it was an unspoken rule, so to speak. But the problem was that she had used the boy's family's money to buy the house and residency, and instead of expressing any gratitude, she spoke as if she were doing him a great favor. Her tone was so aggravating it made Jiang Ping's teeth ache. What made it worse was the boy's reaction seemed to agree wholeheartedly. "I know you're doing this for me. I'll study hard this year and join you at the academy next year. But my mom said we should hold an engagement banquet after the exams. What do you think?" The girl's expression shifted subtly at these words, a flicker of displeasure flashing in her eyes. However, she quickly adjusted her demeanor, putting on a pitiful look as her voice softened. "Shunyan, do you not trust me? I thought, after all these years, you'd know what kind of person I am. Never mind, let's focus on the exams for now. Afterward, I'll ask my parents to sell the house and return the money to your family." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, making her look heartbreakingly vulnerable, as though she had been deeply wronged. Watching this, Jiang Ping couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement, inwardly marveling at her manipulative prowess. Sure enough, the boy panicked immediately, his tone hurried as he tried to reassure her. "No, that's not what my family meant. Don't overthink it." Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ping couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This high martial version of a White Lotus was truly eye-opening. Strangely, though, as he listened to the girl's manipulative words, he found himself even angrier than the boy, so much so that he felt an impulse to teach her a lesson. Surprised by his own emotions, he forced himself to stay calm, determined not to let his feelings show. Since that encounter with the middle-aged man, Jiang Ping had sensed something was off with his own state of mind. This time, the feeling was even more pronounced. Frowning, he recalled the man's expression and words, which carried an inexplicable eeriness. Still, he didn't dwell on it for long. After all, the journey was about to reach its end. Stepping off the train, he exhaled deeply, as if finally escaping from that oppressive atmosphere. Though this trip had its share of twists and turns, it had also been an eye-opening experience for him. He had witnessed the many facets of life and encountered all kinds of people and events, which left him with a sense of awe. Reflecting on it, he couldn't help but feel that the journey had been worthwhile. However, at this moment, only one thought occupied Jiang Ping's mind: going home to cook some meat. The ingredients for the first recipe were already gathered, and the meat from the Swallowing Sky secret realm was already stewing. He was just waiting to return and indulge himself. But before heading home, there was someone he had to visit: the old principal. Flagging down a taxi, he headed straight for the school. The night deepened outside the window as neon lights danced in the darkness. Leaning back in his seat, he closed his eyes to rest, though the familiar face of the old principal surfaced in his mind. Upon arriving at the school, Jiang Ping strolled leisurely through the campus, making his way to the office with practiced familiarity. He raised his hand and knocked on the door before pushing it open. With a grin, he announced, "Old principal, I'm back." Inside the office, the old principal looked up, momentarily stunned by Jiang Ping's cheerful face. After the experiences he had gone through recently, Jiang Ping now carried a steadiness that replaced some of his youthful naivety. The old principal quickly recovered and jokingly scolded him, "You rascal. You still know how to come back, huh? You have no idea the 5 major academies have been blowing up my phone with calls about you. Here, take this, it's their contact information." Decide where you want to go yourself and stop bothering me. Jiang Ping accepted the stack of documents without a hint of surprise. Instead, he chuckled sheepishly. They'll leave it up to you, Principal. I trust your judgment. His words were genuine, not just flattery. When it came to choosing schools, the old principal was undoubtedly the most authoritative figure in Nanjing. Trust me? The old principal scoffed. I couldn't care less about you. Despite his words, he motioned for Jiang Ping to sit down and began meticulously explaining the pros and cons of the 5 major academies. You know that the 5 major academies of the 13 cities are the pinnacle of education. They're the ultimate dream for countless students. Now that you have the qualifications to join one of them, you need to make the most of this opportunity, the old principal said earnestly. Jiang Ping nodded like a diligent student. You're absolutely right, Principal. He knew the old man wasn't wrong. The 5 major academies were indeed top-tier institutions, and being admitted to any one of them was a dream come true for many. The old principal continued, the 5 academies Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Central Pole represent the best the 13 cities have to offer. Your options are limited to these 5. Now, if you want my recommendation, he paused, looking Jiang Ping in the eye. Although Central Pole Academy is the most prestigious, I'd still suggest you choose Vermilion Bird Academy. Jiang Ping raised an eyebrow, a trace of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Oh, why is that? The old principal shot him a glare, his tone laced with mild disdain. While Central Pole Academy has abundant resources and excellent conditions, it has one fatal flaw: it doesn't have its own domain. In other words, if you go there, making significant progress in practical combat will be extremely difficult. Domain? Jiang Ping murmured to himself, recalling the information Liu Baichuan had once shared with him. He had long known that these so-called domains were essentially the front lines. The 4 academies Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise were named as such because each guarded a specific region and possessed its own domain. The old principal elaborated. Each academy's domain is accompanied by a fortress. Yes, a fortress. These places are not only the front lines for the academies, but also the best training grounds for students to hone their combat skills. While Central Pole Academy may excel in other areas, it lacks a domain, making it less effective for practical training compared to the other 4 academies. Jiang Ping nodded slightly, understanding the principal's reasoning. If he sought safety or preferred to avoid the dangers of the front lines, Central Pole Academy would undoubtedly be the safest choice. However, if he aimed for greater achievements, Vermilion Bird Academy was clearly the better option. The old principal had laid everything out clearly, and Jiang Ping now had a decision in mind. But if you want better prospects, you'll have to consider moving to one of the other big 4. Headmaster, why Zhuke? Why Zhuke? This was the question Jiang Ping was eager to understand. The old headmaster paused slightly, as if lost in some distant memory. Slowly, he began to speak. Although Qinglong Academy is named after the Azure Dragon, there is no Azure Dragon, nor are there White Tigers or Black Tortoises in the other academies. His voice was calm and low, as though recounting an ancient tale long forgotten by the world. Jiang Ping rubbed his ears, as if he had misheard something unbelievable. He stared at the headmaster in disbelief and couldn't help but ask, Headmaster, you must be kidding. Are you saying Zhuke Academy actually has a Vermilion Bird? That's impossible. If that were true, the world would have gone crazy by now. The old headmaster glanced at him, his gaze tinged with a mix of helplessness and amusement. What are you thinking? Of course, Zhuke Academy doesn't have a Vermilion Bird. However, in the 7th realm, there exists the largest volcano to date, a paradise for fire attributes, and it is home to the renowned immortal fire ravens. Jiang Ping froze at these words. Images of the volcano and the fire ravens began to form in his mind, and a subtle excitement stirred within him. The headmaster continued, there's a tradition at Zhuke Academy. Every year, the top-ranking freshman in the annual competition earns the chance to visit the immortal volcano. If you're lucky enough to find an immortal fire raven that takes a liking to you and form a bond, it could change your fate entirely, especially if it's a king-level immortal fire raven. Well, unless someone stabs you on the spot, you'd be untouchable for the rest of your life. Jiang Ping's eyes widened in shock and excitement. His mind raced as he tried to comprehend the idea of a king-level immortal fire raven. He couldn't help but ask, immortal fire ravens, are they really that powerful? Of course. The headmaster nodded, his tone carrying a hint of pride. Immortal fire ravens are known for their speed and ferocity. They are a signature of Zhuke Academy, far superior to those black-winged eagles. You should know that most flying beasts are wind type, but the immortal fire raven possesses both wind and fire attributes. Not only are they incredibly fast, but they also have exceptional survivability. Whether for travel or self-preservation, they are top-tier companions. Hearing this, Jiang Ping finally understood the headmaster's intentions. He looked at the headmaster with newfound gratitude. The old man was genuinely concerned for his safety. After all, the wilderness beyond the 13 cities was still fraught with danger, which was why intercity railways were so heavily relied upon. With a flying mount like an immortal fire raven, he wouldn't be restricted by transportation. He could move freely, and even during rift explorations, it would provide an additional layer of security. As long as he didn't act recklessly, he'd almost always make it out alive. Academy life is not like high school, the headmaster said earnestly. There, you'll face real challenges. You'll need to venture into the outer realms and rifts in pursuit of higher realms. Having such a mount by your side can save you a lot of trouble. Jiang Ping lowered his head in thought, imagining the potential scenarios of his future. A mix of emotions welled up within him. The headmaster observed him in silence for a moment before his tone shifted. He spoke with deliberate seriousness. Jiang Ping, I've been teaching for many years, and I've come to understand one thing: there are plenty of prodigies out there, but only those who make it to the end are the true powerhouses. Jiang Ping looked up, his eyes filled with curiosity, waiting for the headmaster to elaborate. The headmaster began to share a story. There was once someone who, in his youth, was of average talent far behind the geniuses of his time. But as the years went by one, those geniuses fell, whether in the rift spaces or the outer realms. And yet, he survived. He lived to see the end. By the time he stood among the greats, his reputation rivaled those of the prodigies from his youth. Everyone who met him showed him respect. Now tell me, isn't that incredible? Jiang Ping listened intently, his brows furrowed as he tried to digest the story. He murmured softly, Headmaster, this sounds a bit different from what the 13 cities have taught us. Exactly, the headmaster nodded, his gaze distant. The 13 cities teach sacrifice for the future of humanity, for the undying flame, to fight on the front lines. But today, I want to teach you something else: how to survive. Jiang Ping felt a jolt in his heart, a wave of warmth washing over him. The headmaster was genuinely looking out for him, like a father guiding his child. The headmaster glanced at him, his eyes slightly misty, but he smiled and scolded, I'm just giving you some advice. How you choose your path is entirely up to you. Upon hearing that, the old principal sighed. I guess I'm getting old. I can't bear to witness separations caused by life and death anymore. I just hope you don't go before I do. This single sentence made Jiang Ping laugh. He grinned, his expression lightened. Don't worry, I'll make sure to live well. His playful remark eased the somber atmosphere a little. Deep down, Jiang Ping understood the old principal's words were filled with care and heartfelt advice. There's another reason I'm sending you to Zhuge Academy. The old principal suddenly changed the subject, his tone turning serious. Once you reach the fusion realm, have you noticed something? It seems like there's no fixed grading system anymore. And your guiding technique has gradually lost its effectiveness, hasn't it? Jiang Ping froze for a moment, then nodded. That's true. After entering the fusion realm, it seems like the previous grading system disappeared. Before reaching the spirit realm, it was all about the levels of heaven. After that, it was about the moments within the spirit realm, and I could clearly sense them. But once I entered the fusion realm, everything became unclear. There's no grading system, and I felt a bit lost at first. As he spoke, he looked up at the principal, his eyes filled with confusion. Principal, why is that? The old principal smiled faintly, his gaze carrying a hint of profound meaning. You've probably heard it countless times: fusion realm is where true transcendence begins, right? Jiang Ping nodded again. Yes, that's what everyone says. And I can feel that the fusion realm is indeed different. It's not just talk. It's the truth, the old principal said with a tone of certainty. The fusion realm is indeed the starting point of transcendence. But have you noticed? The way things are graded changes once you reach this realm. The guiding technique is merely foundational. When you get to the academy, you'll be exposed to new knowledge. In the 13 cities, this knowledge is called gongfa. In the West, some refer to it as divine blessing or ancestral bloodline. But no matter the name, they all essentially refer to the same thing. Jiang Ping was baffled. Gongfa? That's right, the old principal nodded. To put it simply, the fusion realm is like the seed of transcendence, and gongfa is the key to nurturing that seed so it can take root and grow. When you're at Zhuge Academy, you'll learn about real gongfa. And Zhuge Academy's gongfa, in my opinion, is the most suited for you, he said meaningfully. What? Jiang Ping abruptly stood up, his face full of shock. No wonder I felt like the guiding technique became less effective after reaching the fusion realm. So this is the reason? But he suddenly thought of something and frowned. Wait, this doesn't make sense. I've encountered quite a few people in the fusion realm recently, and none of them ever mentioned gongfa. I even met some people from the Sakura Alliance, and they didn't bring it up either. Hearing this, the old principal's lips curved into a faint smile. The ones you've encountered in the fusion realm aren't truly in the fusion realm. They're just like you, barely able to utilize the chi within their bodies, which is still at the spirit realm level. A true fusion realm practitioner is someone who can wield chi to its fullest potential. The word fusion itself holds immense depth. Just as the old principal was speaking, His expression suddenly shifted, a flicker of surprise and concern in his eyes. Wait, what did you just say? The Sakura Alliance? How did you come across them? Jiang Ping couldn't help but laugh. Principal, why are you so startled? When I went to Chongming City, I ran into someone who called himself a practitioner of heavenly battle single-blade style. He casually recounted the incident of rescuing Su Tianjiao, briefly explaining what had happened. The old principal listened with a complicated expression, his brows furrowed. In the end, he couldn't resist reaching out to pat Jiang Ping's head. You might just be a freak. Jiang Ping wasn't pleased and swatted the principal's hand away. Principal, why are you insulting me? The old principal chuckled, half exasperated. Insulting you? I could smack you. And what would you do about it? Now, tell me, what did you do back then? Jiang Ping replied matter-of-factly. First, I broke through his barrier. Barrier breaking can nullify all techniquests, that's what my aunt taught me. Then, I just threw my claws at him, and he exploded. The old principal's expression grew even more complex, as if caught between laughing and crying. Those Sakura Alliance folks must have the worst luck to run into you. But let me tell you this for certain, that heavenly battle single-blade style practitioner you encountered was using Gongfa. And that so-called heavenly battle single-blade style is Gongfa. That heavenly blade technique is indeed a manifestation of one of the methods I just mentioned. Be it cultivation techniques, bloodlines, or any other incomprehensible abilities, they all fall under the category of law. As for why he couldn't defeat you, you've already answered it yourself: barrier breaking. Breaking through all laws. Once you've dismantled his law, he naturally has no means to fight back. The old principal sighed, a trace of helplessness on his face. That kid is unbelievably lucky. He doesn't understand a thing, yet he managed to kill someone just like that. That assassin from the Sakura Alliance must have died feeling utterly frustrated. Hearing the principal's explanation, Jiang Ping suddenly felt enlightened. He finally understood why someone as talented as Su Tianjiao had been suppressed in battle before he entered the fray. The root cause was that neither of them had learned the so-called law. Both of them were merely wearing the guise of the fusion realm, while their actual strength was still at the spirit realm level. Realizing this, for the first time, Jiang Ping felt that his barrier-breaking ability was truly incredible. He couldn't help but ask, Principal, is barrier breaking really this powerful? The old principal glanced at him and scolded with a smile. Of course it's powerful. Barrier breaking is a technique that can only be learned through a series of fortunate coincidences. It requires a deep understanding of law. What I can't figure out is how a kid like you, who doesn't even pay attention in class, managed to grasp it. Otherwise, what makes you think you're qualified to be the captain of the Fireseed Squad? Jiang Ping was momentarily stunned, secretly surprised. So the principal had known all along. Got it, he nodded. But then another question popped into his mind. With curiosity gleaming in his eyes, he asked, But principal, you still haven't told me what exactly is the law of Vermilion Bird Academy? He was genuinely curious. The principal had strongly recommended that he go to Vermilion Bird Academy, so there had to be a reason. What kind of law could warrant such high regard from the principal? The old principal cleared his throat, as if preparing himself, and said slowly, the Vermilion Bird True Law. Huh. Jiang Ping was taken aback. The name sounded impressive, but he had no idea what it meant. Seeing Jiang Ping's puzzled expression, the principal shook his head and patiently explained. The Vermilion Bird True Law is a cultivation technique inspired by the ancient divine beast Vermilion Bird. It encompasses both training methods and combat techniques. In terms you'd understand, it's a combination of cultivation method and skill. After years of refinement, this true law has become extremely sophisticated. But the most remarkable aspect is its effect. The principal paused for a moment, his gaze intense as he looked at Jiang Ping and enunciated each word clearly. Limb regeneration. Clatter. Jiang Ping jumped to his feet, accidentally knocking over his chair. He didn't even notice, his face filled with shock. What did you say? The principal, seeing his reaction, finally smiled in satisfaction. Limb regeneration. Once you reach a certain level, you can ignore physical limitations and regrow lost limbs directly at the site of injury. Of course, this requires a tremendous amount of energy, specifically qi. You'll understand all this as you progress. Jiang Ping's mind was buzzing, unable to calm down for a long time. Limb regeneration? That ability was simply otherworldly. The principal continued. I'm telling you this mainly to let you know that the Vermilion Bird True Law isn't just exceptional for survival, it's also a fiery, explosive technique with formidable power. And if you pair it with an undying fire crow, combined with your barrier-breaking ability, it would be extremely difficult for anyone to pose a threat to you unless they surpass you by an entire major realm. Jiang Ping was overwhelmed by waves of emotion. Was he really this strong already? If only those in the higher realms, like the Profound Realm or King Realm, could threaten him, then his potential was truly astounding. The vermilion bird true law was simply too incredible. He was tempted. The principal, observing Jiang Ping's expression, had already guessed his thoughts. With a faint smile, he delivered his final persuasive point. Everything I've mentioned so far is about the benefits of cultivation. But now, let's get to the real highlight. Jiang Ping's eyes showed a hint of confusion, but his curiosity only grew stronger. He eagerly leaned forward, even pouring the principal a cup of tea in anticipation. Inwardly, he couldn't help but marvel this principal was truly a character. Then again, as the saying goes, an elder at home is a treasure. And this principal? He was undoubtedly his treasure. The old principal, seeing how sensible Jiang Ping was, spoke with an air of nonchalance after a brief pause. The main thing is, at Vermilion Bird Academy, we have people. Jiang Ping felt a thunderous shock in his mind, standing there utterly stunned. You have people at the academy too? He blurted out instinctively, but soon realized his mistake. The people the principal referred to clearly didn't mean just Anyani, meant connections. The old principal's words were already quite explicit, practically spelling it out. We have a rock-solid network there. Jiang Ping's eyes lit up as he couldn't help but ask, Principal, you really have connections there? He knew the old principal well enough to understand that he wasn't one to bluff. If he said it, it must be true. Yet, this left Jiang Ping puzzled since the connections were so strong. Why did the principal always let him struggle so much on his own? Like some tragic hero? The old principal chuckled lightly, but his tone carried an undeniable certainty. Yes, the dean of the academy? He's my sworn brother. Among the 4 most renowned professors, 3 of them studied under me. Many of the teachers there? They were classmates with your uncle. Even in the cities hidden away in the cracks, we've got people. As he spoke, he began listing off a series of impressive names like he was reciting a treasured collection. Jiang Ping listened in awe, completely floored. He had never imagined that a high school principal could possess such an extensive network. It was the very embodiment of the phrase students spread across the world. By the way, Jiang Ping suddenly remembered something and tentatively asked, Principal, the uncle you're talking about, his surname is Mo, right? The principal's face darkened instantly. He grabbed the stick leaning against the desk and raised it threateningly. Nonsense. If my son's surname isn't Mo, then what is it? Realizing the situation had taken a turn for the worse, Jiang Ping quickly turned tail and ran, shouting as he fled, I was wrong. I misspoke. He barely escaped the impending punishment. After the atmosphere settled, Jiang Ping recounted everything about the king-level powerhouse he encountered during the assessment, including the story of how he obtained the mysterious finger. The old principal listened quietly and then responded with a calm hum, as if they were just talking about the weather. That's probably your second uncle. He should still be in the 3rd realm right now. The fact that he left you a finger shows he holds you in pretty high regard. As he spoke, the principal retrieved a long object from beneath his desk and handed it to Jiang Ping. Speaking of which, I had someone turn that finger into a knife for you. Take a look. Jiang Ping carefully examined the object in his hands. It was an exquisitely crafted knife. The slender handle exuded an air of antiquity, while the leather sheath gleamed faintly, clearly polished with care. When he unsheathed it, he found the blade long and elegant, more refined than most knives. The old principal, noticing Jiang Ping's satisfaction, casually added, it's modeled after an ancient Miao Dao. The materials were limited, so this is as far as we could take it. There are 3 holes left on the blade. I'll figure out their purpose once you've seen more of the world. Jiang Ping felt a jolt in his heart. Any lingering doubts he had instantly disappeared. If the old principal said so, then this knife was undoubtedly extraordinary. He carefully put it away and expressed his gratitude earnestly. Thank you, principal. The old principal waved him off with a mock scolding. You know what you need to know. Now get lost. Oh. And about Lanlin, I've arranged for her to attend Vermilion Bird Academy in the 7th realm. Make sure to look after her when the time comes. Jiang Ping grinned, thumping his chest in assurance. Of course. The principal waved dismissively. Go on, get out of here. Jiang Ping promptly answered and darted out of the office. Later, back at home, he spent some quality time chatting warmly with his parents before finding an excuse to slip away. He headed straight for the devouring heaven's secret realm, his eyes fixed on a pot that had been simmering there. His excitement was palpable. This was his first time using a recipe to cook king-level meat. Just the thought of it made his mouth water. The meat in the pot emitted an intoxicating aroma, so enticing that even the surrounding beasts couldn't help but howl in hunger. Jiang Ping couldn't hold back any longer. He made a betray your ancestors decision, grabbed the largest piece of meat from the pot and started devouring it. The moment the meat touched his lips, Jiang Ping's eyes widened, and he froze in place. Amazing! This is incredible, he exclaimed, his voice filled with uncontainable joy as his eyes sparkled with sheer delight. Suddenly, he felt his energy surging once again. If his initial strength was already 3 times that of an average person, it had now increased even further. But this wasn't the end. He sensed his body writhing, his blood coursing like roaring rivers, and his bones emitting sounds akin to the clash of metal. In that moment, he felt as though he was breaking free from the shackles of mortality, ascending to a higher state, as his physical condition improved at an astonishing rate. No, this wasn't just a simple enhancement, it was a complete transformation of his body. His bones, muscles, meridians, and even the very depths of his cells were undergoing some sort of miraculous change. Jiang Ping was utterly captivated by this sensation, unable to extricate himself from it. His gaze fell upon the pot in front of him, his eyes blazing as though it contained not food, but priceless treasures. One piece, another piece, and another. The ingredients in the pot, whether meat or medicinal herbs, were all devoured without hesitation. Yet even after consuming everything, he still felt unsatisfied. Without a second thought, he picked up the scalding pot and drank the entire broth in one go. The hot soup flowed into his stomach, spreading warmth throughout his body. Jiang Ping felt an overwhelming sense of clarity and comfort, as if his entire being had been purified. At that very moment, a wisp of clear energy rose from the top of his head, seemingly cleansing the impurities within him. He clenched his fist and threw a punch into the air, only to hear a sharp whooshing sound as it cut through the atmosphere. Jiang Ping froze in disbelief, then quickly became overwhelmed with astonishment. Physical strength had always been his weakness. Years of malnutrition had left him frail and thin. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that one day he could attain such power. Yet now, he felt as though he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. It was as if he were soaking in a warm spring, able to distinctly feel the flow of his blood and the immense strength coursing through his muscles. He had never, in his entire life, experienced such vitality. Unbelievable. Jiang Ping licked his lips, his eyes brimming with excitement. And this was just the first pot. There was still so much meat left untouched. What kind of strength would he gain after consuming it all? The mere thought filled him with awe and reverence for the mysterious recipe. It was practically otherworldly, and he still had plenty of medicinal herbs. He could easily prepare another pot. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, his eyes burned with anticipation. However, waiting was always the hardest part. Growing restless, Jiang Ping decided to kill time by visiting the library. As soon as he stepped into the library, he felt a wave of warmth wash over him, as if the temperature here was slightly higher than usual. Of course, he couldn't be sure if this was just an illusion caused by his enhanced physical condition. He opened a book and began reading, but soon found himself feeling drowsy, likely because he had just eaten his fill. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and as his consciousness blurred, he heard a familiar, soft whisper. Jiang Lang. The voice was mournful yet alluring, carrying an indescribable charm. Jiang Ping felt as though he had entered a dream, a vivid and intoxicating dream. He dreamt of being with an extraordinarily beautiful woman, their intimacy growing more intense. Just as things were about to escalate further, there was a sudden, jarring crack, and the dream abruptly shattered. When he awoke, Jiang Ping blinked groggily, but the moment his vision cleared, he was stunned. His body, where had his powerful, transformed body gone? That overwhelming strength that had filled him just moments ago, why was it gone? He tried to lift his arm to rub his eyes, but found that it trembled and wouldn't obey him. Looking down at his thin, bony hands, he felt a wave of despair. Frantically, he tried to recall the sensations from earlier. He had been so strong, so unstoppable. How could he have become so weak in an instant? As he panicked, a burst of information suddenly appeared in his mind. It was a training method, glowing with a striking crimson light. The title read Sun and Moon Wheel in bold characters. These words seemed to be seared into his brain. Yet no matter how hard Jiang Ping tried, he couldn't unlock the content. Frustrated, he clenched his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. After a long time, he finally managed to calm himself down. Don't panic, don't panic. I still have meat I can recover. Leaning against the wall, he began to carefully piece together everything that had happened. Though his memories were fragmented, he could vaguely sense that all of this was somehow connected to the woman in the ice coffin. Ever since he had arrived here, every time he lost consciousness, it seemed to be linked to her. There was an almost magical quality to it. Still, upon closer reflection, Jiang Ping realized that he had never actually been in any real danger during these episodes. This thought brought him some comfort, though it also deepened the mystery in his heart. Not only did he avoid danger, but he also gained unexpected benefits. The first time was at Chinfu Mountain, where he accidentally mastered the power of the time rift. The second time, just now, he acquired a mysterious cultivation method. Although the specifics of the method were still unclear, Jiang Ping was almost certain it was no ordinary technique. Feeling his weakened body, he rubbed his temples and shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. My head hurts. I'd better fill my stomach first. Walking out of the sutra pavilion, He headed straight to the campfire and devoured the meat in the pot ravenously. Only when his stomach was warm and full did he feel his strength return, perhaps even surpassing his peak. Yet, at that moment, an absurd thought crept into his mind. He recalled the woman in the ice coffin. She was no ordinary person. Could it be that his weakened body was exchanged for the gift of knowledge? Jiang Ping frowned, sensing the danger in his own thoughts, but his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the sutra pavilion. Muttering to himself, he said, "Perhaps this trade wasn't a loss after all?" He quickly shook his head to dispel the distracting thoughts and turned away. When Jiang Ping woke up again, it was already the next morning. The exhaustion from the previous night had given him a particularly restful sleep. Stepping outside, he saw his father still engrossed in processing the beast carcasses. Jiang Ping stepped in to lend a hand, and the two worked together seamlessly. Over the next few days, his life settled into a routine. During the day, he helped with chores, occasionally met up with his younger companions, and offered encouragement to Dongfang Lan. At night, he continued to stew meat, filling his stomach before sneaking back to the sutra pavilion to undergo the mysterious absorption process. Gradually, Jiang Ping noticed more and more information surfacing in his mind, and the details of the sun and moon wheel cultivation method became clearer. As he focused on the technique, he found it increasingly extraordinary, almost like a mythical ability. The sun and moon wheel involves using a secret method to tame two birds of prey, refining them and placing them beneath your feet. Through secret techniques, they can be controlled, and their speed depends on their quality. In combat, they can activate a battle mode, enhancing their innate abilities to aid in fighting. Jiang Ping summarized aloud, his eyes glowing with excitement. This thing, it's unbelievably powerful. His heart raced as he clenched his fists in exhilaration. He had already planned to head to Vermilion Bird Academy, but if he could tame two king-level fire crows, wouldn't he soar to new heights? Birds at the profound realm could already travel 1,000 miles a day. What about those at the king level? The thought made his blood surge. But with the excitement came a moment of calm reflection. As formidable as the method was, the energy required for refining the birds posed a significant challenge. The higher the bird's level, the more energy and higher quality materials would be needed for the refining process. Still, these obstacles didn't deter Jiang Ping. On the contrary, they strengthened his resolve to go to the academy, where he could access the resources he needed, especially the undying fire crow mentioned as a reward. From his initial fear of the ice coffin to now willingly approaching it for absorption, Jiang Ping had gained a new understanding of the so-called sweet irony of fate. What thrilled him even more was the unexpected benefit. His body, which had already become immune to the effects of the first recipe in his cookbook, had regained its sensitivity to the formula after the ice coffin's absorption process. His constitution had even improved significantly. In just a few days, he could feel noticeable enhancements in his physical condition. However, this advancement came at a cost. He had consumed 6 to 7 cubic meters of king-level beast meat, leaving less than half remaining. Even so, Jiang Ping wasn't in a hurry to eat more. His attention was drawn to the second recipe in the cookbook, his gaze burning with determination. The ingredients required for this recipe were far more advanced, with the minimum standard being profound realm materials. Those from the fusion realm were no longer sufficient. Jiang Ping had a hunch that if he could gather all the necessary materials, the effects would far surpass those of the first recipe. With this thought, he could barely contain his excitement and eagerness to set off for Vermilion Bird Academy. That place might hold the key to completing the sun and moon wheel refinement, and the undying fire crow was a prize he yearned to claim. Day by day, time passed, and finally, the exam day arrived. On this particular day, the entire South City seemed unusually bustling. Both sides of the streets were lined with staff maintaining order, while the roads were packed with people. Parents, accompanied by their children, flocked to the various examination centers, creating an atmosphere that was both lively and tense. Among the crowd was Dongfang Lan, dressed neatly in her clean school uniform. Though her expression showed a hint of nervousness, there was an undeniable determination in her eyes. Aunt Hui personally escorted her to the exam venue, accompanied by Jiang Wanli and Yao Yujing. Although Jiang Ping no longer needed to take exams, he stood off to the side with a calm demeanor, as if everything happening around him had nothing to do with him. However, Jiang Ping knew deep down that, to Yao Yujing, Dongfang Lan might hold even more importance than her own biological son. Watching Yao Yujing fuss over Dongfang Lan with endless reminders, Jiang Ping couldn't help but curl his lips in slight annoyance. His tone carried a hint of impatience as he said, "All right, that's enough. The last thing anyone needs before an exam is added pressure." After speaking, he strode over to Dongfang Lan, gave her a reassuring pat on the shoulder, and said with confidence, Lan, just go in and do your best. I guarantee you'll get into the academy." The moment he said this, Yao Yujing rolled her eyes and lightly smacked Jiang Ping on the arm. "What kind of skill do you have to guarantee Lanlin's admission?" "Stop bragging," she retorted, her tone filled with a mix of exasperation and affection. Dongfang Lan covered her mouth, letting out a soft chuckle as her tense expression eased a little. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping remained unfazed, a confident smile tugging at his lips as he thought to himself, I really do have what it takes. His confidence wasn't without reason. To understand why, we need to go back 2 days earlier, when Jiang Ping, as the captain of the Fireseed Squad, had a rather unique negotiation with the admissions officer from Vermilion Bird Academy. Professor Zhu, I'm very interested in Vermilion Bird Academy, but I have a small request, Jiang Ping said, sitting upright with an air of calm confidence. His gaze met the professor's directly. If you agree, you'll enroll immediately, no hesitation. Professor Zhu raised an eyebrow at this, his expression turning slightly scrutinizing. He was well aware that, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be here negotiating with a student. Even though Jiang Ping was the captain of the Fireseed Squad, the academy was never short of prodigies and had no reason to compromise for any individual. However, the current situation was different. Vermilion Bird Academy was facing a challenging period, and recruiting a talent like Jiang Ping could serve as a much-needed boost. Go ahead, Professor Zhu said, suppressing his impatience and speaking with a touch of perfunctory politeness. As long as it's not unreasonable, he'll consider it. Without hesitation, Jiang Ping stated firmly, I have a younger sister, someone I grew up with. She must be allowed to enroll with me. If not, he'll go to another academy. Professor Zhu was momentarily stunned before his brows furrowed. Don't joke around, Jiang Ping. Something like this is unprecedented. No other academy would agree to such a condition either. But Jiang Ping remained composed, his tone resolute. I don't care. If you want me, she comes with me. If not, I'd rather not join at all. You mentioned other academies, maybe Qinglong Academy or Zhongji Academy. But what about second-tier institutions? At that, Professor Zhu's eyes widened in shock, his voice turning urgent. Jiang Ping, the gap between second-tier academies and the top 5 elite schools is massive. Don't ruin your future over something like this. Jiang Ping shook his head, his tone carrying a cold edge. Future or no future, without her, I wouldn't even be alive today. That's the reality. This statement struck Professor Zhu like a heavy blow, leaving him momentarily speechless. He sat in silence, weighing the pros and cons. For an average student, even one as talented as a Fireseed Squad captain, he could have outright refused. But Jiang Ping was different. Not only was he the Fireseed captain, but he had also achieved a breakthrough in the barrier realm shortly after entering a defeat that essentially secured him a place among the strongest of his generation. However, allowing someone to enroll under these conditions? That was unheard of. Professor Zhu found himself deeply conflicted, while Jiang Ping sat there with a composed demeanor, exuding an air of control as if everything was unfolding according to his plan. After what felt like an eternity, Professor Zhu finally spoke. What's her name? They'll need to evaluate her abilities first. Otherwise, even if it means losing you, I can't admit someone who doesn't meet the Academy's standards. It wouldn't be fair to her, nor to the Academy. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Ping's lips as he nodded. He knew he had already won half the battle. But Jiang Ping had faith in Dongfang Lan because she was a true prodigy. Her natural talent and strength were enough to open the doors of any top academy. What Jiang Ping was doing was merely adding an extra layer of security. After submitting the application, Teacher Zhu stared at Dongfang Lan's profile for a long time, speechless. He finally looked up at Jiang Ping, his gaze filled with a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Jiang Ping, are you kidding me? This girl doesn't need your safety net. As long as she performs normally, getting into Zhuke Academy is a walk in the park. You're just making things hard for me. Jiang Ping spread his hands innocently, his tone carrying a hint of justification. But who can guarantee a flawless performance in the exam? What if something unexpected happens? I don't want any surprises, I want absolute certainty. Although his tone was light, his eyes were resolute. Teacher Zhu could only clutch his forehead in frustration, silently sighing to himself. This kid is a real troublemaker. Zhuke Academy probably won't have a moment of peace with him around. In the end, the matter was reported to higher-ups. Upon hearing Dongfang Lan's name and reviewing her achievements, cultivation level, and past records, the decision was approved almost without hesitation. It was this confidence that allowed Jiang Ping to act so recklessly. He knew exactly what he was doing. This was just an extra layer of assurance for Dongfang Lan. If everything went smoothly, great. If something did go wrong, this safety net would come in handy. As the exam date approached, Jiang Ping seemed unusually relaxed. He took every opportunity to visit the principal's office, chatting with the old principal about Zhuke Academy, and even subtly probing for insider information. These days of learning by stealth proved to be quite fruitful for him. One day, the old principal received a call from Li Ziqing. Her voice, as always, was calm and composed. That sharpening stone plan of yours? Drop it. The old principal chuckled and replied directly, consider it scrapped. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a sigh. All right, scrap it, then. Li Ziqing's tone carried a trace of helplessness. What she had originally intended as a simple test for her younger brother had turned out to be far more than expected. This sharpening stone had become the leader of the fire seat squad. She let out a bitter laugh, shaking her head. What's the point of sharpening the blade now? Li Zimu might end up dulling himself instead. Time flew by, and the exam days passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, Dongfang Lan completed her exams. That evening, Xiao Huang suggested they have a celebratory dinner. Old friends from their high school days gathered, and those who showed up were Jiang Ping's closest brothers. The atmosphere grew livelier by the minute as drinks were passed around. Some even had a bit too much. As the gathering wound down, Xiao Huang, slightly tipsy and with reddened eyes, patted Jiang Ping on the shoulder. Brother Ping, we might not be able to keep up with you anymore. But remember this, no matter when or where, as long as you call, your brothers will always be there for you. Though his voice wasn't loud, it carried deep, heartfelt emotion. Jiang Ping raised his glass, stood up, and looked around at each of his brothers. His voice was filled with gratitude. If I've made it this far, it's all thanks to you guys. I still remember back then when I was starving. Lizzie, it was you, wasn't it? You gave me the essence you just received without taking a single sip yourself, and you almost got beaten up by your uncle when you got home. Liuzi scratched his head, embarrassed, and chuckled. Brother Ping, you still remember that? But I never told you about the beating. How did you know? The room erupted into laughter. Jiang Ping shook his head with a smile. You didn't say it, but your big-mouthed sister made sure the whole school knew. As the laughter subsided, Jiang Ping turned to Nyobin. And Nyobin, I remember in our third year of middle school, I got cornered by a bunch of punks on my way home. You brought the guys and had my back, didn't you? Nyobin scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. I think something like that happened, but I've forgotten the details. Jiang Ping shook his head, his expression serious. You may forget, but I can't. I've made it this far because of you guys. So listen, if any of you ever run into trouble, call me. No matter where I am, they'll be there as fast as I can. His words stirred something deep within his brothers. Eyes glistened with unshed tears, and Xiao Huang muttered softly, Brother Ping, don't just talk about what we've done for you. What about everything you've done for us? Over the years, how many times have you taken the fall for us? How many problems have you solved for us? We remember every single one of them. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, reminiscing about the days gone by. They all understood that the moment they stepped out of Sangao High School, their destinies had already been altered. From ordinary students, they gradually transformed into true warriors, a journey that was both an honor and a responsibility. As gifted individuals from the 13 cities, they enjoyed top-tier resources but also had to bear corresponding costs. From their time at the academy, they were exposed to beasts and combat. Those who advanced quickly might join the battle squads early and become the backbone of the front lines. Those with slightly less talent, like Uncle Me, would still shine in various roles across South City. The farewell banquet lasted until evening. Dongfang Lan supported a tipsy Jiang Ping on their way home. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and her gaze shimmered with emotion as she turned to him and asked, Are you really sure about going to Vermilion Bird Academy? Although Jiang Ping was somewhat drunk, his eyes shone with determination. Yes, I have to go. Don't worry, Lan Lan. You don't have to be afraid of me being bullied there. Your brother Pingzi will definitely make a name for himself there. Dongfang Lan rolled her eyes at him, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. Seriously, I'm talking to you about something important, and you're acting all flippant. Just shut up. At 18 or 19 years old, her thoughts were sensitive and intricate. Though her tone was playful, her eyes betrayed a trace of worry and reluctance. Instead of heading straight home, Jiang Ping dragged Dongfang Lan up to the rooftop. The two sat side by side, leaning against each other as they gazed at the vast starry sky. The night was clear, the stars twinkling as if whispering endless possibilities about the future. The next morning, Jiang Ping woke up to find himself lying in his own bed. Over the following days, he shut himself away in intense cultivation, repeating the cycle of draining his spiritual energy and replenishing it. He was acutely aware of the urgency of time. Before heading to Vermilion Bird Academy, he had to fully master the complete chapters of the Sun and Moon cycle. Without this foundation, even if he acquired the Academy's famed Undying Fire Crow, he wouldn't be able to cultivate effectively. Jiang Ping's goal was crystal clear: to claim the title of the top freshman at Vermilion Bird Academy, an honor he was determined to achieve. A few days later, when Jiang Ping and Dongfang Lan met again, it was the day to collect their admission letters. Dongfang Lan had successfully been admitted to Vermilion Bird Academy, as had Jiang Ping. Both families were overjoyed, and even their neighbors came to congratulate them. However, the joy was short-lived, as the Academy's summons arrived swiftly. After only a few days of rest, they had to set out. At the departure point in South City, a massive, undying fire crow stood in the plaza. The representative sent by Vermilion Bird Academy stood on the crow's back, issuing commands with an air of confidence. Beside him were two slightly older companions, whom Jiang Ping guessed might be academy instructors, while the younger one seemed to be a senior student. This year, Only 13 students from South City were heading to Vermilion Bird Academy. Jiang Ping, well known among the student community, was warmly greeted as soon as he appeared. Brother Pingzi, you're heading to Vermilion Bird too? Hey, Brother Pingzi is finally no longer the sickly one. Haha, does this mean it's your turn to treat us to some essence blood? Jiang Ping responded to each greeting with a smile, his demeanor calm yet approachable. He casually pulled Dongfang Lan along and found a seat, chatting with the other students around him. Their youthful faces brimmed with vitality, like the rising sun at 8 in the morning, radiating boundless energy. At the teacher's command, the undying fire crow spread its wings and soared into the sky. Sitting in his seat, Jiang Ping kept his eyes fixed on the enormous fire crow, his heart filled with admiration and anticipation. This was the symbol of Vermilion Bird Academy, the undying fire crow. It truly lived up to its reputation, exuding an awe-inspiring presence that stirred his aspirations. The fire raven's entire body blazed like a living flame, and every flap of its wings resembled a fiery explosion. The visual effect was nothing short of breathtaking. Most striking of all, however, was its immense size. After all, it had to carry the weight of 13 students, 2 teachers, and 2 teaching assistants, no small feat. As the fire raven took off, Jiang Ping, relying on his extensive experience, immediately enveloped himself and Dongfang Lan in a protective air shield. The transparent shield wrapped tightly around the two of them, shielding them completely from the fierce winds outside. The 2 leading teachers cast a brief glance at Jiang Ping but said nothing. Clearly, they were seasoned veterans, unfazed by such a display. The other students, however, looked utterly bewildered at first, unsure of what Jiang Ping was doing. It wasn't until the fire raven suddenly accelerated, with gale-force winds slashing at their faces like knives, that they realized what was going on. Their lips were whipped open by the wind, and they wailed in protest, "Jiang Ping, you're so unfair. How could you not warn us about this wind?" Jiang Ping couldn't help but laugh, his tone tinged with helplessness. Would a warning have helped? Air shields are only possible for those at the fusion realm. I can barely protect myself and Lan Lan as it is. As soon as he finished speaking, the students erupted in complaint. Jiang Ping, that's so selfish. Yeah, I want to be Lan Lan too. Jiang Ping rolled his eyes, unbothered by their grumbling, and retorted. Lan Lan and I go way back, we've been friends since we were kids, playing in the mud together. Can any of you compare to that? Just enjoy the wind and savor the thrill of flying. As these words left his mouth, Dongfang Lan's face flushed red. She glared at Jiang Ping in embarrassment and lightly smacked his arm. Only then did Jiang Ping realize he might have gone a bit too far. He scratched his head awkwardly and let out an apologetic chuckle. Meanwhile, the other students burst into laughter, filling the fire raven's back with joy and mirth. Thankfully, the 2 teachers didn't completely leave them to their own devices. After a while, a massive air shield encased the entire fire raven, protecting everyone inside. Freed from the relentless wind, the students finally relaxed and began to take in the breathtaking scenery along the way. For most of them, this was their first time flying so high, and they were brimming with excitement, imagining themselves one day riding a fire raven across the skies. The 2 teachers, however, remained composed and aloof, speaking only when necessary to provide explanations. But even the most stunning vistas grow dull with time. As the journey progressed, many of the students began to lose their initial enthusiasm, some even growing a little bored. Occasionally, a stray flying beast would attempt to attack the fire raven, causing its body to tremble violently and leaving everyone on edge. After all, they were high above the ground, falling from such a height would mean certain death. At last, after a tumultuous journey, they arrived at the 7th domain. The moment they crossed into the domain, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The sky grew noticeably darker, and the air was thick with the stench of blood, causing many to wrinkle their noses in discomfort. The scene was far from what they had imagined. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Senior, why does the 7th domain smell so strongly of blood?" The person addressed as Senior was one of the teaching assistants, a young woman with a round face, dressed in the crimson uniform of Suzaku Academy. A delicate Suzaku emblem hung on her chest. Hearing the question, she smiled faintly and replied in a relaxed tone, "Well, how should I put this? This is the front line, a battlefield. If there weren't a heavy scent of blood, could it really be called the front line?" Her words jolted everyone to attention, and they finally realized the stark difference between their current location and the safe haven they had left behind. Through the fire raven's wings, they could even see people on the ground locked in fierce combat with beasts. Victors swiftly harvested demon cores and valuable body parts from the beasts before departing, leaving the carcasses discarded on the battlefield. "Won't this cause pollution?" someone asked curiously. The senior continued to smile as she explained, "The front line isn't like the rear. Tens of thousands of beasts are killed here every day. There's no time to deal with each one individually. Most of the corpses are just left where they fall. As for pollution, as long as you don't eat anything from the battlefield, it's usually not an issue." Besides, once you're admitted into the academy, you'll all reach the fusion realm. By then, these residual energies won't be able to affect you so easily. The group nodded in understanding, though their hearts grew heavier. Everywhere they looked, the scene was steeped in the brutal reality of blood and fire. In that moment, they finally grasped that the world before them was no longer the safe and peaceful haven they had once known. The senior's explanation left everyone dumbfounded, except for Jiang Ping, whose expression remained calm. Dongfang Lan's expression shifted slightly as she stared intently at him. Pingzi, did you already know about this? Or, when you disappeared a while ago, was it because you went to the front line? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned to look at Jiang Ping in unison. Even the senior couldn't help but reveal a curious expression. They had already heard rumors that this year, Nanxing Academy had recruited a special student, and the academy had reportedly paid a hefty price to bring him back. Along the way, they had secretly observed Jiang Ping, and when he activated his energy shield, they were vaguely astonished that had already reached the fusion realm before even enrolling. Such potential was extraordinary. However, potential aside, they were still unsure of his combat prowess and were now even more eager for his answer. Jiang Ping, however, looked speechless as he glanced around at everyone. Why are you all looking at me? I've never been to the 7th domain either, but I have been to the 3rd domain, which is pretty similar, so I'm not exactly surprised. Hearing this, everyone seemed to realize something. Someone immediately teased, Pingzi bro, come on, tell us about it. With that, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Jiang Ping had occasionally shared some interesting experiences in the past, and everyone enjoyed listening. But this time, he simply waved it off, looking disinterested. Listen to the senior. How much do I even know? You have free labor here, and you're still looking for extra work? The senior raised an eyebrow at his excuse, clearly a bit displeased, but she said nothing. After all, this was her responsibility, and she wasn't doing it for free. Her explanations were rewarded with academic credits. Zhuke Academy was unlike ordinary places. Money held no value here. Academic credits and contribution points were the true currency. Acquiring any resources required these too. Credits served as a threshold. For example, 100 credits might allow you to exchange for resources suitable for the spirit realm, while 200 credits might be needed for fusion realm resources. Of course, this was just an example, but it was enough to illustrate the importance of credits. Contribution points, on the other hand, functioned more like currency. Once you met the credit requirements, you could use contribution points to trade for higher-level resources. The senior's task this time was to earn credits, and Jiang Ping was well aware of this. In fact, he not only knew about it, but was also quite wealthy. As a special student, the academy had directly provided him with 500 basic credits and an equal amount of contribution points. After all, for a genius like Jiang Ping, ordinary resources were already ineffective. The academy wasn't about to let him toil for a year, only to exchange for something useless to him. This arrangement not only gave him an advantage, but also ensured he could showcase his value sooner. The senior had hoped to freeload some information from Jiang Ping, but her plan failed. Left with no choice, she continued her explanation with patience. However, just as her explanation was nearing its end, an unexpected event occurred. The fire crow began to descend gradually, and everyone thought they were about to arrive at Zhuke Academy. But suddenly, the fire crow made a sharp dive and then flipped over. The dozen or so people who had been sitting steadily on its back instantly lost their balance, their startled cries echoing in the air. To make matters worse, the protective energy shield around them vanished at that exact moment. Even the sweet and gentle senior now wore an inexplicable smile. What the hell? Is this some kind of crash? Someone couldn't help but shout, but no one answered. At this moment, they were plummeting from a height of over 100 meters. The trees below rushed toward them, the scene utterly terrifying. Panic set in, and their minds went blank. In the critical moment, Jiang Ping's calm and commanding voice rang out, "Don't panic. The trees are tall and dense. Use your skills to cushion yourselves with the treetops and branches." His words were like a shot of adrenaline, snapping everyone out of their daze. They quickly began to use their abilities to stabilize themselves. Some used vines to grab onto branches, while others shielded themselves with spiritual energy. The scene turned chaotic, but when they turned to look for Jiang Ping, they were stunned. He was standing steadily on a thick branch, arms crossed, looking completely relaxed. Watching their clumsy attempts, a faint, amused smirk played on his lips. "He's not even human," someone muttered under their breath, but there was nothing they could do about it. Someone couldn't hold back their anger and roared, "Bottle bro, let go of Lon Lon." "No, wait, Lon Lon, let go of Bottle bro." "Ugh, Bottle bro, give me a hug. You've abandoned us for her. Bottle, you traitor." Even though everyone was still in the middle of freefall, they couldn't bear the sight unfolding before their eyes. Jiang Ping looked like a young man detached from the world, stepping gracefully through the air as if every step landed on an invisible floating staircase. His figure glimmered under the sunlight, as though he had merged with the heavens and earth. Beside him, Dongfang Lan initially appeared a bit flustered but quickly regained her composure. She gently looped her small hand around Jiang Ping's arm, her demeanor serene. She seemed like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Ping. Together, they painted a picture of a perfect couple, making others both envious and jealous. From afar, in the air, a senior who was still controlling the immortal fire raven clicked her tongue and teased. This new guy really knows how to show off. Her tone was playful, yet there was a hint of surprise she couldn't quite hide. Nearby, two usually stern teachers couldn't help but burst into laughter at her words. One of them cleared his throat and said seriously, "Mind your words." The senior stuck out her tongue playfully and said in a coquettish tone, "Teacher, this is no challenge for Jiang Ping, right? I think you miscalculated." The teacher's lips curled into a faint smile before quickly straightening. His tone was calm but carried deeper meaning. Jiang Ping's battlefield was never meant to be here. With his current abilities, he'd rank among the top even in the second year. The moment he said this, the senior's eyes widened in shock, and she covered her mouth, clearly taken aback by the evaluation. Another senior couldn't help but chime in. "You must be joking, right, teacher? The gap between first and second years is massive. They've gone through so much to reach that level, and now you're saying a new freshman can rival them?" Her tone carried a mix of disbelief and indignation. After all, second-year students had been through countless trials, mastering advanced techniques, and some prodigies had even stepped into the profound realm, capable of battling formidable foes and dimensional rifts. First-year freshmen, no matter how talented, were typically only at the fusion realm, and mastering even one advanced skill was considered extraordinary. The teacher's praise for Jiang Ping was essentially stating that he had already crossed this insurmountable gap. It was only natural for the two seniors to feel a little unbalanced, but the teacher offered no further explanation, merely leaving them with a faint, "Just wait and see." Before long, the group finally landed on solid ground. Luckily, these freshmen had undergone considerable training and managed to stay on their feet rather than collapsing into craters. However, they were far from presentable. Many who had dressed up in new clothes found them torn and tattered, their faces smudged with dirt, looking utterly disheveled. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Glancing at each other, then at Jiang Ping, who had landed gracefully and remained impeccably dressed, their fury only grew. Someone was the first to shout, "Brothers and sisters, get him!" In an instant, a crowd surged forward, charging at Jiang Ping with full force. Seeing this, Jiang Ping lightly shifted his foot and effortlessly dodged, swiftly putting distance between himself and the mob. He laughed heartily, calling out as he ran, "Come on, guys, let's not do this. Let's talk it out." He knew perfectly well that even if they all teamed up, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. But in a situation like this, he couldn't exactly fight back, could he? So he decided to play along, shouting about running for his life, while effortlessly evading their pursuit, looking completely at ease. The commotion went on for quite some time until Dongfang Lan finally couldn't take it anymore and stepped in. "All right, that's enough. Stop messing around. Have you even figured out why the teachers dropped us here?" The group gradually came to a halt, panting heavily as they returned to the lineup. However, seeing Jiang Ping still standing off to the side, calm and unbothered, some couldn't resist muttering through gritted teeth, "Bottle, we're done chasing you. Just come back already." All right, I promise I won't use this skill in front of you all again. Breakfast is on me from now on," a girl whispered, adding with a grin, "I'll cover the bubble tea too." Jiang Ping gave them a helpless glance, half exasperated, half teasing. "Really? Is it that serious? What if I make you eat 20 pounds? Could you handle it?" Before his words even settled, the group began whispering among themselves, as if someone was seriously considering the challenge. "Why are you all getting so into this?" Dongfang Lan couldn't help but interrupt, her tone tinged with exasperation. "Focus, people. Jiang Ping, come over here." At her call, the group quickly sobered up, setting aside their playful banter. They gathered in a circle, faces serious as they began to brainstorm. The teacher must have done this on purpose. How else could it have gone so wrong? One boy muttered, frowning. "Exactly. I think so too," another chimed in. "But why?" The group of teenagers exchanged puzzled looks, their faces full of confusion. They could sense there was some deeper meaning behind the situation, but for now, they were completely stumped. Just then, faint rustling noises came from not far away. Moments later, a surprised voice called out, "Chun, Chun, come quick." Another batch of unlucky ones just dropped in. Before long, the sound of rustling footsteps grew louder. Out of the woods emerged a group of over 30 teenagers. Their appearance was strikingly similar to those from Nan's city, scraped and scuffed, clearly having just endured some sort of ordeal. Another group of unlucky ones, huh? No idea what city they're from, someone from the other side said with a chuckle. their tone carrying a hint of schadenfreude. The teens from Nan City bristled at the remark. Hey, who are you calling unlucky? Judging by how roughed up you look, you got tossed down here too. Who are you to talk? One boy shot back indignantly. The leader of the newcomers, a boy who seemed to command respect, raised a hand to quiet his companions. With a composed demeanor, he clasped his hands in a mock adult gesture and introduced himself. I'm Chen Kai, from Taodai City. These are my people. And you are? Though there was a veneer of politeness in his words, his tone carried an unmistakable air of superiority. Just as Dongfang Lan was about to respond, Jiang Ping stepped forward and stopped her. He met Chen Kai's gaze with calm authority and replied, We're from Nan City. Judging by your state, it seems you've been here a while. As the leader of Nan City's group, it was only natural for Jiang Ping to speak first. His tone was steady, neither submissive nor provocative. Chen Kai blinked, seemingly trying to recall the name. After a moment, realization dawned on his face, and he smirked. Oh, Nan City. That explains why there are so few of you. As soon as he finished speaking, someone from his group muttered under their breath, I thought they might be from somewhere significant. Turns out it's just the city that's about to lose its spot in the Big 13. Shoo, not so loud, another whispered mockingly, though their voice still carried a snide edge. No need to rub it in. Talking about a cripple in front of them is just asking for trouble. Though their words were hushed, the disdain was unmistakable. The teens from Nan City heard every word, and their faces darkened. Who do you think you're talking to? One boy from Nan City stepped forward, his voice brimming with anger. If you look down on us so much, why don't you just leave? Stop wasting our time. Their words stung because they weren't entirely untrue. Nan City was indeed on the brink of being marginalized, a bitter reality that left the group feeling both frustrated and powerless. Jiang Ping's gaze turned icy. His loyalty to Nan City ran deep. These was his home, and no one had the right to insult it. Criticize him if they wanted, but he would not allow anyone to demean his city. He stepped forward, placing himself between his group and the others. His voice was calm, yet carried an undercurrent of unyielding resolve. Gentlemen, I suggest you leave. There's nothing for us to discuss. No matter how downtrodden Nan City might be, to Jiang Ping, it was still his home. Chen Kai froze for a moment, as if he couldn't believe what he'd just heard. He stared at Jiang Ping, his expression incredulous. Are you seriously talking to me like that? He had thought he was being magnanimous by giving Nan City's group the time of day. To be met with such defiance was beyond comprehension. It's not just you, it's all of you. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze, so silent you could hear a pin drop. The people from the southern part of the city almost couldn't hold back their applause for Ping Zigu, but they managed to restrain themselves. After all, Ping Zigu had taught them before. If you're going to show off, do it with subtlety and finesse. They suppressed their inner joy, keeping a composed and reserved expression on the surface. Chen Kai's face turned alternately pale and flushed. Just as he was about to retort, a surprised voice interrupted him. Jiang Ping? Jiang Ping looked up and smiled faintly. Xiaoqi, you're here at Vermilion Bird too? Xiaoqi, usually the quiet type, nodded slightly in response to Jiang Ping's question. Yeah. Seeing this, Chen Kai seemed to latch onto an opportunity to stir up trouble. He sneered and turned to Xiaoqi, his tone full of provocation. This is your friend? Doesn't even have basic manners. But Xiaoqi didn't even glance at him, keeping his head down as if he hadn't heard a word. Chen Kai, infuriated by this attitude, raised his voice, his tone brimming with anger. What's the meaning of this? Xiaoqi, without my family, you wouldn't have made it this far. I'm talking to you, answer me. Xiaoqi remained silent, standing still and saying nothing. Hearing this, Jiang Ping's eyebrows raised slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He thought to himself, there's a story here, for sure. But he quickly set aside his curiosity. This wasn't the time to dig deeper. Instead, he turned his calm gaze to Chen Kai and said in an unhurried tone, if you're angry, take it out on me. Venting on others just makes you seem petty. Those words were like a dagger, stabbing straight into Chen Kai's pride. His face turned livid, and he roared furiously, me? Petty? I'll show you what petty really looks like. With that, he raised his hand, ready to strike. Jiang Ping, already prepared, shifted slightly to the side. A faint trace of electricity flickered between his fingers, ready to strike back if needed. However, before things could escalate, a few mocking voices rang out from the crowd. Well, isn't this young Master Chen? What's this about to start a brawl? Impressive. Chen Kai, if you dare lay a hand on anyone, they'll beat you to a pulp. They'll even write my name backwards if I don't. The first voice came from Lu Baichuan, his tone playful and full of ridicule. The second came from Su Tianjiao, her voice crisp and carrying an unmistakable note of threat. Chen Kai's raised hand froze midair, his expression growing even darker. At that moment, another figure slowly stepped forward from behind Lu Baichuan and Su Tianjiao. The man didn't say a word, but his cold gaze locked onto Chen Kai, radiating hostility. Li Zimu? Jiang Ping blinked in mild surprise, not expecting even him to show up. Li Zimu stood silently behind Jiang Ping, his presence alone making his stance clear. Jiang Ping rubbed his nose with a hint of helplessness, silently grumbling to himself, "Is there any room left for me to act cool here?" Lu Baichuan, however, seemed completely at ease. He shrugged casually, grinning as he said, "Yeah, heard you were here, so I figured I'd come too." His tone was so nonchalant it was as if the allure of Vermilion Bird Academy paled in comparison to Jiang Ping himself. Next to him, Su Tianjiao flashed a dazzling smile, her gaze lingering on Jiang Ping with a playful glint. "Pingzi, it's been a while. Looks like you've put on a little weight, huh?" As soon as those words left her lips, Dongfang Lan's expression became subtly complicated, while the people from the southern city exchanged peculiar glances. Their eyes darted back and forth between Jiang Ping and Su Tianjiao, their minds racing with speculation about the nature of their relationship. As for Li Zimu, no one paid him much attention anymore. After all, had already been thoroughly defeated by Jiang Ping in the past. Nothing new there. Caught off guard by Su Tianjiao's random comment, Jiang Ping felt a bit awkward. He forced a dry laugh and replied, "Yeah, it's been a few days. So you're all at Vermilion Bird now?" Su Tianjiao nodded, a trace of an enigmatic smile flickering in her eyes. "Yep, my dad said I should come here." Her words carried a subtle undertone, layered with unspoken meaning. The people from the southern city couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, thinking to themselves, this woman's is on a whole new level now. Meanwhile, the others from Choming City looked utterly shocked, their faces filled with confusion. Who is this guy? Why are all these prominent figures from Choming City acting so chummy with him? As silence fell over the crowd, Dongfang Lan suddenly stepped forward, her tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. "Pingzi, who are all these people? If they're your friends, aren't you going to introduce us?" Out of sight, a sharp pinch was delivered. Jiang Ping inhaled sharply, forcing a wry smile onto his face, though confusion filled his mind. Did I offend her? He wondered. Considering the occasion, he dared not move much, coughing lightly to mask his awkwardness. Pointing to the man beside him, he said, "This is Lu Baichuan. I ran into him while I was out." He then proceeded to introduce everyone one by one. This act turned Chen Kai's face red with anger. As the eldest son of the renowned Qin family in Taodai City, he was accustomed to being flattered and indulged. And now, he was being treated as if he were invisible while these people casually caught up with each other. He couldn't hold back any longer and let out an explosive roar. "You people have gone too far." His voice climbed in volume, startling everyone around. Su Tianjiao cast him a cold glance, retorting sharply, "Chen Kai, are you out of your mind? Do you think this is Taodai City? Do you want me to beat you up? And trust me, even your father would thank me for it." Her words, as sharp as knives, left Chen Kai speechless, his face turning an even deeper shade of purple as his fists clenched audibly. He took a step forward, ready to retaliate, but Su Tianjiao cut him off with a sneer. "Go ahead, but if you dare to bring up your parents, you've already lost." Her words left him utterly tongue-tied. The crowd around them couldn't hold back any longer, erupting into laughter. Lu Baichuan and Li Zimu, in particular, laughed so hard they nearly doubled over. Li Zimu, wiping tears from the corners of his eyes, managed to explain between chuckles, "Chen Kai is actually Su Tianjiao's relative. I heard she used to set him up all the time when they were kids. Honestly, he brought this on himself." The atmosphere grew even livelier. Even Jiang Ping raised an eyebrow, intrigued to learn about this backstory. Still, since Chen Kai was Su Tianjiao's relative, he figured he couldn't go too far. Stroking his chin in thought, a sly smile crept onto his lips as an idea formed. He stepped forward, his gaze landing on Chen Kai. With a calm smile, he said, "How about this, Chen Kai? You just insulted my southern city, and I didn't like that. Now, we ignored you, and you didn't like that. Why don't we settle this with a fight? Afterward, we'll both feel better. What do you say?" Lu Baichuan struggled to keep a straight face, silently giving Jiang Ping a thumbs up in his mind. "Jiang Ping, you're something else. A seasoned captain of the Fireseed Squad, an expert in breaking barriers, and you still find such a reasonable excuse to pick a fight. Brilliant." Unaware of Jiang Ping's prowess, Chen Kai actually saw this as an opportunity to vent his frustration. A glint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes as he loudly declared, "Fine. Whoever loses must apologize and treat everyone to milk tea back at the academy. Deal?" In his mind, the outcome was already decided. With his family's secret techniques, victory was assured. As for treating everyone, he deliberately left the number vague, planning to stick Jiang Ping with a hefty bill. Jiang Ping responded with a faint, confident smile and nodded. He removed the Miao Dao strapped to his back and handed it to Dongfang Lan, his movements unhurried and composed, as if the upcoming fight was of no consequence. On the other side, Chen Kai snorted, tossing his weapon to one of his followers, his eagerness unmistakable. The surrounding crowd quickly backed away, forming a large circle around the two. Except for Xiao Qi and a few others who knew this was an uneven match, most onlookers were brimming with excitement, anticipating an evenly matched spectacle. Chen Kai took a deep breath, stomping his foot on the ground with force. Veins bulged across his body as his muscles swelled, his skin taking on a faint golden hue. His eyes widened, and his aura surged, exuding an intimidating presence like that of a wrathful deity come to life. The followers from Taodai City cheered enthusiastically, shouting, "Brother Chen's family secret technique. Wrathful Golden Guardian. They say it's unparalleled in defense. This is in the bag." Unparalleled defense? Jiang Ping muttered to himself, momentarily taken aback before a chuckle escaped his lips. A trace of playful amusement flickered in his eyes. He murmured under his breath, "The first opponent I ever faced was a bald monk. What a coincidence this is." Jiang Ping made his move, his fingers curling slightly as crimson claws shot out with lightning speed, aiming directly at Chen Kai's arm. However, he held back, careful not to lose control and crush his opponent entirely. After all, a few heated words weren't worth going all out. Even so, his grip was precise and powerful, completely immobilizing Chen Kai's arm with no chance of escape. What happened next left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. The man who had just been boasting about being an angry Vajra, Chen Kai, now resembled a helpless chick caught in the claws of a ferocious beast. Jiang Ping effortlessly lifted him with his blood-red claws and began to swing him violently up and down. Thud, thud, thud. Each impact was deafening, and the ground seemed to tremble slightly. Chen Kai was thrown into the air repeatedly, only to crash back down with bone-rattling force. His internal organs seemed to quiver with every blow. His face turned from red to blue, then pale, and foam began to bubble at the corners of his mouth. After what felt like 20 or 30 brutal slams, Jiang Ping finally let go, tossing Chen Kai to the ground like a discarded rag. Chen Kai lay there, his eyes glassy and unfocused, muttering under his breath, You're not playing fair. Fight me properly." Clearly, he wasn't entirely ready to admit defeat. The crowd from Taodai City hurried forward to help Chen Kai up. Brother Chen, are you okay?" One of them waved a hand in front of his face, asking, "Brother Chen, how many fingers am I holding up?" Chen Kai stared blankly, his lips twitching slightly, clearly still somewhat conscious. Jiang Ping glanced at him, a faint, almost imperceptible smile tugging at his lips, as if amused by the act. However, he didn't expose Chen Kai's pretense, instead letting his gaze sweep leisurely across the crowd. After this brief but intense skirmish, the bystanders finally understood who the real powerhouse was. Their gazes toward Jiang Ping were filled with awe and curiosity. Some even slipped away to ask the students from the southern part of the city about his background. Yet, before the commotion had fully subsided, a strange, low-pitched whistling sound echoed from the sky. Moments later, figures began to descend from above, like raindrops falling from the heavens. More and more students gathered, and within moments, the area was packed with 400 to 500 people, all freshmen from the 13 cities, clearly here to join Vermilion Bird Academy. At that moment, a sharp, piercing cry rang out from above. A massive, undying fire raven circled down, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Atop the fiery raven stood a teacher clad in a black robe, his hands clasped behind his back and his expression cold and imposing. His gaze swept across the crowd, and when he spoke, his voice was low yet carried clearly to every ear. "It seems most of you are here. You are the new students of Vermilion Bird Academy, but entering the academy won't be that easy." Before anyone could react, he continued, 300 miles ahead lies the academy. I don't care how you get there, but by sunset tomorrow, you must arrive and report. Anyone who fails will be dismissed." The announcement caused an immediate uproar among the crowd. Students exchanged bewildered glances, and some couldn't help but grumble under their breath. What the heck? Another test? The black-robed teacher, as though expecting this reaction, smirked coldly and raised his hand to silence the noise. "I know you have questions, but don't bother asking." The atmosphere instantly grew tense. The teacher went on, "Along this 300-mile journey, the academy has released nearly 2,000 beasts. Don't worry, they're all matched to your cultivation level. Whether you choose to fight or flee when you encounter them, I don't care. What matters to me is the outcome. I want to see you at the academy." He paused for a moment, his tone growing even frostier. "Oh, and one more thing. Each of you is carrying a beast-luring incense. Don't even think about trying to get rid of it. If we catch you tampering with it, you'll be immediately disqualified." As soon as he finished speaking, the undying fire raven spread its wings and soared into the sky, carrying the black-robed teacher away and leaving behind a crowd of stunned freshmen. What is this supposed to be? We worked so hard to get accepted, and now you throw this at us?" Someone in the crowd muttered in frustration. Many others fell silent, clearly overwhelmed by the unexpected challenge. 2,000 beasts. The thought alone made some students' scalps tingle. Most of them had just graduated from high school and had little to no experience dealing with real beasts. This sudden and grueling test left them completely unprepared. Even Chen Kai, who had been pretending to be unconscious, couldn't help but sit up, his face pale as he muttered, "What kind of nonsense is this?" No sooner had he spoken than someone noticed he was awake. "Brother Chun, you're awake. How's your head? Still feeling foggy?" The concern in their voice only seemed to ignite Chen Kai's fury. He clenched his teeth, glaring at them as though he wanted to devour them whole, and squeezed out 2 words, "Shut up." A crowd of onlookers gathered around, puzzled by what was happening, their curious eyes fixed on Chen Kai. As a prominent member of a prestigious family from Taodai City, Chen Kai was accustomed to attention, but now, in such an awkward situation, he became the center of even more stares. Some whispered among themselves, others looked confused, while students from Nanqing and Chongming City covered their mouths, stifling laughter. Even Jiang Ping's lips curled into a faint smiley, clearly thought Chen Kai resembled a spoiled child. However, this scene had little to do with him, and he couldn't be bothered to intervene. At that moment, someone nearby turned to Jiang Ping and asked, "Brother Ping, what's the plan? Everyone from Nanqing will follow your lead. Should we fight or retreat?" "Yeah, you're the boss. Just say the word." Another young man chimed in. To outsiders observing this exchange, the students from Nanqing appeared exceptionally united. After all, even students from the same city often had their share of internal conflicts. It was rare to see someone like Jiang Ping establish such a firm leadership role so quickly. In this regard, Chen Kai did have some abilities, though they might be attributed to his financial resources, but that was a skill in its own way. Jiang Ping gave a faint smile, exuding effortless composure, and said, "Since this is a test, any strategy is fair game. You can run, or you can fight. If you want to challenge yourselves, we'll fight our way through, and you'll have your backs. If you'd rather not fight, then run." The teachers only said we couldn't remove the beastler incense, not that we had to go all out. His words didn't provoke much of a reaction from the Nanqing students, but others from different cities couldn't help but feel he was showing off. What does he mean by having their backs if they want to fight? How strong is this guy, really? Many thought skeptically. Chen Kai, however, looked sullen and uneasy. Deep down, he knew Jiang Ping might actually have the strength to back up his words. The students from Nanqing deliberated for a moment before Dongfang Lan stepped forward with a resolute tone. "Brother Ping, we want to fight our way through. If this is a test, we should give it our all. We can rely on you now, but can we always rely on you in the future? We may move slower than you, but we don't want to fall too far behind." Jiang Ping sighed inwardly. He had been inclined to say, "If running is allowed, why make it harder on yourselves?" But seeing their determined expressions, he eventually nodded and smiled. "All right, it's your call." His response instantly reassured the Nanqing students, who began preparing enthusiastically, their weapons gleaming as they readied themselves. To Jiang Ping, this was no big deal. He owed his survival to the support of countless Nanqing students over the years, so offering his help now felt like the least he could do. Meanwhile, the students from Chongming City, led by Su Tianjiao, were formulating their own plans. Chen Kai, who initially intended to lead his group straight through, found his pride pricked by the situation. Frustrated, he shouted, "Taodai City, follow me. Let's take a different route and avoid giving anyone the chance to say we're taking shortcuts." With that, he deliberately led his group away from Jiang Ping's direction, maintaining a noticeable distance. Other groups began making their own decisions. Some opted to act alone, while others formed small teams to move forward. At this point, leadership skills and personal connections were on full display. High above, a teacher who appeared to have left was quietly observing everything unfold. He watched the students' choices intently, refraining from commenting. Beside him, a senior student couldn't help but remark, "Teacher, this Jiang Ping seems to have a lot of influence." Even students from Chongming City seemed willing to listen to him. The teacher's lips curved into a subtle smile as he replied, "Nanqing has always been a place full of warmth and camaraderie." The senior student looked puzzled, but noticed the teacher didn't elaborate further. She had no choice but to let the matter drop. With a faint sigh in his heart, he thought to himself, "In this world, there is no love or hatred without reason." These young ones still failed to see through it. Jiang Ping was well aware of his own resume, and so an extraordinary assessment began. The 13 students from Nanqing formed an arrowhead formation, with Dongfang Lan leading the charge and Jiang Ping as their support. Without delay, they set off swiftly. Mist permeated the forest, low growls of beasts echoed intermittently among the branches, and the air was thick with tension. They hadn't traveled far before they encountered their first wave of monstrous 10 massive spirit realm beasts. Their crimson eyes gleamed with bloodlust in the shadows. Some students in the group instinctively swallowed hard, their palms sweating as they gripped their weapons tightly. But soon, their nervousness was overtaken by adrenaline. With a loud shout, someone commanded, long-range attacks to distract. Melee fighters, take one each attack. The beasts roared and lunged forward, and the battle erupted instantly. Standing at the rear, Jiang Ping crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze steady and sharp as he observed the team's movements. He shook his head inwardly. Their strategy was a bit reckless, but not entirely ineffective. For now, he decided to refrain from intervening, choosing instead to watch how they performed. On the battlefield, one student from Nanqing momentarily lost focus and was nearly bitten by a beast. At the critical moment, Jiang Ping moved like lightning, his short blade flashing with cold light as he killed the beast in a single strike. His voice was cold as he admonished, "Stay alert. Beasts are cunning theory, not mindless. You were distracted just now." The student's face turned red as he lowered his head and apologized. "Got it, Brother Ping. I'll be more careful." The fight continued. Dongfang Lan, as the vanguard, was surrounded by 3 beasts. She wielded her long sword with fierce precision, but it was clear the pressure was immense. Seeing this, some students nearby grew anxious and wanted to rush to her aid, but Jiang Ping's stern voice stopped them in their tracks. "Panicking won't help. Focus on your own targets and hold the formation. Lan can handle it." Awakened by his words, the group quickly steadied themselves and refocused on their respective opponents. Dongfang Lan, relying on her own strength, managed to slay all 3 beasts. The team gradually became more organized, their coordination improving, and their efficiency in killing the beasts increased significantly. Even with Jiang Ping rarely stepping in, the Nanqing team maintained their lead. Not far away, students from other cities watched Nanqing's performance with envy. "If only we had someone like that leading us, we could be this effective too," someone murmured. "Yeah, look at Jiang Ping, he's unbelievably strong. He never needs a second strike," another added. "The Nanqing team is so lucky to have a genius like him," others whispered in admiration. Initially, they had dismissed the rumors about Jiang Ping as mere exaggeration, but the undeniable display of skill before them left them thoroughly convinced. In contrast, teams without clear leadership descended into chaos, struggling even to maintain 3-person squads. The Nanqing team pressed forward relentlessly, cutting through obstacles with increasing ease. From their initial inexperience, they had grown into a well-oiled machine, showcasing overwhelming superiority. While the beasts they faced were mostly spiritualm or near spiritualm, they posed little challenge to these students on the verge of entering the next realm. Time flew by, and the tense atmosphere of the assessment gradually dissipated, replaced by the calm confidence of the Nanqing team. At the back of the group, Jiang Ping yawned out of boredom. His task was merely to collect the beast's essence blood, a responsibility that had become an unspoken agreement within the team. "Brother Ping, you handle the essence blood. We're too busy," someone casually remarked. A warmth stirred in Jiang Ping's heart. He wanted to refuse, but his teammates had long since grown accustomed to this arrangement. Over the years, they had always left surplus resources for hemisilent, but profound understanding. Such harmony was rare in the assessment arena. Most teams were hastily assembled and often squabbled or even fought over the distribution of beast essence blood. But here, the precious spirit realm essence blood was willingly handed over to Jiang Ping without a hint of dispute. In the distance, members of the Zhuke Academy's assessment team observed everything, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. Soon, after half a day and a night of relentless fighting, Jiang Ping's body was covered with bottles of various sizes filled with refined blood, clinking noisily as they hung from him. These bottles seemed to have been prepared in advance, as every so often, a new batch would appear along their path, making Jiang Ping want to look up and sigh in exasperation. He had initially planned to use an excuse like, "We're out of bottles," to stop collecting them, but someone, as if cursed by the heavens, would always shout excitedly right after they ran out, "Haha, bottle brother, I found more bottles. Come on, fill them up. Keep them, these are great stuff." This coincidence happened again and again, making it hard not to suspect that it was all orchestrated by fate. By the time they could finally see the towering walls of Vermilion Bird Academy in the distance, all 13 members of the Nan City group were draped with cloth strips holding countless bottles of refined blood. Even Dongfang Lan was no exception, and she had the most. This ridiculous situation had them too scared to fight anymore. Whenever they encountered a beast, they'd simply turn tail and run, terrified that the bottles might break. Someone couldn't help but complain, "Bottle brother, your appetite's been lacking lately. Hurry up and drink more so we can carry less." Jiang Ping rolled his eyes at the comment, the bottles on him jingling with the motion. "I'm not some bottomless pit. How am I supposed to guzzle all this down in one go? You trying to kill me, or what?" His words made everyone burst into awkward laughter. Though the sheer number of bottles was absurd, no one was truly upset. Instead, they chattered and joked all the way to the academy's walls. As they drew closer, they felt a distinct and imposing aura emanating from the place. At the grand entrance, a statue of a vermilion bird stood tall, wings poised as if ready to take flight at any moment. Above the gate, 4 bold characters spelled out, Vermilion Bird Academy. The calligraphy was vigorous and powerful, exuding an air of authority that made one feel a deep sense of respect, though its creator remained unknown. Finally, we're here, someone exclaimed, voice full of emotion. Who knew getting an education could be this hard? The remark triggered a collective outburst of laughter, instantly dispelling the exhaustion that had weighed on them moments ago. At the gate, a senior student who had previously guided them was already waiting with a warm smile. Congratulations. You're the first group to arrive and the entire city made it together. I'm lucky to be associated with you all. Come, take a break over there. There's food and drinks waiting for you. Associated? Jiang Ping paused at the word, an inexplicable feeling stirring in his heart, as if there was some hidden meaning he hadn't yet grasped. But he didn't dwell on it for long. After a full day and night of travel and fighting, he was utterly famished. They had come to the academy with excitement, bringing hardly any provisions, relying instead on the refined blood of beasts to sustain themselves. While the blood did help improve their physical strength, it was no substitute for real food and they all craved a proper meal. When they saw the spread of delicious food laid out nearby, they couldn't hold back any longer. In a flash, they offloaded all the refined blood bottles onto Jiang Ping's neck. Someone joked with a grin, "Bottle brother, this stuff doesn't fill you up anyway. Let us handle the food for you. Hang on to those bottles, they'll come in handy for a while. Who knows if we'll ever get another opportunity like this after starting school." As soon as they said it, the speakers suddenly covered their mouth, realizing they might have let something slip. Jiang Ping froze, staring at Dongfang Lan and the others in stunned silence as a sudden realization dawned on him. You all? For a brief moment, Jiang Ping felt a pang of guilt. He had always considered himself highly skilled, carrying an air of superiority, pretending to let his classmates decide for themselves whether to train or not. But these classmates, was training really their primary goal? Or had they been using it as an excuse, their true intention being to help him earn some resources? Recalling the earlier comment about a chance to make a fortune, Jiang Ping felt a mixture of emotions he couldn't quite describe. Didn't you hear? Someone muttered quietly. Who knows when we'll get another shot at something like this? So many people, and they all had the same thought. Jiang Ping felt like crying. His lips twitched as he tried to explain that he no longer relied on essence blood, but an inexplicable awkwardness seemed to choke him. Dongfang Lan gently patted his shoulder, her tone carrying a teasing edge. What are you dawdling for? We're counting on you to escort us safely. But don't even think about snatching any food from us, or I might just bite you. As she finished speaking, she flashed a pair of adorable little fangs, and the girls around her followed suit, each playfully threatening Jiang Ping in unison. Jiang Ping rolled his eyes skyward in resignation, turning his head away from them as he sighed inwardly. The wind's too strong. What a ridiculous situation. Eventually, the group gathered in a circle to feast heartily, while Jiang Ping sat alone on the ground, staring from a distance at the bottles of essence blood hung up with strips of cloth, his gaze slightly unfocused. His thoughts were a tangled mess, and he found himself increasingly convinced that something was wrong with his mind. That strange sense of emptiness and unease seemed to be consuming him bit by bit. What exactly is wrong with me? He muttered under his breath, his fingers lightly brushing the crimson teardrop-shaped mole under his eye. A blurry answer suddenly surfaced in his mind. That woman, the one from the Crystal Palace, what did she do to me? As he was lost in thought, the atmosphere in the camp grew lazy and relaxed. The people of Nanxing, full from their meal, lay sprawled on the ground, basking under the sun. But the tranquility didn't last long. It was soon interrupted by the arrival of others. The first to arrive was a team led by Su Tianjiao, Lu Baichuan, and Li Zimu, accompanied by a group of talented individuals from Chongming City. Their steps were coordinated, and their presence exuded confidence. Jiang Ping observed them and nodded to himself. The Fireseed team really does have some skill. With this level of cohesion, it's no wonder their speed is impressive. However, the appearance of the third team caught Jiang Ping off guard. It wasn't Chen Kai's group as he had expected, but instead, an entirely unfamiliar Linupa team of 3, led by a man with a sharp, confident demeanor. The moment this man saw Jiang Ping, his eyes lit up, and he strode straight toward him. Hello, my name is Zhou Machuan, the man said with a polite yet self-assured smile, his gaze carrying a hint of arrogance. With your abilities, you shouldn't be wasting your time with this group. These people will only slow you down. He paused, his tone growing more persuasive. I've just formed a new team. No cities, no boundaries, only talent. I sincerely invite you to join us. Together, you'll grow much faster. The words made Jiang Ping's brow furrow instantly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Far from feeling flattered by the man's praise, he instead felt a faint anger rising within him. He asked in a low voice, "Are you talking to me?" "Of course." Zhou Machuan laughed, his tone exuding the confidence of a natural leader. "And not just you, Su Tianjiao, Shao Qi, Lu Baichuan, Li Zimu. All of you are welcome to join our group. We'll become the strongest team of this generation. Associating with weaklings is just a waste of your potential. Hearing this, Su Tianjiao and the others exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of amusement and incredulity. They thought to themselves, where does this guy get his confidence? We passed the fire seed selection with ease, with cultivation levels starting at the fusion realm, and we've even absorbed the essence of profound and royal-grade demon cores. Does he think we need his evaluation of our talent? Not to mention, we haven't even gone all out in this trial yet. Meanwhile, the people of Nanqing bristled at the word weaklings, their faces darkened by anger. The tension spread quickly among the group. Weaklings? Who does he think he is? Someone muttered, rolling up their sleeves as if ready to teach Zhou Machuan a lesson. But before anyone could act, Jiang Ping's voice cut through the air, halting them in their tracks. His tone was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Are you really that strong? Zhou Machuan's heart leaped with excitement. He had long noticed Jiang Ping's extraordinary aura, and recruiting him would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset to his team. Laughing heartily, he replied with confidence, of course. Not just mere team of 3 may not claim to be the absolute best, but we're definitely among the top. At this, a faint smirk tugged at the corner of Jiang Ping's lips, laced with derision. He stood up slowly, his gaze as cold as ice. Calling me weak is one thing, he said, his tone sharp and cutting. But calling my brothers and sisters weak now, that's brave of you. He paused, his voice taking on a mocking edge. Tell me, is your head hard enough for what's coming? The room fell silent in an instant. Zhou Machuan frowned slightly, as if he couldn't fully grasp what was happening before him. What do you mean? He asked, barely finishing his sentence when a blood-red floating hand suddenly appeared behind Jiang Ping, radiating a menacing aura. Jiang Ping's face twisted in anger, and with a cold sneer, he muttered under his breath, "Oh, so you think you're something, huh?" Boom. The blood-red hand descended with brutal force, giving Zhou Machuan no time to react. It slammed his head into the ground with relentless ferocity. Each impact was accompanied by his agonized screams, while Jiang Ping maintained a mocking smile, looking down at him with icy disdain. Calling my siblings useless? Who gave you that kind of guts? Liang Zhengru, he said coldly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. This quip, laced with a hint of humor, left the onlookers puzzled. But the relentless thud, thud, thud of Zhou Machuan's head hitting the ground sent chills down everyone's spine, as if they could feel the dull pain reverberating in their own bodies. From a distance, a small squad was approaching cautiously. Leading the group, Chun Kai froze in his tracks as he took in the scene. A flicker of complex emotion crossed his face. After a brief hesitation, he decided to retreat into the crowd, his heart pounding. Who ticked off this lunatic again? He thought to himself, deeply unsettled. Watching Zhou Machuan being mercilessly beaten, Chun Kai instinctively rubbed his own head, feeling a phantom ache creeping in. Meanwhile, near the academy entrance, the senior students finally decided to intervene. Sensing that Jiang Ping's killing intent was no joke, they scrambled to de-escalate the situation before it spiraled out of control. A confident and dashing senior stepped forward decisively. With a swift motion, an invisible shackle materialized in his hands and shot toward Jiang Ping's blood-red claw. Stop! You're going to kill him, the senior barked, his tone carrying a hint of reproach, clearly underestimating Jiang Ping. However, the moment the shackle made contact with the claw, bang! A burst of crimson energy erupted, shattering the shackle instantly. The senior's expression shifted dramatically as he staggered back a few steps, his hand trembling slightly beneath his sleeve. His face flushed with embarrassment, a mix of shame and fury welling up inside him. Just as the senior prepared to strike again, Jiang Ping slowly raised his gaze, his eyes sharp as blades, and said in a voice so cold it sent shivers down spines, "What now? Trying to ambush me?" Before he could finish speaking, the crowd from Nanqing High sprang into action. With a thunderous roar, nearly everyone leapt to their feet in unison, their faces burning with indignation. Some charged toward Jiang Ping, weapons in hand, while others cursed loudly. Ambush? So that's how you roll as a senior? Seniors get a free pass to bully people now? A few voices tried to calm the situation. Don't be rash, he's a senior. But they were quickly drowned out by the furious shouts of their peers. Senior my ass. Since when does being a senior make it okay to ambush someone? This is a first-year fight, what business is it of his? Screw him. In that moment, rational or not, everyone stood firmly by Jiang Ping's side. The atmosphere grew tense, and the scene descended into chaos, with tempers flaring and confrontation looming. Off to the side, Li Zimu sighed and covered his face in exasperation. Typical Nanqing High spirit. What a headache, he muttered to himself. He couldn't help but recall his own near brush with a beating back in the day. This group of people didn't care about right or wrong. They followed only one rule: mess with one of us, and you're messing with all of us. While he could tell that the senior likely had some intention of breaking up the fight, it was also clear there was a touch of arrogance in his actions. Don't ask how he knew. He just did. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, the sheer determination of the Nanching students left the onlookers stunned. Many cursed under their breath. What kind of monsters are these people? Jiang Ping's icy gaze locked onto the senior. His voice was low but carried an oppressive weight. I called you senior out of respect, but that doesn't give you the right to ambush me. This needs to be settled. As he spoke, his eyes flicked to Zhou Machuan, who lay on the ground, battered and barely conscious, unable to even muster the strength to resist. Without sparing him another glance, Jiang Ping's expression betrayed nothing but contempt. He had long understood the harsh truth kindness was often mistaken for weakness. This time, he wasn't just teaching a lesson. He was making a statement. The students had a point, but what about the senior? Did he think he could use the excuse of breaking up a fight to launch a sneak attack? The handsome senior's face turned even more awkward. His cheeks flushed red as he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "You? What are you trying to do?" Acting so arrogant before even entering the academy. Jiang Ping's lips curled into a faint smirk, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. He admitted he was taking the opportunity to escalate things a little, but the senior's words were simply laughable. He responded calmly with a hint of disdain. Arrogant? Fine. Let me show you what arrogance really looks like. Before the words fully left his mouth, the sharp claw in his hand twisted sharply, its target shifting to the handsome senior. It shot forward with a fierce gust of wind, so fast that it left little time to react. Just as the conflict was about to erupt, a crisp clang rang out. A manifested shield suddenly appeared in front of the handsome senior, forcefully blocking the claw. Everyone froze in place, their movements halted, and all eyes turned toward the figure slowly emerging from the crowd. It was a man dressed in a crimson robe, with a vermilion bird emblem pinned to his chest. His appearance wasn't particularly striking, but his presence exuded a commanding aura that was impossible to ignore. A faint smile played on his lips as he clasped his hands behind his back, walking forward with unhurried, confident steps. As he approached, the surrounding seniors instinctively moved aside, clearing a path for him. "Pingzi, that's enough," the man said, his voice calm but carrying an undeniable authority. From within the crowd, a displeased female voice piped up, "Brother, what do you mean? Pingzij was the one being bullied, and now you're siding with someone else? Just wait till we get home, I'll tell mom and dad, and we'll see if you can even step through the door again." The man's smile froze instantly, and his lips twitched slightly as his expression darkened. He muttered under his breath, "Why is it so hard to maintain some dignity?" Jiang Ping heard him loud and clear, and he couldn't help but laugh. With a teasing tone, he said, "Big Tiger, it's only been a few days, and you're already acting like a big shot?" The man's face filled with exasperation. He turned to glare at Jiang Ping and ground out through clenched teeth, "Don't call me Big Tiger. Use my proper name, Chen Kaichuo." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the female voice chimed in again. "If your proper name? If you side with outsiders on this, I swear I'll tell mom and dad when we get home." She stomped her foot angrily, her voice brimming with defiance. Chen Kaichuo's temple throbbed as veins bulged on his forehead. Furious and humiliated, he roared, "Chen area, shut your mouth. Since when does a little sister get to interrupt when her big brother is talking?" "Area?" The crowd erupted into hushed laughter, unable to hold back their curiosity. Someone whispered, "Wait, Kaichuo has such an adorable nickname?" "Heh, that's not a nickname, it's clearly his childhood name. Big Tiger." "Huh? This is gold. Haha, the cold and serious Kaichuo is called Big Tiger? I can't take it anymore, this is hilarious." Chen Kaichuo's face turned an alarming shade of blue as he listened to the murmurs around him. He had only wanted to mediate the situation quietly, but instead, his carefully cultivated image of the past year had been utterly destroyed. He felt like crying but had no tears. Still, as the student leader for this event, he had no choice but to step up and deal with the matter. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his rising fury and turned to Jiang Ping, his tone softening slightly. "Pingzi, give me some face here. I'll make sure this gets sorted out." Jiang Ping glanced at him, raising an eyebrow before nodding. "All right." His casual demeanor suggested he wasn't particularly worried about Kaichuo taking sides. True to his word, Chen Kaichuo turned to the handsome senior with an icy glare that could rival the harshest winter. His voice was cold and unyielding. "Report to the confinement chamber." 3 days. The atmosphere froze in an instant. The surrounding seniors exchanged uneasy glances, each drawing a sharp breath. The confinement chamber wasn't your average punishment. It was a special dimensional space filled with relentless attacks from spirit beasts for 3 days and nights. While it wouldn't cause physical harm, the constant harassment was enough to push anyone to the brink of a mental breakdown. The handsome senior's face went pale as a sheet, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Even the other seniors instinctively took a step back, clearly dreading the thought of such a punishment. Though Jiang Ping wasn't fully aware of what the confinement chamber entailed, the reactions of those around him made it clear that the penalty was no joke. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed Chen Kaichuo's expression darken further. Kaichuo's sharp gaze shifted to two individuals standing behind Zhou Machuan, his voice dropping to an ominous chill. Was it you two who called the people of Nan City useless? The words detonated like a bomb in the crowd, leaving everyone stunned into silence. Aren't you supposed to be impartial? Someone couldn't help but mentally wail. Zhou Machuan rubbed his throbbing head, feeling like he was still half asleep. How could even the senior be so protective? Just as he was about to retort, Chen Kaichuo's cold voice cut through the air. If it weren't for the fact that I have a mission to complete and don't want to be accused of bullying someone younger, the moment you called people from Nanqing useless and insulted my sister, would already be settling this in the martial hall today. The words martial hall caused a collective gasp among the crowd. Everyone's understanding of Chen Kaichuo's protectiveness instantly deepened. The so-called martial hall was, in polite terms, the academy's designated arena for resolving conflicts. In reality, it was more like a battleground where disputes that couldn't be settled with words were resolved with fists. Having someone like Chen Kaichuo, a second-year student renowned for his impenetrable defense, challenge a first-year student in the martial hall was nothing short of a public humiliation. Clearly, Chen Kaichuo was truly furious. Some onlookers felt uncomfortable with his domineering attitude, whispering among themselves, "So, people from Nanqing can't be messed with just because they're from there? Isn't this creating division within the academy?" Unfortunately for them, Chen Kaichuo overheard. His gaze turned icy as he locked eyes with the speaker, his voice sharp as a blade. "Outside these walls, you and I are part of the same academy. I wouldn't hesitate for a second to take a hit for you if it came to that. But within this academy, no one bullies people from Nanqing. If you don't believe me, go ask the seniors from your own city if I've ever acted differently." One sentence was all it took to render the person speechless. Around them, several seniors nodded in agreement, acknowledging Chen Kaichuo's reputation. He was indeed that kind of person, someone you could rely on when facing monsters, someone who would defend the academy's honor without hesitation if it was insulted. But within the academy, he fiercely protected anyone from Nanqing, allowing no one to cross the line. Zhou Machuan's face turned pale at the scolding. He couldn't understand what unforgivable sin he had committed to deserve this level of scrutiny. His heart sank first. He nearly got his head bashed in during the earlier chaos, and now even the seniors were picking on him. It was as if disaster kept piling on. Off to the side, Jiang Ping watched the scene unfold, barely able to contain his laughter. He couldn't help but think, as expected, they're all cut from the same cloth. Nanqing people are just this stubborn, this fiercely loyal. No wonder it's the city with the most heart. Noticing Jiang Ping laughing so hard he could barely stand, Chen Kaichuo shot him a helpless glance, his tone laced with mild exasperation. "All right, that's enough. Let's focus on the important matters." With that, he suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "Welcome, teacher." The abrupt yell caught everyone off guard. Before they could process what was happening, Chen Kaichuo stood ramrod straight, looking as serious as a model student. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in a redanned white uniform emerged from the crowd, a faint smile playing on his lips. His gaze swept over Chen Kaichuo, and he nodded approvingly. "Not bad. You're starting to act like a proper second-year senior." Chen Kaichuo immediately switched to a fawning grin, his tone ingratiating like that of a seasoned merchant. "Hee, it's all thanks to your excellent teaching, sir. You know, with new students, you've got to establish the rules early." His ability to change his demeanor so quickly left everyone wondering if the stern, commanding Chen Kaichuo from earlier had been replaced by someone else entirely. Jiang Ping lowered his head, letting out a quiet sigh. He couldn't help but see a reflection of himself in Chen Kaichuo's behavior. As for Chen Kaichuo's younger sister, Chen Area, she raised a hand to cover her face in embarrassment, silently thinking, can he be any more shameless? The way he switches roles is downright ridiculous. With the teacher's arrival, all the students quickly fell into formation, waiting for his address. Meanwhile, the 100 or so second-year seniors standing at the entrance immediately lined up in an orderly fashion, acting like temporary prefects to maintain discipline. In an instant, the entire area fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The middle-aged man surveyed the students, his gaze filled with satisfaction. Clearing his throat, he prepared to speak. "My name is Cheng Yizhou, and I'm one of the teachers here at the academy. As for what I teach, you'll find out later. It's not important right now. What is important is what I'm about to tell you." Cheng Yizhou stood at the podium, his gaze sweeping across the hall filled with new students. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. "The front lines are under immense pressure. For the next 3 days, there will be no one available to teach you. The earliest any staff or senior students will return is 3 days from now. And as for me, They'll soon be leaving with the remaining second-year students to provide reinforcements. So, for the next 3 days, this academy will only have you first-year students. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. The hall immediately erupted into murmurs and exclamations. The new students exchanged uneasy glances, their faces painted with shock and apprehension. What kind of situation is this? We worked so hard to get into this academy, and now you're telling us the teachers aren't even here. Someone blurted out in frustration. Not only are the teachers gone, but even the senior students? Is this some kind of joke? Teacher, what are we supposed to eat and drink? A bold student stood up and asked. Chung Ijo's expression remained warm, his tone casual. The academy has plenty of food and supplies. You can head to the cafeteria. Our logistics staff are still here. His reassurance eased the tension slightly, but another voice quickly raised a new concern. What about the senior students? Where have they all gone? Chung Ijo's lips curved into a faint smile, his eyes glinting with a trace of mischief. Do you think this academy is like your high school? It's not. Here, studying is fighting, and fighting is studying. The senior students? They're probably battling beasts in some rift as we speak. The weight of his words crushed any lingering illusions the freshmen might have had. They began to realize that this academy was far from what they had imagined. Seeing their reactions, Chung Ijo's tone shifted to one of solemnity. All right, enough chatter. The front lines are critical, beasts are attacking, and rifts are opening everywhere. These are circumstances beyond anyone's control. For the next 3 days, the safety of this academy rests on your shoulders. There's a chance that some beasts might slip through the front lines and make their way here. If that happens, it'll be your responsibility to deal with them. You must ensure the academy remains unharmed. As soon as he finished speaking, panic swept through the crowd. The freshmen were visibly shaken, but Chung Ijo gave them no time to process his words. He suddenly barked out a command. Second years. Yes, sir. The second-year students responded in unison, their voices reverberating through the hall and sending a shiver down the spines of the newcomers. With a decisive wave of his hand, Chung Ijo shouted, "Move out to the front lines." In an instant, the second-year students sprang into action. Those with mounts summoned their companions, and flocks of fiery crows streaked across the sky. Those without mounts either hopped onto a friend's ride or positioned themselves beside Chung Ijo, ready to follow him on foot. Within moments, the second years had vanished beyond the academy gates, leaving the first years standing in stunned silence. Can someone explain what's going on? One student murmured, his face filled with confusion. We came here to study, and now the teachers are gone? What are we even supposed to learn? Security training? His comment drew a mix of exasperated sighs and bitter chuckles. You've got away with words, someone responded dryly. But please stop. It feels like you're twisting the knife. Amid the crowd, a girl named Dongfang Lan furrowed her brows and whispered to her companion. Jiang Ping, Pingzi, what do we do now? Jiang Ping thought for a moment, his eyes gleaming with determination before breaking into a confident smile. What else can we do? We go in. We're already here, there's no turning back now. His words seemed to strike a chord, acting like a stabilizing force. The group collectively nodded in agreement. After all, they were already here, and going back wasn't an option, especially without the funds for the journey. Led by Jiang Ping, the group from Nanjing was the first to step into the academy. Gradually, the other teams followed suit, including Su Tianjiao, Lu Baichuan, and their peers. Inside the academy, the roads were clean and spacious, with clear signposts to guide the way. The freshmen followed the directions and eventually arrived at the dormitory area. Pushing open the doors, they were greeted by a surprising sight. Everything had already been prepared. Beds were made, toiletries and bedding were neatly arranged, and even their blood essence containers had designated storage spaces. Well, this is unexpectedly thoughtful, someone remarked. After a flurry of activity, everyone had settled into their dorms. By the time they were done, the sky had grown dark. Hunger began to set in, and one student approached Jiang Ping. Hey, Pingzi, let's go to the cafeteria. I'm starving. Jiang Ping rubbed his stomach and nodded. Yeah, good idea. Let's go. The group made their way toward the cafeteria. Under the night sky, the academy's lights illuminated their path, casting a glow that hinted at a world both unfamiliar and full of untold possibilities. 13 people from Nanjing set out. Along the way, they ran into Su Tianjiao, Lu Baichuan, Li Zimu, and Xiao Qi. Jiang Ping raised an eyebrow slightly at the sight, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. Don't you care about the people from your own city? Lu Baichuan shrugged, a carefree smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Chongming City doesn't have Nanjing's old traditions. Just getting them here safely is good enough. It wasn't an empty boast indeed. Not every city emphasized unity and legacy like Nanjing did. But Dongfang Lan wasn't ready to let the topic drop. Her gaze lingered on Su Tianjiao for a moment, her tone indifferent as she asked, "What about you?" Su Tianjiao seemed prepared, answering openly, "Brother Pingzi is our captain now. Well, just follow his lead from here on out." His tone was playful but carried a trace of sincerity. Dongfang Lan frowned slightly, as if she wanted to ask more, but Jiang Ping spoke up first. Xiaoqi, what about you? Xiaoqi remained silent for a moment, then shook his head lightly, his voice low. I'm not on the same path as Chun Kai and the others. Hearing this, Jiang Ping's lips curled into a faint smile, his tone casual. All right, then let's stick together. With the addition of the 4, the group of 13 grew to 17. The atmosphere gradually lightened as they traveled. Suddenly, Chin Area turned to Li Zimu with a teasing smile, her eyes glinting mischievously. Li Daxiao, you don't seem as brash as you used to be lately. Brash was a local term from Nanqing, roughly meaning arrogant or reckless. Li Zimu shot her a cold glance, clearly uninterested in engaging. But inwardly, he couldn't help muttering to himself. This girl had tricked him out of 3 bottles of vital blood, using false information from Dongfang Lanqi was even more infuriating than Jiang Ping. Seeing that Li Zimu wasn't responding, Chin Area seemed ready to press further. But Dongfang Lan gently tugged her arm, softly reminding her, Area, that's enough. She understood that everyone was here for Jiang Ping, and she didn't want to make things awkward for him. Chun Area stuck out her tongue playfully and let it go, sparing Li Zimu for now. Soon, they arrived at the academy's cafeteria. It was spacious enough to accommodate over 1,000 people at once. Jiang Ping glanced around, marveling inwardly. No wonder it's the academy. It's huge. However, after wandering around for a bit, they noticed that all the food counters were empty, and the only person in the cafeteria was an old man sweeping the floor. Excuse me, when does the cafeteria usually serve meals? Su Tianjiao stepped forward to ask. The old man paused in his sweeping and slowly raised his head. His face was deeply wrinkled, and when he grinned, only 3 teeth remained, giving him a rather eerie appearance. What did you say? Su Tianjiao patiently repeated the question. The old man finally seemed to understand, nodding as he replied, Oh, you want to eat? Go to the kitchen and cook for yourselves. Hearing this, Su Tianjiao had a sinking feeling and tentatively asked, Wait, are you the only one working in the cafeteria? The old man shook his head, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. Nope. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it wasn't as bad as they'd feared. But the old man's next words hit them like a thunderbolt. I'm the only one left in the entire academy. If I weren't too old, I'd have gone to the front lines with a blade myself. He spoke with a tone of regret, as if lamenting his age. The group exchanged stunned glances, their minds momentarily blank. It took a while before someone finally snapped out of it. Lu Baichuan scratched his head, utterly baffled. So what do we do now? All eyes turned to Jiang Ping, clearly leaving the decision to him. Jiang Ping spread his hands, his tone resigned. What else can we do? We cook for ourselves. There's obviously something fishy going on here. What other choice do we have? Everyone present was sharp enough to see through the old man's story. The timing of their arrival, coinciding with the supposed urgency at the front lines, was far too convenient. Jiang Ping couldn't shake the feeling that there was some hidden agenda behind all of this. All right, let's eat first and figure it out later. He walked into the kitchen to inspect it and found that the ingredients were well stocked, which gave him some reassurance. Rolling up his sleeves, he got to work, moving with the efficiency and confidence of a seasoned cook. The others took the opportunity to return and fetch their weapons. If they had any doubts before, they were now almost certain that this was some kind of setup by the academy. The old man felt more like an NPC, endlessly repeating the same script. With Jiang Ping taking the lead, the others had no choice but to follow suit, begrudgingly cooking their own meals. Those who lacked cooking skills simply mooched off others. The scene quickly descended into chaos. For a prestigious academy, this was turning out to be quite the messy experience. 500 new students were gathered in the cafeteria, chattering noisily, speculating about what kind of stunt the academy might pull next. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chun Kaichuo stood next to Qing Yizhou, chuckling softly. Lowering his voice, he said, Teacher, looks like they're almost done eating. Should we start the show? These freshmen seem pretty sharp, though. I bet they're already sensing something's up. Cheng Yizhou let out a faint laugh, his tone laced with indifference. Doesn't matter if they're prepared. Shut the rift's exit and serve them a little appetizer. A sly grin spread across Chun Kaichuo's face as he asked, How much? After a brief pause, Cheng Yizhou replied calmly, Start with 2,000 half-step fusion realm beasts. Have the old man keep Jiang Ping occupied. Chun Kaichuo froze for a moment before realization dawned on him. Jiang Ping's strength was clearly leagues above the other freshmen. If he got involved, the entire test would lose its purpose. The old man sweeping the floor slowly approached Jiang Ping, patting him on the shoulder. His tone was calm yet commanding. Kid, stay by my side later. Jiang Ping was momentarily stunned. Before he could fully process the meaning of those words, a deafening, earth-shaking roar erupted from outside, like a tidal wave crashing through the mountains. The cafeteria fell silent in an instant. Everyone froze, then quickly snapped out of it and rushed outside. When they reached the academy's outer walls, the sight before them made their scalps tingle. Beyond the walls, countless crimson eyes glimmered in the darkness, like a sea of ghostly flames. Someone reacted swiftly and shouted, "Quick, turn on the searchlights." The moment the lights illuminated the scene, everyone gasped sharply. An endless horde of beasts surged toward them, blotting out the horizon as if the entire mountain range had come alive. Did someone stir up a beast nest or something? Someone muttered, their voice trembling. Though they had encountered scattered beasts on their way to the academy, it was nothing like the overwhelming visual impact of the current scene. At that moment, the old man suddenly appeared atop the wall, holding Jiang Ping in one hand. He no longer looked frail. Instead, he shouted with surprising vigor, "Students, the beasts are attacking the academy. Defend it." The freshmen exchanged exasperated glances, recognizing the old man's theatrics for what they were, just another part of the academy's performance. But they also understood that this performance wouldn't be simple. As expected, the entrance assessment was proving to be an insurmountable challenge. Amid the tense atmosphere, a voice rang out, "Don't panic, everyone. These beasts are around our level. We have the advantage of the high walls and weapons. Let's not lose our nerve." From within the crowd, Zhou Machuan sprang into action, taking charge. "Follow my lead." Split into two groups, one for defense, the other as reserves. However, the students merely shot him a cold glance before turning their attention to Jiang Ping. It was clear that everyone had already recognized Jiang Ping's superior strength and the prominence of his crew among the freshmen. Noticing the gazes directed at him, Jiang Ping smiled faintly. He turned to the old man and said, "I won't step in, but I can at least offer some advice, right?" The old man grinned, revealing his signature three-tooth smile, and nodded in agreement. Jiang Ping turned back to the crowd, his voice steady and commanding. "Lu Baichuan, here." Lu Baichuan stepped forward, his eyes glinting with sudden understanding, as if he had grasped the academy's intentions. He unconsciously stood straighter. "Take 50 students skilled in close combat and hold the south side." "Yes." Lu Baichuan turned and shouted, "South side, 50 people woes with me?" Within moments, 50 students gathered quickly. Su Tianjiao, present. Su Tianjiao responded promptly. "Take 30 with long-range attack abilities to support Lu Baichuan." Jiang Ping continued assigning roles. "Shao Qi, Li Zimu, each of you take charge of a side." But when the final name was called, everyone was taken aback. Chun Kai's face stiffened, and he reluctantly stepped forward. Jiang Ping smiled faintly, his tone carrying a hint of deeper meaning. "The north side is yours, along with your friends from Chongming City. Can you handle it?" Chun Kai froze, his expression conflicted. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "I can." This scene made Chang Yizhou, watching from a distance, click his tongue in amazement. That kid's got some skill. I thought they'd end up fighting over command first. Chen Kaichuo, ever eager to flatter, chimed in, "It's all thanks to the solid foundational education. When facing beasts, the first rule is unity against external threats." Chang Yizhou let out a mocking laugh. "Spare me the sweet talk. All this nonsense about loyalty, if it were that simple, there wouldn't be any traitors. All right, since they're not following the script, we'll change our play too. Activate the Academy's beast-luring incense, and add a little extra to it." Hearing this, Chang Kaichuo's face turned pale. He clicked his tongue and said, "Activate it? If we use the beast-luring incense, those monsters will go berserk." "Teacher, this is the Academy's incense, not some ordinary stuff. Are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking?" Chang Yizhou's tone was calm, but his gaze carried a sharp, cold determination, as if he had planned everything down to the last detail. Chun Kaichuo felt a chill run down his spine under that piercing look. Uneasily, he stammered, "Teacher, if this causes casualties, I'll be hard to explain." Cheng Yizhou patted him on the shoulder, a faintly amused smile on his lips. "You folks from South City have many strengths, but this isn't one of them. Compassion isn't something you should be prioritizing right now. If they get hurt now, they can recover. But if they get injured during the frontier expeditions, who's going to save them? It's better to teach them a harsh lesson while we still can. After all, in a month, they'll be heading into the outer territories, and out there, no one's going to cut them any slack." Chun Kaichuo shivered at his words. He understood the reasoning, but the method seemed excessively harsh. Before he could fully process it, Chang Yizhou's next statement left him completely dumbfounded. "Release 10 more beasts at the fusion realm. Make sure they're the intelligent kind." "What?" Chun Kaichuo nearly jumped out of his skin, staring at Chang Yizhou in disbelief. "Teacher, you've got to be kidding. Intelligent fusion realm beasts are no joke. Their bloodlines are exceptional, their tactics unpredictable, and many of them even have inherited memories. For these rookies, it's like sending lambs to the slaughter." Chang Yizhou looked at him with a faint, enigmatic smile. His calm demeanor was chilling. "Relax. They won't die. The old man's watching them. This batch of students is nothing like your generation. Jiang Ping may not intervene, but those little ones are already at the fusion realm. If we don't push them now, how will they grow? Chen Kaichuo opened his mouth but eventually nodded reluctantly, albeit with great difficulty. He could already imagine how these freshmen would curse their teacher's ruthlessness after surviving this 3-day trial by fire. What he didn't realize, however, was that Chang Yizhou's ruthlessness extended far beyond this trial. This year's batch of students, led by Jiang Ping, was far stronger than previous generations. Su Tianjiao, Chen Kai, Zhou Maqian, each one of them was a prodigy among prodigies. Especially Chen Kai, who had risen to lead Taodai City not just due to his family background, but also his undeniable personal strength. And yet, Su Tianjiao and others were clearly superior to him, with Jiang Ping standing at the very top. The only reason this group seemed relatively unremarkable was because Jiang Ping's overwhelming presence overshadowed them. In truth, every single one of them had tasted blood and survived life and death trials. This Fusion Realm Beast trial wasn't just a test, it was a challenge tailored specifically for them. What truly solidified Cheng Yizhou's decision, however, was Jiang Ping himself. The boy had, from the moment he entered the academy, commanded a natural authority that compelled everyone to follow his lead. Such a phenomenon had never happened before. After all, anyone who made it into Vermilion Bird Academy was incredibly proud and competitive. Why would they so easily submit to someone else? This year's cohort was far stronger than anyone outside the academy could imagine. Meanwhile, inside the academy, Jiang Ping was standing with visible exasperation, addressing the old man beside him. "Uncle, can you stop following me around? I promise I won't interfere, all right?" The old man grinned, his face full of smug satisfaction. "I don't know why that brat Chung wants you separated from the rest, but it must mean you've got something special. You just stick to giving orders and don't even think about bending the rules." Jiang Ping was utterly speechless, feeling like he might as well swear an oath to the heavens. "I promise, I won't make a move. After all, I'm just at the Rong Stagido. You really need to guard against me this much?" Jiang Ping stood atop the tallest building of the academy, his gaze sharpening slightly. He didn't fully grasp just how game-breaking the barrier break skill was. He only felt that the old man's level of caution was a bit over the top. Left with no choice, he activated his Hawkeye skill. The enhancement to his dynamic vision allowed him to clearly capture every subtle movement in the night sky. No matter how deep the darkness, the approaching shadows were entirely laid bare before his eyes. On the walls, the students' expressions varied. Some were sweating nervously, while others gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Suddenly, the alarm on the southern defense line blared. Jiang Ping instantly sensed that something was wrong and shouted loudly, "Baichuan, get the hell down! It's bees!" Rubbing his eyes and squinting, Lu Baichuan's face instantly turned pale as he realized what was coming. He roared, "Oh my god! Everyone, find cover! Ranged attackers, take position! Now! It's the Venom King bees!" The moment his words fell, chaos erupted across the southern defense line. The Venom King bees, as their name suggests, carried a bizarre kind of venom. While not lethal, their sting would leave a person unbearably itchy for 14 days. Even worse, they had a peculiar and unspeakable effect on men. Getting stung meant saying goodbye to any semblance of masculinity for the next 2 weeks. In short, these creatures were every man's worst nightmare. "Girls, assemble now. Girls, take down the bees." Lu Baichuan's shout echoed through the night. Though the girls rolled their eyes and silently cursed him for only remembering them at a time like this, they still charged forward without hesitation. "Sisters, attack!" they cried. Wielding an array of weapons, they stormed the battlefield. The front line quickly formed a formation, blades flashing in a deadly web, while the archers and skill casters in the rear unleashed their firepower. Though these tactics had been drilled since high school, putting them into practice in a real fight was an entirely different experience, one that made their blood boil with excitement. From his vantage point, Jiang Ping scanned the swarm of bees, cursing inwardly, "Old man, isn't this test a bit over the top?" Beside him, the old man grinned, his toothy smile revealing just 3 teeth. Clearly, he was thoroughly enjoying the scene before him. "You youngsters, what do you need that thing for anyway? Does it even matter?" Jiang Ping ground his teeth in frustration, thinking to himself that if he could take on the old man, he would have slapped him twice by now. But now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. He refocused on the battle, quickly adjusting strategies and directing the male and female students to redistribute their defenses, trying his best to account for the boys' morale. However, with hundreds of Venom King bees, each nearly at the half-step Rong stage, it was impossible for Jiang Ping to cover every angle. Predictably, gaps began to appear in the defense. "I can't live like this." A sudden, anguished wail pierced the night. A male student clutched his lower body, his face pale and eyes red with despair. "Damn you, Venom King bees. I'll take you down with me." He had just been stung and immediately understood the grim fate awaiting him. His nearby classmates, seeing his condition, exchanged knowing looks and called out from a safe distance, "Hang in there, brother. It's just 2 weeks." 2 weeks? I can't last a single day. The boy broke down in tears, grabbing his weapon and charging toward the bee swarm in a fit of madness. From above, Jiang Ping covered his face with one hand and sighed deeply. "Brother, if you just stayed quiet, no one would have known. Now the whole academy knows." Ah, students, so naive. The buzzing of the Venom King bees grew louder, the battle raged on, and Jiang Ping's exasperation only deepened. The Swarm Kings descended like an unstoppable tide, their numbers growing exponentially, as if they were endless. Their buzzing filled the air, forming a menacing black cloud that chilled the soul. A suffocating toxic haze spread, making it hard to breathe. Cries of despair echoed among the students. The boys, their faces etched with hopelessness, flailed their arms desperately to fend off the Swarm Kings, but to little effect. Some even dropped to the ground, covering their faces in a futile attempt to hide. Yet the dense, shadowy swarm left them no chance to catch their breath. "This is hell," one boy cried out in a trembling voice, his panic and fear audible in every word. His outburst drew laughter from Jiang Ping and a few girls nearby. "Ha ha ha, these guys are so pathetic." Jiang Ping laughed so hard he could barely stand upright. But the laughter didn't last long. Suddenly, strange movements came from all directions as more demonic beasts emerged from the shadows. The Swarm Kings still hovered above, but now they were joined by even more fearsome creatures, radiating an oppressive, bone-chilling aura. The students' expressions froze, their fear magnified to the extreme. "This is disgusting," one boy shouted angrily, punching the air in frustration, though the swarm easily evaded his blows. Finally, the first wave of Swarm Kings was completely wiped out. The students had just begun to catch their breath when Jiang Ping's voice shattered the brief moment of calm. "Watch out, they're coming again." His voice rang out like a thunderclap, jolting everyone back into high alert. The students, who had hoped for a short reprieve, immediately tensed up again. Through the gaps in the fortress walls, they saw an overwhelming horde of demonic beasts darkening the skies. Among them were a few massive creatures exuding a terrifying aura, clearly not something ordinary students could handle. The teachers are insane," someone muttered in frustration. Jiang Ping narrowed his eyes, his sharp vision allowing him to catch unusual movements within the beast horde. "Wrong-level beasts?" he muttered, then turned to glare at the elderly examiner overseeing the battle. His tone carried a hint of accusation. "Old man, are you out of your mind? Wrong-level beasts? You actually let those loose?" The old man chuckled lightly, his gaze still fixed on the distant battlefield, seemingly unfazed by Jiang Ping's complaint. "You're quite something, kid. No wonder they asked me to keep an eye on you. Those eyes of yours at least advanced dynamic vision, right? Impressive for a freshman to have honed a skill to this level." Jiang Ping rolled his eyes, silently cursing. "Honed? More like fed." But he had no time to argue with the old man. He turned swiftly to the crowd and shouted, "Su Tianjiao, Lu Baichuan, Dongfang Lan, Li Zima, Shaoqi, Chun Kai, Zhou Machuan. You guys, get into the air immediately and hold off those wrong-level beasts." His command landed like a bomb among the students. "What? Wrong-level beasts?" someone screamed in terror. "They can fly now? How are we supposed to fight that?" Another student nearly broke down. Amid the chaos, several figures leapt from their positions atop the fortress walls, soaring gracefully into the air like birds gliding through the night. Their movements were light and agile, as if they defied gravity, resembling celestial beings descending to earth. "Is that Su Tianjiao and the others?" someone exclaimed, disbelief thick in their voice. Su Tianjiao and the others tore off their outer garments without hesitation, revealing intricately crafted armor beneath. The armor gleamed under the moonlight, radiating an aura of invincibility as if they were war gods incarnate. Their movements were sharp and precise, their gazes firm and unyielding, in stark contrast to the students who had been flailing helplessly on the ground moments before. For a brief moment, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The students held their breath, their eyes fixed on the figures suspended in midair, their hearts pounding with awe. They couldn't believe that these upperclassmen, who appeared to be no older than themselves, possessed such overwhelming power. "So this is the strength of wrong-level warriors," someone murmured, their voice filled with reverence and envy. But the battle was far from over. Could it be that these individuals have already reached the fusion realm? This thought struck the crowd like a bolt of lightning, sending shockwaves through their minds and leaving them trembling. Everyone lifted their heads, their gazes fixed intently on the figures standing effortlessly in midair. Su Tianjiao and the others floated gracefully above the ground, their robes billowing in the wind, exuding an air of composure. Their transcendent demeanor seemed to silently declare their extraordinary nature. Meanwhile, the so-called prodigies on the ground could only look up at them, a deep sense of defeat welling up in their hearts. The gap between them felt like an insurmountable chasm, suffocating and impossible to bridge. Yet, in that moment, a defiant voice quietly emerged from within. I can do it too. A pair of fists clenched slightly, and a look of determination began to take shape in someone's eyes. It's not that we're incapable. It's that we lack the resources. This thought spread rapidly among the crowd, with many nodding to themselves, seeking excuses for their shortcomings. Indeed, the Academy's resources were the key to breakthroughs, and Su Tianjiao and the others simply had the advantage of better access. However, another voice in their minds refused to be ignored. What about Jiang Ping, the one commanding from the rear? How could he explain his overwhelming dominance over Qin Kai, Zhou Machuan, and others, wielding such ruthless and chilling techniques? That kind of power couldn't simply be attributed to resources. Before they could dwell on these thoughts, the next wave of demonic beasts roared in like a tidal surge, abruptly interrupting their musings. Su Tianjiao and her group rushed forward to confront the fusion realm beasts, plunging the battlefield into chaos. At this moment, Su Tianjiao, clad in high-grade equipment, stood her ground against the scorching flames spewing from the beasts. With sheer ferocity, she faced them head-on, her long blade slashing through the air as sparks and fire intertwined. Her aggressive combat style was so intense it sent chills down the spines of those watching. On the other side, Dongfang Lan showcased a completely different approach. Though she had not yet stepped into the fusion realm, her exceptional talent and refined skills were on full display. Her agile figure darted through the battlefield, relying on precise maneuvers and seamless coordination with her companions from South City. Though the effort was visibly taxing, she managed to maintain control without faltering. The relentless assault of the demonic beasts surged like waves, intensifying the pressure on the front lines. Several top-tier trainees gritted their teeth and held their ground, their bodies battered and scarred, yet none of them retreated. Jiang Ping stood at the rear, his eyes fixed on the unfolding battle, a hint of anxiety flickering in his expression. Suddenly, he turned to the old man beside him and muttered, "Old man, give me a shortcut here. If this works out, I'll treat you to a feast." The old man's face twisted in irritation as he glared at Jiang Ping. "You brat, do you think I'm that easy to manipulate? Asking me to bend the rules? Shameless." Jiang Ping was momentarily stunned, his face flushing red before he shot back indignantly, "You're the shameless one." Despite this brief exchange, the battlefield left no room for further banter. Cheng Yizhou stood at a distance, observing coldly with a slight furrow in his brow. He noted the exhaustion creeping into the trainees' movements. Some had begun rotating shifts, and others were injured, yet no one stepped back. He sighed softly to himself, thinking, "The sparks. They're not as brilliant as I'd hoped." His gaze swept across the battlefield, finally settling on Su Tianjiao. At that moment, Su Tianjiao let out a thunderous roar. "Fire arts! Flame burst! Die, you beast!" With her shout, a blazing arc of light slashed toward the neck of the demonic beast like a thunderbolt. The beast staggered backward, a deep, bone-revealing wound on its neck, clearly on the verge of collapse. Cheng Yizhou's eyes lit up, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. "This girl, she's not half bad." Beside him, Chen Kaichuo also seemed to realize something, exclaiming in amazement, "Teacher." Every strike she landed was aimed at the same spot. She planned this all along. She knew her fire arts couldn't match the beast's strength, so she traded blows strategically, breaking through with precision. Cheng Yizhou nodded in approval, a glimmer of hope appearing in his eyes. If the others could show this level of insight, they might actually stand a chance of turning the tide. He felt a small sense of relief. Su Tianjiao's performance had given him a sliver of optimism. But just then, an unprecedented light erupted from the battlefield. This light wasn't an illusion, but a tangible beam radiating from Shao Qi's eye. In that instant, the entire battlefield was shaken, and every gaze was drawn irresistibly to that dazzling beam of light. A thin, elongated line suddenly appeared in the center of his forehead, and a beam, reminiscent of a sci-fi laser, shot out. The light tore through the air and struck the beast squarely, scorching its flesh black and releasing a pungent, burnt odor. The beast let out a pained roar and staggered backward. Grasping this fleeting opportunity, Shao Qi's gaze sharpened as he thrust his blade forward like lightning, plunging it deep into the beast's massive eye. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering all over his face. His expression remained calm as he casually wiped the blood off his face with the back of his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt off the beast's head, his figure slicing through the air like an arrow, heading straight for the defensive line of Taodai City. His decisiveness and composure left everyone present stunned, as if even the air had frozen for a brief moment. "Shao Qi, you're this strong?" Chun Kai stared at him in disbelief, his emotions a whirlwind of guilt, unease, and awe. Memories of his previous mockery and underestimation of Shaoqi surfaced in his mind, filling him with a growing sense of dread. This guy, he's terrifying. But before Chun Kai could snap out of his daze, Shaoqi had already charged to his side, effortlessly blocking a beast lunging toward him. Chun Kai's eyes widened in shock. Shaoqi, you saved me? Shaoqi smirked coldly, his tone laced with mockery. I'm not saving you. I'm saving myself. As soon as he finished speaking, his blade flashed again, severing one of the beast's claws in a blur of motion too fast to follow. Chun Kai stared at Shaoqi's sharp, stoic profile, his feelings a tangled mess. Gritting his teeth, he nodded, his hands never pausing in their movements. Fine. I'll remember this. When we get back to Taodai City, you're my sworn brother. In the distance, Jiang Ping narrowed his eyes, watching Shaoqi and Su Tianjiao work together to turn the tide of the battle. A flicker of admiration crossed his face. He leaned toward the old man beside him and asked softly, that move Shaoqi just used, what kind of beast skill was that? It's insane. The old man stared intently at Shaoqi's retreating figure, his gaze deep and contemplative. After a moment, he spoke in a calm tone. If I told you it was the skill of a king-tier saber-toothed tiger, would you believe me? Jiang Ping froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. You can't be serious. A king-tier saber-toothed tiger? Where would he even get something like that? Despite his skepticism, Jiang Ping couldn't help but recall the unique aura Shaoqi exuded. Deep down, he began to suspect this guy might truly have his own extraordinary encounters. At this moment, Shaoqi seemed as dazzling as the protagonist of a novel. With Shaoqi breaking through the stalemate, Lu Baichuan and Li Zimu appeared to be spurred on, unleashing their signature techniques with renewed ferocity. Their attacks became increasingly relentless. Meanwhile, Su Tianjiao turned to assist Dongfang Lan. Together, their water and fire abilities combined seamlessly, creating a synergy that was nothing short of perfection. Dongfang Lan glanced at Su Tianjiao, her expression complicated, but she said nothing. Elsewhere, Cheng Yizhou stood on higher ground, surveying the gradually stabilizing battlefield. A satisfied smile played on his lips. Clearly, this outcome exceeded his expectations. On the other hand, Chun Kaichuo wore a tense expression, nervously watching him, terrified the insane instructor might suddenly declare, release another wave. After all, the number of beasts over the past 3 days had already exceeded the limit several times over, and they were even stronger than usual. Insane. Completely insane. As the situation steadied, Jiang Ping's leadership skills shone once more. Standing in the center of the battlefield like a seasoned general, he barked orders with precision. Lu Baichuan, where the hell are you swinging that thing? Stab him. Can't you see his left leg is injured? Li Zimu, are you out of your mind? Why are you going head-to-head with something that has thick skin and tough flesh? Move around. Do you not know how to maneuver? Despite their exasperated expressions, Lu Baichuan and Li Zimu begrudgingly admitted Jiang Ping was right. Gritting their teeth, they followed his instructions, and their combat efficiency noticeably improved. Watching from the sidelines, the old man couldn't hide his surprise as he observed Jiang Ping's composure and skill on the battlefield. This kid? He's something else. To have such keen insight and ability at this age impressive. The battle raged on through the night. Many students were utterly exhausted, some collapsing from sheer fatigue, their bodies trembling and weak. The girls, in particular, had long abandoned any semblance of composure, their appearance disheveled and grimy. But as the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, the beasts finally began to retreat. Then, out of nowhere, someone shouted, "We won!" The cry was like a spark igniting a barrel of gunpowder, instantly setting everyone's emotions ablaze. Voices echoed one after another. "We won! Haha, we actually won!" The students stared at the battlefield littered with beast corpses, thousands of them. A profound sense of awe welled up in their hearts. After a long silence, someone finally murmured, "Did we really kill all of these?" The atmosphere shifted from jubilant celebration to reflective quiet. Everyone looked down at their hands, as if seeing themselves in a new light. Then, as the adrenaline subsided, the pain and exhaustion hit them like a wave. Many could barely stand, their bodies aching and battered. Yet this time, their eyes held a newfound determination and confidence. It had taken a while to register, but now the pain in their bodies was impossible to ignore. The realization of their injuries finally hit everyone. Jiang Ping had been silently observing all this time. Only when the group snapped out of their initial daze did he speak up, tend to each other's wounds. There's no telling if the beasts will come back. Stay alert. His voice was calm yet commanding, carrying an air of authority. At that moment, the group seemed to finally become aware of their injuries, and a cacophony of complaints erupted. "Ah, it hurts so much. Someone help me with my wound. Ow, this stings like crazy. Hey, take it easy, that hurts." The chaotic cries overlapped as the injured began to clumsily treat their wounds. Of course, in every crowd, there are always a few characters. One boy, with a face full of exaggerated sorrow, grabbed a girl's hand and said in a trembling voice, "Can you help bandage up my little brother? He's dying." The girl, startled by his tone, became visibly flustered and quickly asked, "Where is he? I'll help right away." To her shock, the boy began unfastening his belt, saying earnestly, "My little brother, how can you see the wound without taking off my pants?" The girl froze for a moment, and then realization dawned. Her face turned crimson as she shrieked, "You pervert! What are you doing?" She raised a hand to slap him, but the boy cried out in pain, "I swear I meant my actual little brother." The ensuing chase and dodge scene sent the entire group into fits of laughter. The lively commotion filled the air, breaking the oppressive tension from earlier and lifting everyone's spirits. Standing to the side, Chung Ijo quietly observed the freshman's antics, a trace of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. However, seeing that some students still had the energy to fool around, he couldn't help but feel tempted to push them further. Chun Kaichuo quickly stepped in to stop him, smiling wryly as he said, "Professor, please, don't go overboard. If you keep this up, someone might actually drop dead. Let them catch their breath." Cheng Ijo sighed in resignation and reluctantly nodded. "Fine, you've got a point." For the next 3 nights, the training intensity remained just as grueling as the first night. This was all part of Cheng Ijo's carefully thought-out plan, harsh, but effective. The freshmen ended each day utterly exhausted, with injuries becoming a daily occurrence. Unless a limb was broken, every wound was dismissed as minor. Their minds were consumed by a singular thought: defeat these beasts. Jiang Ping watched as the group evolved from initial panic to steadfast resilience. A sense of understanding began to take root in his heart. Turning to the old man beside him, he said quietly, "I think I'm starting to understand the Academy's intentions." The old man smirked, raising an eyebrow. "Took you 3 days to figure it out, huh? Getting into a top academy isn't easy, and being a student here isn't a walk in the park either. You've all just graduated high school. There's still too much childishness in you. Look around. After these few days of training, don't they already look more like hardened warriors? And notice how no one's fussing over minor injuries anymore? That's growth." Jiang Ping nodded thoughtfully, a glimmer of determination appearing in his eyes. Suddenly, he said, "Old man, they've been toughening up, but what about me? I haven't had any training yet." The old man rolled his eyes and snapped, "Oh, give me a break. You're looking for trouble, aren't you? You can already take down most fusion-level beasts in a single strike. What kind of training do you even need?" Jiang Ping protested, "That's discrimination. Why can't I train too? Don't tell me there aren't any beasts strong enough for me to spar with?" The old man paused, his expression shifting to something more complicated. "You're not wrong. At your level, only mystic deer beasts would be a challenge for you. But those beasts are intelligent and hard to come by. Sure, they exist, but they're the kind of creatures that show up during full-scale beast sieges. If you're so eager to train, how about I send you to the front lines? There are even sovereign-tier beasts over there." Jiang Ping waved his hands frantically. "No need for that. I just want to train, not throw my life away." He knew full well that while his strength was formidable, it was mostly due to external advantages. Facing a sovereign-tier beast heathen would be a death sentence. Still, the mention of the front lines sparked an idea in his mind. He began plotting. Once he acquired more skills, he could head to the front lines, capture some mystic deer beasts, and raise them in his devouring secret realm. That would be perfect. But first, he needed to get his hands on the undying fire raven. Only with it could he truly gain the freedom to advance and retreat as he pleased. Looking up at Ching Ijo, Jiang Ping suddenly asked, "Professor, wasn't there a reward for the top freshman a height-ear undying fire raven? Where is it? I think I'm in first place now, right?" A faint smile played at the corners of his lips as he began to formulate his next move. An undying fire raven? The old man cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Ping, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. Indeed, this young man had no major flaws, but his way with words had certainly improved. Not long ago, he had been calling him old man outright, but now, coming to him for help, he had switched to respectfully addressing him as teacher. The speed of this transformation even made the old man marvel. Curling his lips in disinterest, he decided not to engage and simply threw out a curt, "Ask Teacher Chung about it." With that, he lowered his head and continued fiddling with the object in his hands, leaving Jiang Ping standing there, staring blankly. For the past few days, Teacher Chang Ijo's outing with a select group of students had been the talk of the academy. Finally, today, he returned. However, his entourage was surprisingly small, just 10 students, among them Chan Kaichuo. Jiang Ping's eyes narrowed as he scanned the group. Something about them felt unusual. The other students in the room were equally intrigued, their gazes filled with curiosity and speculation as they looked at the small team. Someone, upon seeing Teacher Chung, jokingly called out, "Oh, teacher's back. Let's give him a warm welcome." Instantly, the classroom erupted into a mix of cheers, some genuine, some clearly sarcastic. It was hard to tell who was sincere and who was teasing. Chung Ijo, unfazed, seemed accustomed to such scenes. He responded with a calm smile, accepting the welcome with grace before lightly clearing his throat to signal for silence. "Class," he began in a gentle yet firm tone, his eyes carrying a hint of approval. "These past few days, you've all performed commendably in protecting the academy. Stepping forward in times of crisis is truly something to be proud of." His gaze swept across the room, pausing momentarily on each student. "For the next 2 months, I will continue to guide you. And of course, these 10 senior students will be assisting me to help you further improve your skills." As he finished, he paused, a faint but meaningful smile playing on his lips. "Now, it's time to distribute the rewards." The announcement was like a stone thrown into a still pond, creating ripples of excitement. The previously drowsy students instantly perked up, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Any lingering dissatisfaction from earlier vanished in an instant. Only Jiang Ping frowned slightly, sensing a strange familiarity in the Senate reminded him of a game where, after completing a challenge, the boss would appear to hand out rewards. At the same time, another thought crossed his mind. Was Chung Ijo the only teacher in such a large academy? Where were the others? As if reading his mind, someone in the class blurted out the question. Chung Ijo merely gestured with his mouth, clearly unwilling to offer an explanation himself. Instead, Chung Kaichuo stepped forward to answer. "Here's the thing," he began. "For the first 2 months, all new students undergo unified training here. But this place isn't our actual campus." "What?" Gasps of surprise echoed through the room, but the students quickly suppressed their confusion, waiting to hear more. Chun Kaichuo swept his gaze over the group before continuing. "The goal for these 2 months is simple: to achieve integration with your spiritual realm and master at least one technique. Only then will you qualify to move to the real campus. If you fail to meet the standard, well, you'll just have to stay here until you do." His words landed with a weight that made many students furrow their brows. So this place was just a temporary base? Despite their frustration, no one dared to voice their discontent aloud. The rules were clear, and no one wanted to be the unfortunate one left behind. "Senior, what exactly are the rewards?" someone eagerly inquired. Chun Kaichuo was about to reply when he caught a glance from Chung Ijo. Understanding the cue, he stepped back, allowing the teacher to take over. Chung Ijo nodded slightly and addressed the class. "The rewards are the monster cores you've all been dreaming about, at least of the mystic grade. This is the Academy's way of acknowledging your efforts over the past few days." The moment the words left his mouth, the classroom erupted into a frenzy. The previously lethargic students were now brimming with energy, their eyes shining with excitement. Even the most fatigued among them seemed to come alive. "A mystic-grade monster core," someone whispered in awe. Such a resource was a priceless treasure for cultivation. No wonder the earlier trials had been so rigorous. Without sufficient strength, how could one possibly deserve such a reward? In an instant, all grievances and complaints dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of pride. After all, if word of this got out, wouldn't outsiders be green with envy? It was unclear who started it, but a voice suddenly shouted, "Long live the Academy!" Soon, the classroom was filled with a chorus of cheers. Even the previously unenthusiastic male students couldn't help but join in the clamor. At that moment, everyone realized that all the hardships and challenges they had endured were worth it. "All right, no need for flattery now. This is something you all earned yourselves. And this is your first lesson from Zhuke. In this academy, there's no such thing as a free lunch. If you want privileges or rewards, you must pay the corresponding price. This is how it is now, and it will be even more so in the future. All right, let's start distributing the demon cores. Go find the senior students in charge of your respective elements to receive yours." Chun Kaichuo was the first to step forward, his voice clear and commanding as he announced, "Wind element students, come to me to collect your cores. And don't consume them right away, wait until everyone has received theirs, and take them under the protection of us seniors." Then he shifted his tone and pointed to an elderly man standing nearby. "Oh, and those needing techniques should collect them from Teacher Hung. If you've already reached the fusion realm, don't bother with this. Your rewards will be different." At these words, many students froze for a moment, their gazes simultaneously locking onto the elderly man who was usually seen sweeping the grounds. They had always assumed he was just a regular janitor who would have thought he was actually a teacher, but soon, they came to terms with it. After all, anyone who could command Jiang Ping's respect couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. As the senior students called out, the crowd began to orderly claim their demon cores. Chung Ijo stood off to the side, observing the lively scene with a calm expression. At that moment, only 3 people were idle: Chung Ijo, the elderly man, and Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping glanced at the old man, hesitating slightly before finally mustering the courage to shuffle over. Scratching the back of his head, he said shyly, Teacher Hung, I've already reached the fusion realm, but I don't have a suitable technique yet. What do you think would work for me? Throwing caution to the wind, he cast aside any pretense of pride. After all, 3 or 4 days of chatting and joking had at least earned him some rapport. The old man gave him a sidelong glance and replied gruffly, You're a clever one, aren't you? All right, there's something for you. Come get it later. Hearing this, Jiang Ping broke into a grin as wide as a child's and turned his attention to Qing Aizhou, curiosity written all over his face. Teacher Chung, what's our reward? I mean, I didn't contribute much, but I did use my brain a little, right? Before he could finish, Su Tianjiao and a few others gathered around, clearly just as curious. All eyes were on Cheng Yizhou, eager to hear his response. Cheng Yizhou remained composed, his tone steady as he began. You have 2 choices. The first option is to receive a profound realm demon core, along with a cultivation technique. Technically, you've already reached the fusion realm, but you did contribute, so the profound realm core is rightfully yours. Hearing this, the group paused briefly before nodding in agreement. It was fair. After all, they had participated in the mission and deserved something in return. But soon, their eyes lit up with anticipation, clearly more interested in what the second option might be. Noticing their excitement, Cheng Yizhou's lips curled into a faint smile as he continued. The second option is to forfeit the profound realm demon core in exchange for a chance to enter Fire Crow Mountain. Fire Crow Mountain is the core area of Blood Sparrow Academy, and gaining access is no easy feat. Trading a profound realm core for this opportunity is quite the privilege for new students. As soon as he finished speaking, the group exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with excitement. After all, who didn't come to Zhuke Academy with dreams of fire crows in mind? These mythical flying beasts had the potential to reach King Realm. Forget their combat power for a moment, just the fact that they could fly was enough to make anyone's heart race. And imagining the possibility of raising a high-level fire crow, soaring into battle with flames trailing behind it was a vision too enticing to resist. Jiang Ping didn't even hesitate. He immediately spoke on behalf of the group. Teacher, we'll take the second option. We'll choose the opportunity. The others nodded in unison, their resolve unwavering. The allure of the fire crows was simply too overwhelming to pass up. A profound realm demon core might be valuable, but for those from prominent families, it wasn't unattainable. After all, students like Chen Kai and Zhou Machuan had already reached the fusion realm, proving that resources weren't a problem for them. But the chance to enter Fire Crow Mountain? That was Onio Fakinda core resource of Blood Sparrow Academy. Moreover, a King Realm demon core wasn't something ordinary people could hope to acquire. Such treasures were under strict official control, and anyone caught using one illegally would face dire consequences, as it would be seen as a challenge to the authority of the 13 cities. This was precisely why students like Chen Kai and Zhou Machuan chose to focus on Fusion Realm rather than aim for the impossible. At this moment, all eyes were on Qing Yizhou, their faces alight with anticipation as they waited for further instructions. Su Tianjiao and the others believed they could rely on their own abilities to obtain a Wang-level demon core, which led to their journey for the fire seat. As a result, everyone placed greater importance on the Vermilion Bird Academy's fire crows. All right, since that's the decision, I understand. Cheng Yizhou clapped his hands, signaling everyone to quiet down. Once we're done here, after you've received your cultivation techniques and practiced enough, I'll take you there. At that moment, Jiang Ping raised his hand with a curious expression, looking as innocent as a child. Teacher, how many fire crows can we bring back from the Fire Crow Mountain? His question left Cheng Yizhou momentarily stunned. His eyes darted around before he burst into laughter. Even the old man standing beside him doubled over with laughter, tears nearly streaming down his face. Scratching the back of his head, Jiang Ping looked bewildered. Why is my question so funny? Ha ha ha. The old man was laughing so hard he could barely catch his breath. Pointing at Jiang Ping, he said, Kid, you're really something. Bring back a few? Let me tell you, if you can manage to capture even one fire crow at the wrong level, that would already be impressive. Do you think fire crows are as easy to grab as cabbages? He paused, glancing at the confident young faces around him with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Your senior brothers and sisters have risked their lives to catch a single fire crow. They exchanged contribution points, studied the fire crow's habits, set traps, baited them every trick in the book. What makes you think you can capture several? Hearing this, the confidence on everyone's faces began to fade as they realized that fire crows were far more challenging to deal with than they had imagined. The old man shook his head and softened his tone slightly. And even after catching a fire crow, there's still the training process. Ever heard of breaking a hawk? It's similar to that. Only when the fire crow has been thoroughly tamed can the Vermilion Bird Academy's secret techniques be used to subdue it completely, making it loyal to you alone. Jiang Ping furrowed his brows as he listened. He was no stranger to the concept of breaking a hawk. He had heard stories as a child about people taking turns keeping hawks awake until they submitted. If only one person did it, well, who would outlast whom was another question entirely. Thinking of this, he let out a cold snort and raised his chin. Humph, if I manage to bring back more than one, don't get jealous. Jiang Ping, still wiping tears of laughter from his face, burst into even louder laughter at this. If you really manage that, I'll give them all to you. I'll make the call myself. It was clear that no one believed Jiang Ping could pull it off, but Jiang Ping remained unfazed, already plotting in his mind. Others might rely on their hands to catch fire crows, but he had the devouring heaven's secret realm. He could simply toss them in and tame them at his leisure. Humph, just wait, there'll come a time when they'll be the ones crying. As they spoke, everyone finished collecting their demon cores and began attempting breakthroughs under the protection of their senior students. The guiding techniques they'd practiced countless times finally came into play. Even Jiang Ping and his group were roped into helping out, keeping them busy for the entire day. By the afternoon, the open field was filled with newcomers attempting to hover and fly. For the first time, they truly experienced extraordinary power, their faces glowing with excitement. All right, that's enough for now, Cheng said, clapping his hands. Now follow me to the library. Under Teacher Heng's guidance, you'll each choose a cultivation technique. Remember, you can only pick one. He paused before adding, keep this in mind and aim too high. There's no such thing as a high-level technique. The best one is the one that suits you. Take Jiang Ping's claws, for example. They're just the skill of an iron-tailed hawk, but if he masters them to perfection and reaches the level of true technique, they won't be any less effective than those famous cultivation methods. Cheng Yizhou's words reminded everyone of Jiang Ping's extraordinary mastery of his claw technique. Their gazes filled with admiration, and they couldn't help but admit this guy was truly impressive. To have mastered the claw to such a level, how could that not be impressive? Jiang Ping marveled to himself, while also gaining a faint, newfound understanding of the concept of law. Cheng Yizhou's words took him by surprise. So, there was such a perspective? He shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. It wasn't as if he had any extraordinary talent for comprehension, it was simply because he had no other moves left to rely on. His aura technique was a trump card, and the barrier-breaking skill couldn't be used recklessly. That left only the claw, which he could toy with at will. Who would have thought that this casually used skill would reach such a level? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Cheng Yizhou fixed his gaze on him and said in a serious tone, don't get cocky. The step from perfection to law is not an easy one to take. Some people spend their whole lives unable to cross that threshold. Don't think you can just sit back and relax now. Jiang Ping nodded earnestly, his expression respectful, though his mind was already calculating something else. What's my secret? Eating, of course. Jiang Ping chuckled inwardly. His entire journey so far had been fueled by consuming rare treasures and powerful beasts. He had grown somewhat tired of eating iron-tailed eagles, but now it seemed he needed to revisit those meals. Not for the taste, but to refine his claw and dynamic vision further, pushing them to the level of law. He made a rough estimate in his mind. There were probably no more than 30 iron-tailed eagles left in the devouring heaven realm. He'd have to find time to catch more. And then there were the howling moon dogs. Those not only tasted great, but also enhanced his sense of smell, a highly practical skill he couldn't afford to miss. Jiang Ping made up his mind, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Afterward, he followed Cheng Yizhou to the place where the law inheritances were stored. Every item here was extraordinary, treasures of incomparable value in the outside world. These laws were the crystallization of wisdom from past masters, legacies born of countless experiments and research. For those without innate talent, following these teachings could still lead to strength. For the gifted, these inheritances could be refined and adapted to better suit their abilities. Jiang Ping strolled around casually, skimming through the various inheritances without much interest. His eyes paused on one called 9 Refinements of the Flesh. The description stated that it was a body-tempering method derived by a predecessor from studying a unique beast. It allowed the practitioner's body to undergo 9 rounds of extreme refinement. Of course, the process required the assistance of specific medicinal aids. The body? Huh? Jiang Ping rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Physical strength had never been his weak point. After all, he'd been consuming beast meat for years. Even the weakest iron-tailed eagles had strengthened his body, let alone the more formidable beasts. Though Head never trained his physique intentionally, his body was already far superior to his peers, practically overwhelming. In fact, it was just that no one had ever forced him to reveal this hidden strength. A sudden image popped into Jiang Ping's mind. Himself appearing to be a frail, unassuming mage, only for his opponent to underestimate him, and then bam. He lands a single punch that leaves them utterly stunned. Most people's heads would be ringing from that, right? He couldn't help but chuckle to himself at the thought. Still, he quickly reminded himself that this trump card was best kept hidden. No way could Cheng Yizhou, that old man, find out. If word got out, the element of surprise would be gone. Then again, on second thought, Chung Izhou was so busy with a million other things, how could he possibly keep track of which law Jiang Ping chose? These inheritances would only increase in number over time. At most, someone would simply record it in a registry. Jiang Ping felt pretty good about his decision. He didn't have any pressing needs at the moment, and 9 refinements of the flesh seemed like a perfect fit. He deliberately lingered in the inheritance room for a while before finally emerging. After registering his choice with Chung Izhou, he wanted to join up with Dongfang Lan and the others. The moment Jiang Ping saw Dongfang Lan, he noticed a subtle change in her aura, and a faint suspicion arose in his mind. But he quickly pushed the thought aside. It's not time yet, so why rush? A slight smirk played at the corner of his mouth as he began to plot his next moves for the future. He did have an idea in mind, but it was still undeveloped. At the very least, he wasn't ready for it yet. For several consecutive days, the first-year students were caught up in a fervor of cultivation, each brimming with excitement and hope for the future. They knew that from this moment onward, their lives would step into the realm of the extraordinary. Jiang Ping, however, stood out from the rest. His days were leisurely and composite, spent his time in a secret realm, feasting on spirit-infused meat while meticulously exploring the mysteries of the 9 refinements of the flesh. His physical strength improved remarkably, to the point where he could feel the surging power within himself. 7 days passed. 10 days had now gone by since the students enrolled, and while most were still diligently training, Jiang Ping and a few of his companions were unexpectedly summoned. Chung Izhou's voice carried an unmistakable excitement as he announced, "The opportunity has arrived. Follow me, I'm taking you to Fire Crow Mountain." The moment those words were spoken, everyone's spirits lifted, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Over the past few days, they had been eagerly anticipating this moment. Lu Baichuan was so thrilled he nearly jumped up. "Teacher, really? Is it true?" Chung Izhou shot him a glance and jokingly scolded, "If you don't want to go, then don't." Lu Baichuan quickly waved his hands, laughing heartily. "Of course I want to go. I wouldn't miss it for the world." Jiang Ping, on the other hand, remained much calmer. He curiously asked, "Teacher, where is Fire Crow Mountain?" Chung Izhou didn't answer directly, but instead raised his hand, summoning a massive fire crow. The bird's wings spread wide, radiating an intense heat that seemed to engulf them. Even though they had already broken through to the transcendent fusion stage, they couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of oppression. The sheer power of this fire crow made it hard to even look at directly. "Get on. Don't ask too many questions," Chung Izhou said curtly, leaving no room for negotiation. One by one, they leapt onto the fire crow's back. With a powerful beat of its wings, the bird soared into the sky. The flight felt unusually long, and at one point, Jiang Ping suddenly seemed to realize something. "Teacher, were we inside a rift before?" he asked. Chung Izhou didn't deny it. He replied matter-of-factly, "You're in luck. That campus was built specifically for new students to lay their foundations. It operates with a time flow rate of 2 tun. In other words, the 10 days you've spent there equate to only 5 days in the outside world." The revelation left everyone stunned. But soon, Lu Baichuan frowned and said, "Wait a minute, teacher. We didn't pass through any rift when we arrived." "Exactly," the others chimed in. "If it was really a rift, how could we not feel anything?" Chung Izhou let out a cold laugh, as if he had anticipated their skepticism. "That's because the academy didn't want you to know. If they wanted to keep it from you, they had plenty of ways to do so." Hearing this, the group exchanged uneasy glances, a trace of doubt creeping into their hearts. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping remained deep in thought, his brow furrowed as if trying to piece something together. Beside him, Su Tianjiao couldn't resist whispering, "Brother Ping, what's on your mind?" Jiang Ping shook his head, offering no explanation. Something didn't sit right with him. If the campus truly existed within a rift with a 2 tun time flow, then by all logic, he should have been benefiting from it as well. Yet, he had been able to freely access his devouring realm to prepare his Mialsa, stark contrast to his experiences in other rifts. In the past, while he could open the devouring realm in other rifts, he couldn't remain there for extended periods of time. But this time, there were no such limitations. If what Chung Izhou said was true, that the Academy's time flow was indeed 2 tun and his devouring realm had a 3 tun time flow, the combined effect would give him a substantial advantage. However, there had to be something more to it. He just couldn't pinpoint what it was. Seeing that Jiang Ping had fallen silent, Su Tianjiao decided not to press him further and simply followed along. The fire crow continued its rapid flight through the skies, the rushing wind so intense that it was nearly impossible to keep their eyes open. Finally, Chung Izhou broke the silence. "We're almost there." His words immediately reinvigorated the group, and they eagerly looked ahead, their eyes filled with anticipation. As the fire crow began its descent, the landscape below gradually came into focus. Chung Izhou's expression grew serious as he addressed them. "Before you enter, there's something you need to know." The place you're about to step into doesn't belong to any part of our world. We have a name for it. The Outer Realm? The Outer Realm? Someone asked hesitantly. Teacher, isn't that just another term for a foreign country? Chung Ijo sneered, his tone laced with disdain. Whoever told you that has no idea what they're talking about? Foreign countries are nothing compared to the Outer Realm. The true Outer Realm is here. And even this is just a no-Dian entrance. Aren't you curious about where our academy is? Well, I can tell you now the real academy is in the Outer Realm. That's where the true battlefield lies. With just one sentence, everyone was left utterly stunned. The true battlefield? The group exchanged confused glances, clearly struggling to grasp the meaning behind those words. Chang Ijo's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. He didn't elaborate further, only saying nonchalantly, "Follow me." As his voice faded, he slowly raised his hand. A strange energy began to ripple through the air, and the space around them seemed to distort slightly. In the next moment, a shimmering curtain of light appeared out of thin air, like a gateway to an unknown world. "Let's go. Time to broaden your horizons," Ching Ijo said, stepping through the light screen without hesitation. Though puzzled and uneasy, the group had no choice but to steel themselves and follow. The scene before them shifted abruptly. After a brief moment of disorientation, a blinding light pierced their eyes. As their vision gradually cleared, everyone found themselves holding their breath. A majestic and awe-inspiring city stood before them. This city was unlike anything seen in human history. Its walls towered 50 meters high, exuding a cold metallic sheen, resembling a fortress from a post-apocalyptic world. The walls were constructed from an unknown, impossibly durable material and were covered in steel bars as thick as a child's fist, interwoven with dense electric grids. The steel bars bore dark stains, as if they had witnessed countless battles of blood and fire. Professor, is this the real academy?" Su Tianjiao stammered, his voice trembling as he stared at the black marks on the walls. "Are those bloodstains?" Cheng Ijo's gaze remained calm, but his tone carried an undeniable chill. "You're right. This is the real academy. Did you think it was just an ordinary high school? No. Zhuke Academy stands on the front lines. A sheltered, comfortable place has no place for us." Upon hearing this, waves of shock surged through the group's hearts. They looked at the city again, now with a newfound sense of reverence. Seeing that the group was left speechless, Ching Ijo waved his hand dismissively. "All right, stop standing there in a daze. Let's head inside. We'll take you to Fire Crow Mountain. You'll have plenty of time to learn more later." Though they still had countless questions, the group could only follow in silence. Cheng Ijo led them to the city gates, which were an imposing, futuristic structure made entirely of some kind of metal. Intricate patterns faintly glowed on the surface of the gate. He casually pulled out a card and tossed it into a slot on the wall with precision. Beep. A crisp electronic sound rang out, followed by a mechanical voice emanating from the gate. "Welcome back, Level 2 Instructor Ching Ijo. Little Zhuke wishes you great success in your journey and hopes you reach new heights soon." Jiang Ping and the others were dumbfounded. The level of technological sophistication in this gate was far beyond anything they had ever imagined. Cheng Ijo, however, remained unfazed. He frowned slightly and muttered, "Where's Ergo? Tell little Zhuke to stop babbling and open the gate. These are new students, let's not waste time." A light chuckle came from the gate. "Instructor, you're finally back? Taking new students this year? Huh? Looks like you drew the short straw this time." Short straw? The group felt a chill run down their spines, sensing an ominous undertone in those words. Clearly unwilling to explain further, Cheng Ijo snapped impatiently, "Enough chatter. Open the gate already." At that moment, about 30 meters up, a section of the wall began to split open, revealing a concealed door. The door blended seamlessly with the wall without witnessing it firsthand. It would have been impossible to detect. Cheng Ijo turned to the group, a teasing glint in his eyes. "What are you waiting for? Fly up. Don't tell me you're expecting me to carry you? You're all at the fusion realm, aren't you? A mere 30 meters shouldn't be a challenge." The group was momentarily stunned. Though they had indeed reached the fusion realm, the design of this gate still left them deeply shaken. It was a clear indication that the minimum standard here was fusion realm. Without daring to ask further questions, they activated their spiritual energy, lifting themselves off the ground and flying towards the gate. As they landed, they were met by several men clad in armor standing just inside. Each of them bore a Zhuke emblem on their chest, their sharp gazes sweeping over the newcomers as if assessing their capabilities. Jiang Ping and the others couldn't help but size up these men in return, their curiosity and apprehension growing with each passing moment. The armor looked like it was made of some unknown material, certainly nothing they had ever seen before. Moreover, the moment they arrived in the outer realm, they noticed something peculiar. The air here smelled different. But no one dared to voice it out loud, a vague sense of unease stirring within them. "Teacher." Cheng Ijo nodded slightly. Though there was a faint smile on his face, he didn't say much. Time was short, and the tasks were urgent. He glanced ahead and asked, "The group heading into Fire Crow Mountain haven't gone in yet, have they?" Ergo, standing to the side, immediately straightened up at the question. Clad in full armor, with broad shoulders and a sturdy build, he resembled a walking iron tower. Even his voice carried a simple, honest tone. Hee, not yet, teacher. No one dares to start without you." Chang Ijo chuckled and scolded lightly. "Get lost?" Unfazed, Ergo grinned and waved his hand. "Got it. Safe travels, juniors." With that, he turned and disappeared down the corridor. At this moment, Chun Kai could no longer contain his curiosity. He leaned closer and asked in a low voice, "Teacher, are those guys also students from our academy?" Cheng Ijo nodded. "You could call them your senior alumni. The kind that never graduated." Chun Kai froze for a moment before gasping sharply. "Wait, what? Never graduated?" He recalled his family boasting about how prestigious Juke Academy was, conveniently omitting any mention of how hard it was to graduate. A chill ran down his spine. The others exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts beginning to race. Chung Ijo noticed their unease, but chose not to elaborate. He understood that revealing too much now wouldn't benefit these new students. That was precisely why the academy had arranged for them to train in the Rift's freshman district first to avoid scaring them outright with the harsh realities. The group moved forward along a designated track, the surroundings strange and oppressive. They had expected to enter a city, but instead, they were led to what resembled a subway entrance. Soon, they boarded a sealed railcar. The dim lighting inside and the stifling atmosphere only added to the tension. "Scan your cards," Chung Ijo casually reminded them. Fumbling, the group complied, but the more they did, the more something felt off. This modern setup starkly contrasted with the cultivation environment they had imagined. The railcar traveled for a full 20 minutes before finally coming to a stop. Once off the vehicle, they continued on foot, following Chung Ijo. This time, he seemed more talkative, explaining as they walked, "The Fire Crow Mountain you're about to enter isn't just for our academy. You'll encounter foreigners, two people from international alliances. Fire Crow Mountain is a massive fragmented world. While we hold a significant advantage in our territory, it's limited to areas we control." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the group, his tone turning serious. "You'll receive maps later. Remember this. Within the mapped area, you can roam freely. But outside of it, anyone who dares to wander off will personally make sure they regret it." A map? Fire Crow Mountain is a fragmented world? And there are foreigners? Chung Kai muttered, his face filled with curiosity. Chung Ijo let out a cold chuckle. "Don't think I'm exaggerating. The entry points to Fire Crow Mountain are random. Most of the time, you'll land within our territory, but there's no absolute guarantee of safety. Within our area, taming fire crows is manageable. Even if you encounter danger, just run for your life. But if you stray beyond the map's boundaries and run into those international alliance folks, who knows what could happen?" "Teacher, what's the deal with this international alliance in Fire Crow Mountain? Are you saying we can't fully claim this place?" Lu Baichuan asked curiously. Chung Ijo snorted, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Fully claim it? Do you have any idea how vast Fire Crow Mountain is? Juke Academy has been exploring it for 20 years, and we haven't even scratched the surface. Barely 1/10 or 1/12 is under our control." This revelation hit the group like a hammer, leaving their minds buzzing. Fire Crow Mountain was that huge? And Juke Academy, a top-tier institution, hadn't made significant progress after 2 decades? Jiang Ping lowered his head in thought, his gaze unintentionally drifting to Cheng Ijo. He keenly noticed a subtle exaggeration in Cheng Ijo's expression. Surely Juke Academy hadn't devoted all its resources to this one place. Perhaps some of what Cheng Ijo said was meant to intimidate them. So, that's probably why it hasn't been fully explored yet. The lowest temperature inside is 30 degrees. We've secured the area where the fire crows gather. This is our territory. That's why you rarely see fire crows elsewhere, even with those international alliances. Anyway, I've told you everything you need to know. Figure out the rest yourselves." As Cheng Ijo finished speaking, the sound of approaching footsteps came from ahead. Soon, a group of people appeared. He raised his hand slightly, nodding toward 2 of them. It seemed they were acquaintances, likely teachers. Behind them was a group of students. Judging by their demeanor and attire, they were clearly not freshmen. Instead, they looked like seasoned veterans, upperclassmen who still hadn't managed to secure a fire crow. Chung Ijo had mentioned this group before, and sure enough, it was exactly as he described. Once everyone had gathered, Chung Ijo didn't bother saying more. One of the teachers stepped forward and repeated what he had just explained, though with a tone that carried a hint of impatience. Judging by the expressions of the others, they were clearly already familiar with the instructions and didn't react much. "All right, that's all you need to know. Take the map and get moving," the teacher commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Remember, if you're in the wrong position, get back here immediately. Don't try to be a hero." One by one, the group filed through the entrance. The gateway to Firecrow Mountain wasn't particularly large, just about 3 times the height of an average person. Its frame emitted a faint, dark red glow. Standing at the entrance, Jiang Ping looked up, examining it briefly. He thought to himself that if even international alliances could enter through such a portal, they must have something similar on their side. Turning to the few people around him, he gave a slight nod and said calmly yet firmly, "Once we're inside, don't act recklessly. We're young, and we've got plenty of chances ahead." The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Jiang Ping's words left no room for debate. His strength was formidable enough to take on a Xian realm opponent Hedon. While they had just barely reached the Rong realm, the gap was undeniable. As the group entered the gateway one after another, Jiang Ping's figure eventually disappeared from sight. His movements were decisive and unhesitant, as if he had never considered any alternative. Cheng Yizhou watched as the students disappeared into Firecrow Mountain. Someone beside him leaned in with curiosity, asking, "Old Cheng, are these the new freshmen? That leader just now seems to have quite the reputation." Cheng Yizhou chuckled at the remark. "He does indeed." Then, shifting the topic, he added, "How are things lately? Nothing unusual happening in Firecrow Mountain, right?" The other man laughed and waved his hand dismissively. "What could happen? We handle the big issues, and the small ones aren't worth worrying about. Though I did hear that some so-called church has been complaining about us occupying the best spot in Firecrow Mountain. They claim it's their sacred fire mountain. But after old Lu gave them a good beating, they quieted down." Cheng Yizhou laughed as well. "That's a common occurrence not really worth mentioning." Meanwhile, Jiang Ping had already passed through the gateway. As soon as he stepped into Firecrow Mountain, he was hit by an intense wave of heat, as though he'd walked straight into an oven. Steadying himself, he scanned his surroundings, and the scene before him left him momentarily stunned. The ground was rugged and covered with crimson rocks. Even the trees and grass appeared to be tinged with an eerie red hue. The rivers flowing through the area resembled molten lava, their fiery red currents rippling with heat waves. Jiang Ping took a deep breath, only to find the air itself scorching and difficult to inhale. "So this is Firecrow Mountain?" he murmured to himself, his gaze filled with a mix of awe and apprehension. He quickly shed his outer clothing, opting for a lightweight tank top and shorts. Over that, he donned a chest plate made from Wang realm hide, which offered some relief from the oppressive heat. 30 degrees? Jiang Ping scoffed, recalling Cheng Yizhou's earlier description. "That was putting it mildly. This has to be at least 60. After adjusting his gear, he pulled out a map and began meticulously identifying his location. Scanning the marked landmarks, he soon pinpointed his position by spotting several flame-covered peaks in the distance. However, once he confirmed his exact location, his brows furrowed deeply. "Where the hell am I?" Jiang Ping muttered under his breath, a sense of unease creeping in. According to the map, his current position was a full 500 kilometers away from Zhuge Academy's designated area. Even at his fastest pace, using the wind step technique, it would take him most of a day to cover that distance assuming he didn't rest at all. But realistically, no one could keep going without stopping. The sheer distance made his head ache. As he contemplated his next move, a sharp, piercing bird call suddenly broke the silence. The sound was strange and unsettling, carrying an ominous tone. Jiang Ping's head snapped up, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the direction of the sound. His instincts kicked in, and a deep sense of alarm surged within him. As soon as he looked up, a startled exclamation came from the opposite side. Someone was there. Both sides locked eyes, equally surprised. Jiang Ping remained relatively composed, as he was the first to arrive and somewhat prepared for the unexpected. However, the 3 people across from him were visibly stunned, their expressions a mixture of confusion and wariness. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man was the first to speak, his gaze shifting to his companion beside him, his tone tinged with irritation. "Nishimura Makoto, is this one of your people?" The man addressed, Nishimura Makoto, frowned slightly, his eyes fixed on Jiang Ping with suspicion etched across his face. He quickly shook his head and denied, "No, Viscount. He's definitely not from the Sakura Alliance. I know all of our people." The man in the middle, referred to as Viscount, raised an eyebrow at this, surprise flickering in his eyes before he let out a cold chuckle. "If he's not with the Sakura Alliance, then he must be one of those from the 13 cities." His gaze shifted to Jiang Ping, his lips curling into a disdainful smirk as he gestured with his hand. "Hey you, come here. Tell me, are you one of the 13 cities? And while you're at it, where exactly is this place?" Jiang Ping's eyes flickered with a trace of impatience at the commanding tone. These 3 were clearly not allies, yet they acted so arrogantly, as if they had nothing to fear. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he assessed their demeanor, thinking to himself, young and cocky, probably here to compete for resources, just like me. My teacher did say that people from other nations would appear here. Didn't expect to run into them so soon. He let out a cold laugh, his voice laced with sarcasm. Are you talking to me? Nishimura Makoto's expression hardened at Jiang Ping's response, and he barked angrily. How dare you? The Viscount is speaking, and you dare act so insolent? Get over here now. Jiang Ping raised an eyebrow, surprised by their arrogance. A flicker of violence stirred within him, a suppressed rage that had been simmering since he dealt with the Sakura Alliance member who ambushed Su Tianjiao. Surrounded by classmates and friends, he had been holding himself back. But now, he had finally found a worthy target. Sakura Alliance, huh? Then you're as good as dead. A chilly smile tugged at Jiang Ping's lips as his fingers twitched slightly. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot, reappearing behind Nishimura Makoto. His claw-like hand clamped down mercilessly on Nishimura's shoulder. Are you talking to me? Jiang Ping's voice was low and chilling, sending shivers down his opponent's spine. A sickening crack echoed as Nishimura Makoto's left shoulder shattered under the pressure. His eyes widened in agony, his face contorted in pain as he let out a blood-curdling scream. The scene left the other two momentarily frozen in shock. Nishimura Makoto was a formidable transcendent, not the strongest, but his physical resilience far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Yet, in Jiang Ping's grip, his shoulder had crumbled like brittle paper. The Viscount's expression darkened, a hint of caution now evident in his eyes. He spoke coldly. Let him go. I'm ordering you to release him. Jiang Ping glanced at the so-called Viscount, as if looking at a spoiled child throwing a tantrum. He chuckled lightly, his tone dripping with mockery. Let him go? Sure. Beg me and I might consider it. How dare you? The Viscount's face turned an angry shade of red, his fury barely contained. Do you have any idea who I am? Royce, take him down. Someone this disrespectful doesn't deserve to live. Jiang Ping couldn't help but snicker at the Viscount's pompous attitude. With a flick of his wrist, another sharp crack resounded, and Nishimura Makoto's left arm went limp, leaving him writhing on the ground in excruciating pain. His famed left-hand blade was now completely ruined. He'll kill you. Nishimura Makoto screamed, his face as pale as a sheet. The Viscount, however, disdainfully slapped him aside and sneered, Shut up. He'll have my father take care of you when we return. Finally, Royce stepped forward. He drew a heavy, ornate sword from his waist, its intricate design glinting in the light. His movements were cautious, his eyes filled with vigilance. Clearly, Jiang Ping's earlier display had put him on high alert. Jiang Ping stood his ground, his expression calm, though a faint, mocking smile played at his lips. He slowly raised his hands, stretching them as if loosening up. His voice carried a hint of amusement. Come on then. Show me what you're made of. To be safe, he addressed the Viscount. Young master, I must ask you to take Nishimura Makihisa and leave first. Don't let this interfere with the bigger plan. The young Viscount's face was full of arrogance. He sneered, his tone laced with disdain. You're telling me to leave? Royce is one of the best blood servants in our household. Don't tell me you can't even handle him. Royce shook his head slightly, his expression grave. Young master, there's a dangerous aura about this man. I strongly suggest you leave immediately. The Viscount froze for a moment, then frowned, his tone growing impatient. Dangerous or not, I don't care. Just take care of him for me. He pointed at Jiang Ping, his tone dripping with authority. Hearing this, Jiang Ping couldn't help but laugh, his smile carrying a hint of mockery. So, I'm just heir to you, huh? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Royce moved. His western sword slashed through the air, unleashing a unique sword aura. The aura carried a decaying stench that was nauseating. Yet Jiang Ping's eyes lit up, a flicker of excitement flashing through them. Blood aura? He had always been puzzled about his own attribute fiery red? No, it was closer to blood red. And now, the decaying aura in front of him bore a resemblance to his own, sparking his interest. A smirk tugged at Jiang Ping's lips as he suddenly swung his claws. Hidden, invisible blood threads revealed themselves in the air. He began probing with a direct display of his skill. Sure enough, both the Viscount and Royce visibly froze upon seeing the blood-red threads. Royce even blurted out in shock, How do you possess the attributes of my blood clan? Jiang Ping suddenly understood, a thought clicking in his mind. So, my attribute really is blood red. He chuckled dryly, his tone laced with provocation. What? Is this some exclusive technique of your blood clan? I heard your clan actually learned it from our ancestors. He deliberately provoked the Viscount with his words, attempting to extract more information. At the same time, his claws clashed ceaselessly with the sword aura. Jiang Ping's movements were agile, and within moments, he had exchanged several blows with Royce. By now, Royce was drenched in sweat. He could distinctly feel an overwhelming sense of suppression, the same feeling he once experienced in the presence of the Earl. He could have swung his sword again, but his hand hesitated, as if bound by some invisible force. How is this possible? Royce was utterly shocked. He was, after all, a transcendent being granted the first embrace by the Earl. How could this man before him suppress him so effortlessly? The Viscount, witnessing this scene, was filled with jealousy and rage. His tone turned sharp and accusatory. You, someone from the 13 cities, how could you have such pure bloodline power? Don't tell me you're one of the old man's illegitimate children. Jiang Ping's expression darkened at those words. He had initially intended to toy with him a bit longer, but this remark ignited his fury. He sneered coldly, his gaze sharp. I'm a proper, legitimate citizen of the 13 cities. Don't you dare insult me with that illegitimate nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes narrowed, and he uttered two low words, barrier break. In an instant, Royce's sword aura scattered like rootless driftwood, spiraling out of control. Even the energy within his body was disrupted, throwing it into chaos. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. Jiang Ping stepped forward calmly, his claws slicing the air with ease. Combined with the power of the barrier break, his attacks were nearly unstoppable. Royce's strength was utterly outmatched. Jiang Ping had already deduced his level half-step into the profound realm. But compared to the half-step profound realm warriors of the 13 cities, Royce was clearly lacking in purity. The Viscount, watching Royce being completely overwhelmed, stood frozen in shock. He stumbled backward, his voice trembling. You can't touch me. My father is a Bloodclan Earl. Our family is one of the ancient, powerful clans in the West. If you harm me, you'll be dead in no time. His words reeked of the typical arrogance of a spoiled noble. Earlier, he had been fearless, relying on his bodyguard's strength. Now that his bodyguard was failing, he resorted to flaunting his family's status as a threat. But Jiang Ping wasn't one to be easily intimidated. No matter what kind of power they wielded, he was still the little tyrant of the 13 cities. He let out a cold snort, his hand suddenly tightening. With a sickening crack, Royce's head was crushed, exploding into a bloody mist. Bits of brain and blood splattered everywhere, creating a grotesque scene that froze everyone present in place. Jiang Ping's expression remained indifferent as he casually flicked off the remnants of the shattered skull from his hand. Yet, in his eyes, there was a sinister glimmer of excitement. His lips curled into a chilling smile as he turned his gaze toward the Bloodclan Viscount, whose face had gone deathly pale with terror. Jiang Ping's voice was filled with an oppressive menace. Bloodclan? Kid, you better explain clearly what your so-called Bloodclan is all about. Otherwise, I might not be able to control my hands. The Viscount's legs turned to jelly, nearly collapsing beneath him. He had thought that bringing someone as powerful as Royce would make them unstoppable. But to his horror, Jiang Ping had ruthlessly annihilated Royce without so much as a second thought. Trembling, he tried to speak. But Jiang Ping's cold, piercing glare rendered him completely tongue-tied. Under relentless intimidation, the Viscount finally spilled every piece of information he knew, leaving nothing out. Satisfied, Jiang Ping nodded and casually dispatched the nameless Viscount. The metallic stench of blood hung heavily in the air, but Jiang Ping felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, as if this was exactly how these people deserved to be treated. He shook off the blood from his hands, though a fleeting doubt crossed his mind. When had he become so bloodthirsty? Yet this feeling, it was almost addictive. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ping, at the very moment he killed the Viscount, a thin, hair-like thread of blood quietly coiled around his wrist. It seemed to be drawn by some invisible force before being swiftly absorbed and vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, in a dark, ancient castle somewhere in the west, a furious roar shook the very walls. Who dared to kill my son? The Earl's voice was filled with unbridled rage, his eyes blazing as if they could incinerate everything in their path. His piercing glare fell upon the trembling servant before him. The servant knelt on the ground, his voice quivering as he reported, "The Viscount, my lord, went to Mount Shan with Royce. He mentioned that the Sakura Alliance presented a treasure map, which marked the location of a bloodstone. The Viscount intended to use it to embed a gem in his sword, to better control its power." Fool! The Earl's fist crashed down on a nearby stone table, shattering it into rubble. Who gave him permission to go there alone? Does he not know that's the territory of the 13 cities? Get out, all of you. Bring me the people from the Sakura Alliance, and send someone to Mount Shun. Find the Viscount's body. No, take the sacred artifact with you. I want to know exactly who killed my son. The servant scrambled to his feet, fleeing in a panic. His mind was a chaotic mess. Even with someone as strong as Royce, they had been killed? And in such a short time less than an hour? What kind of monster had they encountered? But he dared not question further. The Earl's fury could easily tear him apart. Back on Mount Shin, Jiang Ping was blissfully unaware of the brewing storm. He turned his attention to the only person left alive, Nishimura Masahisa. A twisted, almost manic grin spread across Jiang Ping's face as he spoke with mocking amusement. Nishimura Masahisa? Your mother sure knows how to name her kids, huh? Wash dishes, pour wine? Seems like she didn't want you to have a good life from the start. Nishimaro Masahisa trembled uncontrollably, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. He tried to inch away from Jiang Ping, but his legs felt like they were made of lead, too heavy to move. His mind replayed the horrifying scene over and over. Royce was dead, the Viscount was dead, and he knew there was no way he would leave this place alive. Worse still, his death might drag his entire family down with him. The Sakura Alliance was already nothing but a lapdog to the Western powers, and now, with this disaster, his family's downfall seemed inevitable. Demon, you're a demon. Nishimaro Masahisa screamed in despair, his voice shrill and broken. His entire being seemed on the verge of collapse as he scrambled backward, his eyes filled with sheer terror. Jiang Ping's grin widened, a disturbing pleasure evident in his expression. Demon? I like that. Do you know how long I've been suppressing this urge? Finally, I get to let it all out. He slowly approached Nishimaro Masahisa, his voice low and dripping with menace. Now, tell me what exactly are you here for? Speak clearly, and maybe you'll give you a quick death. But Nishimaro Masahisa had already broken down completely. His mind was shattered, leaving him incapable of answering Jiang Ping's questions. A fit of maniacal laughter erupted. Die. You will die, and so will I. Ha ha ha. Nishimaro Masahisa's voice was hoarse, dripping with despair and insanity. His eyes, wild and unhinged like those of a feral beast, burned with a reckless determination as if he had nothing left to lose. Jiang Ping frowned slightly, his gaze cold and unyielding as it fixed on him. This defiant attitude irked him, like a thorn lodged deep in his chest, refusing to let his thoughts flow freely. Instead of using his claws again, Jiang Ping reached for the Miao Dao strapped to his back. Without hesitation, the blade's sharp tip pressed mercilessly against Nishimaro Masahisa's wound. Blood seeped out instantly, staining the edge of the blade crimson. Have you come to your senses? Jiang Ping's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority that left no room for defiance. The excruciating pain dragged Nishimaro Masahisa back from the brink of madness. His face contorted as cold sweat poured from his forehead. Gritting his teeth to endure the torment, he finally spoke, revealing the purpose of his mission. Bloodstone. Jiang Ping raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. He had heard of it during his cultivation classes, a rare resource occasionally found within dimensional rifts, though its discovery depended on sheer luck. The Bloodstone was said to enhance the connection between its user and their weapon while accelerating the flow of qi. He recalled that the powerful figures on television, capable of remotely controlling their weapons with ease, often owed their abilities to such stones. However, finding a stone that matched one's elemental attribute was no simple feat. Fire-aligned individuals required a firestone, water-aligned ones needed a waterstone, and so on. This precise compatibility made these stones all the more valuable. For an ordinary person, obtaining even one was a stroke of immense fortune, and it had to align with their attribute to be of any use. Jiang Ping's gaze fell on his Miao Dao, where the slot for a gemstone was particularly conspicuous. A thought crossed his mind: what if he and Nishimaro Masahisa shared the same attribute? Blood? Though the old headmaster had never explicitly confirmed it, the clues thus far suggested it was likely true. If that were the case, could he use the bloodstone as well? As the idea took root, a cold smirk tugged at the corner of Jiang Ping's lips, his eyes glinting with contemplation. Without hesitation, he stood up and, with a swift motion, brought the Miao Dao down, ending Nishimaro Masahisa's life in one clean stroke. Jiang Ping sheathed his blade and turned his attention to a map. This is the place, he murmured, pulling out the map issued by the Academy. After careful comparison, he realized this area was far beyond the Academy's jurisdiction. He now faced two choices: venture into the unknown, risking the dangers that lay ahead, dangers the instructors had repeatedly warned about, or stick to his original plan, which was safer but left him with a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. Human nature is often contradictory, desiring safety while coveting opportunity. After a long moment of deliberation, Jiang Ping reached a decision: would first hunt the fire crows and then search for the bloodstone. With the Sun Moon Will technique mastered, he would have both offensive and defensive capabilities, and if things went south, he could always retreat. However, a new problem quickly surfaced. The Academy wouldn't allow them to remain in the field indefinitely. Time management was now a pressing concern. Still, Jiang Ping dismissed the worry with a confident thought. Where there's a will, there's a way. He didn't let the bodies of Nishimaro Masahisa and the other two go to waste, instead storing them in his devouring realm to feed the beast within. The thought felt twisted even to him, but he brushed it aside. It was a habit he'd grown used to. Not far away, the scent of blood hanging in the air seemed to draw something closer. Jiang Ping rose into the air, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. His anticipation turned to mild disappointment when he realized the approaching figures weren't the immortal fire crows, but rather magma-like beasts resembling tigers, though not quite. Useless. Can't eat them. No value, he muttered, quickly assessing the situation. Without hesitation, he turned and headed toward the fire crow's habitat. Based on his pace, it would take him 2 hours to reach the location. Shortly after his departure, a group of elite warriors clad in Western-style armor arrived at the scene of the battle. The leader, a burly man with a sharp gaze, crouched down and pinched a smear of blood from the ground between his fingers. His voice was cold and gravelly as he spoke. The Cerberus wasn't wrong. There was a fight here, and the ones who died were those loathsome Bloodclan scum. The armored man nearby exclaimed in surprise, "A vampire? Huh? Heh. Wonder which unlucky soul this one belonged to. Aren't vampires supposed to be the best at staying alive? And yet, one got killed. Looks like the opponent is no pushover. Caesar, we better stay on our guard." As he spoke, he unconsciously tightened his grip on his weapon, clearly becoming more cautious of his surroundings. The leader, Caesar, furrowed his brows and scanned the area with a heavy gaze. Indeed, vampires are incredibly hard to kill. For one to die in a situation like this, they must have encountered a high-ranking adversary. I'm certain this was the work of someone from the 13 cities. The armored man paused, looking puzzled. Why do you say that? Even we Westerners, as much as we dislike vampires, wouldn't go as far as wiping them out completely. Caesar let out a cold laugh, his eyes flashing with a trace of frost. Why else? Only people from the 13 cities would do something like this. And besides, this is their territory. Don't forget, even we need proper negotiations from higher-ups just to set foot here safely. Otherwise, there's no guarantee for our lives. Hearing this, the group nodded in agreement, unease creeping onto their faces. Someone muttered under their breath, "Yeah, we barely managed to strike a deal with Vermilion Academy to be allowed in and capture just one undying fire crow. Best not to stir up trouble." Caesar pondered for a moment before decisively saying, "Let's move. This is no place to linger." The group quickly composed themselves and hurriedly departed. Their retreating figures appeared particularly rushed against the blazing flames of Fire God Mountain. However, not long after they left, another team arrived at the same spot. Leading this group was a tall man in a tailcoat, holding the leash of a three-headed dog. He crouched down slowly, picked up some dirt, and sniffed it carefully. His brows furrowed deeply, his face betraying shock. Why does it smell like light magic here? Could it be the work of the Light faction? How dare they? Aren't they afraid of starting a war? Meanwhile, far away, Jiang Ping knew nothing of these events. He was following a map, trekking along a scorching rocky path. The blistering heat made each step feel heavier, and his sweat had already soaked through his clothes, leaving faint salt stains on his back, a testament to the extreme temperature of the area. Damn it! Where the hell is this place? How can it be so hot? Jiang Ping wiped the sweat off his face, his breath tinged with frustration. He had stopped 3 times to replenish his water supply, yet the oppressive heat continued to sap his energy. Just as he was about to give up, a cave's silhouette appeared in the distance. His eyes lit up, and a flicker of hope surged in his heart. A cave. Finally. The records mentioned a cave like this. There's supposed to be a bloodstone inside. He quickly put his leather armor back on. Despite the discomfort from the heat, survival came first. Carefully, he approached the cave, but as he got closer, the temperature spiked dramatically. Jiang Ping froze, cold sweat forming on his brow. What's going on? It's even hotter? Could the bloodstone be causing this temperature rise? He crouched down and sniffed the air near the entrance, his expression growing increasingly serious. It was the scent of sulfuric magma, common in Fire God Mountain, but the concentration here was unusually high. His heart tightened as a chilling thought crossed his mind. Could there be a guardian beast inside? Jiang Ping swallowed hard, unsure if it was from thirst or nerves. He hesitated, glancing at the cave entrance, his steps faltering. Should I just leave? But coming all this way and turning back now feels like such a waste. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and steeled himself. Whatever happens, happens. If it comes down to it, I'll just run for it. Youthful recklessness bolstered Jiang Ping's resolve. He picked up a Fire God Mountain flame stone for light and cautiously stepped into the cave. The sweltering heat inside hit him like a wave, but he didn't notice the faint glow of crimson eyes slowly appearing on the rock wall behind him. Only after stepping inside did he realize how reckless his action had been. The interior was like an entirely different world compared to the outside. The mine was bathed in a fiery red glow, resembling a hellish inferno. The walls were lined with blazing red ores, radiating intense heat, as if each stone contained a living flame. But the most captivating sight was the 2 immortal fire crows frolicking amidst the flames. They weren't very large, about 2 meters in size, but their bodies were enveloped in dancing flames that moved joyfully with their every motion, emitting crisp chirps as if expressing their delight. Jiang Ping's gaze was locked on the 2 fire crows, his heart surging with joy. Only one thought echoed in his mind: ecstatic beyond words. Encountering adult fire crows was already an extraordinary stroke of fortune, but juvenile fire crows? That was sheer, unprecedented luck. He had known beforehand that taming adult fire crows was as difficult as reaching the heavens, requiring not only a fierce battle, but also the Academy's secret techniques to forcibly subdue them. Juvenile fire crows, however, were a different story. With the right approach, some people had reportedly lured them with nothing more than a handful of grass. Those old tales, which he had always dismissed as jokes, were now unfolding before his very eyes. Jiang Ping held his breath, not daring to make a sound, afraid of startling the little creatures. Two of them. Exactly two. It felt as if they were destined for him and his sun-moon wheel. If raised from a young age, the bond between the fire crows and their master could reach unimaginable levels, potentially achieving a state of perfect synchronization. With that thought, Jiang Ping's resolve to claim them grew stronger. But here came the problem: what method could he use to trick, no, tame these two little fire crows? Jiang Ping rummaged through his storage space, only to find that he didn't have anything particularly suitable to offer. Just as he was about to despair, an idea struck him. A flicker of excitement crossed his eyes as he let out a quiet chuckle. He retrieved a slab of beast meat, roughly the size of a keyboard, from the devouring heaven secret realm. This meat had come from a king-level beast and was an unparalleled treasure, refined with 14 rare ingredients into a delicacy of immeasurable value. With a small knife, he carefully cut the meat into smaller pieces. A sly smile formed on his lips as he murmured under his breath, "Little darlings, I'm feeding you meat from a king-level beast, specially processed into top-grade morsels. Don't let me down." Jiang Ping delicately picked up a piece of meat, no larger than a thumb, and with precise aim, tossed it from over 30 meters away to land right in front of the two young fire crows. His heart nearly leapt out of his chest, his palms damp with cold sweat, as he watched their reaction with unblinking eyes. In truth, he had long wanted to test a theory. Was beast meat truly inedible, or was it simply a matter of the wrong preparation method? Or perhaps, after being processed through the mysterious powers of the beast-eating codex, did it become safe for consumption? Alternatively, was it his unique constitution that allowed him to handle the energy within beast meat? If it was merely a matter of his personal physique, then so be it. But if the recipes from the beast-eating codex could enable anyone to consume beast meat, the implications would be revolutionary. It could completely upend humanity's power structure, and Jiang Ping himself would become a figure of strategic importance, the kind of person even the headmaster wouldn't be able to protect, no matter how many connections he leveraged. Because of this, Jiang Ping had carefully kept his ability a secret, claiming publicly that it was merely a lucky accident involving the consumption of some mystical blood that created a delicate balance within him. The headmaster, understanding the sensitivity and potential ramifications of the matter, had never pressed him for details. Jiang Ping held his breath, his eyes fixed intently on the two young fire crows, his heart pounding so fiercely it felt like it might burst from his chest. In this moment, his future seemed to hinge entirely on this tiny piece of meat. It could be good, or it could be bad. The good lies in the potential to enhance human combat abilities, but the bad is harder to predict. Uncle's Old John's herbal medicine shop and its scandal of selling fake medicine, along with his philosophy of truth and falsehood, still linger in his memory. Selling counterfeit drugs so blatantly, yet never being shut down, what does that indicate? It shows that once you touch certain untouchable interests, countless hands will pin you down mercilessly. Similarly, if he were to reveal the secret that beast meat can enhance strength, and is even better suited as a foundation for cultivation than beast blood, what would happen? First, the current cultivation hierarchy would undoubtedly be completely overturned. Families and factions that rely on the trade of beast blood could see their fortunes evaporate overnight, falling from their lofty positions of power to become penniless wanderers. Would they accept that? Absolutely not. Resistance, assassinations, and even full-scale battles over resources would inevitably follow. Second, those who gain early access to the recipes for beast meat would become the new elite class. The original system of resource allocation for cultivation would be reshaped, the old chains of interest torn apart, and the spatial rift resources controlled by certain families would become the new focal point of contention. Such upheaval would not only spell disaster for individuals, but also plunge society into chaos. Jiang Ping's mind drifted back to memories of a harmonious society in the past, a time when many groundbreaking technologies had already matured but were deliberately suppressed. It wasn't due to a lack of technological capability, but because the interests at stake were too vast. Developing those technologies would mean mass unemployment, an industry-wide reshuffle, and the collapse of social order costs that no one could bear. The secret of beast meat was no different. Even if the old principal risked everything, he wouldn't be able to protect him. Jiang Ping understood clearly that this secret couldn't be spoken aloud, but staying silent didn't mean he wouldn't investigate it. He had to uncover the true effects of beast meat. Initially, he considered using Dongfang Lan for the experiment, as the trust between them was deep. But he didn't dare take the risk. If something went wrong, he'd live with guilt for the rest of his life. And if his own unique constitution skewed the results, rendering them inapplicable to others, what then? After much deliberation, the two fire ravens before him became the ideal test subjects. Small and resilient, they were perfect for experimentation. Reflecting on this, he regretted his earlier action shant that Viscount and his men been ready-made test subjects, but in a moment of heated emotion, he had crushed them all, leaving no opportunity for second thoughts. He silently vowed to himself that if such an opportunity arose again, he wouldn't act so impulsively. By the time Jiang Ping snapped back to reality, the two fire ravens were chirping excitedly around the suddenly appeared piece of meat, as if engaged in some profound, soul-level conversation. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and eagerness, seemingly debating the meat's origin and whether it was safe to eat. Finally, they reached a consensus. They'd give it a try. The two little fire ravens tiptoed cautiously toward the meat. Each took half, devouring it in an instant. Jiang Ping watched them intently, observing their reactions, hoping to discern any special changes or signs of danger. Yet apart from a slight hint of excitement, they showed no abnormal behavior. Not enough dosage? Jiang Ping muttered to himself before pulling out another piece of beast meat. This time, he tossed it 29 meters away. The fire ravens dashed toward it without hesitation, devouring it once more. Then came 28 meters, 27 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters each time. They eagerly consumed the meat as if it were a priceless treasure. With every shortening of the distance, Jiang Ping's heartbeat quickened. His hypothesis seemed to be gradually proving correct. Beast meat didn't appear to have any adverse effects on beasts. This might mean his theory was valid. His breathing grew heavier, his gaze burning with intensity, as though he could see a whole new world unfolding before him. When the meat landed just 3 meters away, the two fire ravens were behaving like lucky scavengers, entirely absorbed in their joy of finding treasure, oblivious to Jiang Ping hiding nearby. But just then, a sudden blood-red halo lit up behind him. Without warning, 2 chains formed of golden script shot out from the halo with tremendous force. Jiang Ping froze, his eyes filled with shock. He had been cautiously following the instructions provided by the Academy, never expecting the sun and moon wheel to activate on its own. In an instant, the 2 adorable little fire crows were caught off guard and ensnared by golden chains of text. Their instinct to struggle was immediately suppressed, and even the thought of resistance dissipated into nothingness. The next moment, they stood quietly and obediently by Jiang Ping's side, as if they had been completely subdued. Jiang Ping stared blankly at this scene, his mind a whirlwind of chaos. What kind of operation was this? Was it even possible for a cultivation technique to operate on its own? Before he could think further, a faint yet distinct voice drifted into his ears. It was melodious like the songs of the heavens, yet tinged with a sorrowful undertone. Jiang Lang, you're too slow. This is more like it. The voice vanished as quickly as it came, leaving no trace behind, as though it had never existed. Jiang Ping stood rooted to the spot, questioning whether he had hallucinated. But as he looked down at the 2 docile little fire crows, he knew it was no illusion. Moreover, the voice was unmistakably familiar. It was the woman in the ice coffin. His heart surged with emotion, and he couldn't help but mutter, "Why do you call me Jiang Lang? What does that mean?" Yet only silence answered him. Frowning, he recalled the last time he had heard her voice. It was in a dream. Now, hearing it in broad daylight was beyond baffling. A sense of unease crept into his heart, and he resolved that once he left this place, he must revisit the ice coffin to uncover the truth about this mysterious woman. For now, Jiang Ping pushed aside his questions and turned his attention back to the 2 little fire crows. A strange connection seemed to form in his mind, and he tentatively activated the sun and moon wheel technique. As he did, the fire crows' bodies rapidly shrank, the golden text dissolving into flames of gold and red. A gust of wind swept through the underground cavern. In the next instant, the flames condensed into 2 radiant orbs of light and, with a flash, appeared beneath Jiang Ping's feet, resembling a pair of lively wheels. Before Jiang Ping could fully process what had happened, the wheels beneath him spun abruptly. Losing his balance, he felt himself lifted by the wind, falling backward as he was propelled forward at an astonishing speed. Within moments, he had shot out of the depths of the cavern and into the open air. Standing outside the cave, Jiang Ping's face was a mixture of shock and exhilaration. He had never imagined the sun and moon wheel to possess such overwhelming power. The speed was simply unbelievable. Excitedly, he urged the wheels beneath him to accelerate further. Faster! Come on, let's go. However, he was met with 2 faint chirps that sounded almost pitiful. Looking down, Jiang Ping noticed the 2 little fire crows appeared somewhat drained. He froze for a moment before realization dawned on him. What? You're out of energy already? A strange sense of disappointment welled up inside him, as if he'd just tasted a victory only for it to be abruptly snatched away. He furrowed his brows, pondering. Does this mean the ability only works briefly? Or are the fire crows simply too weak right now? Trying to reassure himself, he thought, it must get better over time. But how long is later supposed to be? As he puzzled over this, he suddenly remembered he still hadn't found the blood energy gemstone. His brows knit tighter, and he prepared to return to the cavern to continue his search. Just then, an overwhelming and violent aura descended from the sky. The aura wasn't directed at him, but its oppressive force was suffocating, as though it came from the depths of some abyss. Jiang Ping's nerves immediately went taut, his instincts screaming danger. He recognized it all too well, the aura of a king's domain. Scree! A piercing cry tore through the heavens, followed by a thunderous voice filled with rage. Humans! You dare break your promises, distracting me in the front while stealing from my home in the back? Very well. I will summon my kin, and we shall fight to the death. Meanwhile, atop a distant mountain peak, a man leisurely sipping tea sat across from a massive fire crow. Upon hearing the furious cry, he froze mid-sip, his calm demeanor replaced by utter bewilderment. The man across the room was dressed in a fiery red robe, a unique emblem of the Vermilion Academy pinned to his chest. The teacup in his hand shattered abruptly, sending scalding tea splattering everywhere, the rising steam highlighting the shock etched across his face. Almost losing his composure, he shouted, Huayun, have you lost your mind? The atmosphere in the room froze instantly, as if the air had been engulfed by a searing blaze. Jiang, known as the King of Fire Ravens, stood there with crimson eyes, fury blazing so intensely it seemed ready to erupt from the depths of his gaze. His hand trembled slightly, as though he was barely keeping his emotions in check. His voice was low and hoarse, but carried an unmistakable authority as he coldly scanned the room, his gaze finally locking onto the other man. Lost my mind? Lingyun, is it me who's gone mad? Or is it all of you? Just moments ago, I lost the connection to two of my children. Lingyun was momentarily at a loss for words, his brows knitting into a deep frown as he struggled to comprehend what was happening. Suppressing the irritation rising within him, he opened his mouth to respond, only to be interrupted by a soft chuckle from the side. Well, it seems today's negotiations have reached their end. The voice, tinged with mockery and disdain, came from a middle-aged man with a hooked nose and pale skin. He lounged lazily in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, an enigmatic smirk playing on his lips. King of Fire Ravens, it's truly unexpected that the people of the 13 cities would stoop to such despicable acts. His tone was mild, yet every word was sharp as a dagger, piercing to the core. I'd say this is the perfect opportunity for you to consider aligning with us in the West. Just one word from you, and our strongest warriors will station themselves here to assist you. From then on, we'll be your most steadfast allies. Huyun's expression darkened further, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles audibly cracked, as though he was on the verge of erupting. Though his fury burned hot, the man's calculated words forced him to maintain his composure. The tension in the room felt like solidified magma calm on the surface, yet roiling with destructive force beneath. Lingyun, meanwhile, was completely stunned. Countless possibilities raced through his mind, yet no matter how he pieced them together, he couldn't fathom how he had become implicated in this mess. His frown deepened, his eyes betraying both irritation and confusion, while a faint unease began to creep into his thoughts. Huayun finally shifted his fiery gaze away from Lingyun and fixed it coldly on the hooked-nosed man. Western allies? Huh. The Fire Raven clan doesn't change alliances on a whim. But if it's true that someone from the 13 cities committed such a heinous act, rest assured, the Fire Raven King will not let it go unpunished. His words served both as a dismissive retort to the Westerner and a stern warning to the 13 cities. The fiery tension in the air grew even thicker, as though it might ignite into an uncontrollable inferno at any moment. Lingyun, regaining his composure, spoke calmly, Huayun, I need time to investigate this matter thoroughly. But until we have evidence, I ask that you refrain from making baseless accusations. The partnership between the 13 cities and the Fire Raven clan has always been solid, and I have no reason to believe this time will be any different. Huayun let out a cold snort, the faint movement of his wings stirring a wave of scorching heat. Without another word, he turned and strode out of the room, the fiery glow of his figure vanishing through the doorway. As soon as he was gone, the oppressive heat seemed to dissipate, leaving the room noticeably cooler. Lingyun took a deep breath, his gaze shifting to the hooked-nosed man. A glint of icy resolve flickered in his eyes. He knew all too well that this situation was far more complicated than it appeared. Lingyun was so furious that his nose almost twisted out of shape. Pointing at the hawk-nosed Paul, he roared, Paul, are you out of your mind? Do you have a death wish? The matter between me and the Fire Crow King is none of your business. You think I won't kill you right here and now, and no one would even know?" His voice thundered like a storm, and the rage in his eyes seemed ready to ignite into flames. On the other hand, Paul remained unfazed. Instead, he smirked and retorted coldly, "Ling Yun, are you sure about that? If I join forces with the Fire Crow King, that's 2 king-level powers. Do you honestly think you can take us both on by yourself?" He sneered, his tone dripping with provocation. "And remember, my name is Paul. Show some respect when you speak, or you might not even make it out of here alive." Ling Yun trembled with anger, but Paul seemed to be in high spirits. He hadn't expected such a golden opportunity to arise. This was like a gift from the heavens. Paul had long coveted the Fire Crow King's mounts. If he could gain control here, those fiery steeds would be his for the taking. No more groveling and negotiating with Ling Yun over just one mount. The mere thought of it made him giddy with excitement, and the grin on his face was impossible to hide. Meanwhile, Ling Yun's fury was reaching a boiling point. For years, Paul had never dared to act so brazenly in front of him, yet today, he was downright arrogant. Unfortunately, Paul wasn't entirely wrong. The Fire Crow King's strength was indeed formidable. Ling Yun was confident he could handle the Fire Crow King alone, but with Paul in the mix, things would become much more complicated. He might be able to escape, but what about the group of young trainees who had just entered the area? If a battle broke out, it would be a catastrophe for them. Taking a deep breath, Ling Yun forcibly suppressed his anger. His expression gradually returned to calmness, and he slowly rose into the air until he was eye level with the Fire Crow King. His handsome, middle-aged face betrayed no emotion. In a voice so calm it was almost chilling, he said, "Huayun, are you really willing to risk war with the Academy over something that hasn't even been fully investigated?" The quieter his tone, the more terrifying the suppressed anger behind it became. The Fire Crow King's avian face darkened with a hint of gravity. Its massive wings folded slightly, as if weighing its options. On the side, Paul couldn't hide his excitement, eagerly hoping the two would come to blows. He was so thrilled that he nearly shouted out a cheer. But suddenly, the Fire Crow King's enormous wings flapped with force, and a blazing fireball formed in an instant, hurtling toward Paul with a deafening roar. The fireball moved like a shooting star, carrying an aura of destruction as it struck its target. In the blink of an eye, the once pristine Paul, clad in white and brimming with confidence, was left charred and disheveled, his clothes scorched black and reeking of burnt fabric. Staggering to his feet, Paul looked utterly shocked and enraged. "Huayun, what are you doing? Weren't we supposed to deal with Ling Yun together?" His voice was laced with disbelief, clearly unprepared for the Fire Crow King's sudden attack. The Fire Crow King cast him a cold glance, its bird-like eyes brimming with a human-like mix of disdain and mockery, even carrying a trace of contempt. "I've worked with the Academy for years. Who are you to meddle in my affairs?" it said, its tone dripping with scorn as it flapped its wings dismissively. Paul was completely dumbfounded, standing there for a long moment unable to process what had just happened. Stammering, he finally managed to say, "You? Didn't you say they captured your child? I was trying to help you, and this is how you repay me?" On the other side, Ling Yun was already laughing uncontrollably. His laughter echoed through the air, so hearty that he doubled over, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. Pointing at Paul, he jeered, "Paul, you really thought you could take advantage of this situation? And look at you know how's that working out for you? Is your brain buzzing yet?" Paul's face turned ashen with rage, but he couldn't make sense of the situation. Gritting his teeth, he cast a complex look at both the Fire Crow King and Ling Yun. "Fire Crow King, I can't believe you'd let them take your child without doing anything. You're not a bird, you should be a turtle instead." But the Fire Crow King remained unfazed. It gave Paul a cold, dismissive glance, as if mocking his stupidity. Its mind was far more calculating than Paul's. Already weighing the pros and cons, was it really worth severing ties with the Academy over this? The answer was obvious. Absolutely not. Just now, it was all about posturing, don't you get it? Posturing means it's negotiable. Only Paul, that fool, would naively believe things would actually escalate to outright hostility. The Fire Crow clan has been working with the 13 cities and Vermilion Bird Academy for years. Such a relationship isn't something that can be unraveled with a few words. How many members of the Fire Crow clan are intertwined with the Academy's students, alumni, and faculty? These intricate connections have long been deeply rooted. Paul, as an outsider, could never grasp the full depth of this complexity. Besides, given the 13 cities' approach, once betrayed, they never forgive. The location of Fire Crow Mountain has already been thoroughly exposed. If things truly broke down, the mountain would undoubtedly become the center of contention, potentially leading to the annihilation of the Fire Crow clan. So turning hostile? That's simply out of the question. Even so, the Fire Crow King couldn't help but feel a sense of desolation. At the heart of it all was the overwhelming power of the Vermilion Bird Academy. He took a slow, deep breath to suppress his emotions, then spoke coldly, "Shut your mouth." His words silenced Paul instantly. Turning to Ling Yun, his gaze sharp as a blade, he demanded, "Ling Yun, you must give me an explanation. We had an agreement, me children are off limits." Hearing this, the smile on Ling Yun's face gradually faded. He nodded seriously. "We'll make sure you get an explanation. If someone from our academy really did take your child, I promise they'll return them. That's not a big deal. Worst case, we'll just get another one for the student." His tone was casual, as if this were a trivial matter. As for punishment, Ling Yun let out a cold laugh, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Come on now, punishment? Don't kid yourself. The Vermilion Bird Academy isn't at that level." The Fire Crow King felt a slight relief at these words, but he knew this wasn't enough. What he wanted went beyond just the return of his child. Fixing his piercing gaze on Ling Yun, he said slowly, "And I want compensation resources that will allow my two children to advance. According to your people, they're already at the threshold of the profound realm and are about to break through." This was the Fire Crow King's true objective. For the Fire Crow clan, advancement to the profound realm was a critical turning point. Only by breaking through could they enter a phase of rapid growth. However, the meager resources of Fire Crow Mountain could never support his children in reaching the unrivaled among their peers level upon breaking through. The gap was a chasm created by lack of resources. Ling Yun immediately understood the king's intention. A faint smile reappeared on his lips as he nodded. "They'll submit a report on this as soon as I return. I believe the academy will approve it, but you know I can't make any guarantees. However, I can assure you your children will be returned. That much, I can promise." Ling Yun's response was carefully crafted, reassuring the Fire Crow King without overstepping boundaries. After all, for non-threatening beast clans like the Fire Crow clan, Ling Yun wasn't eager to escalate matters unnecessarily. The conversation gradually eased, and the tension in the room began to dissipate. Meanwhile, Paul stood off to the side, his expression forlorn. He finally realized how wrong had been. Lowering his head, his eyes flickered with uncertainty, but the Fire Crow King's cold voice soon broke his thoughts. "Fire Yun, shouldn't we discuss how to deal with this, Paul?" Those words made Paul explode instantly. He snapped his head up, his eyebrows shooting up in anger, his face flushed red. "What are you planning to do?" Ling Yun's lips curved into a cold, mocking smile, his eyes gleaming with a hint of malice. "Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? Talking about keeping me here? What's wrong? Losing your nerve now?" Paul's face turned ashen, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He knew all too well he wasn't a match for either of them. Swallowing his pride, he forced a laugh. "Come on, Ling Yun. We've known each other for a while. I was just joking earlier. We even just finalized a deal. Why would I do something like that?" Ling Yun chuckled softly, his tone laced with amusement. "Oh, a joke, was it? Well then, let me share a joke of my own." The moment his words fell, Ling Yun and the Fire Crow King unleashed their domains simultaneously. An overwhelming pressure engulfed the area, leaving Paul no time to react. He was instantly subdued and subjected to a brutal beating. He tried to resist, but the oppressive force of their domains left him utterly powerless, reduced to a pitiful mess amid his screams. For reasons known only to them, Ling Yun and the Fire Crow King stopped short of delivering a fatal blow. Even so, Paul was left in a horrifying state, bloodied, battered, and barely conscious, sprawled on the ground in utter humiliation. With a loud clatter, the fight came to an end, and the tension in the air dissipated. Ling Yun casually adjusted his slightly disheveled robe and cast a cold, commanding gaze at Paul, who was lying on the ground pretending to be unconscious. His tone carried an undeniable authority. "Stop pretending. I know exactly how hard I hit. Get lost. And while you're at it, tell that boy of yours only got 1 day left out of the 3 I gave him. If he catches it within the time, good for him. If not, he better pack up and leave. Don't push me. If I lose my patience, don't say I didn't warn you." As soon as Ling Yun finished speaking, Paul, who had been feigning near-death moments ago, suddenly sprang up in a swift motion. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he looked pale but spoke with a hint of flattery. "Ling Yun, come on now. You've vented your anger, so why take it out on the kid?" Ling Yun let out a cold laugh, his eyes full of disdain. "Take it out on him? If he keeps acting up, do you really think I wouldn't destroy him too?" Paul's face turned dark, his lips trembling slightly. I knew Ling Yun wasn't bluffing. He opened his mouth to say something more, but Ling Yun cut him off with a wave of his hand. "Save your breath. Get out of here. Starting today, your family's partnership with Suzaku Academy is over. My word is final. From now on, your family is blacklisted. The gates of Fire Crow Mountain will remain closed to you forever." Paul's expression instantly soured, regret churning like a storm within him. He had thought he could use this opportunity to gain some advantage, but instead, he lost everything: his face, his position, and more importantly, the support of Suzaku Academy. Being labeled an unwelcome family carried devastating consequences. It meant not only losing the Academy's protection, but also being permanently barred from entering Fire Crow Mountain. The loss was excruciating, like having flesh ripped from his bones. As Paul stood there, frozen in regret, Ling Yun observed him with a faint smirk, though his eyes remained cold and indifferent. Ling Yun knew full well that while Paul had failed this time, allowing him to maintain ties with Suzaku Academy could pose a future risk. So why not sever the connection now and eliminate the threat entirely? From now on, they were enemies, plain and simple. In the end, Paul left without another word, realizing Ling Yun had left him no room for negotiation. The only ones left were Ling Yun and the Fire Crow King. Ling Yun dusted off his hands nonchalantly and spoke in a light yet warning tone. Fire Cloud, you should be glad you made the right choice just now. Did you really think keeping me here would solve anything? Suzaku Academy has been operating in Fire Crow Mountain for years. You know exactly how deep their roots run. Remember who truly holds the reins here. Don't even think about flipping the heavens. The Fire Crow King remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. He knew Ling Yun was speaking the truth. Collaborating with unreliable Westerners wasn't worth the risk. Maintaining ties with the 13 cities was the smarter move. At least the people from the 13 cities had some semblance of honor and weren't prone to breaking agreements so easily. Letting out a deep sigh, he replied in a low voice, "Enough talk. I need to find my child." Meanwhile, far away in another cave, Jiang Ping was completely oblivious to what had transpired outside. He had just recovered from the lingering shock of the earlier earth-shaking battle, nervously wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. But soon his thoughts turned to his target, the Bloodstone Gem. That was the reason he had braved this dangerous journey in the first place. Without wasting any time, he rushed back to the young Fire Crow's cave and began searching every corner. Finally, beneath a fiery red rock, he discovered the fist-sized Bloodstone Gem. The moment he saw it, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. There it is. That brat's map was spot on. However, his excitement quickly turned into frustration. He pulled out his Miao Dao and compared it to the gem, realizing the size didn't match the slots on the blade. He frowned, muttering to himself, "How am I supposed to shrink this thing to the right size and keep its quality intact?" If a professional gem cutter were present, they'd likely scoff at Jiang Ping's naive approach. Handling such a rare gem wasn't something that could be solved with a bit of guesswork. But Jiang Ping clearly didn't have the luxury of time to worry about that. Stuffing the gem into his pouch with a satisfied grin, he prepared to leave. Who cares? I've got it now. Why stick around? What? Am I waiting to celebrate the new year here? Just as he turned to leave, a wave of scorching heat suddenly surged into the cave from outside. His heart tightened, and he immediately went on high alert. At the same time, an enraged voice echoed from outside the cave. "My child was playing here, Ling Yun. You owe me an explanation." Jiang Ping froze in place, his face instantly paling. Panic set in as he realized the situation. "I stole someone's kid, and now I'm cornered at their doorstep. What do I do? What do I do?" That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.